Today, the clock starts ticking on Australia's longest race. 720 minutes, 43,200 seconds, and all of it to deliver that one dramatic moment. And gee, there's been plenty of those over the history of this race.
The young Japanese driver goes to the lead. There's contact. The top of the mountain, it's claimed another victory. That is the quickest lap by a GT3 car in 12-hour history.
But to win it lately, it seems you need just two things. Two of the best endurance racing drivers on the planet. One from Australia, Matt Campbell, and one of the best to ever land on these shores, Jules Gounon. They're the GT racing kings of the Big Hill, both drivers sharing the spoils for the past 7 years.
Oh, where is he going to get through that? Jules Gounon is remarkably happy. The fairy tale continues for this young man. Jules Gounon, 3 in a row. Matt Campbell does it again.
But there's an incredible field gathered this year, all looking for their place in the mountain's history books. But to do so, they need to last those 720 minutes, those 43,200 seconds, and they'll need to beat two of Bathurst's very best. This is the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. The clock is ticking.
It is the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour, and the race begins under lights here at Mount Panorama in New South Wales. There is nothing quite like watching sports cars roll around the mountain in the darkness with the headlights on. This is a very special time to be watching the action from Bathurst, joined by Garth Tander, who's been to Victory Lane here at Mount Panorama on so many occasions. There is nothing quite like this.
The start of this race, the first 45 minutes as the sun comes up over the back of Mount Panorama, is the most magic 45 minutes we have in Australian motorsport. It's so hard as a race car driver, but so rewarding because the track is so fast so early in the morning.
If I could describe the atmosphere to those at home right now, it would be moody. There's a real tension in the air down here in the grid. It's a packed grid, by the way. So many fans have been here this weekend. The race meeting so far has been relatively quiet in terms of on-track action and drama. Although the race lap times yesterday in qualifying were so fast, have we saved all the drama for race day?
Well, I hope not, Chad, because it has. It's been a very calm lead-up, super fast in qualifying in the Pirelli pole battle Saturday afternoon. But we always say, oh, it's the 12-hour race. They're going to take it easy. They're going to play themselves into the start of the race. Track position's not important in the first couple of hours of the race. And then the race goes green, and they all go crazy. Yep. They all want to get to the front in the first hour because it is so competitive. It's such a tough race. Track position is so important, so they go to work straight away.
201s in qualifying yesterday. 9 out of the 10 cars got into the 201s. In these conditions, they are going to be flying for these first couple hours.
Yeah, second fastest lap ever in qualifying yesterday for Lucas Auer. Put the Craft Bamboo and Mercedes on the front row. It will be fast because it's not super cold here in the morning, so the track's got no track temperature in it, but the tyres will get up to temperature easy because the ambient temperature is not as cold as we've had here in the past. There's no fear of any fog coming in and slowing down the track or getting in the way of anyone's vision. So the only thing is really just waiting for the sun to crest, and as the dawn starts to rise, the speed will too.
It was Lucas Auer yesterday, but how will that car go over 12 hours today? That is the big question. It was a rookie at the wheel yesterday, but Shea Adam is joining us on the grid here today. I think they might be going for a bit more experience in this opening stint.
Yeah, and I was talking about Maxi Goats with that. We were saying it's sort of a double-edged sword. If you've done the start, you're more likely to get to do the start. You've driven Bathurst at night before. How magical is it before the sun comes up?
Yeah, first of all, it's very nice and a good feeling to start on pole. So I can predict the race a bit, the pace, and of course, it's all about experience here in the night. I did it already 5 times, so I have some experience. I was forced to do it in the first race, and since then, since 2018, I do the start, so it's really nice. You see the fans up there already. You see a few minutes later, after a few laps, there's the sunrise. So it's just a special feeling, and especially on this track with these competitors around, this makes it so special.
You said that normally you're a 2 espresso shot in the morning guy. This morning you only need 1 because your adrenaline gets up so quickly around the mountain. Talk us through watching the sun come up and the first few rays hitting the sky. Is it that instant sense of relief?
Yeah, in the dipper, of course, you have the sun in your eyes actually, so you need to be careful for a few laps because there's a certain angle of the sun which the drivers are not liking it. So I will close my visor as well, even if it's dark, because it's flashing you actually. So it's this kind of experience you have, and maybe you are staying 10 centimeters more away from the walls than usual, just to keep it clean and safe. And then as soon the sun is up, then I think the race starts. It's all about controlling it to have not too much risk in there, and then let's see.
We saw the pace of your Mercedes in qualifying yesterday, but the brands around us, they're not all three-pointed stars. Do you think Mercedes is going to have that little bit extra in the heat of the day to be able to take it for the win?
Yeah, I think we are good packed here in front with the Mercedes cars. I think we have a good pace. We showed it last year, but you never know here. Bathurst is special. They have their own rules, and let's see how it goes. But I think we have a good balance in the car, a good pace. I guess Ferrari and BMW and also Porsche is coming up. Ricardo's on my side. He will be super quick as well. He will go for it. So it's going to be exciting for you guys.
Time to suit up. Good luck, my friend.
Thank you.
Just come down to the inside of the third ride. Chaz Mossett has just jumped aboard the Arise Racing Ferrari. We're going to have a chat to him with 10 minutes until race start. And it just shows how intense the start of this race is and how important it is. Chaz has already got himself buckled in, so we will leave him alone. But we expected this car to be, he's just whacked me with the door, so bugger it. We're going to speak to him. Chaz, probably not the speed that we thought we'd see from you in practice and qualifying, but inside of the third row, you can certainly make your way to the front now.
Yeah, GT, good morning, and good morning to everyone watching. Look, these Euro guys, you know how fast they are in these cars, but I thought it was pretty tight through practice and qualifying, and I think there's a lot of cars that have a shot today. So 12 hours of grueling racing, a lot of pit stops, a lot of drive changes, a lot of mistakes to be made. We'll just see who comes out on top. But how are you feeling in the morning, GT? A little bit early than you'd like?
I'd rather be sitting where I am than where you are right now, but it's an early start to the day. But this 45 minutes as the sun comes up, it's a magic time to drive around the mountain. Yeah,
it's really special. Really honoured to be in the first stint. It's one of the darkest racetracks you have across the top. There's not much lighting up there, but the mountain, this is like the most downforce you ever have around here. Just nice cold weather, and the engine's nice and crisp as well. So they thought they'd get the heavy driver in to start. Hopefully he could get some tights up a bit easier than those lighter teammates that I have. So hopefully bring it back to him, and we'll see where we end up in the day.
Cheers, Chaz. Thanks for the chat. Good luck.
See you. Cheers, GG. Thanks, guys.
One of the fan favorite cars on the grid is because of certain drivers that we know from the number and the logo. But Charles Wirtz, there was a little bit of trepidation for your BMW yesterday in qualifying. There was an issue that actually happened that resulted in P12. A, is the car okay? And B, what did the mechanics have to fix?
Yes, well, luckily for us, they found the issue was just a water leak. So we could see temperatures going a bit too high. So therefore, as a preventive move, we decided to box, and indeed we did well to prevent an issue with the engine. Luckily, we could do also our chip lap yesterday to make sure everything was fine with the car, which it is. So hopefully we can have an easy race without any technical issue. I mean, it's never easy here, but at least no technical issue, and do the best we can for the race.
Not your first time to Bathurst, but first time sharing a car with Valentino Rossi and Lello, of course, two legends at the mountain. How's it been to share a BMW with them?
It's a pleasure, of course. It's a bit more mediatic attention on the car than I'm used to, but I guess it's probably for Lello's blue eyes and Vale. But it's very nice anyway. They are two very good drivers, but most of all, they are very kind and very great person. So I'm very happy to share the car with them, and hopefully we can clinch a great result together.
I think the fan club's for you. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Great work, Shea, and a lot of fans have come here to see the doctor here this weekend. Disappointment to not get that car inside the Pirelli pole battle yesterday. Grid is set, starting to clear, and I get the feeling we're in for a big 12 hours of action today. Let's just chat about some of the different makes that we've got. 9 different manufacturers in the race. Mercedes with their nose in front off the back of qualifying yesterday. Yeah, well, the naturally aspirated cars were very strong in the heat of the day, which was qualifying yesterday. So Mercedes on the front row with Audi, and both naturally aspirated cars, but two very different cars. Mercedes, big V8 up front engine.
the Audi V10 mid-engine. So two different characteristics of cars, but ultimately the lap time was within hundredths of a second. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see with these different conditions in the morning what the difference is between the turbo cars and the naturally aspirated ones.
You mentioned the Audi, it's on the front row. That's another second place start for Brock Feeney, who's been there now 3 years in a row. That car has been a real sleeper in the pack, but it's been topping a lot of sessions, quickest in that second qualifying session yesterday, and was actually one of the latest, if not the last entry on the entry list.
Yeah, spoke to Steve McLaughlin, who's the car owner for that car from JMEC Racing, and he said it was within the last 10 days. They even started talking about this deal, let alone put it together. And poor Brock Feeney, he changed manufacturers and everything, and he still starts second at the start of this race. Ricardo Feller will actually take the green light at the start of this race. But yeah, I mean, the Audi and Melbourne Performance Centre have been coming to this race for so long, always had fast cars, but never been able to get the deal over the line at the end of 12 hours. They're certainly hoping they can get the job done today.
Also, we've got to think about it. We've been talking about these all-pro lineups, but there are some pro-am combinations. They're not just fighting for their own class honours. We've seen in the previous years that some am-class drivers, including Kenny Habul or Liam Talbot in that Audi who was on the podium last year, they can really now contend for overall victory.
Well, you mentioned those two particular entries. They're running in the pro outright class with a bronze driver, and they've done that because there's a bit of a loophole in the strategy that you can exploit if it works your way, and you'll go through that a bit later in the Pirelli pit bunker. But they're in their own right. Kenny Habul, very fast around the mountain. He can do it anyway. He lives on Conrod Straight. He's got a place here. And Liam Talbot's won the Australian GT Championship a couple of times. So they know how to drive GT cars fast. Just that the pro guys, the Fracti drivers that fly in for this race, they live in these cars. I mean, most of them were in Daytona last weekend doing a 24-hour race. They jump on a plane Sunday night or Monday morning out of Florida. They land in Bathurst, plug them in, they go fast at the mountain.
Worth mentioning, this is round one of the Intercontinental GT Championship as well, which goes all around the globe to some of the coolest racetracks in the world. Well, the stage is set under lights here at Mount Panorama. We'll take you up to our commentary team who are eagerly awaiting the start of this one. It's Richard Craill and John Hindhaugh back in the booth.
Chad, good morning. Thank you. Nice to be here and for another edition of Australia's International Enduro. What a vibe it is at the moment as the sun slowly starts to work its way up above the Blue Mountains to our east. Good morning, John. Welcome back to you for another year. You're 11th here at the mountain and you do all the great endurance races around the world. You were in Daytona last week, the 24 Hours of Le Mans and Nürburgring coming up later on in the year. But this is something a little bit different and something a little bit special.
Look, this is the fourth of 4 weekends on the road, 24/6, 24/12, and this is what you get up early for. Part of that is actually a bit like Le Mans. The drive down to Le Mans from the ports, well, the drive up from Sydney through the Blue Mountains, and then when you first see that Mount Panorama sign on the side of the mountain.
Less French being spoken in Lithgow, but it's still an impressive thing to see as we get to Mount Panorama and this iconic bit of road, 174 metres top to bottom in elevation change, 1 in 6 gradient out of the cutting, and a fast lap here is an average speed of over 180 kilometres an hour for the 6.2 Ks, and that's on a lap with 2 corners at 60 Ks an hour. And today, if it's a fast race, they'll do that more than 300 times. The record is 323 laps, and the 2023 version of this race was, at the time, the fastest race ever held at this venue of any endurance race. It was run at an average speed of over 165 kilometres an hour. It's a crisp morning, actually, 18 degrees at the moment. A little bit of moisture in the air from a humidity point of view as well, but it's very comfortable outside. Heading for a top of 31 degrees though, and what it's been doing here is getting really hot in that afternoon stretch, especially when the sun is out, so the track will bake, the track temperature will come up and the UV as well, but it's forecast to be a very stable day from a weather point of view as the cars get ready to be flagged off for the formation lap.
And when they do that, the clock will start. That's another one of the things here that is a little bit different. None of the drivers have had darkness practice this week. Changed a little bit when we moved the race through the year. It's a couple of years ago in the big yellow flag that slowed the whole world down for a little while. But we're back to the normal timetable this week. It's all been in the daytime, 6 practice sessions, 3 sessions of qualifying. The Alan Simonson Paul Award yesterday going to the fastest car, Mr. Jackie Ickx. And Mr. Le Mans until Tom Christensen came around. So much a part of my motorsport childhood. He and Derek Bell seem to be getting mentioned every June when I was listening in on the BBC radio from the northeast of England. He's here representing Genesis this weekend with their beautiful
safety car
Berlinetta concept car. He was hoofing that around yesterday.
What a privilege it is to have this man here, and he was reunited with his 1977 Bathurst 1000 winning XC Falcon hardtop earlier in the week that he and Alan Moffat shared to a victory in the great race, and he's flagging the cars off this morning. An absolute privilege, and he was given the opportunity to come in a little bit later, and he said no, absolutely not. At 80, he wanted to be here for the start in that magic first hour of this race. So the clock has officially started ticking, and 720 minutes, 43,000 odd seconds away, it will drop the checkered flag and we'll have another victor in this race. Officially yesterday, the second quickest pole lap in the history of this race, but in terms of spread from top to bottom, this is the quickest GT3 field we have ever had at Mount Panorama. It is remarkably close, and for the first time, Craft Bamboo Racing, the 38-year-old German Maxi Goats will start that Mercedes-AMG. Ricky Feller starts the Audi off the front row of the grid. Then it's Maro Engel, so desperate for a win here, and Brazilian Augusto Farfus in the first of the BMWs. We heard from Chaz Mostert. Ferrari are back on the mountain, and they are genuine contenders. Defending winners Porsche, their first car out of 6. Kenny Habul, he's won this race twice out of 7 in 75. And the field will continue to roll through. 22 cars on the grid, but 19 GT3 cars, and they are all rocket ships. And you can see the starting drivers lining up for who will take part. So Gotts, Feller, Engel, Farfus, Mostert in the first couple of cars. Yasser Shahim will start the 91 Porsche off the third row of the grid. So the bronze driver combination there in a Pro-Am car. They want to tick as much driving time for the Am drivers early in the race, so the pros can do all the heavy lifting at the end of the day. There are classes to worry about here as well. Pro, Pro-Am, Bronze and Silver. We'll talk about those. And there's a GT4 battle as well with Adam Christodolo starting the Team 19 Mercedes-AMG from pole.
All right, let's burn through some of the race facts down here in the Craill pit bunker, and this is going to be our centre today, Garth, to really work through some of the amazing parts of this race, including strategy and how that's tracking throughout the course of the day. Last year we got through 275 laps, which is nowhere near the record. It's because we had all those safety cars. And just a reminder, you can have 3 or 4 drivers in the car, and like Craill was talking about, we've got mixed class racing today. But Garth, I want to quiz you on how you managed probably the most important part of the day, which is driver time, because this is really the key to the race.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they'll be talking about fuel all day and driver time all day. So expecting you can do the race in 9 stops, probably going to do it in 10 or 11, but the race has been won in the past with 13 or 14 stops. So the beauty of this race, no minimum pit stops. There are some rules around when you take the pit stop, but it doesn't matter. You can come in as little times as you like. So if you can save fuel in every stint, you can get the race done in 9, but you have to manage how long each driver is in the car.
So for those pro drivers, they're not allowed in the car for more than 5 hours and 40 minutes today. For the Pro-Am teams, your bronze driver has to drive a minimum of 3 hours in the race, and that includes doing an hour in the back half of the race as well. But there is a little loophole to that by entering yourself in an all-pro lineup. Yeah,
the 2 cars that we'll talk about for the majority of those, the Kenny Habul, Lucas Stoltz, Jules Gounon car, and then the Ricardo Feller, Brock Feeney and Liam Talbot. Both Kenny Habul and Liam Talbot are bronze drivers, but those cars are entered in the outright all-pro class. And the reason they've done that is their bronze drivers, both Kenny and Liam, only have to do 60 minutes. So 1 of the 12 hours, and then they can put their feet up for the rest of the day and leave it up to the pros. Where that gets tricky is you have to manage that 340 minutes drive time for your 2 pros. So your driver window time's very, very tight, and then you also have to manage the rest time between stints. So once you get out of the car, you must rest for 60 minutes before you get back in again.
So that very strategy that you're talking about was executed beautifully by that team a couple of years ago to win the race twice. Kenny only did 28 laps that day, and you can see how much of the heavy lifting Lucas Stoltz and Jules Gounon did with Kenny out of that car nice and early. Now, they've been swearing that they're going to put Kenny in the car for more than that.
Well, that was Kenny.
We will see about that, yeah. So let's go back to what will likely be a race-winning strategy today over the 10 pit stops that you were talking about. This is how Bentley won the race back in 2020. I still think this is the best all-pro strategy that we've seen executed at Mount Panorama, which finished with Another double stint at the end of the race from Jules Gounon. Beautifully executed strategy.
Yeah, and you look how they've split the driver time up. Driver 1, 99 minutes, 100. Basically split it into 3. Each driver did the equal amounts of work. So that's where they're all pro lineups, like the BMW cars, the Ferrari of Chaz Mostert, Will Brown, Daniel Serra. They're an all pro lineup. So that's where they differ to the Kenny Habul car and the Liam Talbot car. So that's going to play out over the course of the day. Definitely Talbot and Habul will have their job done in the first 2 to 3 hours of the race.
All right, Garth, heading back up to the commentary box. It's my job to track all of those strategies for you. We'll keep you abreast of it, how it goes across 12 hours.
Right, you have got half a day. The clock is ticking, and we will come to green flag this time around. I suggest you don't go very far from trackside if you're here, or wherever you're watching, either here in Australia and New Zealand, or a huge international audience. Hashtag B12HR if you want to get in touch with us. And that will come through to the Global Broadcast Centre here overlooking Pitt Straight. Craill, you call this the best 45 minutes in world motorsport, and you know what? I'm finding it very, very hard to argue with that right now.
It's pretty special. Reducing to 80 at turn 18 for red start.
News from race control, so they'll start to pack the field up now. 2 formation laps this year, and then they go racing proper, but the clock has started ticking. So from a driver time point of view, those that are in the car already ticking off some time for this race, and especially for drivers like Yasser Shahin in the 91 and Scott Andrews, who's in the Pro-Am car in 44. He's the pro there. Dean Fiore will start the number 9 Hallmark Property Group car. I caught up with Craig Lowndes this morning, colleague of ours, a legend at this place, and I did see Cam Waters on the grid, but he said when I got here, there was no sign of Cam. He likes his sleep. Thomas Randall got nominated to do the opening stint of that. Lowndesy will jump in for a double at the first pit stop, and we'll see Cam at some point around, I don't know, morning tea time, I think was the vibe down there at Scott Taylor Motorsport. This is a stacked field. 26 international drivers, 16 nationalities represented this weekend, 6 former winners of this race, all top 5 drivers from last year's Repco Supercars Championship, the odd legend or 2 in the paddock as well. But from a GT racing point of view, current GT champions from Australia, Sprint and Endurance Cup in Europe, IMSA GTD Pro Champion, the current winner of the Nürburgring 24-hour, the current winner of the Le Mans 24-hour. This is a who's who of international GT racing, mixed with some of the very best racing car drivers Australia and New Zealand have to offer at the moment. So that's what's going to happen. To win this race, you are going to have to be fast, you are going to have to be mistake-free, and the vibe today is that this race will be run at a breakneck pace today. It will be absolutely flat out.
And starting a little bit further down the order than we might have expected, the number 911 defending race champion. 2/3 of the drivers that won here a year ago, or just under a year ago. We were 2 weeks further into 2024 than we are in 2025. But did not get into the Pirelli pool battle. Will start on the 6th row of the grid. Watch that car coming forward with Chan Guven.
The clock is ticking on Australia's International Enduro for 2025. Maxi Goats in the AMG will lead them down. Engel with a racy start in the AMG, gets down the inside of the Audi. Goats is wide. He dropped it at turn 1. And they're going to battle for this one on the run-up Mountain Straight. Hard to pick who's who at the moment, but they're 3 abreast. The Audi, the Meguiar sandwich, and they're banging doors. It's a 12-hour race, boys. What are you doing? Us to Griffin's Bend. Maro Engel in an amazing position to sweep around the outside, but it'll be Goats who leads them through for Craft Bamboo.
What were we saying yesterday about putting the helmet on and flicking the switch, Garth Tander? First corner, first lap, 11 hours and 50 minutes to go, and that looked like it was the last lap of a 5-lap sprint.
It happens every year. They say they're going to play themselves in. They're not going to worry about it too much for the first couple of laps. We'll wait for the sun to come up and then we'll get into it. And that lasted exactly 200 metres this year. They got to turn 1. Maxi Goats had a moment. It slid through the apex, got a slow run up Mountain Straight, and they went mental. They wanted to take the lead straight away. Did Farfus, Engel and Ricardo Fella. 3 wide up Mountain Straight, banging doors. within the first minute of a 12-hour race.
Are we not entertained already? Worth the price of admission for that sprint up Mountain Straight towards Griffins. And I'm sure there was bodywork banging there. That car in the middle, the Audi, was really getting hammered from both sides. And at that point, Garth, there's not much you can do but try and hold your line. You're getting the aerodynamic push from both sides.
Oh, you're much better playing offense than defense when you're in that position and just try and get to the lead. And Goats ultimately gathered it up, got to turn 2 first and took off, and now has a huge gap over the rest.
They're a couple side by side there. So Ricky Fella was second going into turn 1. He's 5th now in the 183 Audi and had a massive fistful of understeer, turning the car in at the elbow for the first time. The big winner in all of that stuff going on in the opening lap was Augusto Farfus in the number 32 Team WRT BMW. So he's up 3 spots to second position. At the end of the first racing lap at speed, Maxi Goats leads the 12-hour by 1.5 seconds. Farfus second for BMW, and Chaz Mostert, well, who would have predicted he'd pass some cars early? The Ferrari up to 3rd.
Aishan Guven actually dropped a spot. He's back down to 12th for the number 911. And breathe.
I don't think you can. I think that sets the tone for today. It's going to be like that, and this will be a track position race. You want to lead. There are some races in the world you don't want to lead. You want to buy your way in. This is entirely the opposite. Track position is going to be absolutely king today. And if you have to be the pinball in the pinball machine to squeeze your way through to get to the lead, then you're going to do it to try and get to the front.
Yeah, that just showed if there's an opportunity to make a pass and get the job done, you take it regardless. Doesn't matter if it's lap 1 or lap 280. If you need to get through, take it when you can. Interestingly also, the two turbo cars, the BMW and the Ferrari, got a free kick at the start of the race. They would have been looking to go forward in the cooler part of the race at the early part of the day. They got a free kick straight away thanks to Maxi Goats. So they're already up to 2nd and 3rd after starting 4th and 5th.
Well, turbo cars need to make hay while the sun doesn't shine, because in these cooler ambient conditions this morning, still less than 20 degrees, they're going to be producing lots of boost and lots of horsepower. In there somewhere was a lot going on. And how's the big oversteer moment for Maxi, getting the car turned into 1. Fella went, okay, I'll have that. So too did Maro Engel, but I want to see where the BMW ended up getting himself through all of this.
So Goats carried too much entry speed, lost the rear on entry, then understeered wide through the corner, and that's where they went side by side. And yeah, you used the term, Richard Craill, pinball, and that's exactly what Ricky Fella was between 2 AMG Mercedes.
And all you can see behind was the high rear wing of the BMW. My goodness me, what a start all the way around the outside. And the BMW weaving backwards and forwards, but it's completely blocked up Mountain Straight. 3 cars abreast is the width of the circuit. And by the way, that slide into the first corner, expect that through the race. For those of you not familiar, no tyre warmers here, so every time a new set of Pirellis goes on, people are going to be grip limited.
Oh, this will be good to watch. So on board here with Ricardo Fella, you watch Goats, loses the rear there, keeps the brake on until past the apex, tries the over and under, bang! So contact within 250 metres at the start of the race, and then they bang all the way up Mount Straight. Look at this. Between the 2 cars, he can't do anything but keep it flat and hold the steering wheel straight and hope for the best. And then ultimately Goats gets it, well, he's getting butt drafted by Augusto Farfus, and then Chaz takes the opportunity straight up the inside of Fella. And then he was actually able to get somehow past Engel as well on that first lap. But man, it was all happening in the first 500 metres of the race.
That was a more substantial hit than I thought. I know it always sounds worse from the onboard, but my goodness me, he's lucky there not to do a tyre or a wheel or something like that. And next time we're on board, we need to look at that steering wheel and make sure it's still straight.
I have no doubt that there will be a wheel out of balance, and that wheel will now become a souvenir piece. They won't use that again after this stint. I'd say the steering will be okay. The Audis are actually pretty robust in the front end, so if anything, all that Ricky Fella will be dealing with right now is a pretty heavy vibration from a wheel that'll be buckled, but hopefully that is all.
Raffaele Marciello behind the wheel of car 46 that he'll share with Charles Vietz. We heard from him on the grid, and of course Valentino Rossi, who's had another terrific weekend. It's been so good to hear. Everyone just bursts out laughing when they hear him interviewed, because it's one of the most iconic voices in motorsport. But you can see the pace the BMW's got in the tow. In the lane early is the KTM Glenn Wood behind the wheel down at Garth-Walden Racing. In the tow, Marciello sticking the nose out on the inside of 222 on the run into the kink. The fastest corner in the sport. Tick, and couldn't do the move there. There was some endurance racing experience there from the man they called Lello, but right now they're bottled in behind Yasser Shahin. Now that's not a commentary on Yasser. He is an extremely fast racing car driver, but he's an AM driver, part-time driver, and there's a bunch of pros hunting him down.
Talk about why it's important to get to the front of the field in the early part of the race. When we were tracking Raffaele Marciello, he is already 10.5 seconds behind the lead within 2 laps at the start of the race. So the field spread is always significant here. You mentioned Shaheen holding the battle pack up, but he's playing to a strategy game with that car. So he's trying to get some of his driving time done early.
Chan Guven has moved back up a couple of places. He sits on the outskirts of the top 10 at 10. Marciello's just got past Yasser Shahin, so he is up to 8th place in the 46 BMW.
Back down here at Murray's Corner. Down the inside goes the Porsche. So that's Chan Guven, Turkish driver, who won here last year, getting the move done on Scott Andrews and the guy of Valmont racing car, run by Tigani Autosport. And this will be Thomas Randall pulling the move on a Porsche at turn 1. Nice textbook stuff down the inside. So that's down the inside of the Shell car from the Ben Motorsport Park and EMA Motorsport with Yasser behind the wheel. And he's got the sister Porsche behind. Same car, very different teams as we've seen this weekend, because one Porsche, the Ben car, has been really strong. The other one has been in struggle street all weekend.
I've ducked into Audi to get an update on the state of Riccardo Fella's car, and despite the fact that he's getting his ears boxed in, hasn't been reporting any major vibrations or any major issues with the steering on that car, but he was quick to give both the Mercedes drivers either side of him a little bit of an ongoing character assessment when they got through Mountain Straight. The second word was idiot. I'll let you guys guess what the first word was.
It's not past the watershed, even back in Europe at the moment, so we'll leave that one hanging for now. The 2025's Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours. Oh, what a start, what a start. The socials have gone bonkers. That first, 35, 40 seconds is going to be being replayed all over the world. What an advert for this race, for GT3 and this part of Australia and this racetrack. Absolutely superb. Already the first vestiges of Sunday's sunshine are beginning to be seen over there in the east, and it's actually not as light outside as the cameras make it look. The drivers are still driving on their headlights here, Garth.
Yeah, that's a good point you're making. I was about to make that very point, John, that our cameras always make it look lighter than what it is. And I remember when I saw this race for the first time, I said, I don't know what they're talking about. It's only light, it's only really dark for the first lap or two, and then I came and did it and actually started the race, and it is very, very dark out there still. So as the tyre gets up to temperature and the drivers play themselves in, it's actually Riccardo Fella who's fastest at the moment with a 2:04.6, so certainly coming up to speed is the Audi, proving that there is no mechanical issue with that car, and probably a quite frustrated and angry Riccardo Fella looking to get his way back to the front of the field. Chaz Mostert working Augusto Farfus over. Chaz has been very fast here in the past into one of those BMWs, almost too fast early in the race. So maybe Chaz a bit smarter, a bit more of a wiser head on some shoulders here.
I like what Chad was saying about Riccardo. Riccardo Fella, he's clearly wound up by that. Now, you've got to know your driver and know whether you let him use that aggression or whether you need to calm him down on the radio.
Yeah, I mean, Riccardo's been here for a couple of years now, so MPC know him quite well. One thing that is playing out here, though, is 2 turbo cars are catching our leader, who naturally aspirated cars. So we did mention that the BMW and the Ferrari would have been very happy with that first lap free kick as they made up some spots. So they're looking to get themselves that track position while they can. while the ambient conditions are suiting a turbocharged car. As it gets warmer, the air gets thinner, and the turbo cars don't work as well. So while the air's dense, it's nice and cool, they're making more power. They're trying to use that while they can.
And do you think the 41-year-old Augusto Farfus, who has won World Touring Car Championship races, who's won at Daytona, who's raced at Le Mans, cares that Chaz Mostert's flashing the high beams at him? I don't think so. He won't be focused on that at all. But you're right, those two cars are catching Maxi Goats quite quickly. So the margin was out to 1.5 seconds in lap 1. It's been hauled into 0.9. But everyone, there's green on our timing board, which means personal best laps all the way down to 13th place. And the reason those behind aren't going quicker is because they're caught in a big battle pack down there at the back half of the 10.
Just a quick word about GT4. Adam Christodoulou has been passed by Tom Heyman, so it is the number 25 McLaren Artura that leads from Adam, and then Josh Buchan in the second of the McLarens in third place. And sad to say, the curse of the KTM continues in the pits after just a couple of laps.
We're on board with Chaz Mostert. He's had a very good run out of the BMW M elbow, and he's lining up a BMW M car potentially to grab second place away. Brazilian Augusto Farfus, who's been here 4 occasions now, is looking feisty. Here goes Mostert down the inside. This for second position, and the Ferrari takes a step forward.
We've already had one pit caller this morning, and it was for 2 of the worst words in motorsport. Electrical gremlin is what's plaguing the KTM. But the good news is that car is back out on the racetrack now. I had a quick chat with David Crampton, one of the drivers, and instrumental people to this team. And he said, we brought in engineers from Reiter. They're the guys out of Austria who run the team and run the car, know it best. It came in, it went back on the jacks. They did it, Control-Alt-Delete. And now Glenn Wood is back out on the track. All they want is to finish this race.
It's funny, isn't it? They've been on track for 5 hours in the lead up to this race, and for that team, it has been completely trouble-free. And 1 minute into this race, when you're in racing conditions, it all changes. Let's just unpick this move with Chaz.
Oh, great move by Chaz. And I think Augusto was letting him pass, but probably doing it earlier than Chaz expected. So Augusto off the throttle right in the middle of the kink, and it caught Chaz unaware. And he actually had to grab a handful of opposite lock at 280k an hour with the sun still not up. So luckily, we know Chaz Mostert's got reasonable reflexes, and he was up nice and early, and he was pretty intense on the grid, and luckily, he saw that one coming.
Why would he let him past there?
Oh, look, I mean, Augusto and Chaz were probably teammates in the BMW days, so they would know each other quite well, and Augusto probably knows the type of character that Chaz is, and when Chaz gets the eyes on, then Chaz is going forwards regardless. So you might as well let him go. And BMW is smart, Augusto's smart, like they know it's a long race. I mean, it's easy to get carried away, as we did with the first lap and track position and have a crack, but you got your race. Now that it's settled down, we've done 2, 3, we're up to like 6. You got to start racing your race. And if there's a car behind you that's faster, jump in behind and save fuel. Sit in behind him, save some fuel, and let Chaz tow you up to Maxi Goats and see if you can get by.
Augusto and those two actually won Daytona together as well. So you're right, they do know each other. And as for that start, I've just seen it described by James O'Donnell, hashtag B12HR, B12HR. It looked like the end of a 1990s British touring car. And you know what, James? That's spot on. That's going on next year's poster.
Well, and based on what Chad was saying about some of the character references being thrown around just before 6 a.m. in the morning, that there might have been some I'm going for first gestures going on in there as well. Battle pack going on down the inside, the Mercedes-AMG on the Jamek Racing Audi. It's squeezed wide as Ricky Fella, as Lucas Doles in 75 makes a pass.
Spicy.
That was,
sorry, that was
Engel. Well, that was Fella trying to get a run on Engel. So Ricky Fella's had quite the adventurous 7 laps to the start of this one, hasn't he? Just noticed on the timing screen, Chaz Mostert, as he went past Augusto Farfus, set the fastest lap of race. 2:03.1, the fastest lap of the race last year. So here we go. This was Fella and Gotts. So Gotts has actually just ended up going all the way around the outside because Mauro Engel was blocking into the last corner. So Ricky's like, oh, I'll go all the way around the outside at 1-2. And Mauro Engel said, no, you won't.
Negative.
Go do some lawn mowing on the exit of turn 1. So There's Liam Talbot. So there's a bit of an indicator who's jumping into the car next in the 183 Audi. But yeah, Mostert fastest with a 3-1, fastest lap of the race last year, 2:02.98. So we're going to go faster than that.
Well, cars are still heavy. You can see that by the amount of sparks that are coming off the car over the top. The battle for the lead. We said it was closing down. It's happening. Turning it right up to 11 early on through the BMW elbow and down onto Conrod straight. Now he'll be getting a draft in the hole in the air, punched by that AMG. They are quick down the hill, but the Ferrari is slippery. Dragging up inch by inch, centimetre by centimetre, goes to the inside. And that's the done deal. Through and a change of the lead. Chaz Mostert puts the Ferrari at the top of the timing screens.
Fifth to first in 7 laps, so it's been an adventurous start for Chazzy. He's been on pole here twice. He's won the great race on a couple of occasions. Would love a 12-hour win to his ridiculous racing CV that he continues to build, that now also includes team owner, because he's got a pair of McLaren. So Chaz leads the race, and he also leads the GT4 class because Tom Heyman has passed Adam Cristodolo to get in front in the Method Motorsport McLaren Artura. Nice pass. Everyone, the GT cars raced here in November for a round of the domestic GT World Challenge Series, and everyone was like, man, those Ferraris are quick in a straight line as Andrews gets down the inside of Dean Fiore. So a little Inter-Audi battle going on here. Two different teams with MPC and Tagani battling it out. Still hard to pick cars with the bright headlights into turn 1. And the Super Barn Supermarkets AMG gets down the inside. That's Davey Russell, silver class car. So a pass for Coity there. He's gone forward. Andrews pressing on. Yasushi Hind, by the way, has just settled into 10th place at the moment and leading that Pro-Am class in the Bend EMA Porsche, just a little bit up the road.
And by the way, as Chaz Mostert took the lead, he also put the fastest lap of the race in as well. Nice draft down Conrod straight. What advantage do you get there in terms of how many Ks it could be different following in behind one of those fast AMGs?
Well, looking on our time screen, as Richard Craill just pointing out, just a lazy 10k an hour, John Hindhaugh. So we saw that Chaz was able to pull out and basically sail past the Mercedes, and he was the fastest down Conrod of everyone on that previous lap. So clearly using the toe to great effect, but you also need to get a good run off Forest Elbow to jump in that toe and use it to its maximum, and then know how to use the side draft when you get to the rear bumper. And that's something that Chaz is well versed in. We do that a lot in supercar racing, so Chaz knows all those tricks.
And that's all genuine drafting, slipstreaming, no pass flaps on these GT3 cars. That is skill and timing and getting out of that previous corner, maybe 1, maybe 2 Ks quicker, and that turns into 10k at the braking area, and there's your opportunity to go by. Big battle pack coming down to Elfmurray's corner, and that is the test card car going through. Stunning liveries right through the field this year, Grillsy.
You could make an argument that it's the best looking grid we've had, just the effort that these professional racing teams have put into their liveries and their presentation and their commercial sponsorship this year has been outstandingly good. I wonder if Farfus, who took great advantage of all that stuff going on here on the opening lap, might have been a little bit out of position relative to the pace of that car, because he's been caught by Engel and Ricky Feller, who's still got good speed in the Audi. So while the BMW was speedy in those first, second or third laps, just started to drop off the pace. And Chaz, last time round, 2:02.6, absolutely flying in the lead, 2.3 seconds already.
And when Scott Andrews, back in his round of his birth, went past Yasser Shaheen, that was a change in the Pro-Am lead as well for 10th overall. Scott Andrews in the 44 Audi.
Here's Chaz across the Top Guard Tandy. You've done this before. The sun will be bursting up over the Blue Mountains in just a few minutes' time.
Yeah, that's right, and the run to Skyline is the trickiest part as the sun comes up. So still not over the crest is the sun, but Chaz spoke, when I spoke to Chaz on the grid, he said this is the time to capitalise. The cars have got the most downforce with the air's denser, so therefore the car generates more downforce, and for the turbo car they generate more horsepower, and Chaz using that to great effect as he opens to get 3 seconds over Matzy Gott. So it was only a lap and a half that he passed for the lead right here, or 2 laps ago he passed for the lead. So he's making every post a winner right here. Doesn't look to be saving any fuel, does one Chaz Mostert, and we've seen him do this in the past. When he gets motivated to get to the lead in the Bathurst 12 hour and takes off, he takes off. And this car looking very nice. Chaz has settled into a nice rhythm straight away. And I thought he was coming to the pit lane.
So did I.
Other than that, he's still not happy with the tyre temperature and he's weaving as he comes to the final corner. So
unless there's something on the circuit there,
maybe,
perhaps, because that battle pack before the battle all the way down the field was waging on, and maybe some contact or some debris put down there. Regardless, punches out another 3-0. Absolutely flying, Chaz Mostert. He leads the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour by just over 3 seconds.
You know what always impresses me with good racing drivers, Garth, is the paucity of movement, the economy of movement behind the wheel. Whereas most mortals, if we were going at these speed, we'd be hauling around, we'd be getting thrown around in the car, but it's tiny little movements and everybody looks so relaxed.
yeah, it's about actually how you use the tyre. And Ross Gunn does a maxi Goats down at turn 1 and loses the rear in a Mercedes on entry. Luckily gets away with that one, and Dean Fiore thinks, well, I might have a look at this, as does Fabian Schiller, and they go line astern.
Class there, yep.
Up mountain straight. But getting back to what you were mentioning, John, it's all about how you use the tyre, and you want to load the tyre as gently as possible. So you genuinely want to look like, while you're hurdling a $1 million GT3 car across the top of the mountain at 220k an hour, look like you are driving down to the milk bar to get a litre of milk. That's what you want it to look like. So you want to just load the tyre gently, not excite the front tyre and overload the front tyre, which they will then rotate the car too out quickly, and then you lose the rear. So literally, your heart rate is up, you use the brake pedal as hard as you can push it, and you steer it with your pinkies. Yep. That's basically how you drive a GT3 car fast.
Yasser Shaheen under pressure from David Russell, who maybe contemplated for half a second about that, but he knows better. Going on the podium in the 1000 here before, and a lot of starts in Bathurst 12-hour spec D-Russ. Instead of the go-to dab hand at this kind of racing, still keeps himself very, very sharp by racing in Porsche Carrera Cup and finished second in the championship last year for the 3rd time in his career, but continues to win. Won the first international round for that championship in New Zealand. So this is at the BMW elbow, and Yasser Shaheen backing the EMA Porsche into the BMW elbow. And
that's Valentino Rossi on 2 wheels.
Yes, it is.
That's a real
like that. Tire sliding.
Yeah, absolutely.
They have a dedicated drift circuit at the bend.
They do.
Australia. And I wonder if Yasser's been over on that. He's doing a bit of practice, a rear entry into Forest Elbow.
There's a bit of cork in the bottle feeling about this, though, isn't there?
Yeah.
With this big group of cars stuck up behind Yasser. So David Russell, Ross Gunn, Dean Fiore, Fabian Schiller in the Grove car, Jamie Day, who's been super, he's in the Aston in 16th, and then Tony D'Alberto, 17th in the Lambo. They're all very, very fast, very, very experienced racing car drivers.
But you've got to stay patient at this point. There's no point in David Russell throwing it up with a low percentage lunge here with 11.5 hours to go. He'll want to, because he'll see the gap opening up, and ahead of Yasser there's a bit of clear track, but really he's got to rein himself back in. Behind him, of course, is that battle for the bronze class led by the SPS Heart of Racing Ross Gunn driven car, then Dean Fiore, then Fabi Schiller, first time on the mountain, getting the opportunity as the newbie to start the race, get the early call for the coffee. Just wonder how long the patience will last from one D. Russell as he's in behind that Porsche.
Oh! Around the outside, David Russell wasting no time in getting past Yasser Shaheen, and at Brock's Skyline sends the Mercedes-AMG around the outside of the Porsche and takes P11 away from Yasser Shaheen with a very bold move for 6:18 a.m. in the morning.
I'm just closing the list for pass of the day already on that. The patience ran out there, Garth, for a moment. It was time to send it.
David Russell certainly had his Wheaties this morning, because I can count on one hand the amount of successful passes around the outside at Skyline that I've seen in my 25-odd years here at Mount Panorama. So lucky to get away with that one. And we were teasing you needed to be patient in this scenario behind Yasser Shaheen, and David Russell's been coming here for a long time. So here he fakes to the outside of McPhillamy, and then gets a run on Shaheen, and you think here, no, he's just going to fall back into line. But I think Shaheen got on the brake a little early. Here we go. This will show us nicely. We're about to hear Shaheen as he approaches the skyline. Yeah, much heavier on the brake. You can actually hear the engine come down quite a bit. Usually you float the car much more than that. And right about here, David Russell's holding his breath, thinking, I hope I clear the front of that Porsche, because if I don't, it's going to be a small plane crash.
Yeah, he's been here 14 times in this race, D. Russ, so, and that's the best move he's made in 12-hour spec in all of those many hours. The KTM's back out, which is great news. Glenwood behind the wheel, so they had some electrical dramas early.
Stopped, actually. I was hearing from on the socials from our eyes and ears all around here. Thank you to everybody who let us know. That car actually stopped in that first green flag lap, managed to limp back to the pits.
Control Alt Delete, get the car in emergency mode and limp it back down to the GWR team. All they want to do today is finish. That car's track record here isn't spectacular. In fact, the reading is pretty horrific at times with the terrible luck and reliability issues they've had with that amazing little Austrian sports car. All they want to do today is get the checkered flag at the end of 12 hours.
It's like a bad movie, that race car, isn't it? Like you
really
start watching it and you think,
this
this is really bad, why am I doing this? But I'm going to get to the end.
You feel obligated.
And that's what's happening with the KTM. They started this project and we are going to get to the end. We are going to make this car do 12 hours. And you've got to give full credit to David Crampton for coming back year on year with that crew and having a crack with that car and trying to get that car through 12 hours.
Yeah, and then at the end of it, you delete it from your streaming service and you never have to watch it again.
Ferrari leads the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours by a little over 5 seconds down the inside. Ross Gunn now makes the pass on the Porsche that was in 12th position. So the bronze leader, the bronze class leader, moving up a position from his starting grid. As I say, at the front of the field, it's Ferrari, and hello to Modena and Luca Giraldi from Ferrari, who is probably doing a little dance at the moment now that Chaz Monster has established himself at the front of the field. But that pass again by Ross Gunn. This is measured, but again, Garth, it's great driving by Yasser. This is not his race right now. This is not his race.
No, that's right. And we've seen this actually in the past from Yasser. I think last year he started the race as well. And he was smart. He just, one by one, let the field through. Don't forget, Yasser Shaheen's won the Le Mans 24-hour race in LMGT3. So it's not like he's just because he's a bronze driver doesn't mean that he doesn't know what he's doing. So jumps on the brakes just 10 metres early, minimises his time loss, minimises the potential for contact as Gunn gets past, and he races on. And to your point, John, that's not his race over the next 12 hours. He's not racing that car. They're playing a strategy with the 91 Porsche, and as the race plays out, and then they stick their pros back in the car, it'll slowly pop its way to the top of the timesheets again, as we've seen year on year.
He had a great year last year, Craill. Undoubtedly his best year in racing, and racing in the World Endurance Championship, which he'll be doing again this year, although with WRT and the new Evo M4. He's learned how to be passed, and there's a skill to that as well.
And that's what we have seen twice now by Yasser Shaheen, when Scott Andrews got past, David Russell got past, and then again with Ross Gunn. You don't have to do anything crazy, just roll out of the throttle. Actually, Yasser Shaheen probably did a better job of letting cars pass than Augusto Farfus did.
Yes, absolutely.
Not that Augusto's accustomed to letting cars pass too often.
So one thing we're going to have to keep an eye on is when we get to this first round of pit stops, the tire selection. Everybody on Pirellis, and it is a limited number, but we have seen a lot of teams throughout the practice sessions and even qualifying scrubbing in sets of tires, basically taking that top layer off to get them ready and to be up to temperature quicker for this opening stint. Now, we've got a couple of different examples. I want to show you the difference. These are scrubbed in Pirellis. You can see they're not shiny. There's a little bit of wear to them. They've been on the racetrack before. They're called rodent tires down here for our international viewers, just in case you hear that. Say hi to the 44 crew. They're cheering on Scotty Andrews, who's making good progress up the field. But on the other side of the garage for Tigani Motorsport, we've got the Mercedes guys. They still have sticker Pirelli tires, and they do still have the stickers on them. These have never touched pavement before on a race car, so this is going to be a difference in strategy. When the 47 Mercedes comes in for its stop, David Russell's going to be getting new Pirellis. When Scott Andrews comes in for the 44, he's going to be getting some scrubbed-in rubber on the Audi, and we'll have to watch the lap times to see what a difference that makes.
also, Shea, one thing to keep an eye on is teams double stinting tyres in this very early part of the race. Because while it's cooler and there's less temperature into the track, now's the time to double stint tyres to then give you more flexibility with your tyre allocation late in the day when the sun's out and you're wanting to be throwing tyres at the car every time it comes to pit lane.
It's a good point, and this is a race traditionally where you don't have to throw tyres at your car at every pit stop. And there's been races won here in the past, Porsche with Matt Campbell, where they kept a set of tyres on the car that were slightly older than the car in front, but they were good enough to do the job. So the margin between a new tyre and an old tyre is significant, but if you've got track position, it goes back to what we were saying about this being a track position race. You can still do the job. And this is Ricky Feller, who's getting pretty sick of Maro Engel in the back of that AMG from GMR at the moment.
He was sick of Maro Engel within the first 250 metres of the race.
That would be quite well made. A beautifully presented GT. And he's sick. He knows the part number on the back of that AMG.
The other thing, I just wanted to point out, we'll finish this replay package. Fabi Schiller goes down the inside of Yasser, and the Aston squeezes down. Yasser was like, I'll let you buy, but one at a time. You can have a little patience, please, in his first Bathurst 12 hour for Jamie Day. Another point I want to make about Yasser, he's not going slowly. No, not even slightly. He's doing fives in that Porsche. You know, any other race at this place, fives will win it for you comfortably. Right. Yeah. It's just relative to all the pros around him that just the natural pecking order is being assumed at the moment.
But we've been saying all week that this is going to be a fast race. While we're green, it's going to be very, very fast indeed. It's just felt like that since the cars first came on. In fact, before the cars came on track, everybody's so psyched about it. One point I want to make about Shea showing us those Pirelli tyres for the AMG. That was S9, set 9 that they've got, +2. Now, you only get 12 sets, but not from the start of the race, Garth. That was from when we started on track on Friday.
Friday morning, practice 1. All the teams get 12 sets. If you did make it into the Pirelli pole battle, they gave you a bonus set, so that didn't chew into your allocation. And the bronze drivers back in practice got a set of tyres too, but they couldn't bring them into the race. So only... Jamie Day, big aero wash understeer, and ran it wide at the exit of the tree, and has made significant contact with the barrier, the concrete wall on the outside. Now, has that done any damage to the Aston Martin? And we won't really know until we get to Conrod Straight and he straightens the wheel up. So, heart-in-the-mouth moment for Jamie Day. First time at the mountain, just getting caught out by the aero wash. You can see a little bit more circumspect as he makes his way through the concrete barriers down to Forest Elbow. So let's have a look, once he gets through this kink, what the steering wheel looks like. So straighten it up here.
Straight that, I think,
as straight can be.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Potentially got away with one. That no doubt there'll be wheels buckled as well. And I think because he hits it square. So watch the aero wash wide, gets the car square. Just was pretty significant. Lifted the car off the ground.
I think it hit in front of the wheel as well.
Here we go, on board. This will tell us. Watch his hands, how heavy it is, the contact. Yeah, because it was square. So actually less of an impact through the steering wheel than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was the front right corner that made contact, because he didn't have the wheels straight. He's still got a bit of lot on there.
And the brakes.
Yeah.
Right there, as a driver, it doesn't matter how much you put more steering into it, and it's inevitable. You're going to make contact, and all you're doing is holding your breath and hoping when you get back somewhat straight that the car keeps going in the direction you want it to.
And you mentioned aero understeer, and it's something we'll talk about over the course of the day, but just explain that feeling when you're caught up in that dirty air of the car in front.
I mean, when the tyre grips up, when you've got clear air and the tyre grips up, the steering weight is nice and heavy and you can feel the grip of the front tyre. But when you're in that aero wash and the downforce comes off the front of the car, the steering goes much, much lighter, and then you haven't got the front grip, and you just lose the front, you lose the weight, and you dial more lock into the steering, and you don't get the response. And generally, anything above 150 kilometres an hour, you lose front grip, and you become a passenger on the way to the scene of an accident, and it's a horrible feeling.
A bit like when you're on a public road and it's wet and you turn into a reasonably quick corner at the posted speed limit and there's a big puddle in the middle and the steering just goes a little bit light and the car pushes across the road, and it's that throat-in-the-mouth feeling of, oh no, what's going to happen?
The good news down here at Valente Rosso, I had a quick word with Romy Meyer, who's engineering that car, and she gave me a thumbs up. So their words were, got away with that one.
Yeah, very much so. Well, that's two this weekend, because Chaz Mostert...
Exactly the same place, yeah.
In the weekend, early in the Ferrari, and the sum total of damage there was about 1,700 euros for a Ferrari wing mirror, and that was it.
I tell you what, if that's the worst that Jamie Day has in terms of mistakes and the consequences thereof on his debut, he's been spectacular here, Garth.
He has, absolutely. One of the practice sessions, practice one, that car was almost anonymous, and then in practice two, it went to the top with a rocket, and it was very impressive lap time early in the weekend from Jamie Day. So nice job by the Valente Rosso team. Romy Meyer stepping in for the weekend, who as ex-AMG Mercedes was heavily involved with the development of the AMG Mercedes that we see on track right now when she was working for them, and has been at Triple Eight and now works for Premier Racing. There she is, Romy. Actually goes on maternity leave soon, so can do it all, that girl. Gun surfer, mum.
Really?
Race engineer.
Josh Hunt's in the background there, former racer, was on the pathway to IndyCar for a little while there, and when raced Indy Lights for a little time, and Atlantics in America, and came back and raced here, and now with Chris Papadopoulos, who's Formula One experience from an engineering point of view, put that team at Valente Rosso together, and they're heavily committed to this Aston Martin program. And chatting to them early in the week, they've got great plans for expansion to perhaps add some cars as the year goes on in GT World Challenge Australia. So we go back on board with Ricky Fella.
Latest episode of Ricky Fella v Maro Engel. Feels like this is going to be a docu-series we follow all day.
Previously, this is already such a Bathurst race, isn't it? We've had angst, we've had fingers out the windows, we've had near misses, we've had drama, excitement, and there's 11 hours and 14 minutes to go.
Chaz Mostert getting to the lead and taking off, and we've seen that before.
Exactly. I love it. The V10 Audi howls its way up Mountain Straight. A little bit of aero assist, and the thing with GT3 racing, and this battle perfectly exemplifies why it's so cool, is the strengths and weaknesses of the cars. And the Merc is so good in the first sector because it's got all that naturally aspirated bottom end grunt of the big Mercedes-AMG V8. The Audi, with all its aero and downforce, is so good across the top, but unless you're David Russell today, passing over there is very, very challenging. So as long as Maxi can get his car up and down the hill well, Ricky Fella's going to be staring at that big AMG badge for a little while longer.
Don't forget, you can keep in touch. Hashtag B12HR at RSL_studio. And that comes in to the screens in front of us.
Down the hill into the BMW M elbow. This is quite a chunky little battle now because they're slowly grabbing in Maxi Goats, who's running second, the early leader of the race. This is Yasser getting down the inside, followed by Tony D'Alberto, and Yasser's just chucked a wide there. It's not quite a free hit wide, but certainly a little one-run penalty. And then this up at Visit New South Wales corner, turn 2, and Jamie Day still in the thick of the action. The Aston Martin gets down the inside. Nice to have the Astons back in the race.
Totally.
One thing that the teams are starting to be doing is we're catching a replay of one of the GT4 McLaren Arturas, just flying the curb as they make their way down over Skyline to the Dipper. What has happened now is we're running lap 19 of the race, as we are what the teams call in the reverse window of the stint. So if there were to be a safety car or a full course yellow, the teams will come in and take it because they're beyond half of the stint length. So we're expecting 30 to 34 laps, depending on the car, per tank of fuel. So once they get past halfway, the teams take any opportunity that comes their way.
Battle for 4th and 5th. Maro Engel in the AMG, the Jamek Audi in 5th position. And here we see what Richard Craill was talking about, and we can describe it to you, the different strengths and weaknesses. AMG pretty good at mountain straight, but the Audi, Rich, is nimble. As soon as we start climbing the hill and there's a bit of twisties going on.
Well, you've done this in this car. Tell me about across the top in an Audi R8.
Well, I've done this in this car and chased that car in front a lot. And it is so frustrating, and I'm feeling exactly what Ricardo Fell is feeling right now, because he can't get close enough to the rear bumper of the Mercedes because of that aero wash we spoke of early, and exploit the Audi's strengths, which is downforce and speed across the top of the mountain. What the AMG Mercedes has in its benefit, it is got good downforce, but not as good as the Audi, but it's got great torque and really good traction off the slow speed corners here at Forest Elbow. So look how Ricky Fella's closed up, and he's going, all right, I'm going to use the toe. It's going to help me pass him down into the end of Conrad Straight. But look at the Merc, it just slowly pulls away as they get up to speed. And right about now, the Audi starts to close in again with the toe, but you don't get close enough to pass on the braking zone, and you do it lap after lap after lap. So you think, I'm going to wait for the guy in front to make a mistake. The problem is the guy in front is Mauro Engel. He doesn't make mistakes all that often, so it's so hard. So you need to use lap traffic to use them as a pick and hope that Mauro gets held up in the wrong spot and you can get on through. But it is so frustrating when you can't exploit the strength of your car when you're chasing someone like this.
And this is what you were talking about before as well in terms of a pit stop window, in that right now the Audi team will be going, okay, if we can't pass on track, can we do it in the lane? Yeah. Do we go for an undercut? Do we pit earlier to try and jump them on track by getting that undercut, by getting a fresh driver on fresh tyres potentially out there as the sun starts to poke its way over the Blue Mountains now in this wonderful hour. The other thing that's going to happen, the temperature will go up quickly. So still sub 20 at the moment, but in a couple of hours it's going to be 25, 26, and then by lunchtime in the low 30s as the Hallmark Audi goes very wide at the chase. Dean Fiore, the door's going to be just ajar.
3 wide, here comes Tony D'Alberto trying to take advantage. Fiore goes to the lane. There's plenty happening in this little battle pack. Wow.
Was that planned for Fiore to go in?
How do we know?
Who knows?
He'll come back to you on that.
Almost, well, he couldn't get to the lane because Fabian Schiller was going around the outside, so he almost had to back off, and Tony D was up the inside, and all of a sudden the world opened up for him, and Jamie Day's thinking, it's been a bit adventurous for me the last half an hour. I don't need to get involved in this in the Aston Martin. So ultimately, Fabian Schiller got through, no one made contact, and Dean Fiore is in pit lane.
And Tony D'Alberto is going around the outside in the Lambo. But Schiller has track position and up the inside at Griffin's Bend, visit New South Wales corner, with Day continuing to try and find his way past. So this looks like routine service. So it's 80 seconds, a full service pit stop. You can take a pit stop that isn't timed, but you can only put tyres on the car or fix some minor damage. So if you need to put some race tape on to put a front splitter back together or something along those lines. But otherwise, it's 80 seconds from the pit in line where you get to the 40 k's an hour speed limiter and right the way through to the other end, 80 seconds when you hit that pit limiter release and head up Mountain Straight.
Now, guys, unless there's been a change to the rules, and I was a little bit far down pit lane, but that looked like fuel and tyres at the same time on that car.
Good point. We run the old-style Le Mans pit rules here. You can fuel or tyre, but not do both. So that will be being looked at the moment. And race control have said they can. A moment or two ago, side by side, hip and shoulder. I think they were coming into the pit lane there, but unfortunately the
lane was blocked.
The lane was blocked. Did he not have one of those little flashy lights on his outside mirror there as he was coming through on the left-hand side mirror to tell him there was a car up the inside?
It started at the chase where Fiore overcommitted on the apex. Schiller's going, well, I'm going around the outside, and then Fiore had to actually jump on the brakes to get behind Jamie Day to get into pit lane. Tony D'Alberto was trying to take advantage of that. Here's the replay from the Aston Martin. So we get through the chase here. Fiore runs it on a little bit. Schiller's going to go around the outside. D'Alberto goes to the inside thinking, here we go. They go 3 wide for a little while, and then Dean Fiore disappears as he takes the brake pedal. Goes behind the Aston Martin. It was like a computer game, that bit there, wasn't it?
Shh. Don't tell anybody.
It was incredible. Like Dean Fiore hit the reset button and ended up in pit lane.
Yeah. Control Alt F9. straight to the pits.
And just to finish that point on the pit stop thing, it was in the regs last year where you had to fill in and couldn't do anything else on the car, but they changed it, and I'd suggest with the reduced pit stop time as well, so it's only 5 seconds shorter than last year, but 5 seconds made the difference in winning or losing this race. And the last couple have been decided by much less than that, so they're allowing them to do tyres and fuel at the same time. Fairly common sense sort of rule adjustment there.
Curious time for the 9 car to come to the lane. Pretty much 10 laps short of the opening window. We expect that this first stint will be a little bit shorter than what the cars are capable of doing, given they've done an out lap to the grid, 2 formation laps, and then the race started. Here's Ross Gunn dancing the heart of racing, AMG Mercedes. You can see the sun. We were talking about when you come at Skyline, we're looking right from where the sun is, right into Ross Gunn's eyes. And you start the race in the dark with a tinted visor, and this is why. You can see the sun reflecting off his visor there. So you do the first half of the stint with your visor up and all sorts of junk going in your eyes because you can't see where you're going because it's dark. You flick the visor down as soon as the sun comes up. And that was a great shot of the sun in Ross Gunn's eyes.
Would you go up and down on the visor at parts of the lap?
No, once it's down, it's down.
It stays down?
So you basically wait until the sun peaks over Skyline and then lock the visor down because it's too hard adjusting. There's enough light and shade on the track as it is without introducing your own light and shade with your visor.
And you were a full visor rather than a peak.
I was always,
even on a full face helmet, you can't get a peak, can't you?
I was always full visor with the visor down all the time, except for the first 15 minutes of this race.
Mostert by 8 seconds in the Ferrari that he shares with Will Brown and Daniel Serra. Chazzy doing Chazzy things. He's established himself worldwide as a maestro in GT3, and he showed it in that early running. What was it, 7 laps, you said, Craill, to get to the head of the field? And now, again, just relaxing into his job as he's into probably about the last third of this first stint. As they're coming through, he'll be feeding back information. Battle starting to heat up behind Maxi Goats and Farfus, and still I tell you what.
No, Maro's going to park it on the apex here, mate. There's no way Ricky Fella's getting up the inside of Maro Engel. So we're 55 minutes into this race.
Chop back,
here we go.
Got the inside.
Switch back, and he's done it.
Brilliant.
He's done it. So it's taken 55 minutes. They were banging doors on lap 1 up Mount Straight. It's taken Ricardo Fella 55 minutes to get back to where he was at the start of the race, in front of Maro Engel.
Well, that was how Audi got to the podium at the end of last year's race. Chris Haase, very similar move, was outside, switched back, got back up the inside. Good pass. Ricky Fella finally squeezes his way through on the 24th lap of the race, as some fairly well-known racing car driver names prepared themselves for forthcoming pit stop. So they worked stint lengths on fuel economy in this race, but they'll also do it on driver time, and we'll touch on that, but you're looking for somewhere around 1 hour and 10 and 1 hour and 15 will be a longish single stint in this race.
Look how far that was set up, that pass. That wasn't just 1 corner back, that was 2 corner back for that pass.
Well, probably even further back, as there we go, the switchback of Ricardo Fella on Maro Engel. It was probably further back than that. It was leaving Forest Elbow. And Ricardo Fella getting as good a run as he could out of Forest Elbow, got the toe all the way down Conrod, so he could position Maro on the inside in the braking zone, and then start that switchback that he ultimately did 2 corners later. It was an early start today, wasn't it, guys? So a bit of shut-eye while you can before the action heats up. And it started very hot, and it will continue to be hot through the day.
Their phones will be lighting up as we speak with character references and sleeping on the job jokes and things like that. I love it. Mostert by 8.4 seconds, and the first sector clear of the back of that Mercedes-AMG. Ricky Fella sets his fastest first sector of the entire car race. So he's got a head of steam now and looking to get some track position and get to the back of Augusto Farfus. It's funny, the Mercs aren't particularly speedy in a straight line, but your point was that torque we've been talking about, how they fire out of that corner.
Well, they get up the speed very quickly, which makes it tricky for the following cars to get a run on them. This is the trickiest stint in the day to get the tyre pressure right, because the ambient conditions we haven't seen all weekend. It's obviously dark and the air's denser and cooler, and so you've got to sort of forecast, well, how hot how quickly is the temperature going to rise in this first hour of the race? How quickly is the track temperature going to rise in this first hour of the race? And you've got to somewhat lick your finger, stick it up in the air and almost get a feel for the air before you set the tyre pressure at the start of this race. Because I think Maro Engel, for example, was very strong early and has faded as the stint went on. So I think they started their tyre pressure quite high and maybe just fading a little bit in the back end of this stint. And the teams will adjust now as they start to get information. They get the tyre pressures live on the telemetry, so they don't have to wait and take the pressures when the car gets to pit lane. They'll adjust the pressures as this stint goes on, ready for this first pit stop.
Chan Guven in the Porsche back in 9th place has just set his quickest lap of the race as well at a 2:03.2, so there's good pace. Just check the temperature. It's actually colder than it was at the start. It's that little pre-dawn moment when the temperature bottoms out. So just 16 degrees, but it'll come up very, very quickly as the race goes on, as they deal with some traffic. And Ricky Fella, he's had 3/4 of a lap of joy of clear racetrack, and now he's got Augusto Farfus in the BMW, and he's got a Mercedes tucked up behind his rear wing. It'll be the last thing in the world he wants is Maro Engel to work his way past again.
It's going to be the widest R8 Audi you've ever seen in the braking zone, because there's no chance that Ricardo Fella's letting Maro Engel through again.
Yeah, he's got one of those little levers like Professor Pat Pending used to have on wacky races, and it'll just go out about another metre or a metre and a half. That's the battle for third position, by the way. Chaz Mostert up the road by 9.5 seconds to Maxi Goats, and then 2 seconds further back is the battle for third on down.
Yeah, and second's actually not that far up the road either, as you mentioned, John. So
seconds, yeah.
Ricky Fella, though, he sort of got his ears boxed early. He's not too far away from second as he mounts his fight back, and the McLaren just get elbowed out of the way by Lucas Stoltz. He's not wasting any time. He's not far behind that battle pack for second and third either. So whilst Chaz is up the road, the rest of our main contenders are very close proximity. As we look in the eyes of Augusto Farfus, he's still got the visor up. And just there, you can see the sun in and out.
Yeah, the sun on the sun strip. Yeah.
So great shot, that. Love that.
Love the super slow-mos we've got. Our slow-mos are even more slow and super this year than ever before. And if you can, listen on headphones for a bit if you're away from the track, because the audio mix this year is stunning. Chaz Mostert by 9 seconds at the front of the field, but the battle pack is forming behind Maxi Goats, who's 2 seconds ahead in second of Farfus, Fella, Engel and Stoltz. We might as well, and actually add Thomas Randall into that. You might as well put all of those together, because very shortly we're going to have a 5-car scrap for what would be the third place in the box in 11 hours' time. And I think we've already come down. Where's that time gone, by the way? Where's my first hour gone, lads?
Just thinking the same thing. Thomas Randall's been a quiet little achiever in this opening stint, given the duties of starting car 222.
Keep an eye out for the 183 Audi coming to pit lane. I think I just saw Ricardo Fella take his helmet air off his helmet, and that's what they tell you to do, where you tell you to do it. So either he was adjusting the helmet air, or he's taken it off, because you do that usually down Conrod before you come to pit lane. So it's one thing less to remember when you come to the lane. So does he peel in? Not this time, so he's adjusting it. So we're not far away, within 3 or 4 laps, I think, of coming to pit lane. And you said Thomas Randall was playing himself in nicely. So is Raffaello Marciello in the 46 BMW. He's down in 8th. He's only 6 seconds away from second. So there you go. They are set up at JMEC Racing. So I wonder whether they called an audible there and went around once more.
Touched on the fact that you can get an undercut, especially when you're caught up behind the car in front. While the pit stop times are in theory the same if all goes to plan at 80 seconds, it's that outlap and the inlap, and we've seen some pretty heroic inlaps here and some outlaps as well that have helped dictate where the race plays out and if you can jump somebody in the lane.
No tyre warmers. No. I'll keep saying that for those of you who aren't used to this. No tyre warmers, and there is an absolute art to getting those tyres warmed up so that you don't absolutely throw away a bunch of time on your first, lap and a half?
Yeah, a lap, definitely the first lap. And I think the play here is actually the overcut.
Yeah.
Staying out on a hot tyre is going to be quicker
at this time of the race.
Staying out on a hot tyre, getting one more lap, is better. And I wonder whether they said to Ricky Fella then, if the BMW stays out, you stay out. Because if you've got the fuel to do it, you want to do one more lap. So whilst the car in front comes in, does their stop, and the new driver's getting the tyre up to temperature, the car that stays out and overcuts, it's got the hot driver, hot tyres, he's in the groove, maximum push lap, and try and go around the outside of them if effectively with an overcut.
And to that point, this will be the worst the tyres will be for the entire day, because right now, there's no UV in pit lane because the sun hasn't got there yet.
Yeah, so you can't preheat your tyre.
Correct, still shaded down below us in the working side and the back of the garages as well. So as the sun comes up, all the tyres will be out the back of the garages, baking in the sun to get them up and get some core temperature into it. Well, what a start it's been to this race as we work our way into the second hour of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour, and the sun is up, the temperature coming up outside and inside, and at 5:45 a.m. the field burst into life, waved away by the legendary Jackie Ickx, and it was incredible from the outset with Maximilian Goats backing his car into turn one, Ricardo Fella, the pinball machine in the middle, Maro Engel on the outside, and Augusto Farfus in a BMW carving his way through the field. Chaz Mostert doing the same. Busy stuff in the first 500 or 600 metres of this race as they raced into the pre-dawn, and it was Chaz with big moves and big moments, as he is prone to do in that Arise Racing Ferrari.
Yeah, Chaz was making his way to the front very quickly. This battle between Maro Engel and Ricardo Fella started at lap 1, turn 1, and it went for 55 minutes, and they battled and they battled and they battled. Chaz Mostert had big speed, went to the lead past Maxi Goats and disappeared up the road. Chaz Mostert starting the race, doing Chaz Mostert things. He leads now by 9.5 seconds. Jamie Day had this moment in the Aston Martin, contact with the concrete wall as he exited the tree, making his run down to Forest Elbow. And then finally, Ricardo Fella got up the inside of Maro Engel and took that spot for fourth. But Chaz Mostert, he's in the groove and he's doing it very nicely right now.
Sun is properly up, so that darkness period has gone. And is that him coming to the pit lane? Is that the leader thinking about coming in? It's about the right time. Class leaders, Craill.
Scott Andrews on top in the Pro-Am class. Green number you can see there. Ross Gunn for Heart of Racing leading the bronze. And on the track and in class, just behind is David Russell, leader of the silver class. Tommy Hayman's leading GT4 in the Method Motorsport McLaren Artura, and he's got 9 seconds over Mark Griffith's car, the Mercedes-AMG, still driven by Adam Christodoulou, and then Josh Buchan. And into the lane, the first to blink is Jamek Racing and Team MPC, who have been here for a very long time and know how to play this race out. Into the lane they come, and Ricky Fella with the belts loose already. There's going to be a driver change, the first of the race so far.
So the first 2 cars to come to the lane have both been the MPC Audis. So the 9 car came nearly 8 laps ago. Yeah. And now the first of our real front runners, Ricardo Fella, comes to the lane. So they don't have to do the rapid driver change because they have roughly 45 seconds of sit-still time with that mandated 80 seconds from pit in to pit out. Liam Talbot, who we saw suited and booted, he jumps aboard. The team taking the opportunity to put another set of tyres on, so they're not double stinting that first set of tyres.
Liam lives for moments like this. This is where he will be at his very, very best. To be fired up about this moment to take control of this car, which will be a contender throughout the course of the day. Remember, Brock Feeney, the third driver in this combination, and he's very good in these cars.
Single stint, start the race.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
that's what Chad was saying earlier on down in the Pirelli pit bunker.
Oh, don't forget this car is playing the Pro bronze driver in the Pro class. Yep. So theoretically, if Liam Talbot gets in here, does 1 hour, he could be done for the day.
Yep.
So they're trying to get that done early, getting their bronze driver 1 hour, 60 minutes done early, giving them then, I mean, that's not saying Liam Talbot might not get in because we know he's fast at the mountain, but that gives them total flexibility with their driver time strategy later in the race.
And they will try and maximise this stint for Liam as long as they can. If they can keep him in the car for 1 hour and 15 minutes, potentially
it opens
now,
that window.
Correct, because remember that number Chad talked about in the Pirelli pit bunker at the start? That's one way to get some rear tyre temperature in an Audi R8 and blow our ears out in the commentary box.
Sorry, what did you say there?
Correct. If they can get more time out of Liam Talbot, that 340 minutes we've been talking about for the pros as Chaz Mostert comes into the lane.
Just looking at the Audi pit stop time, guys, 1 minute 46 spent in pit lane, so that's 106 seconds. That's a lot longer than the minimum 80.
That's a good point, Chad, and that's something the teams need to be aware of. Whilst you don't have to do these rapid driver changes like we do see in some categories around the world, you still need to get it done and make sure you transit the lane from the moment you put the pit limiter on to the moment you turn the pit limiter off, has to be 80 seconds. So now pretty much everyone coming to the lane. The BMW's gone around though, so that's interesting. Both BMWs have gone around, as has Anchan Guven in the Porsche. So all the teams will now be starting to watch each other. Who's got what fuel economy?
Our camera operators in the truck making art this morning. We're not just covering a motor race. Absolutely outstanding work with that sun-up.
So they're double stinting tyres on the Craft Bamboo AMG Mercedes. You can see them adjusting the tyre pressure there as they refuel the car.
But that doesn't change they don't get an advantage from that. That doesn't change the minimum pit stop.
No,
as soon as the fuel hose goes on, it's 80 seconds. If you decide not to put the fuel hose on and just change tyres, you can do it as quick as you can get those 4 lug nuts off Craig Lowndes in the pit lane, the 222.
So a minute,
sorry, Thomas Front.
A minute 23 for Will Brown, pit in to pit out, so 83 seconds for the Arise Racing GT Ferrari, so that's pretty good. A minute 25 for Maxi Goat, so they lost 2 seconds relative to the Ferrari. The 80 seconds could be ambitious by the looks of what we've seen so far. If you can do it in 80 seconds, apparently you're doing a good job. So 84 seconds for 222 with Craig Lowndes now behind the wheel. 88 seconds for 75 Express for Sun Energy One and Kenny Hindhaugh.
That was one team I knew. If anyone's going to kick it closest to the 80 seconds, it's going to be the 75 car. Kenny Hindhaugh aboard that one. So Hindhaugh and Liam Talbot aboard those Pro bronze cars. So both teams mirroring each other with that strategy. So here's Will Brown just leaving his mark on their pit box as he takes off. I see you, Liam Talbot, and raise you.
Let's see if they put tyres on the Ferrari. I don't think they did. Mostert handing that car over in very good shape. Chaz's first stint run at an average lap pace of 203.5.
Just looking at that.
And 7 of those laps were traffic polluted as he made his way to the front. So
we're hearing that they put tyres on the 36 Ferrari, which is the Pro-Am car. Brad Schumacher started that car and they were running down in 16th position, but they've kept the same tyres on the Pro car that was leading the race. And
staying in.
So they've gone 1 lap longer at Absolute Racing. The Kangaroo Skippy up the side, the same livery they ran in 2020 when they got pole position and finished 4th in the race.
Both BMWs still going, as is Maro Engel. So we did say early that Maro Engel looked like his speed was drifting. I think he was just being economical with his fuel use and trying to stretch this first stint.
Driver change at Gaia Valmont Racing. Scott Andrews, after a very tidy opening stint, first time racing in Oz for a decade. It's the 77 early contender, Maxi Goats, in the gravel trap at Elf Murray's Corner, and that will 100% be the first BMW safety car period of the race.
How has he got there?
He must have arrived backwards.
They didn't change tyres. Oh, this is going to be something with traffic.
Safety car boards and flags. Safety car boards and flags.
It's the Ferrari.
Oh my goodness!
26 Ferrari of Will Brown and Maxi Goats. They were battling for position.
He arrived backwards, as I suspected. You don't get in there and drive in that way around. So now, pick the bones out of that one.
Well, Goetz is in the gravel trap, and there was contact to the Ferrari. So 2 of our real front contenders. Has that damaged the front of the Ferrari?
Inhibitors must be activated.
So go safety car. All cars now are 80k an hour.
BMW staying out, seems like a genius call.
They
bail into pit lane.
They have got the free kick of all free kicks, as has Maro Engel. So
the beauty of it is for them, they hadn't even got to the point of catching a safety car because they were on Conrod Straight when that was called. So This is a gift of all gifts for WRT.
Exactly what we're talking about. If you can save a bit of fuel, and this is why I like the fact that we've been able to have as long a stint as possible, Garth. Saved a little bit of fuel, opened the window. Thank you very much. We'll take that.
Oh, we often wonder and say how professional WRT are, and they win all the big races all around the world. And my people often say, geez, they're always so lucky. They're not lucky. They're just smart, and they're good.
You are, the
and
luckier you get.
Save fuel, make the window as big as you can. If an opportunity comes, you take it, and they have taken it in the first stop.
Chaz Mostert, what opening stint. Clearly you like leading this race, and you've been thinking about making those moves. Talk about getting to the front and having clear track ahead.
Yeah, it was really nice. It's always nice to open here at the 12 hour, but the car performance is really, really good in the dark and cool, crisp air around here, and the aero is really quite cool across the top. So done a lot of laps here in my time. So yeah, I really enjoy that opening stint. It's probably one of the coolest stints that you can do in any race car around the world. So yeah, the car was really good. Had some fun with a couple of those super pros out the front. But yeah, the car was really good. I hope we can kind of stay in the mix through the middle of the day and it comes back to us a little bit at the end of the day. But that was really a lot of fun.
Would have put an even bigger smile on your face if I told you were leading two classes at the same time, because McLaren got to the front of GT4.
Yeah, it's quite funny when you're cruising around there and you're leading the Open at the whole race, and then you're kind of also keeping an eye on the GT4 battle pack as well. So those three cars in that GT4 field are going to be really awesome. I wish more GT4s would enter this race, because the experience these silvers and bronze guys are getting is second to none. And doing this race and their experience will take them to the next level. So the good thing about here is everyone's in the GT3 is really kind to them most of the time. And yeah, we need more in this race. It'd be really cool.
I agree with that. Now we are under a safety car. Your car was involved with that. I know that you didn't see the incident as it happened live, but what is it like battling out there with all these pros? You said it's pretty elbows out.
Yeah, it is. You just got to, you know, pick your strengths and your weaknesses. So just watching it now, you know, I'd say Will was kind of there and old mate kind of come across. So I hope we don't get a penalty for that. Yeah, it's those guys try to squeeze you as much as you can. So yeah, we'll see how we go. See what happens out of that.
Fingers crossed the rest of the way.
Thank you. Cheers.
I would not like to be calling that in race control. We'll leave them to do their job. The safety professionals have got the 77 back out of the gravel.
So Maxi Goats drops a lot of the Bathurst Regional Council's gravel trap on pit straight, so he might take the opportunity under the safety car. Ironically, is the car that helped it into the gravel, whether right or wrong, draws alongside and probably can't pass it.
No,
He needs to stay right where he is. But they're on a different lap, though, so they've dropped a lap. Now, we call it the lucky dog rule is still in effect this year, so which means that cars a lap down can get back in front of the field on a safety car restart later into the race.
I was going to say, it doesn't kick in for the first 3 hours, I think, of the race. So
there is, it's the whole hope is not lost for Craft Bamboo Racing, but man, they're on the back foot now.
You see the amount, and Maxi Gott's doing everything he can offline to get as much of that gravel out of the car as he can. But you see, like, these cars are designed to go forwards and forwards very efficiently. When they go backwards into gravel traps, they are a great excavator. And you can just see, and it's actually done a bit of damage to one of the rear strakes in the floor. That's not significant, but just how long's half a lap now, and there's still gravel coming out of the back of the thing. So watch here as he nails it.
It's so intricate at the back as well, even behind the rear wheels, the strakes there for the air exiting from the wheel arches, and that's caught a whole load of gravel as well.
So you just see it now as he tries to shake it out of all the ducts and out of the floor. And if Maxi's got a visor, I'd be putting that down too, because as you get up to speed, there's dust and everything that flies through the cockpit of the car. So as I said, the race cars, particularly GT3 cars, very good at going forwards, but when they go into the gravel trap backwards, it's amazing where that gravel can go.
We probably need to have a talk about the incident as well, and race control will be looking at the replays. And to be clear, they carry all of the same assessment equipment at this race that they'll have at every Repco Supercars Championship round. So all of the analysis tools, the EVS and replay, they run upstairs in Motorsport Australia Race Control for race director James Taylor, for Craig Baird, who's driver standards, and all the team up there to assess the incident as thoroughly as they can to ensure that if a penalty needs to be applied, it can be a fair one that matches the crime that's been committed. So they'll be going through that process right now, and the stewards will be up there discussing that while we're behind the control of the BMW safety car.
I think that's a tough one to call. I really do. But
yeah, it definitely is. Absolutely.
Yeah. I could see it both ways. I'm not sure it's smart at this early part of the race to be putting yourselves in those positions, but you know, as we said, racing drivers be racing drivers.
Just as generally happens when these incidents happen in these races, those that have been aggrieved in the past by similar incidents start texting each other. And just got a text message from one Dane saying, I remember when one of my cars in this race got put into that gravel trap. Who was driving that car? I'm not going to say who was driving the car at the time, but it always happens every year. So good morning, Roland. Good to see that you're watching the race.
Working the first safety car behind the glorious BMW that's leading the field up Mountain Straight. Heart of racing, gentlemen. Ian James in that car, the bronze driver in the bronze class. Ian driving as well as he ever has done, trying not to think about Valkyrie things. But he's up to 4th position, and the cause of the safety car down at the final corner, Elf Murray's. Garth Tander, call it.
Oh, thank you very much, John Hindhaugh.
No pressure. You're the driver, mate. You're
okay,
the driver.
So here we are on board here. Will Brown. Maxi Goats is going to appear just to the side of us there. Don't forget, Goats was on a hot tyre, didn't change tyres. Will Brown, we think, did change tyres. So it's the end of the outlap, but very close. We heard from Chaz Mostert saying, oh, it looked like Maxi came down. And surprise, surprise, from the Craft Bamboo pit bunker, it looks like their opinion was slightly different. And that is what Craig Baird and Motorsport Australia Race Control will be doing, is looking at all of the camera vision that they have.
So this is right from the very beginning of the incident, so
Will
Brown on an outlap, remember.
Defending the position down into the
to
final
right,
corner.
to right.
I think that's, to me, that's two cars converging on the same bit of tarmac. And Will didn't look to me like he drifted up. It did look like Maxi was trying to take the corner. Was he far enough around the outside? That's why I love the fact that I don't have to make that decision.
So action as we're behind the safety car. Action on lap 1 as well. Ricardo Fella right literally in the middle of it. Can you talk us through lap 1 going up Mountain Straight?
Yeah, actually it's not how I wanted to start this race. I think the Merc on pole just braked very, very late and came wide because actually I was planning to stay on his right through the corner. But then I had to brake and go on the inside, obviously, and then there was another Merc suddenly, and then they were both driving into me, so I couldn't do anything. And the car, I think, is also a bit damaged on the front and especially on the right side. But yeah, now we just need to try to survive.
But steering was okay?
Yeah, it moved a bit, but it's fine to race.
All right, thank you, Ricky. I just want to bring up another point. We saw a slow pit stop for this team, and if I come over towards the fuel rig on this operation, they are working on this at the moment, and they're hoping to figure out what the problem was that cost them a little bit of time. It looked like a slightly slower pit stop for you guys as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had a problem on the fuel rig. I don't know exactly what happened, but we lost about 20 seconds, which for sure is not ideal. But yeah, that's racing. The race is long, and we try our best to fight back.
All right, thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Just one thing on that, the fuel bowser that's there, the tank, there is a specific height off the ground that can only be. And while Craill and I were doing the pit walk earlier on, they had on Thursday, they had the tape measure out to make sure, all the teams were making sure that was all within the rules, chat.
And just for some more added complexity, they are thinking it might not be at the rig end, it actually might be at the car end. It's the fuel tank that's not breathing, but it didn't do it during practice. So if that's true and they're losing 20 seconds of pit stop, you could just about put a strike through their name right now.
Wow. Thanks, Chad. Good intel. Lights are out on the BMW safety car, and with that I can bring you some news from Motorsport Australia Race Control. No further investigation will take place on the contact between the Ferrari and the Mercedes-AMG
racing incident.
Correct. So lights are out. Augusto Farfus. So BMW's
overrun the chase.
BMW's got a free kick out of this. They've got track position by staying out and taking advantage of the safety car.
and Augusto Farfus leads the race down. It's Valentino Rossi behind the wheel of car 46 in second place. It's still wild to say that. Maxime Martin behind the wheel, former BMW driver, chasing the car he drove last year and wide. Ian James, was it? In the heart of racing car it was, and you cannot pass until you get to the control line under the bridge. So it's all chocked up in peak hour traffic early in the morning on Mount Panorama, and the field will split as a result. So both BMWs and Maxime Martin in the GMR Mercedes-AMG have got massive track position out of this. That 77 car's now a lap behind. They need to wait for the next safety car a little bit later in the race to try and get their lap back. And there's GT4 cars in all of this as well.
You actually saw, I was like, why is Maxi Goat putting his foot on the brake going up Mountain Straight? It's because he had to change lanes because of the GT4 cars. Even before they got to the control line, Augusto Farfus bowled a wide at the chase. So as soon as the safety, oh no, one of the McLarens backwards at turn 2. Into the wall, the 25 car.
Ryan Sorensen.
So was there contact as some of the faster cars coming through? Now he's stuck. And this is hard. Trying to, well, yeah, one, actually get reversed with a paddle shift gearbox, and two, you've got to get it up the hill when you reverse out of there. So there we go. He's done a flick turn. And now it's actually damage to the front splitter.
Come on, come on.
But has he done damage to it? So what happens here? Was it cold tyre? Oh, no. Was it number 9, Dean Fiore. Contact with Sorensen turns him around.
Race control don't like that.
No, not at all.
Fast class car gets caught up with a slow class car. And this, just to unpick, was what was going on the restart, because you cannot overlap until you get to that control line. And Ian James had a big overlap, and he got that track position in the 27 car, ran it wide at Elf Murray's corner, and then no one could get by until they got to that control line. So they're all choked up there. It's like trying to merge onto the freeway and everyone doing it badly.
Great heads up by Max Martin, so he didn't overtake. He actually had to slow down, got a tap from behind from Will Brown for his trouble. What about the weaving when the safety car lights were out there, GT?
So that's a rule change for this year. Traditionally, in the past, in Australia, once the lights go out on the safety car, you have to stop weaving, which has been a local rule that's caught out a lot of the international drivers here in the past. But Australia now has gone back to more of the international style rules that you can continue to wave once the lights go out on the safety car. One caveat on that is, though, later in the race, when we do have the lucky dog wave around scenario take place, you're not allowed to weave on that last lap out of Forest Elbow whilst the wave by cars are getting past the safety car and getting their lap back.
I like that rule change, because so many times over the years, internationals in particular have been caught out by it, and it's affected the race by having quite a big penalty for, and I get it, you've got to know the rules and play the rules to the location you're racing, but just brings the race into line a little bit more internationally.
How many times did you read the rule book when you were full-time driving?
Oh, well, for me it was okay, because it's the same as the Supercars Championship, but when I was doing this race and I had international teammates, my job in the team was to go through all the local rules and just drum it into them. So one of the Ferraris, Elliott Shute,
very slow.
He's just getting up to speed after this restart, and now, too wide across the top of the mountain. So it's awkward for both cars. You don't want to be offline and getting marbles and junk on your tyres. Shute trying to do the right thing, but he's really in an awkward spot. There's Lowndes. He's not doing the Dave Russell thing of going around the outside of Skyline. He knows he's been here before, seen that movie not end well. So now Shute in the 36 Ferrari, just trying his best to get up to speed. There'll be junk all over his tyres after that moment with the 91 Porsche getting by.
I think if 4 or 5 years ago you told Elliott Shute, when he was winning a driver search competition in the West to get a steering and a rise racing radical, that he'd be getting mugged by Craig Lowndes in the opening stages of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour, he would have laughed in your face.
Exalting him off. He's making that around the outside of the kink. Wow. Well, that tells you how long it takes the tyres to come up. We've just a note on this, guys, where the safety car came out and how it worked out. There's a few notable cars that have dropped off the lead lap here, so we will have to look out for who's in that lucky dog situation when we get further into the race.
Well, the one that actually got my attention was the 36 of Elliott Shute, the Pro-Am Ferrari. Whilst it wasn't in the top 10 prior to that safety car, it was certainly safely on the lead lap. So they've been shuffled through all that. Now they find themselves a lap down. That's why Elliott Shute was having to battle with faster cars trying to get around him.
Also, the Bain Porsche has gone a lap down as well. Maurice Shewring getting his goal.
A drive-through penalty to car 888 for a safety car breach.
Right. So 888, Maxime Martin, the Group M AMG Mercedes.
Is that because he slowed down coming to the line?
Well, no, because it was Maxi Goats that actually was behind Ian James that had the moment, so he did the right thing there. So we'll get Chad or Shea to go and find out exactly what that breach was. It just says pit lane pen for
passing under
breach.
yellow.
Okay, so we're hearing passing under yellow. So that's a slam dunk, and no doubt. And Richard Craill mentioned earlier that all these cars have the cameras in them for judicial, so it'll be on the camera, it'll be irrefutable, and that's a pretty easy penalty to give if they have the evidence. So that's the car that currently runs third. Here's this moment with Lowndes and Shute, and I think Lowndes thought that Shute was just going to back out of that one.
He was not.
And luckily CL's done a lap or two around here, so he was in the right spot, and there was actually a bit going on behind there. Yeah, so there you go, there's one around, and is that James that went around? It was Kenny Hindhaugh that was trying to get up the inside of Ian James. So here we go on board Liam Talbot. Kenny Hindhaugh right in front of us. Kenny's going up the inside of James.
Touch.
Just touch, and around James goes. So that was one of those sort of indecisive ones. No, you go, no, you go, no, you go. And that's like...
You both end up crashing.
In the end, you're both crashing. Kenny would have been better off just jamming it in there, and they would have been side-by-side contact, and James wouldn't have gone around.
Now, GMR need to take this drive-through as soon as they can, because with all that drama that was going on the restart with Ian James and checking everybody up, the three leading cars... Lowndes. He's got an issue.
Tyre.
Oh, no.
Left rear.
Well, if it's going to happen, and Jules Gounon will tell you this from when he won the race in 2020, do it just before you get to pit lane.
He's put, like, the pit lane's right there. Where's he going? Where are you going, Craig Lowndes?
He's stopping.
He's got more problems than just a tyre.
Yeah, so there's been a significant failure, but wouldn't you drag it back to the lane? And positive he was just coming out of the chase there.
He was, absolutely. That's under the spares box bridge.
He's undoing his belt.
Space left there, so he need to unpack that one, and that car was looking very strong.
Hold your breath.
Grove car and the Aston Martin. There's a Ferrari in there, side by side.
We're planning to get Lowndesy up in box at some point over the course of the day, but that's not quite what we had planned. And he is out of that car. Thumbs up to the official, so he's okay. We'll try and unpick what's going on with a contending car, and Scott Taylor has put together an awesome program. Now, Lowndesy going to the right front corner. Wife Lara watching on. Rod Nash down there in the garage as well. Two of his Tickford Racing boys in that team this weekend.
The crew's waiting for him to come back in, guys. They're lined up in the front, and they're actually saying, why is he getting out? They're watching the pictures, getting that information from us. They don't know what's wrong with the car, but to them, it looks fixable.
Yeah, I mean, it baffles me that you're that close to pit entry, and if the thing was upside down on fire, you'd be still skull dragging it into pit lane to try and fix it at this stage of the race. So, like, I mean, Craig's done, Craig Lowndes has so much experience.
Contact? There must have been contact somewhere else, and he's done a drive shaft or something else.
But you still try and get it back, surely.
I mean, it's downhill. You coast into the lane from there. Chase.
So there's the
it's gone. It's suspension.
It's clearly, but more than just a tyre. So whether he does not have the drive to do it, whether it is like
good call,
like that it's failed that heavily that you literally can't drive the car back to pit lane. That would be the only thing that you'd expect would stop that car getting back to pit lane, as it doesn't have the physical drive to get there.
That's why I thought drive.
Kenny, I think he's giving a character assessment out the window.
This is on Liam Talbot. It's called on
Tommy Milner now.
Yeah, that's right. Kenny was in Daytona. He saw that.
Actually, no, he was long gone.
Oh, Liam, up the inside.
Contact!
Hip and shoulder.
I think that character assessment's going to go on. I just caught it when we got that shot. Kenny was waving, and I don't think he was saying good morning to Liam Talbot.
Every year we sit here and go, do these guys know that this race has still got 10.5 hours to go? So they're the two bronze drivers in pro cars looking to get their driving time ticked off and handed over to some of the best GT racers in the world. And now Brenton Grove is going to try and sneak his way through. And behind that, there's an Audi R8 that's pretty spicy with Dean Fiore, who's gone a lap down. So he's trying to work his way back into it as well.
Oh, it would look like Brenton Grove is lining up for the around the outside move. No, he pulls in. Smart play there. So Kenny Habul, it's been an eventful lap for him, and now they're catching the back of Talbot again. What's going on? No, Talbot's got a drama. Oh. It stopped. So as they made their run from Skyline, now here comes Grove down the inside of Habul. What a lap this has been. Lap 38.
Talbot touring. So is that dead stick? No, he's got
no engine. He's talking to the team.
His wheel's not straight.
Remember,
looks like it's sitting down.
Remember, Ricardo Fella said the car had damage from that contact early in the race.
Good point.
So I wonder if something's failed.
Yeah.
Steering arm, maybe something like that, but there's nothing waggling around at the front end.
So this was the contact with Habul, which was reasonably light. So whether it's a tyre starting to go down, but it's sort of almost past the front corner. And it was side-on-side contact. So here we go on board Liam Talbot. So...
And car 75 being shown as under investigation as well, for what we're not entirely sure.
Okay, so there's Talbot up the inside. Actually gets the job done. I think there's nothing really in that. They'll both argue over that one, but to me, Talbot was far enough up the inside.
Listen here.
But we're just staying here with Liam Talbot. Just to understand what happened, because it was on this lap as he made his way over Skyline, down the dipper, that he started to slow. So now he's rolled out of it.
Yeah, he's out
of it now.
He's had something, a feel through the steering wheel.
Either feel through the steering wheel or an alarm on the dash.
We're hearing left front puncture is potentially the cause of this.
So that's heads-up driving from Liam Talbot, because if you feel something's wrong, you do not want to attack Reed Parker McPhillamy with 3 wheels on your wagon. So... And there's nothing he can do here. He just has to roll it down, single lane, and gets out of the way. Chad's got more from the lane.
Well, the complexity to this one is, from what I understand, Liam was saying to the team on the radio that the waving that he saw up Mountain Straight was Kenny waving him through. Yeah. So he's gone to make the move, and then now he's confused why Kenny's essentially tried to hold that position at the turn. Yeah, left front puncture indeed, and they're going to take that one off right now and send this car straight back out. No fuel going in so they can minimise the pit stop time.
Good shout, Chad, thank you. And you just saw at the bottom of your screen from Motorsport Australia a 15-second penalty for car 75, and that was for the contact with the Heart of Racing Mercedes. So this has been a busy little period in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour.
Can I just remind everybody, there's still 10 hours and 24 minutes to go. The socials are blowing up. V12HR.
They're not the only ones blowing up at the moment.
Can somebody tell these guys to ease down? My heart rate and blood pressure cannot take this for another 10.5 hours. This is incredible racing. Drama piled upon drama.
So we heard from Chad saying that Liam Talbot understood Kenny Habul's waving was, oh, I'm going to let you go. And for mine, it wasn't that. It was like, oh, good morning, but I'm not very happy with you.
Yeah.
Knowing Kenny, as we do. And that's the problem with waving in the car, is it can be interpreted so many different ways, and then ultimately it led to what took place with these two cars. Chad?
It wouldn't be a Bathurst 12 hour without Kenny getting a penalty, would it? Yeah. It's actually been something of a good luck charm to that team over the last few years. Did he get 2 a couple of years ago? Yeah. 2 drive-throughs, I think it was, and they still went on to win that race. They won the race.
Yeah, that's right.
So don't worry about a 15-second.
Maybe it's all part of the strategy.
Exactly.
Scott Taylor, Tom Randall going around to the team for Scott Taylor Motorsport. Ash Seawood running that operation this weekend, and the sorry side of their 222 AMG Mercedes. It looks like the recovery crew just chomping at the bit to throw the line out and pull it back. It's just out the back of the pit paddock. It is out of harm's way, so we are able to race on, but heart-wrenching for this team. They had a really fast race car, 3 very fast race car drivers. They thought they were going to be a chance to give the podium a shake this weekend. So here's Kenny Habul. He's got Dean Fiore behind him, who's a lap down, and then Brenton Grove. So Habul and Grove, the same position at 7th and 8th. Kenny with that 15-second. Oh, big contact. One of the McLarens has gone around. That's at Skyline, and it's parked right on the S's. That's a dangerous part of the racetrack. How has he got there? Ryan Sorensen has had a very...
Safety car boards and flags.
Oh, no, it's one of the Audis, so there's been contact. It's the 44, Marcel Zalua.
And that's the Pro-Am leader as well, and that's big damage on the right rear. So two class leaders, Crillsy, coming together. You're shaking your head. We were just saying nearly 10.5 hours to go, and it's just got a little bit spicy.
Second BMW safety car of the race, 10 hours and 21 to go, so just an hour and 38 in.
And that's that Audi won't go again. The McLaren definitely won't go again today.
Ryan Sorensen behind the wheel of that car on his Meguiar's 12-hour debut.
What a debut it's been too for Sorensen. Caught up at their first lap restart, and then now contact. Well, we assume contact between the 44 and the 25. So here we go. Zalua coming up on Sorensen for the run. The sky. Oh no! He's dropped it by himself, and Zalua was collected.
How's your look there? Oh my goodness me.
The Belmont Racing Audi just caught up in someone else's accident.
The damage on the Audi from hitting the wall rather than even being hit by the...
Well, that was trying to thread the needle there
exactly.
And couldn't get it done.
We are under the control of the BMW safety car at Mount Panorama for the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. And Ryan Sorensen in the Method Motorsport McLaren Artura has had an enormous moment at McPhillamy Park. The car's turned in to a 200 km/h plus corner. He's dropped a wheel off, he's spun and made heavy contact with the fence on driver's left. And Paul Marcel Zalua, minding his own business, has been collected by the McLaren, and there's big damage on the Audi R8 and the McLaren as a result. And we are behind the control of the safety car for the second time in what is proving to be another remarkably dramatic Australia's International Enduro for 2025. And Ryan Sorensen making his debut in this race. It was the class-leading car in the GT4 category. And this will be a reasonably lengthy safety car, you'd feel, as well, to clean up that. There's quite a lot we need to unpick through all of this. Marcel Zalua, you can't believe it. And they've put their heart and soul, boys, into this program, because he and his old mate Sergio Perez have longed to do this race in Pro-Am for a long time, and they went to Scott Andrews about 2 or 3 years ago and said, if we ever get to a Pro-Am combination when we need a pro driver, you're it. And they were true to their word, and they put Scotty in this car this weekend.
Couldn't get it back. No, I mean, they weren't going to fix that one anyway. It was significant damage.
Right, have a listen to this in real time. This is what happened on the top. Oh, that's brutal.
Maybe the KTM's going to have some luck, because that was the next car on the scene.
That could be
going to turn its luck, but no luck at all for Zalua or Sorensen. And, you know, Ryan Sorensen making his 12-hour debut, and we know how brutal the mountain can be, and he has learnt that one. Good to see the medical team on hand, helping Ryan get from the car. And here they come to the lane. So the leaders, the BMWs, are in, as is the 91 Porsche.
Grove Racing and Harter Racing already in and out, Craill.
Been and gone.
Yeah.
So it was Brenton Grove out, Stephen Grove in to get his 60 minutes for him done. So they're thinking it's going to be a reasonable safety car. Let's get some time into Stephen Grove. And that was, I sat in the strategy meeting last night at that team, and that's absolutely was the strategy. If we think we're going to get a long safety car, Steve, you're in.
And if I was a betting man, I'd bet they're going to put Sam Shahin behind the wheel of the Ben Porsche too, while they've got this safety car.
Yeah, Maurice Shearing's in. Yeah.
Different strategy here from the BMWs. They went super long at the start, and now they've come to the lane to top off, as does Will Brown. So we're about 10, 11 laps into this stint. So the team's taking the opportunity to fill while they can. Still, even though they're only a half fill, they still have to do the 80-second transit time. They can't splash and dash.
Yeah, wanted to follow up, and there's still a bunch of things we need to chase up and what's going on in a really busy period. So 15-second time penalty coming to Kenny Hindhaugh. Cannot serve that under a safety car, so they'll need to serve that under green flag conditions as there's a change in the leadership between the two BMWs. So
because they came in line astern, why are they leaving at such different times?
Mark that down as a change of the lead, the net race lead when it all shuffles out. And I wanted to tick the box on 888 with Maxime Martin, who, remember, had that drive-through penalty to serve. So I'm pretty confident they tick that off because they're shown as having been through pit lane twice. So this safety car will help 888. And it will bunch the field up that were quite badly split after that congestion. Now, Arise Racing GT have brought Will Brown into the lane. So they're going to work on the Ferrari too. And they've been sitting in the pit lane for 70 seconds now. And Marcel Zalua from Sydney with his good mate Sergio have worked so hard. He's going to go to the medical centre for the precautionary checks, which you have to do. That Team Medical Australia are an incredible bunch of human beings, and they will take the very best care of all the drivers. Oh, my heart breaks for those guys because they are just so passionate.
Ripper guys.
So passionate.
Sergio and Marcel, they love their racing. They punch so far above their weight
really
too
do.
with their racing, given their later start for their motor racing careers.
I was speaking to Marcel yesterday. He wasn't sure how much racing he'd do this year because he's very busy from a business point of view.
Busy paying for it.
Yeah, correct. And this is the opportunity, the officials, to pick up car 222 as well.
Craig Lowndes out of the 222 car. The crew was just wondering why you couldn't bring it back. We saw later on what happened at the top of the mountain.
Driver error. It's probably a rarity, but I went over Skyline. I was chasing the Lamborghini, and of course, with all the sort of bronze and other people going out there was a bit of carnage. But went over Skyline, went through the left, and as I was about to go tip right into the dipper, I just clipped that right wall, and it sort of spat me across. And I thought I'd saved it, but then it just hit the left rear, and that's what's the more damage. The left rear is the damaged one. Is actually I was trying to limp it home, but I think it's probably pulled the drive shaft out of that left side and it's lost drive. So unfortunately, we couldn't get it back to even repair it. So I'm just gutted for these guys. Everyone's put in 1,000% effort this week or this time, and for Scotty to do what he's done, to have the prostate cancer Australia again. But I'm actually gutted for Cam. He didn't get a chance to drive. At least Thomas actually had a good first in.
Well, and bigger picture, more important things, as you mentioned, the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, you guys raising money for them yet again, $30,000 in virtual laps before the race even began. Now you can focus more on that. So, I mean, there is a bright side to things, no matter how you look at it.
Oh, absolutely, like there always is. But, I'm just gutted I haven't done this for a long time, and, I just feel for the team because I know how much effort they've done. Look, it was my mistake, and, it's this place can bite, and it's pretty cruel at times, and we faced it today.
You're still a fan favorite here, Craig. Good luck next time, and we hope to see you back at the mountain.
We will be. Thank you.
We love Lowndesy, and we hate to see that. Little update at what went down with the BMW camp off the back of that one. A slower pit stop, a loss of nearly 20 seconds for the Vanderlinde car number 32. The problem was they turned the car off for the pit stop. It wouldn't turn back on. So electrical drama for the 32. Hopefully that isn't something that's going to rear its ugly head again.
Thanks, Chad. This is why we're behind the control of the BMW safety car once again. It's a very big crash. There's been some big ones at that part of the world over the journey at this place. The secondary impact as well, quite substantial.
Secondary and tertiary.
Well, yeah, drilled Audi, didn't it?
How unlucky is that Audi? It's literally clipped the back wheel. If he's 2 meters further down the road, he's past that.
Yeah, he's through it. I mean, that's Bathurst for you.
Yeah.
It's either your day or it's not. And unfortunately, for the number 44 Valmont Audi, it's not their day, nor Ryan Sorensen's. And when we were hearing from Craig Lowndes, I mean, when we were trying to work out what was going on with that car, and at no stage did any of us think that there was driver error involved, because it's Craig Lowndes at Bathurst. It just doesn't happen.
It didn't come into the equation.
It doesn't come onto your radar.
Nah.
There you go. That's what it means to the Valmont Audi crew. It's just devastating when it all goes away from you in a heartbeat.
Well, dramatic race, dramatic skyline not far down the road. Sydney and Sydney Harbour, an incredible part of the world to visit. And Sydney City, a great host for the world's best GT drivers this weekend at the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour.
Now, who's pitted, who hasn't? 888 in the pit lane now, as that's Mercedes. Team GMR car comes in the pit lane. A couple of questions coming in on the socials at RSL_studio about various penalties that we had earlier on. Remember, you cannot serve a penalty under a safety car, and therefore you are given leave to go beyond the normal 3 times past the line, because you are not allowed to serve your drive-through during the safety car. So if you're wondering why some of those penalties have not yet been served, that is the reason. Gemma in the pit lane at the moment,
and
just waiting for the 80 seconds.
Garth and I were both just asking the question, just sort of, did they do their drive-through or not? And they squeezed it in just before the safety car.
Yeah.
So
Right,
they'd been through pit lane twice when the safety car was called.
Right.
And we'd only seen the one pit stop, so it made sense that they'd been through. So they've been in to take some service, and 75 Express
Did
as
the
well.
75 Express get in for theirs?
No, well, their pit stop time will get added to their pit stop. I need to double check. They can't do it under yellow.
No,
you can't serve a penalty under yellow. That car will drop off the jacks. They'll keep Kenny Hindhaugh behind the wheel of that car. It's going to take us a little while just to unpick all of the leaderboard and where all that is, because the big spread in the field that was caused by that initial restart, there were 25 seconds from the car that was in 3rd to the car that was in 4th. That was the delay between splitting it.
So
we had 2 cars come into the pit lane just now that had penalties. Well, one of them still has a penalty. The 888 did serve its drive-through before we went to yellow, though, so that was a fuel-only stop for Max Martin. Unfortunately, a couple boxes up, the 75 Express, that's the car that's won this race twice in the last 3 years. They came in, Kenny Hindhaugh taking fuel only. He has a 15-second penalty yet to serve when we go back to green, but he stopped just slightly outside of the marks, and it was a little too far for the fuel probe to reach initially. They tried to figure out, are we going to move the car or move the fuel probe, and ultimately they decided to just give the fuel probe a little bit more slack, got it plugged in, didn't lose any time because of that minimum time that they have to spend in the pit lane, but it was still a mild moment of panic handled very well by the 75 Express crew.
Yeah, under safety car, it wouldn't have hurt them that much.
No, but
anyway,
also,
but you don't want to do that too many
also
times.
the 80-second thing, so
yeah,
you'd rather have that happen under safety car, and knowing that it's only going to be a very short fill, they're effectively topping the tank off. There's Ash Seward from his crew having a look at the car. You can see significant damage. So we thought at the time it was just a tyre failure. They're actually trying to figure out how to get it off the tilt tray without damaging the car further. Which is a thing with a GT3 car, given how low they are to the ground. But, devastating for that team. And, you could see how devastating it was for Craig Lowndes, but he'll be back, and he has tamed the mountain so many times, he'll do it again in the future.
Back in the back of the paddock for the 222 Scott Taylor Motorsport machine with that drive shaft issue for Craig Lowndes, who clipped the wall at the top of the mountain going through the dipper. Thanks to those that use the socials to let us know, and that left rear wheel is not pointing in the right direction, and they'll have to be careful to take that off the trailer. More significant damage, I'm afraid, to what was the GT4 leader for Method Motorsport, when at the top of the mountain just put the right rear Pirelli on the wall, hits the left on the curb, hits the wall to driver's left, cannons across, and the Valmont Audi coming through. Well, they did not have the look of the mountain today, because they take a big damage as well. And the Guy Valmont car, one of those super liveries, they're having a look at the right rear of that, and that's big suspension damage and a lot of work for those guys.
It is a lot of work, but the good news is they're going to give it a crack. So it's coming. Yeah, I know. That was my reaction too. Grab Scott Andrews for a quick word. Obviously a lot of disappointment down here, Scott, but there's a feeling of maybe a slight part of optimism still.
Yeah, it looks pretty optimistic, but yeah, of course we're going to try to get it back out there. You know, the boys deserve to get back out there. Marcel and Sergio, you know, they're such good guys, and they didn't deserve this. Wrong spot, wrong time. Yeah, bloke in front just dropped it, and what do you do? Like, yeah, Marcel couldn't have done anything different. You know, he tried to avoid it, and it just really sucks because, like, the whole team, Tigani and Gaia Valmont and everybody just work hard. You know, it's a good-looking program, and car looks great. It was quick, you know, made the 10 and everything, so, you know, that was awesome for me, and, you know, got the privilege to take the start, and, yeah, I really just feel bad for the guys. It's really disappointing, but we'll give it a crack to get it back out there.
Yeah, so one part of this is we want Sergio to get in and actually do some laps because he's put so much effort into this, but given the field size for you guys, there's a little bit more to fight for there as well.
Yeah, well, if we get it back out there, I'm pretty sure it's 75% rule, and if we get it back out there, then obviously, if we do 75%, we get a podium. So, you know, I mean, we'll be last, but standing on the podium, so, you know, it could be worse. So, yeah, obviously, of course, we want to get it back out there, and, yeah, God, boys deserve a trophy after this, that's for sure. So, yeah, we'll give it a crack. Doesn't look great, but, you know, Tagani boys are really, really good, so, yeah, if anyone can get it out there, it's them.
So there you go, boys. Thank you, Scott. And now it's just turned potentially, guys, from a Bathurst bad luck story to hopefully a Bathurst good news story. Give it a couple hours.
Yeah, it's a great point, Chad. And the class battle this year, if you get to the finish, you may well find yourself on the podium as well. So some hope perhaps at the end of the line for the Gaia Valmont Racing Tagani Autosport team. What a dramatic day it's been. We're approaching the end of the second hour of this year's Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour. And it's the BMW safety car leading the field, and quite remarkably, somehow, Ayan Guven finds himself leading the race in the Absolute Racing Porsche. And we have talked all weekend about how Porsche go endurance racing by stealth. And every now and then they pop up and you go, hang on a minute, they're leading. And that's what's happening for our defending winners. The bonnet up on 75 Express.
That's the proper endurance race now because we've got race tape on one of the cars. And it's not the same colour as the rest of the car. All we need now is a 10-pound lump hammer and a mobile phone being used as a torch. Oh, and some tie wraps. That makes it the full endurance. By the way, spirit of endurance for that Audi team if they're going to try and get that car back.
I feel like,
wow.
Yeah, if we're doing a Spirit of the Race award at the end of this, I feel like there'll be a few contenders from the first 2 hours.
Yeah, that's right.
We've still got 10 to go.
As we watch the 75 team finish off what looks like making sure the car's right for later in the day repairs while we're under safety car. One car that has taken massive advantage of this safety car period is the 77 Craft Bamboo car of Maxi Gotts. That's back on the lead lap.
Correct.
Without using a lucky dog.
So they stayed out.
So they've stayed out. I mean, they will have to, I would imagine they'll come in at the end of this safety car and top off and they'll lose track position, but they're on the lead lap. And that's massive for later in the day.
And by the way, all of the ins and outs of the 75 Express in 11th position, they're still on the lead lap as well. I reckon still the first car off the lead lap is the number 91 Porsche. They've got Sam Shaheen, as predicted, to do some of the time behind the safety car.
Now, the team in the truck have been doing great work, and we've got part of Craig Lowndes' accident, but you can hear it. So crank it up, have a listen, and you'll hear the point at which the race ended for 222. So we'll have a listen to that very, very shortly. Here it is. So just in the background, you could hear Mercedes-AMG versus Concrete Wall, and Concrete Wall wins every single time. So that was the moment that the race ended for car 222. Just to put a full stop on that program, because we have a huge amount of opportunity to talk about them, a huge amount over the race, though I'm sure CL will end up here at some point, and Thomas Randall's a burgeoning commentator, so he'll definitely find his way up here.
It's all right, me and you are burgeoning race car developers.
Not particularly good at that myself. They've raised more than 50 grand this weekend for the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, which is just an outstanding job, and it takes it to a couple of hundred over the journey since 2022. So well done to that team. Hugely impressive stuff. It's such a shame to see them out there. Also too, these two cars.
you know what? You look at that, and it is brutal. How quick does the yellow flag come out from our marshals and volunteers? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Met a few of them yesterday. One in particular who's been doing double duty from Daytona round to here. Always a pleasure.
Busy times in pit lane at Mount Panorama. Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. We're about to tick over the end of the second hour of the race. Remarkably, it has absolutely flown by. And this has been a well-timed and well-executed safety car for Craft Bamboo Racing. They were the cause of the first safety car contact with Will Brown down at Elf Murray's corner. They were buried in the gravel trap. But with this safety car, they have elected to stay out early. They didn't pit early. They continued to circulate. And now they've got themselves back onto the lead lap. They're taking a pit stop. So this has worked extremely well for Craft Bamboo, and they get themselves back into the race. And a heartwarming little moment down there. Sergio Perez, his little daughter, after their car with massive damage and the cause of this current safety car.
And the safety car, we're waiting down there in the pit lane for the Craft Bamboo car to do its 80 seconds as soon, even under the safety car, as soon as the fuel probe goes in, that takes you into the 80 seconds mandated from pit in to pit out. But BMW safety car still at the top of the mountain. They've absolutely knocked that out of the park to get back on the lead lap and back on the same pit stop strategy, Garth Tander, as the rest of the top runners.
Yeah, that's the usual thing. If you're a lap down, you stay out, you stay out, you stay out, you stay out, because the guys that are already on the lead lap, they're battling for track position, so they pit at the start of the safety car to try and get track position for the restart. If you're a lap down, you stay out, you jump those cars, get around to the back of the safety car train, and then you take your stop right at the end of the safety car to ensure that you've got a maximum fuel. So they've dropped to the back of the train. That's okay because they're on the lead lap. And we say it often in our game that safety cars can breed safety cars. And if there's a secondary safety car off the back of this one, the 77 is absolutely back in the game. So nicely played by Craft Bamboo. I actually I knew they'd get back on the lead lap. I thought it might take 3 or 4 hours. They got it done in about 45 minutes, so well played.
I did some reading on the regs, though. The wave by is technically in effect now, but the safety car has to have been deployed in at the commencement of the third hour. We've now done that, but this safety car's been out for 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah, so it started in the second hour.
The next safety car will be the first one where wave buys are eligible. So if you are a lap down, you'll be waved past. The lights are out on said BMW safety car, and we're going to go back to green.
Lights are out on safety car.
And I know how much James Taylor, the race director, loves saying that, because he's all about green flag racing, as are we. And we're going to get some. Where's the 77? Jaden Ojeda shown behind the wheel now. They're going to get to the back of the queue. I think they'll be okay. And for the first time in this race, Porsche will lead. Turkish driver Ayanchan Guven, who won this race last year alongside Matt Campbell and Lawrence Vantor for Manthey EMA. A change of team. He's still got Maddie alongside him. And the green flags fly, and Guven becomes the pace car, and he'll pick the point to go. Just quietly, Aston Martin currently sit second. That is not a lap behind.
No.
That is legitimate track position for the Golf Aston, running in second. And third place, Valentino Rossi, car number 46.
Being hassled by Kelvin von der Linde as they came the line. It'll be side by side down into the first corner. No overlap before the line. There was a slower car ahead of them, one of the remaining GT for McLaren, of course, and that just caused a little bit of confusion. But really have to be careful. Even if you've got a lap car in there, you can't pass before the control line.
Yep, that was Valentino Rossi. Had to be very patient until they came to control line. Luckily at Bathurst, it's just after the final corner. It's not up at the start of the race, the start line. So did the right thing, waited, and it was Anthony Levitt in the GT4 McLaren who's doing everything he can just to stay out of the way of all the outright cars as they make their way by. But you're right. Remember that Aston Martin when it hit the concrete wall at about the 45-minute mark?
I do.
Now it's second. So we all held our breath then, but we did see, though, it popped up that the number 14 Aston Martin is under investigation for a pit stop breach. So we'll keep a casual eye on that for you, but Matteo Villagomez doesn't care about that right now. He's second in the race, and he's trying to hold off Valentino Rossi. Ayanchan Guven has got a second lead up the road as they restart this one.
The mountain giveth and the mountain taketh away, Garth.
It does many times.
And it's not always equitable. You're not always on the...
Oh, Rossi!
Rossi! How close was that? That was knee-down stuff. Coming out the BMW. Appropriate enough, the BMW end part elbow. Down onto Conrad.
In his previous life, that would have been a high side.
Yeah, it surely would.
It would have hurt.
Wait by Hindhaugh, now active, as Craill said. All the teams know that as we move into the third hour of the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours.
Interesting, we heard from Valentino Rossi in practice, and he was saying we need more rear grip on power down, on drive traction. And that car still, as it left Forest Elbow and again as it left the chase, looked very taily. We're on board here with Valley as he makes his way down to Forest Elbow. So he gets in here nicely, and we'll just listen as he picks the throttle up. Yeah, just slipped the rear tyre, got ahead of the traction control, and then once the momentum took over, the rear of the car came around. So caught it nicely, played on. So now Rossi ranges up onto the back of Villagomez again as the field streams by. One car that we missed through all that is the 183 Audi of Ricardo Feller, Liam Talbot and Brock Feeney at the board. That car now, they went a lap down in that run, so they'll need the wave by that is now active should it become available under a safety car.
And Villagomez getting a fair old wake-up call here. It's one of the things you tell your kids. Valentino Rossi was chasing me in the early hours of the Bathurst 12 hours, so this is for second and third on the road. Chan Gubin using this opportunity, there he goes, to get some track position at the moment, and already 1.4 seconds. And on the back of this now, the South African sensation that is Kelvin van der Linde in the second of the BMWs.
Top of the shop, guys. Porsche, Aston Martin for the moment, 2 BMWs, a Ferrari, and then what is the collective now for Mercedes-AMG? A merge of them? A merger of Mercedes?
A flotilla.
A flotilla. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them on the lead lap from 6th down. And at the moment, the big front engine 3-pointed stars are all running together. A half a dozen of them.
A battalion.
Oh, I like
heavy
that.
metal.
Yes.
That works.
That's good.
Absolutely works.
So off the lead lap, first car off the lead lap is in 12th position, and that's Brock Feeney behind the wheel of that Audi R8 for Jamek Racing. So they're the ones looking for the wave by next time by. And the wave by happens on the final lap of the safety car as Stephen Grove just runs a little bit wide in car number 4. So he's out of position here relative to those around him. As the second of the Arise Racing GT car, so Elliott shooting in behind. He's out of position, so he's a lap back too, as is Sam Shahin in the Pro-Am Porsche. That's the class leader there at the moment. They're 13th outright. So the wave by happens right at the end of the safety car. So you don't get a full free kick in terms of a full lap back. You get about 35 seconds. Yeah. By the time you get up to Griffin's Bend, the field are getting a green flag at the start.
I actually like that.
If you do a really good job, you can get to the cutting. Yep. And then that's about it. So, and traditionally you don't have a whole lot of fuel on board either because the rest of the field's taken their stop, the lead lap cars, and you didn't. And so you're hoping, once you get a wave by, you're hoping for another safety car.
Valentino Rossi in his 4th year of GT racing has already tested the BMW V8M hybrids. He said Bahrain at the last of the after the last of the FIA World Endurance Championship races at the end of season test, and he topped the session in that car, you know, because
it's Valentino Rossi. When I interviewed him for this race last year, I asked him that question. I said, "Oh, is there an opportunity for the hypercar potentially in the future?" And as race car drivers do, he's like, "Oh, well, we'll just wait and see how it is." But he answered it with his eyes. And he was absolutely getting a chance in that hypercar at some stage last year.
Yeah, very impressive. I know that Andreas Roos, man at the head of the BMW endurance program for both the hypercar and the GT3, and more importantly, Vincent Voss, who runs WRT. Vincent does not suffer foolish drivers at all, never mind lightly, and he's very impressed with them. Battle for track position, but not for position on the timing and scoring, because I'm sad to say that lovely Ferrari, Craill, is a lap back.
Yeah, they're in a different race though. They're fighting for a Pro-Am win first and foremost, car 36 for a Rise Racing GT. So 2 bronze-ranked drivers. If you're new to GT3 racing, we should tell you that drivers are ranked platinum, gold, silver or bronze in descending order. If you're a platinum, you've probably won some pretty heavy kind of races over your journey. Old mate next to us here would be still ranked platinum, I would imagine. He is. He's nodding very modestly.
I'd rather not be, to be honest.
No, it's more opportunity to drive if you are lower ranked. Down to a bronze, which is an amateur driver, a part-time racing car driver who doesn't do it for the career. They do it because they love it and because they are able to do so. And the classes in this race are determined on your driver lineup. So that Ferrari has 2 bronze drivers and 2 classes professional drivers, either gold or platinum, in the form of Jackson Evans and Alessio Rivera, who's the Italian who's been sent here by Ferrari to do a job for them. So they're racing for a class win. An outright result is a bonus. Not out of the question, because that car, as we saw in qualifying yesterday, where all 18 GT3 cars were covered by 9/10 of a second, a Pro-Am car with a pro driver is a pro car.
Ian McCarthy might have tweet of the day, or X of the day, I suppose we've got to call it now, a constellation of AMGs because of the 3-pointed start. Yeah, that's a bit clever for me.
I like battalion, I think. It feels meaner. It fits with the soundtrack of the AMG.
When you've got 6 of them stacked up behind you, I'd suggest it feels pretty mean.
Rumble, young man, rumble.
Just watching Kenny Hibble work at the wheel here in car number 75. He got into this car at 1 hour and 8 minutes. The race has just ticked over to 2 hours and 9 minutes. So technically from this point, they're in their driver change window if they did want to enact a strategy that won the race for them a couple of years ago.
A couple of questions coming in, guys, about that Craig Lowndes car. We've seen the guy's going to try and fix the Mercedes. Too long a fix on the 222? I mean, it's back in the paddock.
It's, well, doable. I mean, Craig said the reason he couldn't get it back was more because it's popped the drive shaft out, and that's what we were sort of querying as to why that car didn't drive back to pit lane. So, yeah, it's potential, absolutely. If they can get it done, why not get that car back out on track?
The question for mine on that would be, is there transaxle damage in the gearbox and rear axle of that car? And that might have been why. It might have been more than, because the axle may have come out.
14, failure to comply with the 80 km/h speed limit under safety car.
Okay, so that's the Aston Martin. Matteo Villagomez behind the wheel, second on the road at the moment. Pit lane penalty, 32 seconds transit time, plus entry, plus exit for that team, and they'll need to serve that. That will
be getting that done.
Yeah, right.
As soon as you can, get that done now.
Well, you do that now, you drop to 10th, but you don't lose an enormous amount of time. I mean, you lose your 32 seconds, which is a lot, but the way the race is playing out, it feels like something you'd be able to catch back up.
32 seconds is the transit time. You lose a bit more than that because everybody else is still at full speed.
Slowing down and speeding up.
Yeah.
But it's way better than a safety car coming out and you getting trapped with the field bunching up.
100%. The other thing, they're on a slightly different strategy because they've only stopped the once. So the first round of pit stops, they only went through the lane on one occasion, and so too for Absolute Racing in the Porsche that leads the race. So they are a little bit out of sync from a pit stop point of view with the BMWs that are chasing them.
Still got a 15-second penalty on the 75 Express as well, guys.
Yeah, because of that safety car, any of those stops they came to the lane, they couldn't serve that 15. They have to do it under green. So if when Kenny Hibble comes into pit lane next, there goes the Aston Martin into pit lane to take that drive-through penalty. They must have been listening to Richard Craill. Oh, Valley's run wide a little bit at the final corner in the 46 BMW, but he assumed second place. Van der Linde, his teammate, right behind him. 1.1 seconds as Matteo Villagomez. And 40 kilometres an hour feels slow in pit lane. It feels a whole lot slower when you're doing a drive-through penalty.
Yeah. You feel like the older of the VDL bros will be going to the front in a relative hurry in car number 32. So Kelvin, now a BMW driver after years with the Audi brand, felt that was the best move for his career moving forward. Stephen Grove, Kenny Hibble, Ian James, 8th, 9th and 10th in this battalion of Aston Martins, and they're still of Mercedes-AMGs. They've still got Ferraris in and around them too, in the form of Elliott Shute, who's in 15th place. And if you're a Ferrari fan, you can see Will Brown still sitting 4th place. So this has all played out okay for Arise Racing GT and their pro entry in this race.
Just to pay off for the international audience, 2 different types of penalties. So you've got your standard drive-through penalty, we've seen that, and you've got these 15 seconds or time penalties added to a pit stop.
Yep,
and
much like you see
a
with
green
F1.
flag pit stop, and that's what the 75 Express still has hanging over at the moment. It depends what the offence is.
You reckon a 40k drive-through feels slow? I can only imagine that sitting there for 15 seconds doing nothing feels just as bad.
It feels like 15 minutes.
Yes, and that's what's going to happen for 75 Express at their next round of green flag pit stops. So the Porsche leads, 6.8 seconds for margin. Lots to see and do in this part of the world, and this is one of my favourite places to go. Every year I'll go and check in with Brad Owen, who runs the National Motor Racing Museum. There is an incredible display. Featured cars at the moment, Group C touring cars from that great mid-70s to 84 era of Australian touring car racing. The 77 Bathurst winner in there at the moment. The 84 Bathurst winner alongside its 1-2 car as well. For the Holden dealer team lined up astern. There's some Bathurst 12-hour winners in there.
Pretty much how they're finished, actually, is how they're being displayed at the moment.
The 2016 winning McLaren from the 12-hour is still in there, as is the car that finished runner-up in 1994. In the early days of this race, the Porsche 968 Club Sport that finished second in the form of the great Jim Richards and the late, great Peter Fitzgerald, who chased the Mazdas and chased and chased and chased and couldn't quite beat them in the Porsche. So great place to see and do it. It's just behind there at Elfmo's Corner. You can see the car park. You go and visit the statue of Brocky out in front and then spend a couple of hours ambling by some of Australia's motorsport history.
Every car has a story to tell in there. Every car. Right, guys, into the 3rd hour. Chan Guven leading. Battles throughout the field, as always. And... Kenny and Visit New South Wales. Go on, a good bend. Coming back through the field, 9th position, and just about gets through on the second of the Ferraris, but that was touch and go. Actually, it wasn't touch, thank goodness, because if it had been, that would have been a bit difficult to explain.
It had that feel as they came up Mountain Straight here, like Kenny's just going to send it regardless, and about now he's gone, oh, maybe this is not a good idea, so he's trying to get away from Elliot's chute, put a wheel in the grass. Elliot did the right thing and gave him room, and wow. So here we are on board. So yeah, I'm sending it, I'm going. Oh, has he seen me? Has he seen me? Gets the grass, gets the curb. Oh, if there was contact, it was the slightest of contact, and it's been a very eventful start to the race with the 75 Sun Energy AMG Mercedes.
It was when they won in 23.
Yeah, I know.
They had everything chucked at them in that first 6 hours. And then Lucas Stoles and Jules Goodman just did things at the end and they ended up winning it. It was incredible.
Shall we go back to Audi versus AMG? Because that seems to be our go-to at the moment. Max Martin in the 888 He's right.
We've got a spin-off series from the first,
absolutely.
first episode. Now it's Maxime Martin versus Brock Feeney.
Brock's a lap back now in 12th position in the Audi R8, the 183. That will not change his attitude towards those cars in front of him one iota.
No, but I mean, you can't wait for the wave-by lucky dog, because it might not come. We may not get another safety car in the wave-by window. So given that the car in front of Brock Feeney, right in front of us on screen there, is Maxime Martin, he's 5th. Realistically, if Feeney can get past these two and get up the road a bit, the first couple of cars aren't far away, and if everything falls their way in the pit stop window, they can unlap themselves. So, you know, even though you're a lap down, you want to be passing these cars to get yourself the opportunity should it fall your way.
Yeah.
And the 183 will probably want a little bit of redemption. Just still over the AAA. Given we heard from Ricardo Feller, and they are carrying some damage from contact. in the first 200 metres of this race.
Interesting to chat to Brock at the press conference last night, having qualified third for the third consecutive year, although he was very keen to put out it wasn't him behind the wheel this time around. It was Ricky Feller who did the job in qualifying yesterday. Missed pole by 10th of a second. I mean, it was super close, and the closest top 10 in 12-hour history as well. But just in the process of getting up to speed, and it was interesting, Brock even tapping into Liam Talbot saying, mate, I need to learn from you. You're the expert in these cars. You've driven them much more than I have in terms of the Audi platform relative to the Mercedes-AMG. He's been racing for a long time with 888 Race Engineering. So it's been a big process for Brock, but every year he's jumped in a GT3 car. He has been outstanding.
And made the step from an AMG Mercedes to the Audi easily, because they are wildly different cars to drive and maximise. Brock jumped in that Audi after doing 20 laps at Winton, which you don't really get to fully exploit the aero advantages of an Audi at Winton, given they didn't even get out of fourth gear when they tested. So to turn up here at the mountain and do what Brock's done in that car is seriously impressive. We know he's a fast driver.
Right, highlights now. We're well into the third hour of this car race, and it's been action-packed from the moment. That incredible start with Maximilian Goetz backing the car into turn one. This is the opening lap of the race, not the finish. 3 wide, and the Audi was the meat in the sandwich there of the battalion of Mercedes-AMGs going to war early on. The Ferrari was fast too. Chaz Mostert, man, he was fast. Just doing Chaz Mostert things. It's in the contract. We expect it from him in this race. This was the cause of the first safety car. The two cars that led the race early. Will Brown behind the wheel of one, and the Craft Bamboo car deposited into the gravel trap. And that was at the same time. That didn't cause the safety car. Ian James turned around by the 75 car. That necessitated a penalty in pit lane. And then a huge moment, Craig Lowndes hit the wall at the top of the mountain. 222 out of the race, a pre-event favourite. Mercedes versus Audi, it's the subplot we've all been loving today, and that was a heart-in-mouth moment for Liam Talbot with a left front puncture on the Jamek Pem car and got into pit lane, and then crunch. Ryan Sorensen dropped a wheel off at Brock Skyline, found the fence at Brock Skyline, and unfortunately, the Valmont Gaia Audi R8 with Marcel Zalua behind the wheel was an innocent victim in someone else's accident. And at least for the moment, it's ended their day, but they're going to have a swing to try and get that car back on the racetrack. Yanchen Guven leads the way for Porsche.
Oh, no.
Stephen Grove in the
flags.
AMG GT3. There's a bit of fire under the left front as well, where something's caught, something hot. And that is just starting a lick of flame there behind the left front Pirelli, and that's up at the top of the mountain, well, just over the top of the mountain, actually, Garth.
Over Skyline, the run through the S's down to the dipper, and you can see that fire that's on the exhaust. So something is touching the exhaust that shouldn't be, but heavy contact. And sounds expensive.
That was just the door opening as well.
Now the car's rolling, so...
Not anymore, it's in the wall.
No, it's been against the wall. I reckon that corner was already needing replacing anyway, but... Real shame for this team. They're running the strategy with getting Stephen Grove the bronze, and he looks a bit ginger, so it's been heavy contact for Stephen Grove at the top of the mountain. And how has he ended up there?
That car's been on the ground. There's witness marks on the tarmac. That's been on the ground and where's further back.
This is it, looking out the back of Stephen Grove's AMG Mercedes and Kenny Abul. Up the inside.
I mean, that's as near as far as gone to going over the wall there that has ever happened.
A fair bit of shock, I think, in the cockpit there.
You get winded, don't you?
I think you can see it's taken the wind out of Steve. So just taking a moment. Alistair McVeigh watching on, the performance engineer for that car this weekend.
Good news is he got out the car himself, and he's going to be shocked, he's going to be winded, and he's going to have some bruises from the belts.
Adrenaline's the best drug of all, isn't it? This again at speed. Have a listen. I mean,
that's just exhaling. That's involuntary.
That is literally the wind coming back in your lungs after being taken out of it. And that car had a total rebuild going into this race. It could not have been stripped any more than it was stripped. And the car was as good as it has been at Grove Racing, and now it will need another one. So here we go, on board with Kenny Habul. Well, Steve was out wide and Kenny was on line. I mean, it was the smallest of contact. You almost didn't feel it from Kenny's car. Predictable response from the Grove Racing crew.
They've taken this program in-house at Groves, as you all know, Garth, part of the program. So all the supercars team here this weekend. Stephen just invests so much into the sport.
He was so looking forward to this as well when I talked to him down at Track to Town.
Well, they were so disappointed about missing the race last year, and they're the most successful team in the race in terms of class victories. They've won it 5 times. No one else has done that. Stephen will be taken to the medical centre and checked out thoroughly, I would imagine, after that one.
Yeah. Motorsport Australia.
Here's Brenton.
Fabi Schiller brought into that team, started the race. Now, from the lead, Chan Guven.
Yeah, this will get back to the race because it's actually worked quite well for Porsche, John, from a timing point of view. And we touched on the fact that they had only completed 1 pit stop. So while they weren't that close on fuel, 14 laps since their pit stop and a lot of safety car in that. From a timing point of view, it worked extremely well. The fire extinguisher's gone off.
Oh, no.
As if it wasn't bad enough.
Well, yeah, I can't tell you how bad that is when the fire extinguisher goes off and it doesn't need to, because that stuff goes everywhere.
I think that's the least of the problems with their number 4 Mercedes-AMG.
So, Absolute Racing go to work on their car, and Changuven exits after a nice stint for him.
See if it was Alessio Picciarello who will jump behind the wheel of that car.
Yep. They tend to keep Matt Campbell on ice at the start of this race, don't they?
I love the adjustable steering column, by the way. We were talking about that earlier in the week, weren't we? It's got the knob on the side like an old column shift, but can get the driving position absolutely perfectly right. And Chan Guven jumps out after a really good stint at the pointy end. He's won here before. He knows how to string this together. And Picciarello, who was part of the Pro-Am class-winning program last year, this has almost been a bit of a reward for that job to get in the Pro outright car alongside Guven and Matt Campbell, who we're yet to see in this race. So another stop. In fact, all of the top 5 are now in the lane. So Max Martin behind the wheel of 888. That's the Team GMR car. Valentino Rossi and Kelvin van der Linde in at WRT. Will Brown in for a Rise GT, and Jaden Ojeda. Remarkably, they were a lap down half an hour ago, back up to 6th place. The young bloke from Penrith, who's now a factory Mercedes-AMG driver with a bright future in front of him. And predictably, Stewart's car 4 and 75 are under investigation. I mean, that goes without saying. It'll be interesting to see how that is adjudicated.
Just watching a few of these pit stops roll through, guys. The Ferrari guys came in for both their cars. Fuel and tyres only for the 36. And for the 26, it was fuel, tyres and driver change. For car 888, they came in and just did the fuel only, so they didn't put any tyres or do a driver change on car 888. And looking on screen right now, on the 77, I didn't see if they got the fuel hose in on this car, but I'm guessing by the lack of intensity in the pit stop right now and the fact that they're taking time to do the windscreen, I'm guessing they did top that up.
Yep, so tyre pressure's still going on. They've got time, so another replay from the rear of the number 4 Grove Racing AMG Mercedes. Habul goes up the inside at Skyline. Looked to be enough room to get the job done. The slightest of contact ends up in this. Significant contact with the outside barrier. The car flew into the air, luckily stayed within the bounds of the racetrack. And you can hear Stephen Grove with the wind taken out of him.
There was a point where all of a Mercedes-AMG GT3 was above that concrete fence. Yeah. It wasn't a long time, but...
When I said the witness marks meant that the car had been scraping along the ground from a ways back, I didn't think it was that far back up the road. It had been round and almost over.
No further investigation.
Yeah.
So, racing incident. So they've seen it the same way you have, Garth, where they've clearly judged to be room up the inside.
And look,
This just adds salt to the wound when the fire extinguisher goes off.
That was killed pretty quickly, though, so well done whoever did that. Listen, agree or disagree, there'll be chat about that. But what I like is that race control have looked at that incident and not the consequences of it. I don't like when other series around the world say, oh, well, that was a big accident, therefore it has to be a penalty on someone else. You've got to judge the start of the incident in a consistent manner, not, as I say, the consequences.
These are the class leaders after 2 hours and 27 minutes of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. So the pro class was being led by the Porsche. They've since been through pit lane. We're waiting for timing to shuffle around. Jay Robotham behind the wheel of the Aston Martin with that penalty for them being applied. So silver class lead. Ian James is behind the wheel. Actually, Zach Robichon now behind the wheel of the 27 Heart of Racing Mercedes-AMG. They're leading the bronze class in a 10th outright. Tell you what, your class car today, you're going to get a top 10 result, I would have thought. Absolutely. Sam Shahin leads the way in the number 91, the Bend EMA Motorsport car. So as predicted, they put him in the car in this yellow stint. The reason we're behind the control of the Mercedes-AMG safety car is this. Brock Skyline, high speed and massive contact. For Stephen Grove behind the wheel of car 4.
On board here with Kenny Habul in the 75 car, and just feel how light this contact is in comparison to when we were on board the number 4 Stephen Grove AMG Mercedes. So,
and at the point of contact, Garth, I mean, they're Morers make no difference. They are absolutely side by side.
Yeah. Yeah, and right at the point where the cars are at their lightest as they're cresting the hill into Skyline. So that's why the Grove car turned so violently the other way, because it was light side-to-side contact, but it's the nature of the elevation change that caused the reaction for the Grove car.
And the other thing is you have got camber on the wheels, and you don't think of cars going airborne if they are closed wheel cars, but you can run a bit of a wheel over the other and just flick that car up. And at that point, as Garth rightly says, when you're already light, it doesn't take much.
Takes nothing.
Yeah.
Alessio Piccarello behind the BMW safety car. He wonders where everyone else is. They've come in, they've pitted, they've changed tyres, they've put fuel on. He's still in the lead, and they still haven't caught them.
This has worked beautifully timing-wise for Absolute Racing.
He could have nipped off for a big side.
Don't worry about 80 seconds. He could have stayed there for a few minutes.
So, speaking of, probably due for one of those. Charles Viet's second place, so he's now behind the wheel of car 46. Kelvin van der Linde, who had only just jumped into the 32 car from WRT, is third. Maxime Martin still behind the wheel, so he's in the middle of a double stint for the GMR number 888 car. And then Daniel Serra getting his first stint, the factory Ferrari ace who's been loaned out to Arise Racing GT this weekend, gets a stint behind the wheel of car 26, their 5th. Sun Energy 1. 75 Express, top 6 still, despite everything that's gone on with them in the last 90 minutes.
It's been eventful,
hasn't it?
A couple of the GT4 cars taking this opportunity to come to the lane. The AMG Mercedes up on the jacks. McLaren coming towards us as it leaves pit lane. So leading GT4 is the AMG Mercedes that's in the lane. So they'll be just servicing the car while they can under safety car.
When it comes to big Bathurst 12-hour moments, there's none scarier than the race-ending crash in 2018. Thankfully, both Ash Walsh and John Martin survived to tell the tale. The late incident handed an unlikely victory to Audi.
Just wait, the Merc's going to nail the door. Oh, straight in. That is 2 cars losing it almost. And then the agonising lid. Oh, that's a bad noise. That's a bad noise. Wow.
So a race suspension. So they will pull the cars onto the grid. They will stop.
Race control to all teams. Race control to all teams. The race has been declared. We will require car 37 to proceed slowly to perform podium procedures. I repeat, race has been declared.
They are the most successful brand ever now. The 2018 race was a dramatic one. We've already got to some of that dramatic quotient in this one so far as we work our way through the third hour of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. Back on the mountain and behind the control of the BMW safety car for the third time today. That 2018 race will live long in the memory of, for a whole bunch of different reasons, because there was an amazing strategic race playing out while all that was going on, with a bunch of Porsches that were borderline going to make it. The WRT Audi that would ultimately win that race was going to run out of fuel before the end. They were not going to pit. They were rolling the dice, and the dice rolled up 12 for them, and there were a bunch of Porsches stacked up behind that might have got to the end. So dramatic times then, dramatic times today on the mountain.
And if I had told Ancient Guven before the start of the race that you were going to be leading by the end of that first stint, would you have believed me?
Not really. I mean, it was not secret that we had a difficult weekend until the race yesterday. We struggled a lot with the car, but team worked a lot day by day, and to the race, I think now we have a better car. I will say it's still not easy to drive in the high speed, but yeah, so far it looks fast and we are in a good spot. But yeah, still quite a long race to go, and yeah, a lot can happen. So yeah.
Where do you feel like your Porsche maybe has a little bit of an edge over the competition around the track, if any?
I think top of the mountain and the downhill side. I think in sector 2 we are strong. This is now why we are in a good spot, because track position is really important. Even we are quick, we not easy to overtake for us. So because we are doing lap time in the top of the mountain, and as you see, it's not possible to overtake there. So yeah, so hopefully we can stay in the front group, and then last hours, then we see if we have a chance or not.
They're a lot more optimistic than they were before, eh, Chad?
Yeah, not wrong. I'm with a very happy Will Brown, by the way, Shea, who's got the smile on his face. Not a bad day to be driving a Ferrari at the mountain, hey, Will. Man, it's crazy out there today. What's going on?
Yeah, it is a little bit crazy. I'm fairly happy. You know, Chaz did a mega job this morning, but handed the car back in 5th. He did a great job to get us in 1st. So a bit disappointing to drop a few positions there, but had a bit of a collision down at the last corner, and luckily it hasn't done too much damage to the car.
Yeah, what was the go with that one down at turn 23?
Yeah, we opted to go another set of tyres, so we're on cold tyres, and the Merc was on warmer tyres, and just sort of held my line and broke into there. And yeah, I'm not really sure. It happened so quick. I was just trying to watch the footage and see what happens. I think I, was sort of just on my line, and yeah, we collided.
Teammates with Chaz Mostert, rivals, of course, in supercars, but enjoying your time together?
Yeah, really loving it. He's a great bloke. Been a really good friend of mine for a fair while now, and yeah, it's actually cool. I can learn a lot off him in these cars. He's so fast. He did a mega job this morning, so hopefully he gets back out there later and does the same.
On you, Will.
Cheers, thank you.
He's a ripper character, the reigning Repco Supercars champion. How about that? Early morning entertainment up on top of the mountain.
Young fella just fell off Richard Craill's wallet.
You've been moving faster than that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where
More
this,
elevation change.
I'm not sure where this impression that I've got money to burn has come from. It's,
well, that's a serious selfie get-up, wasn't it?
Great to see
massive
the
crowd.
Yeah, great to see the mountain packed as Brock Feeney comes into the pit lane from 11th position in the Audi. More camping sold than ever before here, Craill.
Yeah, more than almost 2,900 campsites, so more than 200 up on last year surrounding the mountain, so really good vibe.
And when we rolled into the paddock this morning at 4:30 in the morning, the parking area over behind the merchandise area on the backside of the pit lane was as full as I've seen it for the 12 hour.
Yeah,
it was seriously great crowd here for the start of the race. And pretty good. People are finding out just how cool it is to be here and see these cars in the morning as the sun comes up. It's worth getting out of bed for.
There's a bit of Gladiator, are you not entertained this morning, because it has been that. Valentino Rossi fans in the house. So I'm waiting for photos of the accident that we've just seen. There'll be a lot of professional and amateur photographers taking photos up there, because the light on the run down through Brock Skyline and the S's towards the Dipper right now is peak photography time. So I'm sure social media will pop up. The field just gathers themselves for a little time before we go back to racing. There are a bunch of cars eligible for the wave-by, starting with the car in 12th position outright, which is Sam Shahin in car 91. Mark Sini will get a wave-by. Excitingly for us, Kiwi Brendan Leach, who's behind the wheel of the Wall Racing Lambo, will get the wave-by, and this is what's happening now.
So everybody else has got to stop weaving.
Stop waving.
Now.
Yep. Yeah, stop weaving. It's all. Oh, hang on.
No.
There's this will. I mean,
that's Charles Vert.
We are seeing this live. The Group M car and the BMW of. Is it Wirtz? Yeah.
I thought
the 46. Yeah. So.
Well, the question is the wave-by actually happening now?
We have not given the call for a wave-by.
So
you need to listen to your radios.
We're just
Thank you very much, Race Control.
From Race Control, the McLaren took it upon itself to do a wave-by, and it started early.
Oh, my goodness.
No. Oh, wow.
That was...
Because... Well, that was race director James Taylor giving the field a clip for not listening to Race Control.
Absolutely.
Yeah, deservedly so.
So the McLaren won the wave-by when it does actually happen. Doesn't happen until the exit of Forest Elbow. So
correct.
McLaren shouldn't have been shoving it up the inside of Jaden Ojeda. So Ojeda was like, what is going on?
That's 2 strikes in 1 move.
Yeah, and then it's, so we thought that the 46 and the 888 were in trouble, but in reality, it was the McLaren.
Yeah, they'll go for that.
And not a little
without
bit.
hesitation.
Not a little
the
bit.
swift hand of justice will come down. There's also an investigation underway for the Aston for not completing the pit stop in the required time, so they've gone under 80 seconds. Even under safety car, it's all happening on the mountain. And joy of joys, David Crampton still in the race in the KTM, and they're up to 17th place and going along well.
Great to see that car going. Here's Richard Craill.
I was going to say, is that breakfast being delivered?
I hope so.
Thanks for sending your chopper out to get us breakfast this morning, Rich.
Yeah,
So
that makes sure that the coffee gets here.
They've just
Richard likes his coffee hot.
They've just popped down to Crema.
So
for
if
us.
we're going to get hot coffee, we're getting it here as quick as we can.
Was it 3 a.m?
Crowbell and George open at 3 a.m. this morning. They know their market.
Yeah, they do.
That's very, very handy.
And maybe just the initial coffee hit wearing off on a few at the moment.
And by the way, a chance for us to say thank you to our hard-working team on site, the camera operators, everyone who rigs audio, and all the assistants as well, because when you get the round-robin email to the TV, from the TV compound that tells you that Crema is open early in the morning, they know their audience. Rebecca, thank you very much indeed for keeping us updated on all the important things. More cameras at more places, more microphones at more places this year, enhancing the coverage of the International Enduro here. And International is the name of the game. Lots of people tuned in from America who were at Daytona last weekend. I think we had 19 2021 drivers that came over.
Camera inception going on here.
Pit lane camera operators Mitch and Hutt waving at each other.
Excellent.
Hutt also spent some time in the director's chair as well.
Did, yeah.
I reckon
that's got to be the best one, isn't it?
Up there?
That is the fish. Who's been coming here for 167 years and continues to be the best in the business.
Yeah. So he gets the best spot in the business.
Absolutely. Well, he's got the suite, doesn't he?
Got the suite behind him at Ridges.
Best view on Mount Panorama up there.
As we go around the grounds here, it's actually a great shot of all the infrastructure required to bring the pictures.
And that's what's behind what everybody's watching and listening now. Hello to Sarah Pass.
We're looking from the fish now.
Yeah.
That's the shot from the fish. From fish cam, fish eye, we're hearing now.
Fish eye, very good.
The truck's having a little moment.
Maybe let's go talk about race cars again.
Yeah, hello to Sarah Pass listening in the watching in the UK. 9:30 at night in the UK, 10:30 in Central Europe. Yes. Plenty people staying up overnight. The come and go camera.
So this is the exit of Reed Park, and that's
lap.
a non-manned camera
for
obvious reasons.
You're not parking yourself there.
All cars that are entitled to the wave by drivers left from turn 18.
Okay. So fairly clear instruction that this is the lap you can do a wave by, which means this is the lap we'll be going back to green.
And the safety car will pull to the left-hand side.
Yeah. And the lead lap cars will do the same. Well, actually to the right.
So
they go to the right
yes.
of the racetrack.
Yeah.
Wave by cars come by on the left. No more weaving now as the wave-by cars have opportunity. So there goes the first,
Exactly.
Sam Shaheen.
Yeah.
Followed by Mark Sini, followed by Brendan Leach, followed by Elliot Shute. So that's how that works. Now they can go hammer down.
Yeah.
As fast as you can right now. Go. Try and get as far up the road as you can before the leader goes green.
Counting down to a resumption of play on the mountain on Sunday morning in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. Cars have been waved by. They are now back on the lead lap, built right at the very back of the lead lap, because they'll be 30 or 40 seconds in terms of track position in front of this group of very fired up racing cars who have spent quite a long time behind the BMW M safety car. So it's Alessio Picciarello who will lead the field back to green. Charles Vietz will be second. Kelvin van der Linde will be third. That's exciting, isn't it? Maxime Martin in fourth place and Daniel Serra in fifth. So it's Porsche, BMW, Mercedes-AMG, Ferrari in the top five. A bunch of key brands right in the mix, and a bunch of really good cars now back on the lead lap and back in contention. Here we go.
And he went exactly the same place that Jan Guven did, just as they were coming under the spares box bridge. I wonder if they've talked about that in team briefing, Gav.
Oh, well, I mean, drivers, you know, if you get 2 or 3 safety cars in a row, you always mix it up so that you can't be predictable at the safety car restart, but Picciarello does a nice job. It's so tricky to pick the braking marker coming into that final corner to get the green flag, because the tyre's cold. You don't know the grip level that you have, and often we see people making mistakes and running wide even before they've got to the control line. And the drivers now, as they make their way up Mount Straight, continue to weave to build tyre temperature. As the field starts to find its rhythm, Jalen Robotham around Kenny Habul. That was for position 7 for 8. Ian James, I think it is, at the heart of racing, AMG Mercedes.
Now, B-Feen in the Audi. Oh, just get really nervous when cars go side by side up through there. Feeney was a lap back, but they did the whole let's just stay out under the safety car while everyone else picks. So they are on the lead lap, the Jamek Racing Audi. They've got themselves back into the game. And that's what is so cool about this race, is that if you go a lap down, you can get it back. You can get it back by a wave by, or you can get it back via strategy. And this year the strategy is more open than it has been in the past too, which is great, because it gives the team some options and some chance to be a little bit inspired or do something differently to everyone else, rather than everyone doing the same thing. And I think we'll see more of that as the race goes on, with people taking some gambles on fuel economy, people taking some gambles on tyre life, and whether you double, or maybe, and we've seen it in the past, triple stint a set of Pirellis, if it saves you a little bit of time, or a short pit stop to throw tyres at the car.
We've seen it already within the first 3 hours of the race. Porsche did something completely different to the rest of the field. It worked for them. The safety car fell at the right time. They went from the back half of the top 10 to leading the race and got the track position they needed. And then 2 of the heavy hitters that dropped off the lead lap didn't need the wave-by rule. They actually used strategy to get themselves back in the game. And that flexibility with the strategy options that those teams have allowed them to do that. So I like it, Rich. I like the way that we don't have to wait for the wave-by. You can use strategy to get yourself back in the game, and teams will be aware of that now as the race goes forward, to be able to think about that stuff and use it as they go.
I think race control has been busy because there's some penalties forthcoming, and we floated that there was an investigation on the Valente Rosso Aston Martin, passed through the hump on Mountain Straight in the run up the hill, that they had not completed a pit stop in the minimum 80 seconds, which was from pit in to pit out. And that was a wave by there for Kenny Habul, letting Brock Feeney through, which is smart life choice.
Well, it didn't end well last time. Those cars waved at each other at that corner. But I think B-Feen being in the Audi was going to send it anyway.
Correct. So we understand there will be a penalty, and confirmed a pit lane penalty.
Attention all teams, the stewards have imposed a drive-through penalty to car 14 for a short pit stop time. We repeat, the stewards have imposed a drive-through penalty to car 14 for a short pit stop time.
So that was the friendly finger.
Yeah,
we've seen the alternative in this race already.
Yep, that was the opposite of what we saw earlier, and that's heads-up driving from Kenny, isn't it? He knows he's not as fast as Brock Feeney, so let him go, chase him behind him, and it's Rubicon in the heart of racing AMG that's behind Hindhaugh right now, 9th and 10th.
So just to finish the point, pit lane, drive-through penalty, car 14, and the news I got through was that was 77 seconds.
Yeah.
80 seconds from pit in to pit out. If you go under it, that's the penalty. You add 32 seconds to your race, which is a transit time at 40 k's an hour through the lane.
Much better being 82 or 83 or 84 than having another. And that's the second penalty for that Aston Martin, because they got pinged earlier on as well.
To make it worse with that penalty, guys, the field was under the 80 k/h speed limit at that point as well. So it was sort of a bit of an unforced error, that one.
Yeah, good point.
A little bit of Ferrari flying through the air as Will Brown made his way over the skyline.
Well, that's interesting, because Will said in that interview that they had a bit of damage.
You and I looked at each other, and a bit of damage equals some damage.
Correct.
So the Ferrari not as straight as it was when it started the race.
Because if there was no damage, he would have said, no, the car's fine.
Car's fine.
Yeah. So clearly there's something.
Valentino Rossi with the visor open and working.
Race control, attention all teams. Stewards have imposed a 5-minute stop-and-go penalty to car 24 for a breach of safety car procedure. I repeat, stewards have imposed
Felt like that was going to be a big whack.
Yeah.
It's a fairly significant misinterpretation of that regulation. So that's a pretty clear and show to the rest of the teams that, hey, get it right.
Yeah.
Read the rules, get it right.
And listen to race control.
Yeah.
Listen to the voice from upstairs. And that's
well, this could have been race ending for one of the main contenders, because Jaden Ojada's not even thinking twice about a car, trying to pass him under safety car at Forest Elbow.
Yeah, so, I mean, the question...
then it went on. As these cars were weaving, he was trying to pass.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The question for mine is... It's a little column A, a little column B, driver and team, but it's the team on the radio saying you can go.
Yeah, well,
so it's a team penalty as much as it's a driver penalty.
And quite clearly, there was other people thinking about it there as well, because they moved out a line to the left-hand side.
But the race director's speaking to the team, not the driver directly.
Correct.
So it's not like Speedway where race management's on the phone to the drivers as they're going on. So then that message needs to be communicated back. So there's that chain of communication that has broken somewhere there.
Interesting one that's just popped up on our timing screen is the Shea 91 Porsches in pit lane, and given we've just recently gone yellow after a safety car, I'm curious as to why that car would be in the lane, given it's one of the Pro-Am contenders. It's actually just dropped out of the lead of the Pro-Am class, so it's a driver change, so it looks somewhat scheduled, but it's a strange time to be doing it straight after a safety car. I actually saw from this team last year with their Pro-Am car them doing some pretty alternate stuff, and it worked out reasonably well for them. So we're not going to question it. We'll certainly get Chad or Shea down there to understand it more for us.
I think they're working to time on this, and with all that safety car. So Sam's been in the car for 21 laps. So it's a reasonable stint, but a lot of it was very slow.
Yeah, under safety car.
A lot of it was under safety car. So now they'll plug Lauren Heinrich in that car and it will go properly quick. The thing for mine was if they could have extended that a little bit longer. Remember, they just got the wave by. So they are going to go back 1 lap down. But as we said, you can get that back. And especially now with guys like Lauren Heinrich behind the wheel, that car's going to be as quick as anything else on Mount Panorama today. And in fact, that's been the quicker of the two Porsches all weekend long.
It has been. But we talk about the 911 Porsche that leads the race with Picciarello at the wheel, and what a struggle it's been for them through practice and qualifying. Chaz Mostert set the fastest lap of the race at the lap 9 at 2:02.6. That 911 Porsche has done a 2:02.8 in the race.
Opposite lock. And I go, no, not today.
Sam Shea, apologies for the language, but that's what Mount Panorama does to you.
That's what adrenaline does to you.
That's great. He's so unbelievably passionate about his own driving. Did a year in Porsche Super Cup. I'd like to say hello to Greg Murphy, who will be at Terratonga Park Raceway down in Invercargill today for the next round of the Next Gen New Zealand Championship. Formula Regionals racing there. Murph's son Cormac running around in Toyota 86s this weekend. And the reason I say g'day to Murph is because 5-minute penalties in Mount Panorama, you only go to one man from an experience point of view.
The original and best.
And the best by far. 5 minutes.
Well, I mean, he managed his own splash and dash in that pit stop penalty as well, didn't he?
He really did. So, g'day, Murph. I'm sure he's not watching. He'll be watching Cormac go racing.
He should be working.
What is it over there? about 11 o'clock over there at the moment. So, everyone over in the South Island. New Zealand Grand Prix next week at Highlands. Will Brown will be there. Brock Feeney will be there in open wheelers.
Oh, Kenny's
another
got the wave going nice and early this time. So clearly wanting to minimise. I mean, they've had some dramas with the 75 car. Kenny's been waving for the entirety of Mountain Straight and rolls out of it nice and early. He does not want any more contact. So again, heads up driving from Kenny Hindhaugh.
We made the point about them knocking off some bronze time for these drivers. What it's done as well for 75 is Kenny is now clear for the rest of the day if they want it to be. They've got that flexibility built in. So remember, they needed to do, it's basically 40 minutes if you're that pro car with a bronze driver, so Liam Talbot and Kenny Hindhaugh. They've now got heaps of flexibility, Chad, to play the race out with Lucas Stoles and Shogunon.
Yeah, not wrong. That's the advantage of having Kenny do those extra laps. Absolutely. You get really banked into such a small window with strategy. Otherwise, I'm standing by at the 24 pit and I'm just watching this incredibly long penalty get handed out to the 24 car, and they're just sort of all looking at each other, feeling antsy to get this car back out on track. I got to the bottom of what happened on the radio. They were listening to race control discussing which cars were going to get the pass by, and in hearing them talking about which numbers were being brought up and then hearing their number, they assumed that was, oh, we're good to go. So they went a little bit early on the gun, clearly, but that's how it happened. They were hearing race control talking about which cars were about to get the wave by.
We watch teams in practice pit stops, practice refueling, practice brake pads, practice all their procedures. And the same is true with all the meetings and briefings that you have in the lead up to this race, whether in the team briefings or the driver and team managers briefings with race control. And it's all so much about dotting the I's and crossing the T's and making sure you get all the procedures right, whether it be your performance procedures or your operational procedures. And clearly that one has fell on foul of race control, and a pretty big one at that.
I don't know if as a kid, Garth, you got told to listen to your mother. Listen to your mother.
I still get told to listen to my mother.
So do I. In this instance, Mum is race director James Taylor.
Or listen to your teacher.
Correct. So you need to listen to race control clearly to get that direction. This is the Aston on the comeback trail.
Jalen Robotham getting around Theo Konduras.
Morning to everyone on the morning rush at the Lancefield Bakery, the Robotham family down there. His dad Dave's here watching on.
And that is back into the lead of Silver and back into the top 10 for the Aston Martin.
He's still on the lead lap.
Yeah.
Oh, Jade has bowled a wide. And that is as big as you will have without shortening your Mercedes 3 feet. That was... Seriously, as he turned in from McPhillamy, he was wide when he turned in, lost the rear. Jayden had to open the steering and ultimately went wide. So watch him here as he turns in. He's super wide and was on the curb, and he's already out in the grey. Loses the rear, has to open the wheel, therefore ends up in the gravel over the back of the curb. And all you do then, once you're over the back of the curb, is you coax the car back onto the racetrack. You don't want to jerk the car or turn too quickly, because you'll see what happened with the McLaren earlier for Ryan Sorensen. So what a moment for Jayden Ojeda.
And you can't just lift off that, can you?
I can tell you from experience.
Well, I was just about to bring it up. I don't want to reopen old wounds, but you've been there, and you had a car at the inside with a similar thing, but... Yeah, it must be a feeling of complete helplessness, really.
No, it is. You're completely a passenger, and it's just luck whether the car stays straight or it swaps ends on you. And luckily for Jayden, it stayed straight, but he was super, super wide. So at the exit of Reed Park, he must have got right out to the concrete wall and stayed there. And as he turned in, the rear of the car just stepped out. Man, we were so lucky to get that. And Jayden was so lucky to save that.
A question I've been asked from right in the middle of Europe, from Switzerland, is a from Right Turn Lover, hashtag B12HR, as the errant McLaren moves out the pit lane. 5 minutes there. Are they allowed to leave the engine running so that the driver's got the aircon? Because otherwise the doors are closed and he's slightly boiling in there. It's still a bit of shade in pit lane.
Driver's in trouble, so if he gets hot, that's his problem.
Are you practicing to be a team manager, GT?
I've been a driver and I've been in trouble a lot, John.
This is the battle for the race lead. Charles Wirtz has got to the back of Alessio Piccarello, reigning Intercontinental GT Challenge Drivers Champion. Here's Charles in the BMW. Good success in the back end of the season. Porsche won the manufacturer's side of IGTC last year, anchored off the back of their Bathurst victory. And now just 7/10 of a second between them, so the BMW has just been inching closer and closer and closer to car 911. Van der Linde a further 1.7 seconds further down the road.
What hasn't happened, Rich,
yes,
is Van der Linde hasn't just gone mental and driven up to the rear of Charles Wirtz.
As we would have
because I've been Kelvin van der Linde's teammate in the past, and that's what he does.
6th and 7th, coming into the King. Audi versus AMG. The 183, J-Mac car goes down the inside. That's copybook. That is very, very lovely from Rock Training. Thank you very much. We'll take the position back from Jayden Ojeda.
I think Jayden Ojeda will be still catching his breath.
Yes.
Right. After that moment.
Uncomfortable feeling that he'll only be able to rectify when he goes and changes the underwear at the next pit stop.
But it doesn't take away from a nice execution by Brock Feeney down at the chase. And it's a nice fight back, isn't it, from the 183. They were a lap down. Liam Talbot had to bring the car back to pit lane gently as they had a puncture after that contact with Kenny Habul. So on board here with Feeney, he's using the toe of Jayden Ojeda as they come down Conrod. And he'll just swing it out nicely. It signals his intentions. I'm coming, let me through. And the AMG Mercedes is very good on the brakes, as is the Audi. So positions himself nicely. Ojeda doesn't fight it too hard.
Race control, attention all teams. Stewards have imposed a drive-through penalty to car 24 for avoidable contact under safety car.
So that was the root cause of everything. So they made the contact with the Mercedes-AMG. They were penalised for getting the wave by wrong first. So they got penalised 5 minutes for trying to do this move. And now they're getting penalised to drive-through for this move and for that contact under the safety car.
This penalty is for the contact.
Yes.
The other penalty is for breach of regulation.
Double whammy penalty for that car, and on top of that, they actually took a moment after the 5-minute hold to just check that right side damage, and they were happy to send that car back out.
Yeah, thanks, Chad.
Right, yeah, they'll get another chance to watch it drive it come through pit lane this time.
Chaz is out of the car watching all this unfold as well. So he's seen it all play out for Method Motorsport. Porsche, BMW, battling for the lead.
That's another race hour completed, gentlemen. Just 9 hours to go now.
Quarter of the race. How has that happened?
I said this would happen right from when we went on air on Friday, and it's happening. Even with the BMW M safety car interventions, this race is really delivering earlier on. Hello to all of you around the world watching and listening. Good to have your company. Use the hashtag B12HR. I know that it is getting later in the evening in Europe, but those in the US, in particular, great time zone for the American continent at the moment watching this race. And welcome along to those of you who followed us at Daytona last weekend. And that has been a very good drive back by the J-Mac Audi. Meantime, front of the field, first and second coming together. Alessio Piccarello is starting to see Charles Wirtz just looming a bit larger in the wing mirrors.
You have to put some mayo on his surname, don't you? It's got that great surname.
Rolls off the tongue nicely, doesn't it?
Just remember, if you're following online, hashtag B12HR, We've been asking all week about who's going to do the overnighter. If you're watching from the other side of the world in a not quite so favourable time zone that we're fortunate enough to have here. So if you're in New Zealand and your race goes from 7:30 to 7:30 p.m, that doesn't count. But if you're somewhere in upstate New York or in the depths of winter in Europe and the race is entirely run in your darkness, then I'd love to know if you're going to commit and see it all the way to the finish of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour, because as we know, the history of this race and pretty much every other race that's ever been held here, a lot of crazy stuff happens in the final 90 minutes. And if you get to that final pit stop, it is absolutely gloves off. It's already been absolutely gloves off in the first stanza of this race. So there's, who knows what's yet to come. Still less than a second between the two leading cars as we go find Zachary Robichon in the heart of racing by SPS Performance Car. So despite all of the dramas they've had, they're still on the lead lap of the race. In fact, we go all the way down to Elliott Shute in 13th position, will remain on the lead lap of the race. So the early safety cars are keeping contenders racked and stacked and in the battle.
Well, that's another car, and I think
just gone a lap
got
down
the wave by, and that's how long it takes for the wave by. If you don't get another safety car and it doesn't bunch the field up, the leaders will chase you down. Talking about chasing you down, you said when Ryan Heinrich got in the 91 car, he was going to go fast. Yeah. He's just done the fastest middle sector and cumulatively fastest to the end of the second sector for the race. So it's almost like you've seen this before, Richard Craill.
So they took their pit stop just after being waved by. So they had a couple of laps of green. Sam Shaheen came in. So they sacrificed being on the lead lap with that pit stop, but that's okay, because it will come back to them. I think it will pay off a bit later in the race.
Already a third of the race gone in the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour, and the lead battle is coming back together, and the lead has been held up coming out the BMW M-Power elbow. That could be significant.
It's been an eventful 20 or 30 minutes for the McLaren, hasn't it? So Picciarello just held up right at a critical point as the cars made their way down the mountain and out of Forest Elbow, and Charles Wirtz says, thank you very much. I'll range up onto the back of that Porsche and have a crack at the lead of the race.
You know, we spent all the lead-in going, oh, this is going to be a brutally fast race. There's not that much lap traffic going to play a role yet. Here we go.
But it's
such a fundamental part of the race so far. And this is now the battle for the race lead. And that little hesitation has allowed Charles to get to the back. The Belgian driver chasing down Picciarello in front. They're 3.5 seconds in front of Kelvin van der Linde in the sister BMW, who are having another really strong run. They were superb last year. The 32 car was in contention all the way through the first half of the race. Tripped up with lap traffic, ironically, in the run-up to the cutting at hour 6 and taken out of the race. But the sister car, the 46, was in the fight for the podium right until the closing stages. So WRT really have picked up where they left off. Meanwhile, Brock Feeney has got to the back of Daniel Serra in the Ferrari. So he's trying to hassle and get himself into the top 5, and the Audi continues to play itself back in as well.
And also the other Porsche, Lauren Heinrich behind the wheel, he's just put that car's fastest lap of the racing down to the 2:02.7, so there is performance out there.
Feeney took 1.3 out of Daniel Serra on the last lap. He's on a charge, is Feeney. Both he and Jaden Ojeda were the fastest cars on track. So they continue to fight back. So there's the Elliott Shute car in the lane after just losing a lap to the leaders. I mean, and that's also what with the wave buys, you haven't stopped. So you've only got probably half a tank of fuel at best. Yeah. So ultimately, if the leaders don't catch you, you're going to have to pit at some point. So it's not a free kick. It doesn't get you in the game for the rest of the day. You still have to use a bit of strategy to take maximum advantage of it.
And that's what I like about the way that rule is executed in this race, in that it's not just a gift.
No.
You still need to work for it, but it's just a little helping hand to keep more cars in contention in the race. And we want a show. We want as many cars capable to win this as deep into the race as we possibly can. But you don't want to gift it to them. They've got to work for it. They've got to earn it.
And you've still got to strategize your way around that. I might have made up a new word there. Look, a week ago, Winwood Racing with their AMG at Daytona were 7 laps down and made it back onto the lead lap to battle for the lead. Ultimately, they weren't on the podium. I think they finished 4th from memory. But you've got to work what the race gives you, Garth, don't you?
Absolutely. I mean, one of the races that I had here at the 12-hour, we went 3 or 4 laps down early in the race, and we got ourselves back to 1 lap off the lead of the race by the end of the day. So it can be done, absolutely can be done. If strategy falls your way, you can use it and manage it nicely.
Is that 2020?
I think it was earlier than that.
Yeah. 2020 at the end, Kelvin Van der Linde was going crazy at the end, setting lap records. Right, let's bring us up to speed with where we're at. 3 hours and 6 minutes into the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. Feels like a lot's happened since then, because it has. 3 wide up the hill. Ricardo Filler stuck in the middle of a Mercedes-AMG sandwich. Oh, incredible sight. It is such a special time in motorsport in this part of the world, in any part of the world. The opening stanza. Big names falling early. Garth Craig Lowndes stuck his hand up and said, I found the fence. And so too did Ryan Sorensen in the Method Motorsport car. And unfortunately, Marcel Zalua was caught up in that impact, and that put out a lengthy safety car for a clean-up job here. And you can see what it means to Marcel. He was out of the race and distraught about it too.
Yeah, it can go away in a heartbeat, and as it did here for Stephen Grove. He and Kenny Hibble, slightest of contact as they crested Skyline, and significant damage to the Grove Racing AMG Mercedes. That car was leading the bronze class at the time. Joden Ojeda, that was a moment of all moments, and luckily got away with that one.
Porsche lead by a small margin. They're being chased by BMW with 2 cars hunting down, and this is how the classes sit as well. So you can see where your favourite driver's going, if they are in fact in the lead of their class. Zachary Robichon leads the way for Heart of Racing in bronze. They were runner-up in their class in this race 12 months ago, and it was taken from them in the final half an hour. So they really want to come back and get a win. Now, into the lane comes Kenny Hibble. Ticked all of his driving time off in this race, and finally has served the 15-second time penalty that has been hanging over them as well.
I'm a bit further up pit road right now, and I'm at the Go of Almont number 44 Audi team, and work is continuing down here to get this car back out. Now, we saw contact on both sides of the car. Thankfully, on the left-hand side of the car, it's mainly cosmetic and bodywork damage, so they've had to do a little bit of on-the-fly adjustments to this car's amazing livery. The real work is continuing on the right-hand side. Now, thankfully, on the right front corner, again, just cosmetic, which means it's only the right rear corner that had to be worked on. The bad news is it's everything in this right rear corner right now, so the team are hard at work, putting dampers back in it, putting suspension arms back in it, also changing the drive shaft, so hopefully, fingers crossed, the gearbox is okay out the back of this Audi. They've got about 2 hours, maybe about 90 minutes now to get this car back out onto the racetrack, but the fingers are very much crossed. Actually, here is Marcel Zalua to have a quick chat to us as well. We haven't seen him yet or heard from him after that incident. Unluckiest dude at Bathurst today, mate, but you've got a real hard-working crew trying to get you back out there.
Mate, they're legends, so fingers crossed they'll get us back out there and we can go have some fun. Oh, I hate this place sometimes.
It's a good sign that you and Serge still have the race suits on.
We just want to drive now. And yeah, I just want to get back in the car. There's so much unfinished business here. And yeah, I don't know what to say. Pretty gutted.
I hope you can go finish some of that business today, mate. And maybe if you get to the podium, you might have to send 3 mechanics up there.
100%.
The 75 Express crew came in, as Richie noted. They did serve that penalty, 15-second stationary, before Kenny Hibble could even get out of the car. But the reason that they did the penalty then was because Kenny was getting out of the car. It's an extra opportunity to loosen the belts, make sure that everything is good to go, because now it's Jules and Luca to the checkered flag. Jules Gonon jumped aboard that beautiful orange Mercedes. He had 4 sticker Pirelli tires, so this is the first time we've seen new rubber thrown at this car in the form of tires that have never seen the pavement before. And Kenny's gotten out. He's walking around and chilling off a little bit. We'll give him a chance to debrief with the team and look at the tires that actually just came off the car before I do stick a mic under his nose.
Shea Adam before that, Chad Neylon in the lane. It's Richard Craill, Garth Tander and me, John Hindhaugh in the booth. Well, drama upon drama. I'm pleased I'm not cutting the 52-minute show for this, because we could take that just for the first 3 hours of the race. Ricciardo now having to think about what's going on as he comes through the traffic. Both the leading Porsche and the chasing BMW have made up 10 positions from their starting spot, winning the race from outside the top maybe 3-4 rows. Not unheard of, but quite unusual. And how about the battle that continues on the comeback trail for Brock Feeney in the 183 Audi, and the car ahead is the car he's chasing down. Daniel Serra, 5th position in that gorgeous 296. Look, we're not allowed to have favourites, but I've got to say, this latest generation of GT3 cars, the designers from all the different manufacturers are knocking it out of the park. There's intricate air roll, but it's great to look at. Ferrari back to their absolute best, as far as I'm concerned, in designing street cars, and of course, they've become GT3 cars.
On board with Brock Feeney as he makes his way down Conrod Straight, and it doesn't seem like that long ago that this car was trailing back to the pit lane with a puncture, with Liam Talbot aboard. They lost a lap, and they've strategized themselves back in the game. He's only 7.6 seconds from the lead of the race after just 3 hours of racing.
How important getting that car back was without doing any damage. I once remembered Stuart Hall saying to me when I asked him, and I'll ask you the same question, so how slow do you have to go? And he said, always slower than you're going.
Slower than you want is usually the answer. So it takes real discipline in those scenarios to get the car back without damaging it, because if you go too fast with a puncture, the tyre explodes the bodywork, game over. The car loses all its efficiency. So that's nice play from Liam Talbot to keep identify there was an issue with the car, and not attack the top of the mountain like you would normally on a normal lap. So he didn't write the car off there. But 2, to get the car back to pit lane without damaging it with the tyre failing. And now 3, the entire team to get themselves back in the game. So Picciarello for Porsche leads, Viet second, Van der Linde third. Those 3 cars really haven't had any issues so far in this race. You go to Maxime Martin in 888, they've had a drive-through penalty. The Serra car, when Will Brown was driving the 26 Arrives Racing Ferrari, contact with the Craft Bamboo car. Feeney, they've had multiple contact. Ojeda, they were backwards in the gravel trap at the exit of the last corner, and they were a lap down. They've got themselves back in the game. So it just shows keeping your nose clean pays at Mount Panorama. You will filter to the top when it matters.
Seems like there's been chaos all over the track for everybody in every car so far, but Kenny Habul, wow, Kenny's crazy day so far. What was that stint like out there for you?
I just want to go home and lie down and have some fish.
Thankfully, that's close.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. We had a slow leak in the right rear, and they were Lucas tyres, so that's very difficult on me. I couldn't get them up to temperature, and it kept coming down, and you need the right rear around here. And then they come up to the stop, and I said, just change it. And they didn't want to take a set from the boys for later in the race. They didn't want to take one tyre, so we stayed. They said, it's stabilised. Okay. Filled the tank up, I went out, and it dropped again. So in the end, all 3 other tyres were at 70 degrees, and the right rear was at 38 with a full tank of fuel. And, man, it was how's your uncle everywhere. I was just holding on to it, just doing the best I could.
Yeah, but you've won this race after a crazy first stint before, so now you know how to relax and just let the boys do it. Do you think that you've got the Mercedes to do it again?
I think the car's good. The car's taken a few hits, very aggressive out there. This is the way it is every year. I don't know why. People fight really early and they shouldn't fight. I'm sorry for the incident with the Grove car. I know I was side by side and he slowed and moved over, and I thought he's letting me through, so I'm really disappointed for them. But there's just too much testosterone, you know, throw in the mix a few Pelicans, and it's madness, you know, and all I wanted to do was stay out of the madness, and I'm glad the car's in one piece and we're still in a good position. So, you know, nothing happens in the first 11 hours.
Nothing good happens, but you know how to win this race. Good luck enjoying the rest of it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Should be pointed out that race control scored that as a racing incident. No blame attached to either of the drivers on that. Audi in the lane from 14th position. This is the number 9 car, Marchini, bringing the bronze class car into pit lane for what looks to be pretty scheduled service, Garth Tander.
Yeah, it certainly does. The crew are out and waiting for his arrival. Tyres laid out, so it'll be a driver change. That's Lee Holdsworth opening the door, about to jump in the car, which will be the first time today for Lee. And, nice job by Mark Sini this car crew, the longest running car crew, Mark Sini, Lee Holdsworth and Dean Fiore, longest running car driving team in the record of the 12 hour. So nice that Mark continues to do this.
The Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour continues on. Porsche lead the way from BMW, and BMW in the top 3. But this is a special part of the world to come and visit every year in the central west of New South Wales. You'll pop up over the Blue Mountains. It's incredible. So we've had some friends of ours take us on a little tour. Here's Edwina Bartholomew and the great Matt Moran taking us on a tour of the central west.
I'm Matt Moran.
And I'm Edwina Bartholomew.
And we're going to show you Bathurst beyond the mountain.
From local beer
That's bloody good.
to whiskey distilleries.
Yeah, nice and smooth. Amazing country pubs.
Like the one at Rockley, I heard it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Matt, this pub, the O'Connell, has been here since 1865. I used to come here when I was at uni. And the quaint country towns we call home.
Fine dining in Bathurst.
Boutique shopping.
Clothes, coffee, flowers. What more do you want?
The best accommodation in town.
Or as far away as you want.
Every turn has a story in Bathurst.
So come take a drive with us.
There really are some great back roads in this part of the world as well. If you find yourself in a nice bit of driving equipment to responsibly go and have a lovely tour around. Great to see this part of the world being showcased.
And I'm heading off tomorrow before I head back home. I'm going to head to go and have a look at the original Bathurst circuit, the old Vale circuit.
Vale circuit, yeah, just to going down Conrod Straight, basically parallel to that. It's where they first started racing here, and if you think this place could be sketchy at times, you ain't seen nothing yet. The old Vale circuit was completely and utterly insane. But I like the fact they had a crazy racetrack, so when they wanted to build a permanent one, they made this, which is pretty special. So a little reset for you. Alessio Picciarello leads the way for Absolute Racing. The Porsche settling in the lead and is actually pulling away from Charles Weirds now in the 46 car. Kelvin Van der Linde remains third, 3.6 seconds behind the lead. Maxime Martin is in fourth place in the 888, or number 888. Team GMR Mercedes-AMG in fourth. Being chased by Daniel Serra in the Ferrari and Brock Feeney a little bit further back. We've been very excited to see this young man behind the wheel of the brightly coloured Lamborghini. Kiwi favourite Brendan Leach is now behind the wheel. He is a genuine gun and factory-supported Lamborghini driver. He's got that car. They're on the lead lap of the race, and he's got them up to second in silver, but 10th outright too. And he has been going very quickly. He's just set a little while ago the quickest lap of the race for that car. Brendan from Invercargill, where they're racing over there in New Zealand this weekend. The Leach family watching on. In fact, saw Deb Day, who's from Dale ITM over there, is also the president of Motorsport New Zealand, who's here this weekend. She's been a long-time supporter of Brendan and the Leach family. So cool to see the support. And we've all been pretty excited about Leachy jumping aboard that car this weekend, and he's having an impact in the race.
Just a little battle pack forming in behind Maxime Martin here. The fourth place 888 car. Daniel Serra, Brock Feeney, Jaden Ojeda in relatively close company.
I was just getting flashbacks to Wing Cup versus Van Gisbergen, watching a Ferrari and Mercedes go down Conrod. Liam Talbot, guys, who's driving that car today as it gets down the inside of the Ferrari at the elbow, has his race suit on, has his balaclava on. Now, to my knowledge and the team's knowledge, he has done enough where they could manage Feeney and Fella to the end, but if he chooses to get back into the car, that would be to open up some strategy at the end of this race.
It's a good point, Chad, and you talk about that flexibility. The numbers that we're crunching is that he's done enough by 4 minutes to give that 340 minutes per driver for Feeney and Fella. So it's not enough. You need a little bit more than that to give them some flexibility. Otherwise, you'll run into issues with driver time. And if you're in the car too long, so remember that 150 minutes that Chad circled on the Pirelli pit bunker at the start of the race, which was really key. Any one time in the car, you go over that, your day's done. You're out. You'll be penalised to extinction. So it's an important thing they need to work out. So the more Liam can drive, the better they are at the back end.
heading up Mountain Straight. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, forming an orderly queue at the moment. But how quickly can it get disorderly? Well, very quickly around this place. And we've seen plenty of action already last time around as they were going past some traffic. Change of position there as Daniel Serra just got pushed back one spot by Brock Feeney, taking the opportunity that the traffic gave him. Didn't need a second invitation there, Garth Tander.
Nice opportunistic move from Brock Feeney. Used the lap traffic as a bit of a pick as Daniel Serra got held up and got up the inside at Forest Elbow, a very popular place to pass in Brock Feeney's day job, driving a supercar. So he knows that little trick, and I'm sure Daniel Serra just learnt that little trick, given he hasn't been here before. And now Feeney right on the rear bumper of Martin. Does he do it again?
Yep.
He's going to send it.
Yeah.
It had Matt Campbell vibes, that one. And he's got the job done nicely. So Feeney 2 in 2 laps at Forest Elbow. And now that car up to 4th with some clear air on the nose. Let's see what sort of speed Feeney has in this car. But the fight back for Audi continues very nicely.
The Mercs are quick in a straight line. They're not losing much and now begin to gain in the gap in the air. The Brock Feeney's Audi's taken through the kink. Under braking. Brock's got it sorted out. Why wouldn't you defend down the inside there then? Because there are several lines at the BMW M elbow.
Well, I'm not sure that Martin and Serra really knew that that might be a passing opportunity. I mean, everyone does their research and watches the race, but Feeney, obviously plenty of confidence coming off the dipper for the run down to Forest Elbow and keeps the speed up through the kink before the cars drop down into Forest Elbow, and that's the key part of that passing move. And then you've got to just diagonal straight to the inside. Usually in the Audi, you go back to first gear when you make that move to then help stop, turn the car and punch it off Forest Elbow. You see here, just arrows it straight at the apex. And Martin actually opened the wheel nicely to let Brock get that done, but I feel like Feeney was coming through anyway. So back to third gear now, back to second. Actually just keep second up, so nice job. I'll send Brock a text to say use first gear next time. You won't have to defend so hard down the shutdown Conrod.
A little insider training. I like it.
Just a few people going through that in third on your normal lap, which I was quite surprised at.
How much does it hurt your exit?
With a move like that? Absolutely, because you compromise the entry because you're so narrow. So that's why you tend to go back to first to help punch it off the exit. But Brock didn't need it that time.
It's a bit of pace further back in the field. So Gilles Gounon for the first time in the race is behind the wheel of car 75, and predictably enough has just set that car's quickest lap of the race, and it's up there with the quickest of the race so far as well. Not far off Lauren Heinrich's pace setting lap on lap 69 at a 2:02.4, so a 2:07 for Jules last time by. So they're one of the early cars. Just wait for them to tick around, actually. They're the first car off the lead lap. So they're waiting for the next yellow when they can get back onto the lead lap. But they will be clear all the way through now. Galton is listening intently at a braking point, perhaps?
No, I was listening for fuel saving.
Oh, okay.
Because I was just... Charles Wirtz is just starting to roll off the rear bumper of Picarello. And we saw this from BMW in the very first stint of the race, where they were strong early and they faded, and we wondered whether it was tyre performance or what was going on. But then they ultimately ended up doing more laps on fuel in that first stint than anyone. And I just wonder whether Wirtz and Van der Linde are saving fuel right now. There's no... I mean, yeah, great, get up, lead the race. You don't get a trophy for leading at the 3.5 hour mark. So save fuel like we saw in the first stint and see where that gets you at the end of the next pit stop cycle. So I just think BMW going back into strategy mode now that the race has settled down again after that spate of safety cars. So that's why I was listening to Picarello, because he's opened the gap to see if he was doing the same, but he kept it pinned all the way to the braking point, down Conrod and into the chase.
He's been in the car for 24 laps now, having taken over from Ian Chen-Guben. It's been a very good stint, in fact, for Picarello, for a car that's been challenging Absolute Racing since practice one.
Lauren Heinrich pointed out when he took that car over the number 91 Porsche that he put the car's fastest lap in as he's burning off the fuel. Screwed up into 12th, actually, because the Honduras Mercedes has just pitted. He's now put the fastest lap of the race in. So as he's coming to the end of a stint, that car has got pace. The Porsches, as it gets hotter, as it gets potentially slipperier, that's generally speaking That is Porsche 911 territory, isn't it?
Just another point, you mentioned Theo Kondouris coming in the Superbarn car. 34 laps, that stint. Now, there was a bit of safety car at the start of that, but starting to get a little read now on fuel economy, which will be later, a play later in the race, when you're working backwards from whenever the final lap is going to be, whether it's 350 laps or 250 laps, you work back from that to when your final pit stop is. So now there's a little bit of a form guide there that 34 laps in a Mercedes-AMG.
Well, it depends on the driver. Because, like I said, I was in the Grove Racing Strategy meeting last night, and unfortunately that's not going to get to play out today. But with the bronze driver in the car, we're expecting 34 laps from the AMG Mercedes. With the pro drivers in the car, expecting 32 laps from the AMG Mercedes. So because of the difference in lap speed, the slower you go, the less fuel you burn. So that's also has to come into it when you start talking about economy, and it's the driver technique. Even different pro drivers burn different fuel at different rates depending on their driving style.
Jules Gounon gets down the inside at the chase, so he's continuing to blaze away in 75. Now, we saw earlier in the race the substantial impact for Stephen Grove at the top of the hill. This vision, well, this is the accident itself. So Kenny Hubble down the inside. There was no penalty applied to this. They were side by side, and a frightening impact for Stephen Grove. Now, predictably, a lot of people have been watching this from the outside, and Leo Baird has posted this vision and has supplied this from the outside. So this is the first good look we've had at that impact and just how high that car was sent. So thank you, Leo. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that was big, very big. Steve Tadman asking about something like that. As a driver, Garth, if you witness that, does that unnerve you?
No.
Because it's not you?
Well, even if that was vision of me, if that was me in driving that car in that crash, no. It landed on its wheels, it stayed inside the racetrack, we're back on. I had the biggest crash of my career coming up at this part of the track. What year was it, Rich?
19,
right there. And I came back to Bathurst about 4 months later in the same race car and did the fastest lap I'd ever done around Mount Panorama in an Audi. So, and that's what you have to do as a professional race car driver. You put that stuff out of your brain and you move forward.
They're wired differently, aren't they, Crillsy?
And on that, okay, so you're a pro. Yeah. It's your job. What about an ad?
So that's different. And whilst we were taking some replays, I texted the Grove Racing team, and we've already started the process of rebuilding Steve's confidence after that crash, because that's something you really have to do, because they are not pro race car drivers and they are not wired like pro race car drivers. So this is their enjoyment, and it's there to be fun. So when you get a knock like that, it's not so much fun for a while. So you need to find ways to rebuild the confidence for your non-pro drivers when something like that happens.
Does it help that it's nothing that he did wrong? If you can say, you know, I don't think you could have done anything different. Is it the best quote, I think, in the Steve McQueen movie is Le Mans is not the misquoted one about anything else is waiting. It can happen, and then it can happen again.
Yeah, I mean, it says on the ticket when you come into the racetrack that motor racing's dangerous, so we all know that coming in. And that's as high as we've seen a race car at that part of the racetrack for a very, very long time. And so, yeah, look, it's part of it. You'll learn from it. Like in that scenario, the team will debrief it. They'll understand. Are there any learnings from that?
Yeah.
But you move on pretty quickly because you're not going to change. You can't change the world now. You can't change what's happened there. So you take as much learning out of it as you can. But pretty much by Tuesday next week, it's just fix the car and we look forward to the next event. And that, regardless of which team it is, that's how you look at that sort of stuff.
And we can tell you a little bit of an update. So a couple of heavy impacts we've seen. One of them, Stephen Grove. So he's been taken to Orange Hospital by road for general assessment. It's always a good sign if they're going by road. Ryan Sorensen, who earlier crashed in the McLaren GT4 car, has been taken to Bathurst Hospital by road as well. Just for general assessment for both of them, for no specific damage inflicted there. So that's good to know, and the medical team do an unbelievable job with our travelling circus around Australia, looking after the health and welfare of our racing car drivers, but also everyone in the paddock and the population of the racetrack as well. So well done to those guys for getting that all sorted.
We've clicked over into the half-hour racing, guys. Just like that. The Wall Lamborghini back with us. The original cars here with the original concentric circle pattern on. This was a variation on the theme. Talking with the team earlier in the week. That whole idea was a one-off, originally, a one-off livery when they said it's a black, originally it was a black car, if you remember. The
for a sec.
KTM, over the top.
The Ferrari sniffing around.
Careful, guys, play nicely. Through Skyline.
We're through.
Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, the original Huracan was an all-black car, and one of the engineers said, all-black car starting in the dark, that might not be the best idea. So they came up with the concentric circles, the old BASF Pro Car livery, if you remember, and that original Lamborghini was very much that shape of the BMW M1 as it was in those days.
I like the fact that when they went to the Evo spec Lamborghini, they went to an Evo spec
livery.
livery.
Absolutely.
It's very cool.
Absolutely. It was very clever. And they can't change it now. They realise they cannot change that car. And great to have it back with. Fair play. They've recruited and tweaked their driver lineup this year, Craill. And it's borne fruit in terms of the pace of that car, sitting in 10th overall at the moment.
Yeah, they've been really strong all weekend long. This is a super look at that livery. Adrian Dietz, who owns the car, puts this program together. Actually commissioned a street artist in Sydney who does some of the really cool stuff in the CBD and surrounds in the capital of New South Wales to revamp the livery, but said it has to be what it is.
Yes.
Or the fans will revolt. Just make it fresh. Yeah. And that's what they've done really, really well. Their program's been interesting this weekend because they said from the outset, we're going to keep Brendan Leach reined in. We know potentially this car could be in the top 10. The car could have been on pole position potentially, but we're going to rein him in. Tony Dabbetti qualified. We sort of all didn't really believe them, to be brutally honest. We thought, oh no, they'll plug him in at some point and he'll go very, very fast and it'll all be very exciting. But they've absolutely stuck to their program from the outset, and it's all paying off on Sunday for them. So full credit for
what to put in Brendan's tea. That's what I want to notice.
They just locked him in. I reckon they just locked him in a room at qualifying. So Tony D'Alberto had it, and Tony did a very nice job, fastest he's ever been around Mount Panorama. But I reckon they did that just to put one up us, Rich. It was a nice job by that team.
I agree with you. They definitely did. We talk things up here. No, we're not doing that.
But
David, no. David Wall, team owner, and David Fife, his long-serving team boss down there, have put together a great program.
So, continuing to cover the battles throughout the field, and we've barely scratched the surface here, but we've had some phenomenal racing. Not a battle for position as the Ferrari in the hands of Alessio Rivera in the Pro-Am category. That's the number 36 car. Two Ferraris that are almost identical, slightly different wing mirror colours. The green on the Pro car, the red on the Pro-Am car. But gee, it's good to see the latest Ferrari iteration on the mountain at the front of the field. Hello. It's just started coming back together again, and the two BMWs not fighting each other here. Vetz and Kelvin von der Linde not giving it 10-0 among themselves, and are just working their way back towards Alessio Picariello here.
And Brock Feeney also, so it's the first four cars in the same shot. Feeney's just done the fastest lap of the race for that car, a 2:02.7 from the 183 JMEC Racing Audi. So that car, and it felt like it was only about 10 laps ago, we reported that he was 8 seconds from the lead of the race. He's now down to 4.4 seconds from the lead of the race. So the first four cars, these gaps continue to ebb and flow as Wirtz now starts to range back up onto the rear of Picciarello in the 911 Porsche as they come up on the KTM again, and now Wirtz is going to get it right in the wrong spot, and you have to go single file as the BMWs trip over each other, and van der Linde sneaks through. So Viet was very circumspect with lap traffic, as you'd expect based on what happened to him last year here in the race. So he was ultra careful, and Van der Linde said thank you very much. While all that was happening, Piccarello got up the road, and we just said that they were closing down the BMWs on the Porsche. The gap now, first to second, 3.5 seconds.
And speaking of those BMWs, both will be coming into the pits within about the next 3 laps. They're going to be doing full service fuel, tires, and driver change. It's going to be Van der Linde brother to Van der Linde brother, with Sheldon taking over. And we've got Raffaele Marciello ready to go back into the 46. So we're not seeing a pattern where we're saving a driver for the end. All 3 of the BMW drivers in each of the cars will have gotten a taste of what it's like in this early morning running.
There's several ways to make this race work. So Vet's just staying ahead of Van der Linde there when they got behind that KTM, which is still running, and they'll be delighted by that. 16th position overall for that number 50 orange and black car. Can they slay the demons that they've had before at the Mount?
Porsche continues to lead. The margin fairly consistent at 2.7 seconds, more than 25 laps into this very impressive sort of early mid-race stint for Alessio Piccarello.
Watch here, Craill, see, this is where it all got close, and that's where it all ran out again in favour of the leading Porsche. The 2 Beamers were within a second, and then the KTM intervened, and I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just what happens here, and all of a sudden Picariello is back out in nearly 3 seconds.
Yeah, I mean the KTM can't disappear.
No.
That's the problem in that part of the racetrack.
Beam me up,
There's
Scotty.
nowhere else you can go. It's single file through that part of the track. So luckily we got away with it. As Adrian Dietz awaiting the arrival of the Lamborghini as the KTM comes to the lane, and
I love the fighter jet canopy on that car.
we're not watching Thunderbirds. This is a pit stop for that.
Oh, that shows your age there, mate.
Well, I noticed that moment happen and Crampton pitted immediately. No, I'm out. This can be Trent Harrison's problem. Gilles, you're putting it the timing screen because Gilles Counon is going very quickly as well in car 75. They're dragging themselves back towards the front of this race.
The 2 cars in 11th and 12th. I know we're looking at the leader right now, but they're the fastest cars on the racetrack, and they're both trying to set the fastest lap of the race between each other. So they're keeping themselves occupied down there whilst the front bunch battle out. Here comes Brendan Leach to the lane. He'll hand over to car owner, team owner, and all-round good guy Adrian Dietz for his turn behind the wheel of the Lamborghini.
So just a little stint there for Brendan, just to whet the appetite for later in the race. You could bet that he'll be the closer. In fact, it's a good battle going on between that team and the Aston Martin squad, with Jay Robotham behind the wheel for top of the silver class.
Just keep an eye on that Gilles Counon and Lauren Heinrich battle. It's about 10 seconds that those guys are apart from each other, but this is one of those lovely times in an endurance race where they are actually racing each other. Yeah. They're not door mirror to door mirror, Rich, but they are going at it hammer and tongs, fractions of a second between their lap times, even through traffic.
Well, we saw at the end of the 2022 race here, Gilles Counon leading and Maro Engel second, and they were split by anywhere between 6 and 10 seconds for about 3 hours.
Yeah.
And it was just brutal motorsport without even really, there were parts of the racetrack where they couldn't see each other, but it was brutally intense, and that will be the back half of this race. I think they settle down into some more green flag running as this race wears on towards the second half of the day.
So the Wall Racing team continuing to service the 93 Lamborghini Huracan. There's the remaining McLaren GT4 car in the lane. It spent some time in the lane, that car, already this race, as Adrian Dietz leaves the box and heads out for his first run of the race. Those laps that Counon and Heinrich are doing right now, they're a lap down, but they are super important laps in the strategy that those 2 teams will use to get themselves back on the lead lap. Pick up a replay of the Ferrari just getting through on the GT4 AMG of Daniel Bilski. So we're on board here with the 36 of Rovanperä, and Bilski thought he was going around the outside, so he stayed narrow And Rovanpera went narrow again. A bit of a miscommunication, but ultimately both cars got away with it. And that often happens in these races. When you're the slower car, you feel like you're doing the right thing and you're getting out of the way, but the faster car gets to you so much quicker that they just end up in an awkward spot. And often that can end up in contact. Thankfully, it didn't that time.
And here as well, you often can be, as in comes the leader, already dropped down to 4th position. Often, actually, you're trying to do the right thing and it ends up being the wrong thing. You go offline, it causes more trouble for you and the cars behind you. In the driver's briefing, they always say, stay on the line.
Stay on the line, and that's the thing. As long as there's consistency, the faster cars then work out what they need to do, and that's the job. They have to complete the pass. So ultimately, you know, if the slower car just stays online and does the normal, natural thing, it's easier to read. Absolute Racing going to work. A complete stop for this one. 4 tyres, fuel, driver change.
So 32 laps in the car for Alessio Picciarello. 3 of those laps were under safety car.
Okay.
So like we touched on earlier, they're starting to get a better read on fuel economy now. So flat out 29, 30 laps on that tank of fuel with a little bit of safety car in there as well.
Yeah, it's usually 2 for the price of 1 safety car lap. So 2 safety car laps.
So that, I mean, that adds up, doesn't it?
Fuel.
It adds up from a fuel point of view. So it's 30 laps. It's generally an hour and 5, somewhere around that window. If you're fuel saving, you can go an hour and 15 minutes. If you're pressing on, probably slightly less. But all this will matter at the back half of the race. And the charge of the Brock Feeney brigade continues because he's got to the back of Kelvin van der Linde, who's very familiar with an Audi R8. And usually he's the one hassling people, but now it's Brock Feeney doing that. And van der Linde's defending in the WRT BMW.
And that BMW's got some pretty good straight line handling. It came off the elbow and just went up the road. So Kelvin van der Linde used to the Audi, not quite having the straight line speed. So he'll be enjoying that straight line performance from the BMW, but he very much knows the strengths that Brock Feeney will have across the top of the mountain. So he won't fall foul of that trick of getting a pass done up the inside of Forest Elbow, will van der Linde.
But here's the BMWs again, Garth, going longer, back at the front of the field.
Yeah.
Now, our great colleague from Radio Le Mans and pretty much a full-time team strategist now, Paul Truswell. Paul, I hope you're feeling a bit better. When I ask him about this stuff, he says if everything remains equal, which it seldom does in motor racing and particularly
big caveat in motorsport.
Yes, absolutely. But they still have the advantage because they're opening up this fuel window and they're cycling to the front at the end of their fuel stints.
And where that works best, as both Maxime Martin and Daniel Serra come to the lane in the Mercedes and Ferrari, where that works best when you continually to do 1 or 2 laps more is when you have large chunks of green flag racing and you get 2 or 3 or 4 stints in one green flag chunk, and then ultimately you end up with a window that's 8 or 10 laps bigger than those that have to stop earlier than you. So that's what teams are always doing in these long endurance races, is trying to open up the pit windows as much as you can. So it might be 1 lap here, might be 2 laps there, but you continually try and open the window and get a strategic advantage on the other manufacturers and the other teams.
With an 80-second fuel stop minimum, it squeezes that advantage a little bit, but track position-wise, you're still getting it. Close call at the top of the mountain. Oh, too close.
That wasn't close. That was big damage. So that was, I think, Luke Yulden in the Superbarn AMG Mercedes. Yes, it was. You can see significant damage out of the front splitter of the 47 car with Luke Yulden aboard and Adrian Dietz in the Lamborghini, who just jumped aboard that car and getting up to speed. So we talked earlier about that misunderstanding of cars and where they place themselves, particularly across the top of the mountain. And that caught those 2 out. So here we go, Yulden trying to get to the inside and just gets the timing wrong and clobbers the back of the Lamborghini. It looks to me like the Lamborghini may have got off that better than the Mercedes of Yulden, but ultimately contact that neither car needed. And the Ferrari in behind just gets away with that one. And now look, also something we need to be mindful of is the debris on the racetrack, because if someone comes over there and cuts a tyre, that will play certainly a part.
And Luke Yulden lost a position there. That was Alessio Rivera going through in the Ferrari. Jed Nogera in the pit lane.
So gets that opportunity, assuming he jumps out of the car, to change the undies after the big moment at the top of the hill, because...
So there we go. We're dodging it. Actually, Yilden gets some of that damage there as he goes through. So hard, you can't dodge
Hit his own car.
Yeah, that's right. So
I've just run over the back of my car.
That's right on line as they exit Reed Park for the run to McPhillamy.
And the juice out of this car, so...
Safety car.
Oh, they've got safety car.
Yeah,
for the debris.
Absolutely for the debris. Again. And BMW, by staying out those couple of laps, opening up that window, has fallen for them again nicely. It's fallen nicely for Craft Bamboo. They're already in the lane. They'll get a half benefit from that, as does the Spirit Racing team. And we can see on our timing screen, the Aston Martin of Jalen Robotham is in out of 6th place as well. Oh, no, the KTM is going into the garage.
And the telltale sign of fluid on the ground indicates perhaps some overheating for the 5-cylinder turbocharged car. We'll follow that story up. The BMW is at the top of the mountain, so they're in the middle sector now, heading down towards the elbow, but the whole field will slow to 80 k's an hour, so the gaps remain relative to each other.
Got to take it.
Oh, yeah, you pit. They were right on the window anyway. This is their 35th lap.
Brilliant.
So cars that didn't take it, because they've already stopped, is the 88 and the 911, so they're doing 80 k an hour. They're effectively 2/3 of a lap behind the 46 that we're on now. Where the big advantage comes is they are actually going to safety car. It's not a full course yellow, so it's going to be a much longer procedure than just a full course yellow. So the BMWs know we can get it. We've got time to get around at 80 k an hour, get into the lane, do our 80-second pit stop, and get back out. And usually it's around a 45-second benefit, green flag stop to a safety car stop for if you manage to time it nicely. So not only will they maintain track position, they've got a massive kick time-wise as well.
And the reason that they're going to full safety car is they want a big gap so that the corner workers can get out there safely and have a couple of 3 minutes between when the BMW M safety car comes through and then the rest of the field comes through again.
So this is just confirming why we're under the control of the BMW safety car for the 4th time in today's race. Debris at the top of the mountain, of course, you want that removed, because if a tyre goes halfway down Conrod
particularly
Straight,
there,
when you're doing warp 6, you're in a world of pain.
Well, you could pick up a shard of carbon fibre there, and it doesn't happen. It doesn't do anything to the tyre immediately. It's, you know, further down the road. You're coming down towards the elbow. You come down at the end of Conrod.
Here they go, and Brock Feeney as well. So basically 35-lap stint for these cars.
Wow.
By the time they hit the lane, 3 laps of safety car in that. So bang on the fuel and stint number we'd expect from these leading cars. But once again, this is just time to perfection for WRT. And that ability to extend their stint just a little bit longer every time has come up trumps for them.
Yeah, they've got the 46 car ahead, and they've confused us with this all week. Shit.
Cars are changing out the air filters in the front. By the way, you might have seen that the hoods have come off the bonnet for both. They sprayed down both new air filters with some extra spray, trying to make sure that the cars do not overheat during this stint so the turbos can breathe cleanly. The fueling is still going on for both cars. They've done driver changes for both. We've now got Charles Wirtz out of the 46, Raffaele Marciello in. And in the sister car, it was Kelvin van der Linde who brought it in, and Sheldon who takes it back out. Done service for the 46. It's outgoing. A little bit of issue trying to put the new filter in for the sister car, the 32, but the black one has its hood back on now too, and it should get going. Good opportunity to do this little bit of service while they can behind the safety car and lose less time.
The 1%ers. It's the 1%ers. Let's do that. Quick release cassette, if you like, on the air intake for that air filter. It gets done. There's plenty of time in that 80 seconds, Garth, to do that. Let's do some planned maintenance. That's thinking ahead.
Well, it's no coincidence that they've done it when they're under safety car, and they know that they've engineered a strategic advantage over the opposition. So even if it did go a little bit long like it did for one of them, they had time up their sleeve to not lose any track position. So WRT, again, showing they're well ahead of the game with their strategy and their cars.
And speaking of strategy, Audi Sport Team MPC, JMAC Racing have put Liam Talbot back aboard the 183 Audi, and they've got track position out of that, so they've jumped the sister Sheldon van der Linde driven now BMW, But they're also going to get some more valuable drive time in, Chad, for Liam Talbot, the bronze, back behind the wheel of that car.
Whew, sorry, I was standing right next to a Porsche doing a burnout in pit lane when you threw to me then. So, yeah, it was super cool. I was watching the pit stop at 183. Yeah, putting Liam back in. So opening up that strategy at the end of the race for Feeney and Feller. That just shows you how much they trust Liam Talbot's ability at that team to keep the speed up. But they also put old tyres or used tyres back on that car as well. So he's not out there on a fresh set of rubber. So he's going to be playing this video game on hard for the next part of the race. They also did some minor repairs on the right-hand side of the bodywork on that car as well. Just some aero stuff that they've patched back up.
Also, Craill, see, I'm just thinking here, we could get Gilles Gounon back on the lead lap here, couldn't we? And Luke Yielden.
Well, so they've stayed out, John, and
as you'd expect.
So that's worked really well. So either way, they get the wave by, but actually this is better because the wave by gets you 40 seconds in front of the pack. This gets them right on the trail of the back of the safety car.
Correct.
So no, they're in a pretty good position, and they're out of sync from a pit stop strategy. So Gounon only got into that car 18 or 19 laps ago. So when this all speeds up and they rejoin the queue and they allow the field to all pack up, they'll go at a much quicker speed and link up with the back of the safety car queue, and then that's going to work really well for 75. It also works well for
recovery personnel proceeding down Conrod. Please advise caution around that car, please. Race control all teams, disengage.
So that's what we're waiting for, the call to disengage the pit limiter, and they can now get themselves to the back of the safety car queue. But race control just letting them know that they should take a little bit of care, making sure that they pull into position with the recovery cars.
Getting everybody back around then, as we've just got over 8 hours and 7 minutes or thereabouts to go. We are still under the safety car at the moment. I promise you the cars weren't going quite that quickly as they go through.
Not an Aussie racing car race. So we're working towards our 4 being completed in this race. And once again, we just get a little reset as we're getting with regularity today, which is keeping a whole bunch of cars in the game. And just to finish that point on what's going to happen at the end of this safety car is we're going to get car 91 back on the lead lap, which is the Bend Porsche with Maurice Schuring behind the wheel, his first visit to Mount Panorama. We'll get the silver class Luke Yielden car, Superbone back on the lead lap. The Lambo will be on the lead lap as well, as will Alessio Rovera in the Pro-Am entered Arise car. So at the end of this, we should have 14 cars still on the lead lap of this race, working our way into the second third of the 12-hour. This is Bathurst Town. What a place to come it is for car racing, but also just pop in for a weekend getaway. If you're in Sydney, pop up over the Blue Mountains. It's only 3.5, 4 hours down to Canberra, Goulburn, all of the area. Get up here and check it out. It's a beautiful part of the world any time of year. There's great cafes, great restaurants, a really good brewery, Reckless, that are part of this event, and lots of great things to see and do. The train museum, the railway museum in this part of the world is really good. The Fossil Museum, they've got a T-Rex up there as well, and of course the National Motor Racing Museum. And lots of people have come and joined us to be part of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour this weekend. So a dramatic race, and it's being led by the number 46 BMW. We're under control of the BMW safety car at the moment. And while we love getting driver guests up here in the commentary box, this is a sad story because we loved what this team were doing on and off the track. Thomas Randall's joined us up here. Mate, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. You got an opening stint. Lounsey jumped in. Unfortunately, it all ended. But what a shame. What a disappointing way to end your weekend.
Well, not only that, when I sat here in the comm box, I saw a latte here and I thought it was for me and it was empty. So just to add insult to injury there.
GT never leaves any scraps.
I know.
You should know that. You should know that. When we saw that your car going slowly and Lounsey there with the problem on the, it looked like a left rear puncture to us. And we just thought, oh, what's happened there? Is somebody giving him a bang or something? We never even came into the conversation or our thought process that Lounsey had made a mistake. He put his hands up to into it straight away.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an easy mistake to make in these cars. He was going around the right-hander before the dipper, and he's just clipped the right front on that inside wall on the right, and it's put him to the left wall into the dipper, and he thought he got away with it, and unfortunately the left rear made contact with the concrete, and then he made it as far as he could, and then the drive shaft was plucked out. But such an easy mistake to make, and obviously we had a pretty fast car actually. That first stint we were trucking along really well. I was just behind Lucas Stoltz and really happy there, and we pitted. Lowndesy was doing an awesome job, and obviously it's a shame for everyone at Scotty Taylor Motorsport, the whole team at Ash Seawood Motorsport that prepare the car, but that's this place, right? All it takes is one little thing that can ruin your day.
No thought of getting that car repaired and getting back out again, or is it just too much work?
Well, because it went on the tow truck, the rule is as soon as it gets brought back on the flatbed, that's it. So but by the time you brought it back, you're 5 or 6 or 8 laps down, and it would be nice to be circulating for sure, for not only for the team but for Prostate Cancer Foundation Australia, which has actually raised over $50,000 online, which is absolutely cracking. And there's been a heap of donations over the weekend as well. So we have to thank everyone who's donated to that. And I think we've raised plenty of awareness.
Awareness is as much a part of this as raising the money, and STM have always been part of this, and now we've upgraded, if you like, because the Prostate Cancer Foundation is now the official charity of this event,
which is fantastic. And I think you see in so many other sporting codes, guys, that there's some sort of charity that's linked with a sporting event, and I think it's so great that's being done here for the Bathurst 12 Hour, and hopefully that can be a thing for supercars and other sporting or other motorsport events around the world as well. I know IndyCar are really good in that side of things as well, leading up to different events that they do. So I think we have such a great platform here to do that.
Your opening stint was great, and at the end of it, I think you were running 7th when you peeled off into pit lane and had really good pace. I mean, the car looked good, but what was that opening hour stanza like as the sun was popping up over the hills?
Well, firstly, I'm glad we got 2 warm-up laps because it's pretty cold out there, and you got the tyre pressure low warnings, and there's not a lot of grip, and it's obviously quite dark. But some of those, like the Audi and the Lambos, their headlights are so bright, so it makes it very tricky to sort of spot apexes when these high beams are beaming through your mirrors. But the car was awesome. I mean, we made it better and better over the weekend, and it was hanging onto its tyres really well. I was on the back of Lucas Stoltz, and Engel was coming towards us, and I thought, we've got a really good package here. So we were pretty excited for the rest of the day, and I think we're still the fastest Merc, which is cool. But
bragging rights.
We'll see. It is what it is. That's what happens at this place. We won't stop giving up, but that's just the way it is for 2025.
Thomas Randall joining us here in the commentary box. The BMWs are going well, though, Shea, Adam, and you found a driver who's enjoyed his first stint on the mountain.
Yeah, because for Kelvin van der Linde, anytime you get to do laps around the mountain, it's a cool thing. But anytime you get to get out of the car and hand over to your baby brother, that's another experience. Talk about this beginning of the race.
Yeah, it's, I mean, to touch on your first question, I think it's really special to hand over to Sheldon for the first time. It was still goosebumps in that moment. But yeah, at this moment, we're still very much laser focused for the race, so not really thinking about too much about the family affair. I think the race is pretty chaotic. I didn't expect with the reduced number of cars that we have so many full course yellows. That's a bit strange. A bit frustrated. I think we had the opportunity maybe to overcut in that run. So it just got us short at the end there, the wrong timing for us. So now we've got to try and fight back and try again the next stint.
Yeah, but we still have 8 hours to go. So if there's an opportunity for you to overcut, it's still yet to happen. I mean, there's a lot of strategy left to play. And with Team WRT, you've got one of the best in the business calling strategy for you.
Yeah, they're amazing. Honestly, shout out to these guys. You can see they are on top of the game. The first couple of stints, seeing the Ferrari, how hard they pushed. And they very quickly realized that it's a different race to the one they were running. So good to see we're setting trends, but still a long race to go.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
And from the 3rd place BMW down to our class leaders in silver, which this weekend is the Aston Martin. As we are just getting some comms from our BMW safety car. Quick update on the Aston Martin. Jamie Day at the wheel. They had a slow pit stop during that last round of stops. It was thankfully under the safety car. So they had a stop that was 3 seconds too quick. This one was 30 seconds too long. And it came because of a venting issue with that tank as well. So a little fuel rig problem costing them 30 seconds. Now that's 2 drive-throughs plus a loss of 30 seconds in a pit stop, and they're still leading their class on the lead lap.
such as the day we've had, Chad, that you can have all those dramas and still be very much in contention and very much be on the lead lap of the race. We're not far away from a resumption of play Sunday here at Mount Panorama.
I was going to throw this out to the audience. We've traded Garth Tander at the moment for Thomas Randall. Is that a performance upgrade in the bit? I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying one thing or the other because I know Garth's just around the corner.
Well, we're all about the future, so you need to build towards the younger talent, both in race car driving and commentary box talent, John. So
Thomas is part of our listeners collective on Radio Show Limited, avid listener, first-time caller.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I can't believe I'm in the com box with you, John. It's such a privilege. Oh, and obviously you, Craill,
okay,
but we have.
I know where I stand.
We've commentated before.
We have.
So to be able to commentate with both of you, it's pretty cool.
Got some good news if you've been following the 44 Audi that had that unfortunate incident at the top of the mountain early on. Not the fault of that car at all. Got picked up in the accident that took the McLaren out of the race. Well, the guys have done a cracking job down there, Crillsy. Replaced that end. The brightly coloured car is out and running around again. I'm very impressed. Sergio Perez behind the wheel of the number 44 Audi.
Yeah, you said off air, oh, it's back out, it's back out. I was like, are you sure? Really? No, that's a huge effort, and they'll have enough time if they can get to the end of the day to be classified. So that will be a huge result if they can link that car home.
Spirit of the race there.
There they are. And I'll tell you what, bit of damage, bit of bodywork hanging off the right rear corner. That's not unusual in this race. So outside of that, you'd have no idea it was involved in a massive crash at a 160, 170 k/h approach to Brock Skyline at the top of Mount Panorama. So at least that's one feel-good story so far. We are just trying to get to the bottom as well behind the KTM, which has now been in pit lane for 16.5 minutes. And that's another squad just looking to get themselves to the checkered flag. Here's the wave by.
And that Audi's going to get one of its many laps down. They're shooting for 75% of the race here, Crillsy, in terms of their lap content by the time we get to 5:45 this afternoon, so that they can be...
Safety car lights out.
They can be in the results and therefore stand on the third step of the boxing class.
Would be okay, but we'll chart that as the day goes on. Right, lights out, BMW safety car, and we'll go back to green flag racing. We've got Thomas Randall from Scott Taylor Motorsport, the 222 Mercedes, with us in the box to call this restart. And Thomas, they have been feisty.
They have, and it's been a pretty thrilling race to watch so far. Unfortunately, there's been a few crashes, but yeah, the restarts are so critical here. With the rule this year, you can be weaving when the lights go out, and he's gone. Marcello's taken off, so...
That's much earlier than the restarts that we've seen so far. Most of them have been down by the spares box bridge. But Rafa Marciello in the BMW then goes through, and there's a bit of a gap opening up, but no matter what happens, remember, you can't pass before the start-finish line just through the final corner. That's a copy-boot start by the BMW number 46.
Now, the story here will be Liam Talbot as we watch the Porsche of Picciarello get up the inside of Mick Grenier, who then gets the over-under, and did they almost touch? I think they got very close.
Ferrari's in a great position here, getting the two-car tour going up Mountain Straight. Already defence to the inside by the leader in that little group. The BMW, though, drafts through.
Well, that was the story I was going to pick up on, was Liam Talbot in the mix of all this. And Grenier gets up the inside of the Porsche, who's going to be offline. And Tyres picking up all the dirt and marbles offline, and hip and shoulder as Sarah gets through in the Ferrari. Picciarello drops 2 spots. Just needs to gather himself now on the run up to the cutting and the top of the mountain. We told you it was going to be feisty, and it sure was.
It looks chaotic to us from the outside, Thomas. Is it like a million times more than that when you're behind the wheel?
I can tell you, John, it is. It's fallen out there, and trying to hold it around the outside of turn 2 is so tricky, because once you get on that offline and the dirt and the dust, you lose all the momentum. And if you've walked this track, if you've been here before, it's quite a steep climb to the cutting. So you lose that momentum. It's so easy for someone to pass you up the inside all the way to the cutting, and that's exactly what's happening. He's lost out in 2 spots there.
Just thinking about walking this track, and my calf muscles are burning already. The 2 BMWs then back to first and second, using the fact that they've been able to go a couple or 3 or 4 laps longer in the green flag stints to open that pit window. They've taken advantage. The 2 WRT cars then have cycled back to the front and lead here at the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours as we're back to green flag racing.
So Liam Talbot gobbled up reasonably quickly in that little exchange, but he's driving a slightly different race at the moment. They're trying to build a little bit more driver time for Liam so that Ricardo Feller and Brock Feeney can do the remainder of the race. Lucas Auer, pole sitter yesterday, 30 years of age from Austria, whose uncle is Gerhard Berger. So he comes from a very, very good little bit of racing heritage there in that part of the world. He's got up to third place. Remember, the Craft Bamboo car spent time buried backwards in the gravel trap at the start.
Temperature coming up on the track as well, Craill, because we've had sunshine all the way through this. Temperature rising in the racing as well as the battle for 7th and 8th. Jules Gounon goes around the left-hand side of the Ben Motorsport Porsche as they're scrapping just outside the top 6, but this one is not over. Gounon to the middle of the road, going to visit New South Wales, Griffin's Bend, turn number 2. Now they climb up towards the cutting, and the Volante Rosso, Gulf Aston Martin sitting in behind that, getting a grandstand view past the GT4 AMG, which rather smartly pulls out of the way through the cutting there and rides the berm on the outside.
And Talbot here, he's got Grenier and Sarah right behind him with Gounon, who's just made that move on the 911 Porsche. He'll be seeing what's happening up ahead, and this is going to allow him to catch these two in front of him because, as you said, Craill, Talbot's in a different race here, so Grenier's going to want to try and get past that 183 Audi as soon as possible, but there's really nowhere to pass until you get to Forest Elbow or the chase.
Yeah, this is a huge battle too. So all the 8 pro cars line astern at the moment, and Jamie Day at the back of the queue. He's leading the silver class, but they want more than just that today based on the speed that they've had. And then the next car back is Ian James in the heart of racing, Mercedes-AMG. This is on board with Daniel Serra, but I think we're looking at what Mick Grenier's doing with Liam Talbot in front. So we know the AMG punches out of the slow corners well. The Audi's got a straight line speed advantage, but there's a Ferrari trying to catch them both. And if the Ferraris have been one thing, it's quick in a straight line all weekend. Here goes Grenier down the inside. The Canadian will get that spot. So Talbot back one, but that's smart racing, clean driving, and Jules Gounon gets himself in as well.
Jules Gounon, the 4th of those 4 cars in the copper chrome machine. Right in the middle of the road for the Audi, blocking everybody out. That's brought the Porsche back into it as well. Alicia Picardiello, we've got a battle pack Royale par excellence here, Thomas.
You've got to be careful here. It's easy as a driver to get frustrated when you know you're behind, you know, I guess a bronze driver, thinking I need to make this pass as soon as possible.
GT3 cars, aero-dependent car. The guys behind there, they're going to feel that on the turn-in, even on the slower corners?
Absolutely. The biggest place that you feel the aero wash is over the top. It's so easy to lose that front-end balance, especially under the tree, and then when you go through the grate and McPhillamy Park. So I think it's pretty critical that Sarah can get this move done, but you've got to be smart about it. 7 hours and 50 minutes to go in this race, so even if you lose a couple seconds here, losing some time, there's a high chance that there'll be another safety car and you'll gain it back. But unfortunately, us race drivers, myself included, we normally don't think that's smart.
Mission coming here, audience, stand by, press
oh, wow.
Now you've got a GT4 in the mix as well, so it's all going off of sheep stations here at the moment. What was interesting on the last lap, Sarah actually went down to first gear at the elbow, really trying to get the car turned to punch it off the elbow, and we've got another, that's the Lamborghini that's gone through the cut-through, just to get out of the way.
So the leader's called Adrian Dietz at Visit New South Wales Griffin's Bend at the top of Mountain Straight, and he lifted out and let them go by, but it did compress Van der Linde into the back of Marciello and Lucas Auer in the Craft Bamboo car. So then he bailed on the runoff area at the short stuff across the top at Brock Skyline, so at the shortcut up there. So smart driving from Adrian. He's in another race as well. Here are the leaders going past Sergio Perez, still feeling his way up in the Valmont, Gaia Valmont Racing Audi.
Now, if you rewind the clock, guys, about at the 11th hour mark or the 10.5 hour mark, that Lucas Auer car was beached in the gravel.
Yeah.
And it's now in the top 3, only 3/10 behind the lead.
Which is why you keep going if you can keep going. I mean, that's the simple part of it. Daniel Surratt down the inside the final corner. That would have been a low percentage lunge there. I want to finish that. There's 7 hours and 50 minutes to go, says Thomas Randall, so you've got to be a bit patient. but you never are as race drivers. It's go time all the time.
It is. It is. We're very short-sighted, so probably the best way to sum it up. I mean, we don't have the countdown in the car. We just think every lap is you got to drive as fast as you can, no mistakes, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's easy to try and gain a little bit of time. As I tell you what, Talbot's putting up one hell of a defence here, and like you said, the Audi does have a bit of a straight line speed advantage, probably over the Mercedes, but to the Ferrari, it's quite similar. So. Yeah, I mean, Sarah's probably stuck here now for this middle sector, and Talbot's got the clear air, so he's a little bit loose, actually.
Well, you've been in the comms box before. You know you've then just cursed this by saying he's stuck there. He's moving around, Sarah moving around left and right, trying just to influence, perhaps, where Liam Talbot puts the car as they're coming up over the top, down towards the right and through. Love that noise as they go through.
Well, diversity wasn't just an old wooden ship, was it? How's the variety in that battle pack with an Audi, a Ferrari, a Mercedes-AMG, a Porsche and an Aston Martin, all lockstep line astern.
And look how much Grenny has checked out. 2 laps ago he'd overtaken Talbot, and now 3.5 seconds he's put on Talbot, and that's only going to help once Sarah gets past Talbot, if he can. But Talbot's putting up a fight here, and all he's got to do is just eyes forward, make no mistakes, and place the car in the right spot, and he could maintain that position.
That's the voice of Thomas Randall, sadly not able to be competing right now. At Thomas Randall 49, Sam Collinson saying it's great to have you in the booth, but he'd rather have you in the car.
Appreciate that.
As would we all. Down again to the bottom of the hill.
And pass done, so Sarah gets that spot. That's P5 for the Ferrari. We'll give you a lap time check as they cross the line as well. The leaders through 3.8. Oh, there's no room there, Jewel.
1, 2, 3 times is the charm. He'll do the over and under and get the position. Surely as they go into the first corner, he's being squeezed towards the pit wall. Don't like to see that. Well, there was a little bit more room given, and here comes Picariello as well, and Liam Talbot's got to give up 2 positions.
Thoughts, feelings, emotions on that one?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could see that coming. So, but like I said before, now 3.7 seconds Grenny has put on Sarah because it's taken that long. So
bump drafting going on there.
Yeah, now we've got Day. In fact, I tell you what, Talbot's was trying to make his way back through, but I guess he's let the Aston Martin through, and now it's probably all resumed normal programming.
When you're in a battle pack like that, you've got to have like a head like an owl, don't you? Because you're attacking at one, you're defending from the other. You make an offensive move, it costs you a tiny little bit of momentum. You're gonna absolutely lose positions.
This is just how all of that unfolded over the last 6 and a bit Ks. So just a lap or two ago, Shilgunon was right at the back of this battle pack, and then Picariello going down the inside of the GMR car, who did the over-under at turn 1, and then the drag race up, and in all of that, Daniel Serra was going, well, I'll have me some of this. The 3 leaders all locked together in front. So at that point, Liam Talbot was still in second, and that's the hip and shoulder, and actually quite a decent whack to the Porsche there.
Yeah, it was. And to follow on with what John was saying, from these external shots, it looks like there's heaps of vision in the car, but when you're actually sitting in one of these cars, or a Mercedes, whether it be that, a Porsche, a Ferrari, there's not a lot of vision out of these cars. You're quite limited, and by the mirrors as well. Some cars have a reverse camera, as we can see the replay of the move that Sarah put on Talbot. I think Talbot just relinquishing that spot. But yeah, some cars, more of the current cars, have actual cameras that look out the back. Our car doesn't. This Mercedes clearly doesn't have a rear vision camera, and that's what really set off the over-under pass for Gounon.
For a little while now, the Corvette. 1, 2, and we'll go back to the inside in a second. There we go, Gilles. Thank you very much. He's so in control of that car. Those are quite dynamic moves that he's making there. The Corvettes have had rear cameras for a long time, and they've got the radar on the back that put the little arrows to tell you which side the cars are coming, which in the dark actually is tremendously helpful, Thomas.
Well, when I was in the dark, obviously we don't have any of that in our car, but you just see headlights. You don't know who it is, and if they go for a pass and they go past your mirror, you no longer see headlights. You can't see a car, so you have to give a bit of wiggle room assuming someone's there. But I mean, you know, it's probably not a bad thing whether you have them or not.
Daniel Serra cannot see anything out of his right-hand door mirror. The cowling's there, and I'm pretty certain the glass has gone. 7 3/4 of an hour gone.
John, not many of them are using the mirrors at this point, so I don't
No,
think
there's
he
definitely
cares.
no glass.
No.
There's no glass in that. Now, the reason I mentioned that is that's the opposite side to where the driver's sitting. And that's where the biggest blind spot is on the car, isn't it, Thomas?
Yeah, and in a Mercedes, the front end is quite a way forward of the cockpit. And I mean, as a supercar driver, we're used to right-hand drive, so moving to the left side of the car, when we drive this track, the first few laps of practice, it's like, okay, where's the limits? I can't put myself as a driver that close to the wall because I'll wipe the right-hand side off the car. So it's a few laps getting used to that. And this morning in the dark, it was pretty full on. So, but yeah, the bonnet sticks out a fair way in front of a Mercedes, whereas an Audi, it's obviously a lot closer. That's rear-engine car, so that's something that you have to get used to as well. And these splitters on these cars being so important to the aerodynamics, the floor, like these are full floor cars, so if you damage that splitter, it could be game over for your aerodynamics.
You haven't worked out. We've got Thomas Randall with us now. Should have been in the 222 car. That car out with a drive shaft issue early on in the race after hitting the wall at the top of the mountain. We know you've got a pretty full schedule down here. Are we going to see you doing any GT3 elsewhere, coming across the Nürburgring, something like that?
I'd love to, John. I mean, it's definitely on the bucket list.
Nürburgring this year, you know.
What do you think, Craill?
Well, should you go and do something?
Up the drive? What do you
I think you should, absolutely.
I was actually talking to Jack Aiken before he watched the start of the race, and I said to him, come on, mate, like, help me out here, mate. Give me a few drives. So, anyway, look, we'll see. I'd love to...
You and Aitken together, I would pay money to see that team, because that would be a fun team.
That would be cool. We've been teammates once before, actually. S5000 in Melbourne at the Australian Grand Prix, but yeah, would love to do some races overseas.
Eagle-Eye John noticed that the mirror was missing on the right-hand side of the Ferrari, and well, there's no door in the garage ready to replace it for Daniel Serra. Now, why do I say the door? Because that's how you have to replace the glass in the mirror. You would actually have to take the entire door off and put a new one on. So it's a little bit more expensive than just that €1,700 door mirror as it hangs off, because, well, it doesn't just bolt on and off that easily.
It's just the glass. I'm telling you, it's not even the cowling. It is literally just the glass on the right-hand side. He's obviously been driving by Craill. I'm pretty certain it's the right-hand side rather than the left-hand side. So the one that's on the, not the driver's side.
In that battle pack, he was driving by bump drafting, the way they were all passion doors and mirrors in that fight for the minors.
I think if there's a mirror that you don't need, if you're going to lose one, you'd want to lose the outside one, because this track being anti-clockwise, it's got a lot more left-handers. So if you want a mirror, you'd want the one on the left, because that's where people are going to overtake you. But hopefully, if he's lost one, it's the right-hand one.
So if anybody comes in who's behind, so when somebody comes in who's been behind, so is it do him up the right-hand side there, because he's got no mirror. He won't be able to see you coming.
BMW's line astern at the front of the field, and they're being chased by Lucas Auer, Craill, John Hindhaugh and Tom Randall, guest commentator at the moment. Unfortunately out of the race, but we're enjoying his company. His real job, the day job, starts in just a couple of weeks at the Sydney 500 at Sydney Motorsport Park, and you took the wraps off the brand new livery on the Castrol Mustang, the Tickford Racing entry that you will steer this year. Is it nice? Now, you don't get to drive with Cam in the Enduros, because you've got to have your own co-driver. It's actually nice to pair up with your teammate.
It is. I mean, it's great to work with him throughout the season in supercars, but to actually share a car together is super special. We have so much fun, and obviously with Lounsey as well. And you know, Scotty, he's such a good guy to be around. They all are. We have a ball, we have a laugh. I mean, you know, if you don't enjoy it, why are you doing it, right? So yeah, but obviously we've got a big year together. I've known Cam for 20 years, so I mean, he'll probably tell you that that's 20 years too long. So yeah, I probably annoy him a bit, but look, yeah, we have fun, and I'm excited for the
Stewards have
2025
imposed a 15-second time penalty for a breach of wave-by procedure to car 36.
So that's Alessio Rivera in the Pro-Am Arise Racing GT Ferrari. A little bit of a theme today.
Can't have been massively egregious, because they would have got a huge penalty.
They didn't get the full mirth.
No.
They just got the 15. don't know if you saw the 5-minute penalty that was applied to the McLaren for breach of the wave-by regulations early on, in that they went too early, and the first person to message about it was G. Murphy, who was saying, oh, is that a thing now? Is it? Do they do that?
Overtaking before the green flag is what we're hearing.
We actually had Chaz walk in the garage and tell us that's what happens.
Really?
So
yeah, right.
He's got 2 hats on this weekend. Team boss, team manager, and then race driver in that beautiful Ferrari as well. So
there was a point he was leading both races.
Yeah.
Method were leading the GT4 class, and Chaz was in front in the Arise GT Ferrari, leading the race. He raced his way to the front in that first stint.
If you weren't up with the Larks this morning, you missed an absolutely cracking start. Craill calls it the best 45 minutes of racing anywhere in the world as we started before dawn. And my goodness, we lit it straight up to 11, 3 wide, going up Mountain Straight. The Audi was the meat in the sandwich and got hit both sides. And then I'm afraid Thomas Randall's car coming back after a little clip on the wall at the top of the mountain. It went no further. McLaren into the wall on the top of the hill and taking out the Audi as well. Incredibly, the Audi is already back in the race, but you wouldn't have thought it. That should have been day over, and the frustration boiling over. And then the big one, Kenny Bull down the inside of the Grove AMG. Air Grove for a moment, and the fan cam makes it look even more spectacular. Then another safety car for debris on the circuit. Slight misjudgments. And that put the field back under yellow. Great racing on the restarts. And all of the AMGs going well. It's Picariello making life difficult. But it's the BMWs with their better fuel mileage, effectively, that's given them a wider window to play their strategic cards, Rich.
Yeah, they've been
Race
really
control,
strong.
Attention all teams. Stewards have imposed a 15-second time penalty to car 9. Breach of wave-by procedure. Overtaking prior to receiving green flag.
James Taylor about to send an invoice with commentary this weekend. They've been busy in race control, so 15 seconds, car 9. That's Lee Holdsworth behind the wheel of the Hallmark Property Group car. Class leaders on screen. So silver class, the Aston Martin still on top. They're 8th outright. Ian James leads bronze, and Morris Schuring behind the wheel of the Pro-Am leading class car. And they're having a battle with that Arise Racing Ferrari, 11th and 12th on the road, and locked together basically on track, though 15 seconds for Rivera won't help the cause. Mark Griffith doing an outstanding job leading the GT4 car, 16th outright at the moment, and quite a handy margin over Jake Santalucia, who's 2nd in class with the Method Motorsport car.
Now, we were just talking about the KTM still leading the Invitational class. It's a class of 1. They're not bothered about where they're finishing class. They want to finish this race. They had fluid coming out of that car earlier on, and they're working underneath the Audi engine, which is transversely mounted amidships in that car. But there's a driver in the car, and the driver in the car is suited and booted. I think we might see this car coming out again. They've had horrible, horrible luck. We've been calling it the KTM curse at Mount Panorama. I think they're going to break that today. We're going to get this car home if this team have to put it on their backs and carry it. And you know what? I am not knocking them for that, Crillsy.
I was just wondering, I did message Garth Walden, team boss, about what was going on, but he's actually on the tools, so I'm not surprised we haven't found out yet. They are working extremely hard. In the background was JP Messenger, the engineer down there. They've got really experienced people, and that car has been strong all weekend. It's amazing, isn't it, Tommy? They ran 5 hours through practice and qualifying without a hiccup, and they got 2 minutes into the race and had an electrical problem. And it's incredible, isn't it? You can build up all the weekend long, and the moment it gets really competitive in racing conditions, something trips up.
And just to reiterate, that's unfortunately this place. And really, throughout all of practice, we didn't really see that much carnage. And I mean, I think the only red flag was did we even get a red flag for the Kangaroo?
Yes, yeah. No, we didn't.
We went full course yellow, I think, didn't we?
1 red flag in practice 5, and that was the lot of it in the entire lead up to the weekend. It's got to be some kind of record for this event. Meguiar's 12 hour at Mount Panorama. But yeah, you're right. And they clearly were saving it all up for the first 4.5 hours of Sunday, because they burnt it all this morning.
But Thomas Randall sitting in the middle of us, he hadn't seen that until that point, and you were like, wow, that's what was happening up front.
I didn't know there were 3 wide at the top. I was just trying to survive the first few laps. They're probably the trickiest, not just because, well, A, it's dark, and what's unique about the Bathurst 12-hour, I'm sure you guys have said this across the weekend, is there is no night practice. So the first time that you get to experience it is for the race, and it's it's an experience, I'll tell you that much. And in our car, and a lot of these cars, apart from the dash, it's pitch black in the car. So if you change a dial, you kind of have to remember exactly where it is, muscle memory. So when you change your ABS setting or your traction, well, in the Merc anyway, ABS traction control, it's all dark, that whole center console. So you've just got to kind of do that blind. And but you know what? It's such an incredible first stint. And these top 3, they're just trading lap times at the moment. So whether it sounds like the 46 is actually doing a bit of fuel saving, a lot of lifting and coasting going on there. I'm sure the 32 of Sheldon Vanderlyn would be doing the same thing, and Lucas Hauer as well.
Yeah, it's a really good shout, and we've been seeing this all day for these 2 cars. Big lift. They call it lift and coast for a reason, and that's what's going on. The BMW is just circulating at the moment, just cruising. Right, we're going to get down to the Pirelli pit bunker, where we find Chad Neylon and Shea Adam, and this is the start of something really cool. We're going to play out over the remainder of this race, Chad, because we want to find the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Take it away.
Yeah, now you teased this in the coverage yesterday that this would be coming up at some point throughout the course of the weekend. Shea, I don't know exactly how to even start with this discussion. We had to draw a line in the sand, though, and say it's just from the GT3 era.
Yeah, and we had to narrow it down even more, saying, I know that you want to pick this guy, but so do I. So ladies go first, maybe? I mean, I think that's how we came to it.
I think that's fair. So let's take Shea's nomination on who she thinks should be in the discussion for top 5 greatest GT3 drivers to visit Mount Panorama. Why did you pick this guy?
Pretty simple. Bottom of the timing screen at all times lists the fastest lap of the mountain in a GT3 era car. It's Mauro Angel. He got 2 pole positions here before, almost made it 3 yesterday. He pushed really, really hard. Now, he's won every great race that he's participated in, except for a couple of 12 hours.
Yes.
Sebring and this one.
And this one. So you're not worried that that doesn't take him out of the discussion for maybe being the GOAT?
He's P4 right now. His car is. It's a long race yet to go. And I think that Mauro Angel, with that lap record, with what we've seen from him over the course of the years here, it has been magic.
And Craill, I think it's also worth noticing, or noting as well with Mauro, that he's been a part of some famous moments here as well. That amazing interview with Mark Beretta all those years ago when he was a fired-up Mauro. You've got to put all that stuff in the discussion as well.
Yeah, I agree, though I'm not sure showing the vision of him fencing Jules Gounon in 2023 adds to the conversation.
Hey, I don't know. It shows, doesn't it, the passion that he has, and he doesn't want to leave anything out there.
Exactly, and he keeps coming back to this race time and time again, even though it hasn't been nice to him. He's had the celebrity moments in qualifying, but the celebrity moments for the wrong reasons during the race. I really think that if he could set it right, that would put him at top of the list.
All right, we do have more choices still to come. I'm just going to tease who it might be next. You're just going to have to wait. It's either me or Craill. I'll let you know that much. A little bit later on, we'll get into our second pick.
Thanks, guys. Nice work. We've got Thomas Randall with us up here in the commentary box. That's the Pirelli pit bunker. So before we let you go, who would your greatest of all time be from a Bathurst 12-hour, GT3 era 12-hour point of view? And I know for a fact you've watched every one of these races, so give me your nomination.
Has it just got to be one?
Just
see, that's exactly what I said.
Put me under pressure here.
Yeah, we went through this in the lead-up. This is what you got to do if you want to be in the big boy box up here.
You haven't given me much time. No, I'd say, I mean, you can't discount Gounon.
Yep.
Winning this race in multiple manufacturers.
Yep. I can tell you he's in it.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Matt Campbell. That famous manoeuvre that he put on Jake Dennis at the elbow with about 18 minutes to go.
Pretty confident he's going to be in it.
Yeah. Lounsey's won a couple. Yeah.
Good job.
I think that's up
I think
there.
all of those might be in there.
He's a broadcaster, isn't he? Because he sat firmly on the fence without giving a straight answer, and I like it. Hey, Thomas, thanks for being up here. We really appreciate it. We're really sorry you're out of the race, mate, because we were really excited about what that's done. But well done for your part in it with this team in raising money for the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. And I'm sure we'll see you later in the day. But if we don't, good luck in the Repco Supercars Championship in the Castrol car later on this year.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure. And I hope everyone enjoys the remaining 7 hours and 29 minutes of what has so far been a very exciting and thrilling 2025 Bathurst 12 Hour.
Who wins?
From here?
Yep. No fence sitting in this one, please. Thank you.
Yes, you can only have one, right? You can't give us half the field.
I mean, what Shea and Chad just said in the comm box or in the pit bunker, it'd be nice to see the 888 with Engel get the win. It would be nice. It would be great for Mercedes to get the win, but these BMWs are strong.
No, you've
whether
committed to
they'll
one.
be strong,
No,
whether
you can't
it's
commit to
80
one.
degrees.
That's it.
Stop. Get
That's
out.
it.
Turn
You're
this
done.
off.
Thomas Randall joining us up here.
Thanks, guys.
For Scott Taylor Motorsport. Irritatingly good at TV commentary as well as race car driving. Top 5 finish in the Supercars Championship last year. Who knows what the finals will bring in 2025.
Can I just mention the WRT cars? They are unbeaten in endurance racing in 2024. And you might say, oh, hang on a minute. We're only, in January, end of January, beginning of February, but they've won a 24, they've won a 6. They weren't at Daytona, but they are here.
KTM is back out of the garage. This is the team that will not quit. It was a drive belt that came off, so they had to pull off the old one, put on a new one. They somehow got it done, was the exact quote that I got from them, and the car has returned to the racing surface. So this little team has to be a fan favorite at this point because they do not know the meaning of quit.
And I meant to say they are WRT are unbeaten in 2025.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry.
Mind
they did pretty well in 2024 as well. But
what a big cheer went up here as well. We're not supposed to have favourites, but they're in a class of 1, the KTM today. So we are stoked that they're back on the racetrack. Really good stuff for Dave Crampton. He's thrown everything and the kitchen sink at this program to the point when the KTM broke early in the weekend. One year it was crashed quite heavily. They went and borrowed an Audi for the race and went out and won their class, but they really want to get there in the end in the KTM. So Trent Harrison's behind the wheel. That's good stuff. Gartander's back alongside us now. Had a little morning refreshment, and Thomas Randall's jumped out GT. So the race playing out. The BMWs, the one thing we noticed, and you were picking up on it earlier before, big lift and coast going on at the moment for the 2 M4s at the front of the field. And you would imagine, because he's certainly not passing them, Lucas Auer is doing exactly the same thing in the Craft Bamboo AMG.
Well, as we now pass the 4.5 hour mark of the race, it's time to get into the grunt work of the race. So we've had a fair bit going on in the early part of this one, in the first quarter of the race. And now it's settling into that grind part of the day where you just go out and log laps. And that's where the drivers will have practiced their fuel-saving techniques. And you mentioned lift and coast, and Thomas Randall, when he was in here doing the race car driver thing, listening to what other race drivers are doing while they're on the racetrack and trying to learn from them. And that's what you do, is you, in all of the big heavy braking zones, whether it's here at the end of Mountain Straight, before you touch the brake pedal at Griffiths Bend, you lift off 50, 75 metres earlier, and then you might brake 25 to 30 metres later than what you normally would, because you want to carry the same mid-corner speed. It's just how you decelerate the car, and by lifting earlier, you save so much fuel. You're maximising the amount of off-throttle time.
But what does that do to your tyre wear? Because there's a trade-off.
It's actually better.
Really?
It's because you de-pitch the car. So a lot of the tyre temperature comes from the car's braking. So when you pitch the car, so the weight transfers. When you're full throttle, the weight's pitched back. And then when you jump on the brake pedal, all that weight transfers to the front. So when you lift, that weight transfers much more slowly. So then the energy is slower transferred to the front of the car. And then inevitably, when you get back on the throttle, when you're saving fuel, you're far more gentle with your throttle application. So it's actually better for tyre wear as well as saving fuel.
So the question becomes, why don't you just drive like that all the time then?
Well, it's a very good question, and for the Sandown 500 in the supercar race many moons ago, Shane van Gisbergen and I in practice had a fuel-saving competition. Who can save the most fuel without losing the same lap time?
Exactly.
And we actually went faster when we started saving fuel in the first sector. So we actually learnt about driving the race car by changing our technique,
and
by
that's just rhythm and floor,
finding this way of driving the race car. So it's like here at the end of Mountain Straight, you might lift off, depending on how much fuel you want to save, determines how early you lift off, and then that determines how late you brake. The earlier you lift off, the later you brake, And the challenge is maintaining the same mid-corner
Stewards have
speed.
imposed a 10-second time penalty to car 888 for a breach of pit stop procedure.
So that's the GMR Mercedes-AMG on screen now. Mick Grenier behind the wheel, and this is it.
Oh, the earth strap
Yeah,
is actually still fastened onto the diffuser.
So they earth the car at the stop from a static electricity point of view, but when the car leaves, when it drops to the ground, everyone has to be over that line. Nothing else can be attached, and that's a massive faux pas.
The critical part you said right there is the personnel have to be behind the line, and they were, but all equipment has to be behind the line. It depends if you have a tennis interpretation or not on the lines out on, but he was on the line. But I think it was more about the equipment wasn't behind the line as well. So equipment includes rattle guns, tyres, fuel rig, and earth strap.
And you might think, hang on, earth strap, that's electricity. It's on a bit of carbon fibre. Carbon fibre conducts electricity.
Well, it was I think it was on the rim. So
was it?
Static. And that's the reason they have an earth, is to minimise the static electricity.
Top of skyline and playing by inches again.
Welcome back. Nothing's changed, by the way.
I thought we just said they were settling down out there.
Mick Grenier giving the GT4 AMG and Mark Griffin actually no room at all there. He did have a bit more forward momentum, thank goodness, as he went through, because that was very, very tight.
Already seen one AMG Mercedes wiped out across the wall at Skyline. Didn't need another one. Here's a little battle that's raging on. Jules Gounon continuing to get the 75 Express car back in the game, ranging up on the rear bar of Daniel Serra in the 296 Arise Racing Ferrari.
And remember, that car had some damage to the right front that they've fixed with race tape, and bits of that are just starting to peel away and flap away on the right front of that car. It won't be bothering Jules at all. He'll be focused well down the road, but the fact that they had to put something on there earlier on means that they felt that that was affecting the aerodynamics on the right front of that car, which are crucial here, and they will not want that to peel off.
Yeah, I think they took that opportunity under safety car while they had time to make it a bit nicer. Now it's starting to pull apart, but it certainly won't affect the performance of the 75 car. Just be a little bit annoying for the drivers, but you tend to put that out of your vision and out of your mind as you drive on.
This is the first year in a multi-year partnership with one of the most famous global brands in lubrication. Elf Lubricants are on board with the event this year, and from Formula One down, they are massive in the industry, and they have been great supporters of Australian motorsport for a long, long time. And it's great to have them on board. And actually was catching up with Craig Rundle. He looks after some stuff in SA for Elf Lubricants, and they're all really engaged with this race. There's a big bunch of people upstairs in the corporate box enjoying it. They've got a great activation down in the Harris Park area as well. Great products, and great to have them on board as part of a multi-year agreement alongside our new title sponsor in Meguiar's for Australia's International Enduro. So international brands jumping on board as well. So if you just catching up to speed, this car will add another 10 seconds to its 80-second minimum pit stop time. And the reason is, watch, bottom right-hand corner, that moment there has cost them 10 seconds. So the earth connector attached to the car was forgotten through that pit stop sequence. It was yanked off as the car was driving away. And all equipment must be over the red line when the car departs the pit bay. Cannot go unless that is all clear, and the penalty is 10 seconds. So that will be served at their next round of pit stops. It stays green somewhere in the vicinity of 10 laps away.
Very un-GMR.
It really is.
That was, wasn't it? Because that's not a local rule. That's a global GT racing rule. They do that. That's their bread and butter type stuff, part of their pit stop procedure. So just the intensity of this event, and it's not just the drivers that are under pressure, all the crew as well. And something simple as that could cost you. It's not going to cost them in the scheme of the day significantly. It's just one of those frustrating things that they'll give up a bit of track position at the next round of pit stops.
Now, you were talking about the fuel saving process and how much you decide to save, and sometimes that could be dictated by a lap time. And I get a feeling that WRT have plugged a lap time into their drivers, because they have been relentlessly consistent in and around traffic like we're seeing here with Sheldon van der Linde. Relentlessly consistent around the very low 204. So peak speed in this stint for race leader Rafa Macchiello is at 203.4. The average lap speed's at 204.3. So they've been punching out 4.0, 4.1, 4.0, maybe 4.5 if they get a bit of traffic. So they're driving to a number about 8 or 9 tenths of a second away from the potential lap speed of that car at the moment. So that's the fuel saving effect. So they're trying to save as much as they can while still keeping that lap time as quick as it possibly can be from a race point of view. But everyone's in that mode right now, Garth, because the gaps are all pretty consistent all the way through. There's 25 seconds down to Jamie Day in 8th place. All those cars on the lead lap, they're all doing very similar lap time at the moment.
Yeah, and it depends on how much fuel you want to save. So, say in Lucas Auer's position right now, if they're in max fuel save position, they're probably not even interested in getting past Sheldon van der Linde because you're in the tow. So even down Conrod, you can lift to half throttle and maintain the same gap to the car in front, then do a nice big lift and coast, brake nice and late and range back up to the rear bumper of the BMW. So it's advantageous sometimes to have a couple of cars in front of you and use them to push the air out of the way, and you can save even more fuel. So, you know, it's not about having a quicker pit stop than the next pit stop window. It's all about making sure you've got the best opportunity as far as opening up your stint lengths and creating a bigger pit stop window.
They're all thinking about the end of the race. Even now, as crazy as it seems, 7 hours and 17 minutes to go, they're all thinking about giving themselves the most flexibility late in the day. And the number they'll all have circled is 10 hours and 45 minutes, because that gives you an hour and 15 to the checkered flag, and that is about a flat-out stint length with a bit of fuel saving involved as well. So if you can get to that mark of the race and pit, you should be good to get to the end of the race. But you want to get there. You need to get to that point first. You don't want to be short. If you're pitting at an hour, if you're pitting 90 minutes before the end, you're stopping again. You have to stop again.
And that has
run out of fuel.
And remember, that has to be an 80-second stop.
Yeah, correct. If you're putting,
it doesn't matter if you're only putting half a tank in. So you need to get those calculations right, because there's no splash and dash here. There's no splash and go. They can be Pirelli and go, but they can't be fuel and go. Right? I tried to think of something that was alliterative with the P of Pirelli, but I reversed out that pretty quickly.
So what they are doing
Pirelli and push off. There you go.
Okay.
Phew.
What the teams are doing is it's information gathering, because you don't get the opportunity to do a stint in practice. You don't get to go out and do 30-odd laps in practice in the lead up to the event. So they have a pretty reasonable understanding of what their fuel economy is. But as the drivers practice and get into this rhythm of saving fuel, you get better at it, so you can start to save more fuel. So they're just gathering information, to your point, Rich, to that last window, that last stop of the race. Can they stop at 10 hours and 45, or can they stop at 10 hours and 40? The earlier that they know they can stop, the better it is for them. So it's all about information gathering right now.
So BMW team WRT just thinking ahead. They're probably 7 or 8 laps away from a stop, if not a little bit quicker, and Valentino Rossi set to jump in for his second lap. I tell you what, we're on board the 46 car. I'd suggest you crank up your audio, have a listen, enjoy the sights and sounds especially of Mount Panorama aboard the turbocharged BMW.
then hands up with your eyes closed, or if you're listening on the audio portion of our broadcast, could you tell where the car was? Big lift and coast from Raffaele Marciello as he was coming down in the chassis. Teammate couldn't do that. Sheldon von der Linde were slightly held up coming out of the BMW M. Elbow. Ian James in the Hartner Racing SPS Mercedes got out the way pretty well, and Lucas Auer was pushing Sheldon von der Linde, so he actually closed in on his teammate there because he couldn't lift and coast as he came down through the kink and to the end of the chase.
We saw Mr. V. Rossi a few minutes ago getting ready for his next stint, and I'm happy to inform Australian fans and Porsche fans all around the world, one Mr. M. Campbell has just put his lid on as well. So with almost 5 hours gone of this race, we're about to see the king of the mountain, at least for the last couple of years, get his first go behind the wheel of the Porsche.
Thank you, Shea. There's a lot of Aussie fans going, just about time. Haven't seen the bloke that's won the race twice. Pole position and a whole lot of other cool things.
Has he been doing a paper round or something this morning before he came in? Had this Sunday supplements to deliver.
Doesn't get home that often, so a bit of time to catch up with the family.
He went out for breakfast this morning.
Yeah, he's been down to the hub, why not?
He spends a lot of time in the US. He's still on that time zone, is he?
He's enjoying his Porsche Macan Electric in that lovely Provence purpley colour that I've seen him driving around in. We've been monitoring the top of the mountain and who's been close. There's been a few, Garth, that have got pretty close.
Well, Jules Gagnon, we know he's pretty good around here, and he's pretty good with his car placement too, because just, what was it, 10 mil air gap. So that's race spec for him. He would be closer than that in qualifying. So Gagnon continues to fight back. That car up to 6th. Just over 13 seconds from the race lead. Here's the car that Matt Campbell will eventually climb aboard. Picciarello leading that one, driving that one right now, down in 7th. They're off sequence a little bit with the BMWs, so that's why they find themselves, and that'll swing backwards and forwards between the BMWs. And there is often a point in these races where the strategies diverge and they go in different directions, and it might take 4, 5, 6 hours before you know which strategy was worked. And a lot of time those that find themselves on the wrong strategy, when they work that out, quickly pivot and find their way back to the winning strategy, and that's where the track position becomes key.
And if there's a team that might decide to go slightly off-piste with their strategy, it could be Absolute Racing in the Porsche.
Yeah.
The knowledge that if Porsche's had a strength here in the past, it's fuel economy. And they have traditionally been one of the more efficient cars from a stint length. We referenced the 2018 race earlier in the broadcast, and had it not been caught early, the car that was leading was out of fuel, the car that was second was out of fuel, the cars that were 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment were all Porsches, and they were all going to get to the line, maybe. So fuel economy could be a thing. Now, that was Daniel Serra in the lane. So 26 laps in, he's on basically the same strategy as the Porsche. So that's why we're expecting a stop from them somewhere soon. So Rise Racing GT going to work on the Ferrari, Brazilian outs, and 114 laps into the race. They got down to 9th, but remain on the lead lap.
Another thing that the Porsche seems to be quite good at again this year is having its peak speed late in the stint. So as the fuel load comes off and the tyres wear, they're not wearing the tyre as much as they're burning the fuel, so they've got plenty of life in the tyre to take advantage of a lighter car. And the 911 set its fastest lap of the race so far on lap 27 of the race, but that's very close to the end of the very first stint of the race. So that deep into the stint gives you confidence that you know if it's a battle and you're going deep into the race, you're going to have a strong car.
Fundamentally, that car has a different balance, not just because the engine's
in the wrong spot.
Yeah, well, not Porsche would argue vehemently against you there, GT, but also it's got the fuel tank in the front.
Yeah.
So the balance of that car as the fuel burns off probably changes the most of any cars in the race.
Stewards have imposed a 10-second time penalty to car 47 for a breach of pit stop procedure.
It's a Superbarn AMG Mercedes, and what happens here? Do we launch?
Oh, he's got back over the line.
Yeah, so we launch before all the personnel and or equipment are behind the line.
There's no excuse for that with a 80-second time.
Another little one. It's the 1%ers like that that could make or break your day.
So that crew member was in the passenger door, and you see that big long tube they had, that was full of dry ice. So they were recharging the dry ice system that provides coolness for the driver, cooling system, which is important because today all the cars have to run their driver cooling system based on the temperature forecast for today. So it didn't matter if it was 5:45 this morning or 5:45 tonight, you have to have the aircon on, regardless of what the ambient temperature was at the day at that time.
Fifth position car, Jules Gounon over the top and down into the Toyota Gazoo Racing Dipper. And right behind him, Ian James. A little bit further down, but leading the bronze category. 12th overall for Harter Racing. SPS running that car, that AMG for them. Harter Racing inextricably linked with Aston Martin. They've been developing the Valkyrie, funding and developing the Valkyrie. Ray Newell and the Harter Racing team. And that car will be out at Sebring before it goes to the WEC in Qatar. Big slide for the 17th position. That's the second place McLaren Artura GT4. Second in its class to Mark Griffith, who's still aboard the Mercedes-AMG number 90. It's the red car. Looks a bit more straight stock, the GT4 version of the AMG, particularly it's almost just plain red and a much smaller rear spoiler on those GT4 cars, Rich.
Everything that Porsche has done has done the least pit stops of basically everybody in the race. They've only been through the lane 3 times. They've just stayed out, and pitted when they had to.
Well, they had to do one of them because, don't forget, they were off sequence and they were getting a lap back.
Absolutely. But they've gone the most alternate of anyone so far. So while the lap they come in will be similar to everyone around them, there's still a few pit stops to the good of those. And I wonder if that plays out later in the day.
Well, as Carson was saying earlier, we talk about the fuel mileage that those Porsches get with that flat six, almost 4.2 engine. It sounds a weird thing to say. It's all part of the equation here. You hear Matt Campbell talk about the Porsche. It's not number one in the rankings in getting up the hill, coming down the hill, or even maybe on the twisty bits, but it does everything very well, and you've got to add that in to your strategic thinking.
Well, that sort of middle of the top 4 team in footy, aren't they? But when it comes to finals, bang, they're good at the big games.
Well, you've got to keep yourself in it, Garth, by any means possible. If that means stretching, as WRT have done with the BMWs, as the guys in Porsche doing, if you've got to stretch it, you've got to stretch it to keep yourself there. Whoops, that's a bit long. That's biggest for the team.
So, one, that's awkward because you're in the wrong spot, but second, it's really awkward because the fuel hose doesn't reach.
Yeah.
So they have to they had the car jacked up, they have to put it back down again, roll it, and put it up. There we go again, and now connect the fuel ring. So that's going to take a little longer than the 80-second minimum pit stop time, given the repositioning of the car.
I think we're having a look at the rear brake pads as well there, interestingly.
I think they'll be having a good look over the rear of that car every time it comes to pit lane, given the damage that it's sustained at the top of the mountain.
Yeah, good point.
Can I just put a full stop on? We've been following the KTM story, right? And we heard from Shea Adam that it was a drive belt that went on that car. In endurance racing, sometimes necessity is the mother of all invention.
Oh, what have they used?
Well, I understand that usually to do that drive belt, it's engine out.
Yeah.
But it's amazing how you can find a way to do it without pulling the engine out when you need to do it quickly to stay in the race. Right, here's the Porsche. So Alessio Picciarello will jump out of car 911. Absolute Racing will go to work. Vastly experienced Chinese-based team who've had a huge amount of success, in particular in the region, in GT World Challenge Asia and endurance racing in this part of the world. They're massive in Thailand in the Thai Super Series as well. And they've been here before. They've been on pole position, yet to get a podium finish here. And they've plugged a Matt Campbell into this car for the first time today. 4 hours and 55 minutes into the race, we get to see Matthew go to work.
And they're blowing out all of the ducts around the front end of that GT3 car. The engine might be at the back, but obviously the best place to put all the cooling is around the front. Now, they're not, the radiators and the oil coolers aren't as exposed as they would be in a Cup car. They're actually underneath the front of there, and the airflow goes up almost through an S-duct, and that's what the slot in the hood is for. But they still want to keep all the air intakes clean as possible.
So the minimum pit stop time in to out, 80 seconds.
Yeah.
80.6 for Absolute Racing.
Too tight.
They've got half a second up their sleeve there.
Too
John.
tight, that.
And the way that you can do that is that drivers have a little counter. So the team knows the number from when the car turns the pit limiter on to when it stops. They know how long it's got to sit still. And then the driver manages, when they launch, they manage the time from their pit box to turning the pit limiter off at the end of pit lane. And there's a little counter with a light on it, and you get a green light or a red light. Green is good, red is bad, and all you do is manage your speed until you just have the green light flashing, and then you can turn the pit limiter off at pit exit, and away you go.
It's just making sure that the Audi pit crew were over the wall.
Guy Valmont Racing heading out. Don't forget, just a couple of weeks' time, it's really not that far away, the opening round of the brand new Repco Supercars Championship, start of the Sprint Cup, kicks off at the Sydney 500. February 21 to 23. It's a pit lane party and everything going on. Tickets available now from supercars.com. Straight party going on, actually. At Sydney, Timmy Trumpet.
You'll be there, won't you?
I'll be there front and centre.
With your whistle and your glow stick?
Right alongside you for that one.
Yeah, well, I'll get on your shoulders.
I don't think that's the way it works. You've got the loftiness. Looking forward to it. Brand new season. The Supercars Championship coming your way soon. And borderline revolution in the way we go racing in Supercars this year. So it's going to be awesome.
It's real mix. I like what's the little shake-up. I like the idea of the playoffs, if you like, at the end of the season, getting down to the final four by the time you get to the last race of the season.
A 500k enduro at the racetrack that the gentleman behind this car own and operate at Ben Motorsport Park. Be the traditional Bathurst 1000 warm-up. Of course, the great race, and then, the run home. Wowee. All the way to the Velo Adelaide Grand Finale on the streets of Adelaide at the end of the year.
4 drivers that take the championship going into Adelaide.
Something insane will happen. It's going to be cool.
If you were to pick the final four now, who would it be?
I mean, Brown, Feeney, Mostert, Waters, but that's only because it was what it was last year. So, yeah, but that's the joy of it. You just don't know. You could have a bad Gold Coast 500 and could completely change the game.
Correct.
Or Sandown could completely change the game in sprint race mode. So,
Because it's effectively a knockout when it comes to the playoffs. You have one bad race, and you're in the bottom 3, you're out of it.
Well, it's a knockout. It's the name of the game.
Good, Rich. Yeah, I like what you did there.
Is anybody playing that joke of it? So 7 hours, 1 minute. Coming down to another hour of racing having been completed since we kicked off at 5:45 this morning. Gee, that seems like 5 minutes ago when we first kicked things off. It's still the 2 BMWs from WRT who have played the strategy perfectly and have extended their fuel runs to be able to take advantage. Now, look, you might say that they've had a little bit of good fortune in the fact that the safety cars have popped out. The BMW safety cars have popped out. No, I'm only having fun. But, you know, got to be in it to win it. SPS Heart of Racing back in the lane. And the choreography of a pit stop going on. One side first, then the other side. Check the front. Keep that fuel going in. Driver helping the incoming driver. Ian James steps away. Zachary Robichon, part of that team. He did Dubai 24. Daytona 24 now here at the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours. The only driver here who's done 3 of the first 4 races of the season. Is the Lollipop Man allowed still to be over there?
I think they are because they're car controllers, so they can check the traffic as they leave.
That's sensible. I like that. So 12th position, and that's Ross Gunn who's taken over that car as it heads up Mount Street, still with the right-hand indicator on, but I'm pretty certain he's not turning right until he gets to Griffin's Bend.
Porsche continuing to press on a little bit further down the field. BMW continued to lead. We're not far away from pit stops for our race-leading Team WRT BMWs. This is the Heart of Racing by SPS Performance. So SPS Performance of the team, Heart of Racing, well, the heart of the program, I suppose, and this incredible outfit that Ian James has put together. They do incredible work raising funds for hospitals in the United States of America, and it's sort of, John, and you know the program better than anyone, went well beyond its original remit, didn't it really? And it's become something quite extraordinary in the world of motorsport. And external to that, they're second in their class. We should emphasise there's a race within a race in GT3 at the front of this field. So they're battling at the moment with the Hallmark Property Group Audi, which has been driven by Lee Holdsworth, and Ross Gunny's second in class. And Ross was super speedy all the way through practice and qualifying, especially yesterday, and had that car within half a second of the outright pace. So they're in good shape. Ian loves coming here. It's his second visit to the place, and hopefully it's the first of many. And we've already started the sign the petition to bring a Valkyrie here for some demo laps at some point. We very much like that.
We want all the Aston V cars here.
Absolutely.
Tony Quinn's had his Vulcan out in the Valkyrie. We could do with a 177 as well, not with a V in that, but into the pit lane for the Ferrari of Alessio Rovera.
They've got a 15-second time penalty as well, denoted next to their name on the timing board. So
serve that now when you come in.
Now. Yeah. So I would imagine the car will sit still as it does there for 15 seconds. The driver, if he is getting out, he or she's getting out, they can undo their belts, they can disconnect their radio, they can do all that one, but sit there and wait. And then you wait, and then ultimately the team goes to work, and then you do the driver change after you're taking that time penalty.
Matt Campbell, 10th position. One position higher up than from whence they started. Remember, they were outside the Pirelli pole battle. They've worked their way through, out of sequence now because they made their pit stop first in this round of pit stops. But even now they'll be doing with just under 7 hours to do, everybody is counting back from 5:45.
And what's the international sign that a pit stop's about to happen? Cars tend to start going a little bit quicker just to get some pace aboard. And Mick Grenier behind the wheel of the GMR Mercedes is in 4th place at the moment, has on lap 121 set the car's quickest lap of the race at a 203.1. So they now, I would imagine, have a number when they're going to get to pit lane, and all of a sudden fuel saving becomes less of a concern, and going speedy to play the track position game does become a concern. Bearing in mind that that team has 10 seconds hanging over them for a little penalty from their last pit stop too.
Ben coming in, the Manny Watcott coming in, Martin Shearing into the race. That's a great looking car in that Porsche 962 livery, Le Mans livery from down through the years, with the shell livery for that Ben Motorsport Park, the Shea. And that looks fairly standard. Right, coming up towards midnight in the UK, 1 o'clock in Central European time. Are you still awake? What are you doing to crack Craill's overnight challenge? Hashtag B12HR. And RSL_studio. Studio. Come on, we want to know who's still with us. Who's doing the all-nighter? Who's pulling the full 12?
Should be. This has been great. How could you turn it off? This is bang on schedule for the Ben car as well. So that's 2 planned. So Maurice Shearing will jump out of that car, having done a really nice job, and they pitted out of the top 6. So they got their lap back early with that last safety car. Lucas Auer in the lane as well, and Mick Grenier pulls in. So GMR and the number 888 car. It's weird calling it the 888 car, because it's not 888 that we know here in this part of the world. It's number 888, correct. But with the Bagno-based team not running a car this year, GMR have stolen the lucky number back. So they've got 888 on the side of their AMG, and on schedule they're in pit lane. And this is their 10-second penalty. So left of screen in the box, that's them serving the 10 seconds. Now they can go about and do their driver change. Jamie Day in the lane as well for Valente Rosso. The Aston Martin and Lucas Auer has pitted the Craft Bamboo car from one position further ahead up the road of GMR.
We're about to get some more stops too, gentlemen, because the 75 Express Mercedes is coming in. Lucas Stoltz will be jumping back aboard that. There was no driver change for Traffic 2. There was the driver change for the 888. That's Maro Engel back in. But the BMWs is where I'm kind of interested, because they are continuing to single stint all of their drivers. When they come in for their pit stops in a few minutes' time, it's going to be Valentino Rossi jumping back aboard the number 46. And in the 32, the sister car, it's Augusto Farfus who's taking back over. So BMW in a fuel save mode, continuing to single stint their drivers. They're saving the drivers as well as saving fuel.
Well, I think if you can safely do your driver change within that 45 seconds standing still, which all the pro drivers can, then there's no need right at this stage to double stint your driver. So Gunon up the inside of Mark Griffith in the GT4 version of the AMG GT. In comes Liam Talbot in the 183 JMEC Racing Audi. He jumps out. Just see who's jumping in. Getting their helmet. I think it's Ricardo Fella climbing aboard. Yes, it is. And up back aboard that 183. I caught up with Ricardo when I was out of the box and Thomas Randall was in having a chat with you guys, and I asked him about the start of the race, and he was like, man, that was crazy. and he said, we were going up Mount Straight, I heard Mercs on each side. I couldn't do anything. I could basically go straight and stay full throttle, and that's all I could do, and they kept crashing into me. So he goes, in the end, I just backed out of it. It was safer to back out than to get a puncture, so heads up drive, Vincent Ricardo there. But it does have a little bit of damage to the steering of that car, but nothing, he said, it's going to hold him up speed-wise for the rest of the day.
So 75 Express go to work on, predictably, 75 car. So Gunon about on schedule, and we heard from Shea that Lucas Stoltz will jump in. We've been talking over the weekend about Lucas' impact on this race, that he's never been in the car in the hero moments, but he does all the real heavy lifting in the middle of the day. And that looks like they're playing again today. And why would you change a formula that's delivered you victory second in the last 3 years? So keep Gunon clear for the end with lots of flexibility from his driving point of view, as the Mercedes gets gang tackled by a couple of Ferraris at the moment, and then gets down the inside of the Pro-Am car at the chase.
Elliott Shute aboard the 36 Arise Racing Ferrari.
Will Brown in behind in the pro car, so he's got back behind that after the stop from Daniel Serra. The Lambo in the mix as well, so that's still busy 5th and 6th on the road, but this all needs to shake out, and we're still waiting for the Porsches to, the BMWs I should say, to peel off into the lane for their next scheduled stop.
So we heard Shea speaking about BMW only single stinting their drivers. That's their strategy, and the 888 Group AMG Mercedes, Mikel Grenier stayed aboard the 888 car. So they took tyres and fuel, but kept Grenier in there. Brown's only just jumped in the Arise Racing Ferrari, so now we're starting to see these strategies diverge, and they're going about it, they're cutting the cake in a different way.
So it's a great race, it's playing out, but Chad, this race doesn't happen without some cool stuff going on behind the scenes as well.
You're not wrong, Rich. I'm actually up in the XPEL 12-hour club right now, and I found a good buddy of the race. I know, I sneak into all the good places. I just needed to take a little break out of the sunshine. Christoph from Bozel Watches. Bozel is the official timekeeper of the race. We're going to chat very soon about the amazing timepiece alongside you, but I know how much you love this race, Christoph, and you've been busy checking out the action today.
Yeah, Chad, and first a big shout out to Shane and the whole team. They're doing an amazing job to bring up a world-class event, so well organized here, and the action, spectacular today. I was, I don't know, lucky, unlucky, but I was just in front on the top of the mountain of both accidents. Mad.
Absolutely, mate. Got your attention. Now, we have this beautiful timepiece alongside you, and the drivers who are lucky enough to win in Pro and Pro-Am are going to be getting to take these home. That is a cool prize. Tell us about this watch, please.
Yeah, look, we've been the partner of the race for the last 3 years, and this watch is the first time that we bring this watch along. So as you said, the winner are getting this watch. It's the watch actually that we designed with the Royal Australian Air Force for their centenary in 2021. So it's a very sturdy, very strong watch, anti-magnetic plate in the back, the bezel with the 2 crowns, which are, anyway, you imagine, I'm not going to go into every detail, but it's to the standard of the Air Force, so you can imagine. And the dial this year are hand-painted in Sydney by George. So every watch is unique, and they're very limited. We only sell them for 2 weeks, and when they're gone, they're gone.
Very, very cool. I know with your Swiss background, there's a bit of Swiss engineering in it, but you've always endeavoured to have Australian design cues in your watches.
all the time. That's I'm feeling very lucky to be calling Australia home. Northern beaches in Sydney. I swim in the ocean every day. So the watches need to be really resistant to the water, but also the outback. So the screw-down crown, no dust go inside. So it's sturdy watch.
Christoph, fantastic to catch up with you. Glad you got to see a bit of action this weekend, and thanks for bringing some beautiful watches, mate.
Thanks, Chad.
Chad Neylon rolls back into the commentary box. There'll be some questions
I was just going to say, Christoph better make sure he checks his wrist with Chad Neylon leaving that corporate box. He's still got his watch on.
36 lap stint for the car number 46, which peels into the pit lane. Driver change coming up. Valentino Rossi getting into the car, just plugging in his communications. Oh, I like the little sort of
guide
to get that in.
That's where you're going
really great. Yeah, I was trying to think funnel I was going to say, but
that's what it looks like.
Yeah, it does. But it's little things. You talked about the 1%ers early on. It's one less thing to get wrong. You get it somewhere nearly close, it's going to slot straight in.
There you go. There's a great shot of it there. So the drink hose and the radio hose in a 3D printed manifold that then goes up into that guide with a dry brake system on the drink hose. A traditional connector on the radio. All the teams and manufacturers have variations on that theme. So Valentino hasn't plugged the helmet air in yet, so you can see where the drink hose goes to his helmet. So that just sits right in front of your mouth, and there's a button on the steering wheel that says drink, but you don't even have to suck the drink up the drink straw. It just push a button and it pushes in the mouth for you.
Or squirts it all over your face.
If it's really hot, you close your mouth and you squirt all over your face, and it runs down your chin and down your neck, and it cools you down beautifully.
Right, Craill, so you've set Europe alight now. We've got a whole host of people doing it.
What have I done now?
Thomas Reicher, waving hands from Germany. He's up all night. What is it there? Coming on to 1 in the morning in Germany, midnight in the UK, where Alex Ball is. He stayed up for Dubai and Daytona. He's definitely going to do the full 12. Spiros Kotsonis in Greece, nearly 2 o'clock in the morning there in Greece. Jack Van Chalice halfway through. He's pulling an all-nighter from the States, but it's not just Europe as well. Actually mentioned Scotland, Jamie McEwen, who's got a chocolate biscuit to keep him going. So has Lonesome Cowboy, who's got one of his mates here who he's tweeting backwards and forwards with as well, one of his Aussie mates here trackside. But also further afield, out into the United States, they're tuned in as well. Tom Marshallek in Ohio. Randy Brown is in Seattle. That's on the left coast, which he'll say is the best coast. Brief food induced nap earlier on. Oh, I'm not sure that counts then for going all the way through. And if you want to add to the conversation how you're making it through the night, if you're on a different time zone, Europe or further to the west, hashtag B12HR.
So Sheldon van der Linde pitted car number 32, so they went a lap longer than their teammates. Let's just see how this plays out on the rejoin with Valentino Rossi with hot Pirellis, and it's going to be quite a close rejoin, but he's got some traffic he's dealing with on the run-up Mountain Straight. The black versus white could be in the favour of 32 when they resume hostilities.
Well, and importantly also, guys, they did not do the driver change. They left Augusto Farfus on the sidelines because Sheldon van der Linde said, no, I'm good, I'll go again. So we not only have a guy who's been in the car for a second stint, who just went a lap longer. He knows the track and the conditions a lot better than Valle does, although Valle is a lot fresher than Sheldon.
You know, they would have asked Sheldon, I mean, they would have had a couple of options probably at this point of the race. And if they felt, they would have asked Sheldon, do you feel comfortable? Do you want to press on? And if Sheldon said yes, then they go, okay, then we move to this strategy. And that's about the driver time later in the day. So Sheldon will use up now another hour and 10 or so of his driver time.
It seemed like 5 minutes ago, it's probably 2.5 hours ago to be honest, but time is elastic here at the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours, that the Mercedes were in a battalion, as Craill now has made that edict, 6th on down, half a dozen of them, 3rd, 4th and 5th now for 3 of the Mercedes, who are working through this pit stop cycle. It's not where you start, it's where you finish, says the old saying, and the song. Nick Damon was here, he'd be singing that now, of course.
even if no one else could hear him.
Even with Lucas Auer having pitted a couple of laps earlier than the BMWs, it's gone back to exactly how it was before. And almost the margins are exactly the same. So Auer now putting the pressure on Valentino Rossi. So he's got the advantage of 3 laps to the good on this set of tyres. To get to this part of the central western New South Wales, you need to cross the Blue Mountains. There's really no other way, and what a place to do it. Stop by Katoomba, see the Three Sisters, swing by Catalina Park Raceway and have a wander around there for a little bit of motorsport history. But there's waterfalls, amazing hiking trails as well. It is a stunning part of the world. And why not make your trip up to Bathurst to day one? So take a little bit more time and get up here to see it. So the race, Sheldon van der Linde leads 2.3 seconds to the good, with the pit stops now all shuffled out. So Valentino Rossi has jumped behind the wheel of car 46. Van der Linde has remained behind the wheel of 32, and they're a lap apart on fuel now as well. So it's the first time all day that the 2 BMWs have started to split themselves in terms of strategy. Only tiny little differences, but they're still starting to do different things. Lucas Auer stopped earlier than the 2 BMWs. He's third and back within 3/10, as you can see out the back of car 46. So they're the top 3. Lucas Stolz, who did stop earlier there in the Sun Energy 1 car, has climbed up to 4th. Maro Engel is 5th. Will Brown 6th for Ferrari. Matt Campbell behind the wheel of the Porsche is 7th. Matteo Villagomez leads the silver class. He's 8th for Aston Martin. Lauren Heinrich. All these cars still on the lead lap, by the way, all still going well, is 9th. And Ricky Feller rounding out the top 10 in the Audi, still on that lead lap as well. So that's how things stand. 127 laps in the books, 5 hours and 17 minutes in this year's Meguiar's 12 hour.
Beautifully summarised there, Rich. I've just got a question for you, given that you're just moonlighting as the Minister for Tourism for Destination New South Wales. Why are the Blue Mountains called the Blue Mountains?
That's a funny question. Because that's what they look like when the explorers got here and saw them, and they had this lovely blue hue. Hue is a colour. You pick these things up, Garth, as your commentary career progresses. And that's how they look like. But when you fly into Mascot, you fly in, you look across to the left, and you go, well, they look blue.
Do you know what causes that blue
Go on.
hue? No, I'm curious. Do you know?
Go on. I know you know, because you were just told down the back mic. Go on. I'll let you do it.
It's the eucalyptus.
There you go. Excellent.
Okay.
Oh, very good.
Next promo that you do for Destination New South Wales.
Informing
you can
and
add that in.
entertaining and informing.
And when you talk about the Three Sisters, you're not just saying to people to drop in and have a word with 3 ladies. That is actually
3 randoms.
Yes, exactly. You know, let's be absolutely clear here. That is a well-known place to go climbing. And many, 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 many years ago, the responsible adults did that trip long before I knew she was around in the world. Although, of course, I was hoping that I would meet somebody like her.
Anyway, the car race. It's Sheldon van der Linde.
I think Rich is a bit uncomfortable.
I didn't start it. There's a second has been pulled by Sheldon van der Linde, the last lap alone, so he's got good speed aboard car 32. Let's go back and find Matteo Villagomez, who's behind the wheel of the Aston Martin, the Golf car, who's had some trials and tribulations today, it must be said, but with the way the early stages of this race played out, they've managed to keep themselves in the mix. And Matteo, who's 22 years of age and paired up with Jamie Day in GT4 European competition last year, driving for Aston Martin. It's his first GT3 race.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, first ever GT3 race.
What a place to do it.
What a place to do it. And also has the honour of becoming the first Ecuadorian driver to race in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. And by that extent, I would suggest at Mount Panorama full stop, because I certainly don't recall many from that part of the world, from Ecuador, competing here at Bathurst. So 22 years of age, it's one of the youngest ever combinations we've seen from a driving point of view, with Jamie Day and Jay Robotham driving this Aston Martin. And so far, they've put a really good foot forward. They're inside the top 10 as I look away from the monitor while saying that, as they give the fence a brush at the top of the hill.
I actually sat back there as they were coming across the top of the mountain, scraping the bottom of the car as well, down through the Toyota Gazoo Racing Dipper. That's the number 27, Ross Gunn. And with the SPS AMG from Harter Racing, getting on for $13 million raised by that team for the heart of racing refers to the Seattle Children's Hospital, the cardiac unit there. And as I said, getting on for over 13 million. A couple of the team during the long yellow flag and the lockdown got stuck down in New Zealand and decided whilst they were there, they would take up some motorism, win a championship down there, as well as pairing up with a charity down there to make some money as well. BMW leading at the moment, had the flashing #1 for Sheldon von der Linde. And it was a wild old start when we turned the clock back to 5:45 this morning, Rich.
Approaching half race distance in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour, and the start, as always, spectacular, as always, frenetic as Mercedes-AMG and Audi boxed on, as they have been doing at this place for more than a decade now in this race. Disappointment for Scott Taylor Motorsport with Indigo and Maddox up the side. Scotty's dogs, unfortunately, they only lasted a couple of hours. So too Ryan Sorensen, who crashed heavily at the top. He's been taken to Bathurst Hospital just for precautionary checks after that impact. And the Belmont racing car, unfortunately, an innocent victim in there, but fortunately, they're back on the road. This car not. Stephen Grove, an enormous impact at Brock Skyline. And Leo Baird's vision shot from the outside of the S's captured the Grove car up in the air and landed, and Stephen has been taken to Orange again for precautionary checks to make sure he is okay. It's been a BMW show at the front though. It's been a really impressive performance by these two cars who have been lockstep for a lot of the day's proceedings so far as we creep towards the half-hour point of this race. Pit stop strategy has been good. They've been saving fuel, and most recently they rejoined line astern with black number 32 leading the white number 46. And Mercedes-AMG's Craft Bamboo Racing currently sitting in third position. It's Sheldon van der Linde, the South African, behind the wheel of the number 32 car.
Not saving fuel right at the moment is Sheldon van der Linde. Peak speed for the number 32 BMW was a 203.30 back on lap 20. His last two laps were 203.3, 203.5. Valentino Rossi's in second place, the second of the BMWs, doing 204.5. So we know Valentino is more capable of going fast around here, and I just wonder whether they're actually changing tacks with their two cars, because van der Linde in the previous stint wasn't going this fast. He was saving fuel, and now he stayed in the car, he's double stinting, and he's dropped the hammer, and he's disappearing up the road now, 5.7 seconds over Rossi. Lucas Auer still in third in the Craft Bamboo AMG Mercedes, so he too is double stinting in this phase of the race. But it looks to me like the focus or the strategy's changed on the two WRT BMWs.
Can it just be, and this is not criticism, although it is both of them, actually, I was just going to say, could it be that Valentino he doesn't do fuel saving?
No, well, I think Valley is, as is Lucas Auer. I think van der Linde's just decided it's time to go. Okay. Because it's not like Valentino's going slow, because Lucas Auer hasn't just rounded him up and driven up the road. So I feel like there's been a strategy change for the 32 BMW in this phase of the race. So we'll just keep an eye on that. And generally, this sort of stuff takes a stint or two to play out. That's the beauty of 12-hour racing. But there's Lucas Auer in third, started from pole position after what was a mega qualifying lap yesterday. Never seen the joint before, would have prepped on the sim, would have watched a lot of vision. And to turn up and in qualifying, do the second fastest qualifying lap in the history of the race is not a bad effort, Richard Craill.
And on that note, let's go to Chad Neylon.
Yeah, down in the Pirelli pit bunker, guys. I just want to update you as to how this race is tracking. A little bit of a slow start to this race with the 2 formation laps and then a ton of BMW safety cars to kick things off. So where are we projecting to see the checkered flag at the moment? Well, we're averaging 24 laps per hour and a projected 288 laps in the race. Now, that's going to leave us somewhere down the bottom of the list, but we're expecting this race to get faster towards the end, expecting fewer BMW safety cars toward the ends of this race as well, so we should see that number creep up somewhere around the 300 mark, depending on how long these green flag sessions are. Now, we heard earlier, we had our discussion about the greatest of the GT3 era, and I invited Shea down to tell us that she thought that Maro should be in that discussion. Now, Krause, since I know how much you adore the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour, I figured I'd give you the next pick, mate.
Thank you, Chad. Well, it's appropriate because he's behind the wheel of the Porsche now. So my nomination, of course, it's Matt Campbell. How predictable am I? But there is no surer thing, Chad Neylon, than this guy winning today in terms of the Bathurst 12-hour GOAT. And there's a couple of reasons. His form here since 2017, have a listen to this. Second, fourth, second, first. How good is that? His strike rate is remarkable, but let's talk impact. Porsche had never won a Bathurst Enduro before 2019. Out of everything, the most iconic brand in international endurance racing had never won at Bathurst. And they wouldn't have had Matt Campbell not done what Matt Campbell did at the end of the 2019 race. They'd never scored a pole position, just wait your turn, until 2020. They never scored a pole position.
He's up in the seat at the moment.
He's brought a dossier to the discussion.
He has. I've literally got notes on this. I'm the only one that's prepped for this.
Well, you've prepped.
I'm making my argument firm. So from impact...
We've got a time limit on this.
From everything, there is no doubt he should be the GOAT, Chad Neylon, in this competition today. There's only one guy that I'm going to struggle to disagree with in this one.
Does the defence rest?
Well, I mean, man, he's still got 3 pages to go on his sales pitch here.
I feel like I'm the prosecution, but I'll roll with it.
It's a fair pick, Rich. It is a fair pick.
Let's just mark down that Rich picked a Porsche driver, and we'll let John have a pick now.
Strongly picked a Porsche driver.
All right, John, over to you. Who you got?
This was really tough, but they were all actually from this area of the world. I had John Bowe in there as well, but one of his wins actually wasn't here because he's got 3 wins, but it was one of the Eastern Creek races. Look, Lounsey, he's done everything. He's won here a couple of times. He's been on the podium. He's stretched across eras. That's why I think this has got to be the top of the tree, because he just keeps on coming and doing it back. Now, he's done himself no favours today, and I'm going to have a word with Craig about this, but it just proves that once in a while, even the best are human. But that win on screen right now in the Alan Simonson car as he came home, oh my goodness me, that was just goosebumps. John was with him. JP was with him on that. That was JP's 3rd win here. But Lounsey, come on, guys. Yeah. It's got to be Lounsey at the mountain.
It's a fair point. Shea, your thoughts on Craill and John's picks?
But gentlemen, whose name is at the bottom of the timing screens for every session we've seen so far? Morrow Angle, thank you. The defense rests.
I'm just going to go do some prep work for mine.
Yeah, you need to put about 12 pages of notes together.
Don't worry. I see you, Craill, and raise you when it's my turn.
Hey,
don't worry.
Shea, it's SVG in the race. It's the race lap record, so Engel's not on there, so I'm just going to throw that in.
Not for the race lap record yet, but that time is a 2.5 slower than Morrow's time from qualifying.
I'm sorry, I don't think you played the googly very well there.
Yeah. That was like an episode out of the West Wing, listening to Craill just tee off.
I've got more. Can I go on?
I told you he's got 3 more pages here.
We need a 24-hour to get through the rest of it.
I'd love to talk about the class wins in his debut with the Fiat Abarth.
I'm sorry, there's no time.
2014, if you don't mind.
Still no time.
Chad.
Fire up the orchestra. Fire up the orchestra.
6.5 hours to go. Please get us back to reality. Sheldon Fontalinta by 7 seconds ahead of his teammate Valentino Rossi. Sorry, Valentino Rossi. And Lucasard just sitting in there, keeping the BMWs honest at the moment in the number 77. That's the Calf Bamboo racing machine. Then there's a bit of a gap after that top 4, but nothing that is insurmountable in this race as the 888 Mercedes GMR car is there.
Check this out. This was recorded earlier in the weekend for a little alternative look at Mount Panorama, bolted onto the rear wing of this car, and it gives you an idea of how close you run the fence. You're up on the cushion at the top. How close you're doing it with that rear wing of the GMR Mercedes.
TWR vibes on this. I remember 7 doing this a long time ago. Fantastic stuff.
Just brushing the fence across the top, and then how far out? I mean, the rear wing's hanging out over the back of the curb there at Brock Skyline, and you're aiming at the Coates Hire fence before the Tour de Gazoo Racing Dipper. And on the exit, This is about as narrow as the place feels when you actually drive around it. It gives a really good perspective of how close it is. And had there not been an Audi R8 parked on the exit of the BMW elbow, this car would have slid right out to the exit of the corner there and grazed Dick Johnson's fence on the run down the hill at Conrod Straight. So this is just a really cool, different perspective of Mount Panorama.
What I'm very impressed with is how Rich, our cameraman, held on to the back of that wing all the way around there.
He's nothing if not versatile, Richie Rowley. Very nicely done. Very cool. Just a different look at the mountain, one we don't often get. So this car currently sits with Maro Engel behind the wheel, one of our nominations, Shea's nom for the GOAT. The worry is, John, I know who Garth Tander's nomination is. And right now, he's sitting in the middle of us prepping madly with the benchmark having been set. I'll just throw it out there.
I actually don't feel like I have to prep that hard. I just say the name and it speaks for itself.
The worry is I agree with you. So BMW continue to lead, and Sheldon van der Linde, the South African, has dragged the margin out to 7.4 seconds as we race towards halfway.
I could quite easily have had 3 drivers in that. Chaz Mostert was my other consideration in the greatest of all time. And again, for him, it's as much as what he's done away from here as it has been for here. But the requisite was greatest of all time here in the GT3 era.
Well, Chazzy could have added to the argument after the performance this morning.
Yeah, that was impressive. 7 laps to get to the lead.
Impressive. Yeah. Anyway, he might be my pick.
He's not. I don't want to spoil it, but he's not.
Spoiler alert.
We haven't had Chad yet either, have we?
No, that's true.
I'm looking forward to that one. I feel like Chad will make a reasonably passionate argument for his pick. Well, tell us yours. Hashtag B12HR. We'd love to know who you think. And it can be, there's no requirements for judging. It could be impact, it could be excitement, it could be something you get out of bed to watch or buy a ticket for.
And if we haven't mentioned someone, like you said, get it. It's not going to make any difference now. I'd say you're not going to get anybody into the top 5, but agree or disagree, we want to know.
Did you ever consider, what's the bloke's name? Nominate Garth Tander, that guy. Did you consider nominating him potentially?
Not for this race, he didn't make No.
Not for this race, he says. Happy to put himself in for contention for the October one, though.
Yeah.
So we'll roll around again, and we'll do this in October. And interesting self-nomination there. But to be fair, he's won it 5 times.
I did not make any self-nomination.
I like it.
Actually, your name could get a mention as the 12-hour GOAT,
well,
and how passionate you are.
You know what?
I have never driven a lap at this joint in the Bathurst 12-hour.
Hello,
or any other.
It was suggested earlier on that given the fondness in this part of the world for adding super to stuff, should you just not be super Craill?
No, we don't need that.
Hard to listen to you. Sorry, John, while Chaz Mostert's being Chaz Mostert, eating in random ways.
It was the eye contact for me.
Yeah, I know.
I looked away.
Yes,
I found
you
that,
didn't see it.
I found it vaguely uncomfortable, to be honest.
Unfortunately, Chaz has looked into my eyes many times.
It is just
you do not want to remember them.
That's good seeing. That's good seeing. We'll leave that right there.
Tracy Walters is in Leicestershire, staying awake at the moment at just after midnight in the UK, as are many of you. Hello to Alan Prosser in Wales, and Joffrey as well. I tell you what, we've stirred up a hornet's nest with this 5 noms for the greatest of all time. They're all coming in now. SVG's been mentioned a couple of times, race that record holder.
Oh, he was definitely in the consideration, there's no doubt about it.
Has to be in the conversation.
It's been a big morning for Tony Levitt, right of screen. He's in the Method Motorsport McLaren, Artura GT4 car. So he's just catching up on 40 winks at the top of the race, getting himself ready to jump back in the car as Will Brown continues to work and running in 6th place for Arise Racing in Ferrari. So we're racing our way towards half race distance in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour, and there are a bunch of cars still very much in the conversation. So Will Brown hard at work on the mountain, pulling gears as he heads up Mountain Straight. This car currently runs in 6th position in both the outright running order and the professional class, the pro drivers and entries. But here's how the class leaderboards stand. I'll give a little shout out to Adam Christodoulou, who after trailing early has got the 19 Corp Mercedes-AMG GT4 car to the lead of that class in their battle with McLaren today. Lauren Heinrich still leading the way in Pro-Am in the Bend entry in the Porsche, and they're running 9th outright and still very much on the lead lap. And that Aston Martin that we've talked about so much still leads the way in the silver class, and one position outright up the road with Mateo Villagomez in 8th position and just lapping in the 5s at the moment. Having said that, he is being reeled in by Heinrich at the moment, who's in the low 3s at the moment in the Porsche.
What's interesting to me about that Pro-Am Porsche, the number 91 car, is it's been towards the bottom of the top 10. It cycles through, but it just shows, Garth Tander, how difficult it actually is to make up ground if you qualify down the field or fall down the field.
And don't forget, though, they're running a different strategy to most, given they've got 2 bronze drivers in the car with Yasser and Sam Shaheen. So they had a few regulatory requirements as far as driving time to tick off in the early part of the race. So they're effectively going to have a bit of a snakes and ladders type strategy throughout the day as they make their way up and down the top 10. But Lauren Heinrich is more than fast enough in that race car. Should they find themselves inside the top 5 in the last couple of hours of this race through strategy, then they are absolutely capable of winning this race.
Ian James, I know how much you love racing at Mount Panorama, but it was chaotic out there for your first couple of stints. Are you excited about getting back in the car, or a little bit nervous now that it looks like maybe a class win is on tap for you today?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was really chaotic there. I mean, I think the 75 car hit half the field there in the first couple of hours, so spun us around, and that was a bit chaotic. But no, I'm really looking forward to going back out there, you know, so class win, we won't worry about that right now. We'll just keep it off the walls, hopefully, so it's easier said than done.
It's the second year being at Mount Panorama with the Mercedes. Do you feel like you have a good understanding of the car and the way that it works around this track now?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Merc does a really good job around here, and, you know, with the heart of racing, you know, we travel around the world driving all different cars and circuits and supporting Seattle Children's Hospital, so it's good to see the logo on the Merc as well as the Aston, as it normally is. So Merc's a great car around here, having a blast, and let's see if we can get it to the end.
Good luck, my friend.
Thank you.
I'm actually down at the Aston Martin pit, as chance would have it, with Jay Robotham, who's having his first taste of GT3 racing with the team here this weekend. You've raced a lot of different cars in your very young career. How much fun are you having with this team at the moment and your new young teammates that you've befriended this weekend?
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, this place is incredible, and doing a GT3 car, it's, I'm pretty grateful. Yeah, these cars are pretty cool, a lot of grip, and yeah, Jamie and Mateo have been awesome to work with. You know, we're all working together to try and move forward, and yeah, we're staying consistent, we're keeping in there, so yeah, hopefully we can pluck a good result at the end.
What a cool experience for you to get to work with an engineer of Romy Meyer's experience as well. We've seen so much of her in her time, not just in sports car racing in Germany, but then obviously in Australia with Red Bull and 888 and now at Premier. What have you learnt from Romy this weekend?
Oh yeah, she's really experienced with all types of cars, so yeah, really grateful to be working with her. Yeah, it's been awesome. You know, she's very easy to get along with and very knowledgeable, so yeah, it's been good for all of us to work with her, and yeah, just really look forward to the rest of the race.
All right, mate, looking forward to seeing how this pans out. Looking pretty good in the silver class at the moment.
Thank you, cheers.
Just going back to our greatest of all time, got a penalty to tell you about in a moment as well. Katsumasa Chio is getting a lot of love.
Oh, yes.
Getting a lot of love from the audience listening.
We might have to do a separate sub-1 cult hero.
Yeah, I like that.
I think he falls more into the cult hero status, doesn't he, Chio?
Let me get back to that penalty. GT4, and it's the second of the second place, rather, the better place of the McLarens. The other car has had a serious accident earlier on. Jake Santolucia will be getting pinged for a 10-second penalty when he comes in next time around. Again, it's too many people, or in fact anybody, over the line when the car was pulling out, so just a little bit of a timing issue there.
I was so enjoying our timing on it to being clear of any yellow highlighted penalties, but now there's a couple. Yeah. So the Honduras car yet to serve theirs. That'll be the next pit stop. They've been going longer than anybody in their stints so far.
Also, a lot of people saying, now that he's done the big 4 24s, when is Nick Tandy coming here to start the...
To add a 12, wow.
Yeah, to add the 12. Incredible. Nick Tandy from Bedfordshire has won Le Mans, Daytona, Spa and the Nürburgring.
This is for position. It's for third position in the race. And it's Lucas Stoll doing what he has traditionally done in this race, which is good things, and that's a position gained. So 75 Express now expressly to the front. This is the highest they've been all day around the GT4 car. So the GT4 car and 2 GT3 Mercedes, that's still a battalion of AMGs all locked together, and they're chasing down this. So, Garth, there hasn't been, we're talking about the fact that Van der Linde's disappeared up the road and is clearly pressing on. But Lucas Stoll, or Lucas Auer, who was tucked in behind Valentino Rossi, probably had the pace to pass him, but still chose not to. So they're still running their let's just conserve, let's play the game strategy. There wasn't a huge amount of emphasis for the Craft Bamboo car to get past. I wonder if Lucas Stoll might be doing things differently. I wonder if he might get to the back of the 46 and then go, see you later, Valet, I'm going past.
I think that's the test, and just by the body language of this car and the way that they've fought back over the last couple of hours with Gunon and Stoltz starting to do some lengthy stints in this car, that I think they won't want Van der Linde to go too far up the road. So potentially get Rossi if they can, and then don't go chasing 11 seconds up the road, but just not let Van der Linde disappear and turn 11 seconds into 20 seconds, if you like.
2 AMGs chasing 2 BMWs, but the 2 BMWs are the same team. The 2 AMGs aren't. So we're not talking about splitting the strategy and having a hair disappearing off. My goodness me. At the top of the mountain again, the KTM. Look, again, can't get beamed up. There's no Starship Enterprise to get that one out of the way. It just has to stick to the line.
And to your point, we saw a replay of it earlier in the race from 2023. 75 versus what is now the 888 car. At the chase in the closing stages of the race, made bodily contact between the two. So they will box on if they need to. I can guarantee you those 2 BMWs are much less likely to do that in the end. Absolutely. Vincent Voss will be on the radio to their 2 drivers if they're 1 and 2 fighting for a victory at the end, and there will be some form of management involved. So you're right, it's while the brand is keen to win from Mercedes-AMG, so too are these individual teams, especially GMR and Craft Bamboo Racing, who have been coming here from years but haven't quite been able to trouble it for the major win just yet.
So there's a pretty graphic example of just how traffic can influence the gaps for these leaders. Stoltz started the lap on the rear bumper of Valentino Rossi. He'll end the lap 2.5 seconds adrift, and that was Glenn Wood driving the KTM, who can hustle a race car. So he wasn't doing anything wrong, just couldn't get himself out of the way in that part of the racetrack, and that's how traffic does influence these gaps. So every time you check the gap, you've always got to wait a lap or 2 for it to settle when there's things like that, because the traffic does pollute those numbers.
But early in the race, Glenn Wood in that car, the Invitational class has a benchmark lap time. They're not allowed to go quicker than a 2:06.00. And to be fair, it was 5/100ths quicker, but Glenn Wood's 2:05.95. I think everyone at that point was like, just doesn't matter. Just don't even look at it. It's fine. Just get to the finish. It's all good.
Yeah.
It's great to see them back out on the racetrack. 114 laps complete for the KTM. 140 for the leader. So there's 2 milestones approaching, gents, very, very quickly. One of them is the 6-hour mark, which is 16 minutes away. The next one's that iconic 161 lap mark, which is 1,000 Ks, and we'll tick those boxes off within the next, well, one of them in 16 minutes and the other one within the next half an hour.
You talk about ticking off boxes. Well, right now it's about ticking off laps for Mark Griffith. You guys are back again to defend the class win. Right now it's looking, okay, just go out there, put your head down. Do you pull back at all, or are you guys still giving that Mercedes 100% throttle?
No, my job's just to bring it back in one piece. So I'm happy to go slow and let the others. We're 3 laps up. We're still a lap up. My job's just to bring it home safely and let Adam and the boys do what they do best. Yeah. So it's damn hot out there, and those GT3s are an angry pack of people.
Very well put. I was going to ask about that because it's a bit like you're being attacked at all times from the GT3 cars. How difficult is it to keep your head on a swivel?
You just got to keep looking in your mirror, and you only have to glance. You can see the whole track in your left mirror, and then the flaggies are pretty good. They're giving us a blue flag. Once you see a blue flag, you sort of become more alert and make sure. So most of them are pretty good. Some are a bit wild. They forget when they pass you that you've still, they've got to give you room, but it's all good so far.
Now, you were telling Craill and myself about a special team member and a car that you have wrapped in a similar livery. Tell us a little bit about all that.
So our team manager, Julia's from Italy, and she came, they were in Dubai with us, and then she came out and stayed with my wife and I at home, and we gave her a little car to drive around in. So we wanted her to feel the spirit. So we gave her a smart car, which is actually wrapped identical to the race car we're in today. And she was driving it around, and the kids would stop her and ask her if it was a Hot Wheels or what it was. But she loved it. She thought it was great.
I love that it's Mercedes powered too. That just wraps it up together.
And it's even a Brabus. It's got an exhaust on system.
That is proper. And Julia's dad is a team owner, so she's very well aware of this whole racing thing.
Yeah, correct. He's my brother from another mother that we met in Dubai, and we didn't realize how many things we have in common. So it was nice to meet Julia's father over there. Was fantastic.
Good luck the rest of the way, Mark. Just keeping it out of the wall. That's the goal. Get that first place trophy.
Yeah, that's what we want. We want to go back to back. Then they can talk about us. Thank you.
One of the great characters of the sport is Mark Griffith, and hello to his long-suffering wife Sandy at home, and he was very keen for me to point out that the cats will be watching this race. And Garth, this tells you a bit about Mark Griffith. His cats are named R2 and Obi-Wan.
Nice.
And he's got two remote control lawnmowers, two that he can track on an app, and he's called them Briggs. The other one's called Stratton. So Griffith's got it all going on. I've seen a picture of the little smart car too. Very impressive thing.
Briggs and Stratton are a big sponsor at Road America. And there's the Briggs and Stratton multiplex kart track there, which I've raced on. And talking about the US, we keep talking about the international audience, and out in San Diego, it's about as far as you can get without getting your feet wet. Hello to Randy and Lindy, pulling the all-nighter to get to the finish in just over 6 hours' time. That number 50, KTM, going to get a drive-through penalty for a pit stop infringement when that car gets to the finish. When that car gets to the finish, those of you who are here on the mountain, I want a standing ovation. I want so much. I want it like your team's won the grand final. Okay, I just want noise when that car comes through, and we are going to give them the best send-off when that KTM gets home at 5:45 today.
Oh, I love your optimism, I really do.
I'm positive vibes, mate.
That's all it needs. They've had everything else thrown at them, so... So this is Lucas Stoles down to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Dipper. And while he's got to the back of Rossi, he hasn't made an enormous impact on the back of the 46 BMW.
Just listening just then, the run down to Forest Elbow, massive lift and coast. So if we stay on board the 75 AMG Mercedes as he makes his way down Conrod Straight, I would hedge a bet that we will lift very early before we hit the brake pedal, and you'll be able to hear it. So, oh no, Super Barn, AMG Mercedes, that's in the gravel trap at the exit of turn 1. James Koundouris is aboard that car right now.
That's the silver class second position car, 13th overall.
That, if he can't get out there, we go.
Safety car boards and flags.
BMW's in the leading
car. But I would imagine everyone will now come to the lane. We're far enough into the stint. So how did Koundouris end up there? He just lost the rear on entry. And we saw Maxi Goats right back on lap 1 at the start of this race. Near on 6 hours ago, have the same moment. He was able to catch it, but it's caught Koundouris out.
This is actually going to disadvantage a little bit the WRT cars, because it'll put everybody else on the same pit stop sequence. They're, at the moment, quite a few laps better off on fuel than those around them. They've been going longer.
Oh, they weren't far away from stopping either, because there's David Russell in the Tagani Motorsport garage waiting, helmet on, suited and booted.
So to John's point, the BMWs were 3 laps to the good of the cars around them, which at this point of the race isn't make or break.
No.
If you're 3 laps to the good at the end, it might be a different story. The way the safety car was timed, the lead BMW had already crossed the line. The second one wasn't far away, so it was too early for them to commit. Those that have committed immediately, Maro Engel has peeled the GMR car off with the colour bars on it, and the Porsche's in as well. And Matt Campbell just saw the shot, so he was unplugging himself. So his first little cameo in the race will be pretty short-lived by the looks of it.
He waited. Oh, no, he's
staying in. There was some unplugging going on, but he's decided to stay in the car. So it'll be a longer-lived cameo for one on our nominees for the GOAT.
Well, you did nothing for 5 hours.
No, exactly.
You stay in there and do some work. So brand new set of Pirelli
unused
tyres going on, unused sticker tyres, or green tyres as we call them in Australia for some reason. I don't know why, but brand new tyre going on.
81-second stop for Engel, so he's out. And there was some last-minute busyness trying to get into the lane. So the safety car's called, and watch car 77. So Lucas Auer for Craill Racing.
Yeah.
So the team went pit, and he was at the point of going, no.
Well, because you can't cross the solid line.
Exactly.
If he could do that before that floppy cone and before the solid line, it would have been an all-time move. But he was beyond that, and you can't cross that line, so that's why he's gone around. They're not actually at a disadvantage because the cars are they're effectively like on a Scarletrix track now. They're all doing 80k now. They're all going the same speed. So it didn't matter where you are. So the 888 car and the 911 car, they were before pit entry, so they could dive in. But as the leaders were just past pit entry, they'll come in next time by.
And this is actually a nightmare scenario for race control because the BMW safety car's sitting there to pick up the leader, but I'd put money on the fact that the leaders are all about to swing down into pit lane at the moment.
There for a while.
Yeah, so they're going to be waiting for a while to pick up car 32.
So here's the question. Can they get in and out and hold on to the lead with the 80 seconds? They should be able to, shouldn't they?
I think so.
Yeah, well, it's the same for everyone. As long as everyone pits, they'll retain the lead. If someone decides... So if 75 Express stay out with Lucas Stoles, which I don't think they'll do, they could assume...
Not at this stage of the race.
No,
I like the idea of track position. This is quite often a track position race, but...
They were longer into it than anyone else.
Yeah,
so.
exactly so. Exactly so.
What also tends to happen when we go effectively full course yellow now before we go to safety car is any gap that you had effectively doubles. So any gap that you had at race speed doubles effectively at 80 kilometres an hour. So Sheldon van der Linde had a gap of around 16 seconds over Valentino Rossi before we went yellow. That gap is now out at 30 seconds, and that's as a result of the 80k an hour.
And no sooner had Shea Adam got out of car 19's GT4 Mercedes garage, I just saw that car getting pushed into the garage. And at the same time, the second place GT4 car is leaving pit lane. Now they had that 5-minute penalty. They're a couple laps behind the class-leading GT4. I'm going to dive in and find out what that problem is down there for the Griffith Mercedes-AMG GT4. But this is a critical part of the race for them. The fight for that class honours is on right now.
Yeah, thanks, Chad. Good point you make. So even in GT4, there's some drama hanging on. Leaders are in the lane. We're under the control of the BMW safety car. And Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours. So this is the leader, Sheldon van der Linde.
Brand new tyres as well, so
and a driver
unscrubbed tyre. And all through practice and qualifying, we were keeping an eye on the Mercedes teams, particularly 75 Express and GMR. They were all roading tyres very, very lightly, whereas BMW did not, Porsche did not. And we've seen those two cars put on a brand new green tyre or a sticker tyre at this round of pit stops.
They looked like scrubs perhaps going on 46. With Rossi staying behind the wheel. Stoles in from third, Auer in from fourth, and Will Brown in from fifth in the Ferrari.
This is a different stop for the 77. The Mercedes-AMG Team Craft Bamboo is going to do a brake change by the look of it on the fronts only. Lucas Auer has gotten out, and yep, they are. They're going to work on the right front brake, changing that out. They did have a tray ready for the left front as well. Now, this is interesting because it's a 12-hour race, and normally with GT3 cars, they'll do a brake change in a 24-hour race around the 12-hour mark. There are more difficult slowing down parts around Mount Panorama than most circuits, so this could come into play in a more evident capacity toward the end of the race. If all of a sudden the 77 is involved in a fight for the win and they have better stopping power, that could give them the advantage that they need. 4 sticker Pirelli tires going on this car. They've changed the right front. They did not change the left front, so that's very interesting to see if maybe they're going to come back in and change the left front brake as well. It's Jaden Ojeda who took over that car, by the way.
And down at BMW, identical pit stops for both the 32 and the 46 car. On that occasion, it was 4 new tyres, both getting a big drink of fuel, both doing a driver change. And just making a note for those who weren't watching the coverage earlier, that car 32, a few pit stops ago, that car would not turn back on with an electrical gremlin. They've had 2 pit stops since then where the car has turned on successfully first time. So whatever that little problem was earlier has, for now, rectified itself.
Yeah, that was why they were a little bit longer. Brand new Brembo brake pads going into the Craft Bamboo car on both sides.
Yeah, they would have done both sides. So that's something we see regularly here at Mount Panorama in supercar racing. Absolutely do pad changes, and in some instances do a rotor change as well.
Halfway through the race, Garth, so you're under safety car. So
the same is happening at Heart of Racing as well. And the pads that came out of the Craft Bamboo were well worn. They were beyond half wear. If you saw the pad that came out, and you'll see it similar here on the Heart of Racing car, look at the width of the pad that comes out when they ultimately get it out. Is significantly less than the pad that goes in. So what they're doing there is pushing the pistons back, and now they'll pull the pads out by hand, and when they put their hand with their foot on the brake and come into the pit lane, those brakes are north of 800 degrees. So spare a moment for the mechanics that are changing pads right now, and a much thicker pad going in. So I would hazard a guess that they were running a softer brake pad compound than they would traditionally do, say for Spa 24 or Nürburgring, because they knew they were going to do a stop. So they would not have got through 12 hours based on the wear that I saw coming out of the Craft Bamboo car.
The City of Sydney and Sydney Harbour Barangaroo on the right of screen. And there's the Harbour Bridge. Circular Quay in there as well. You catch the ferry up to Manly and pop up to Bondi as well. I know my international friends are going to do a little bit of touristing around this state after the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour this week. We are behind the control of the safety car. The bananas are in force at the top of the mountain, getting themselves good. A bit of health food action for them. There's been a lot going on in pit lane as well during this safety car period, and teams looking to take advantage of a slowed pace to execute a brake pad change. So two of the Mercedes-AMGs changing brake pads.
And doing it in a slightly different way, because the Heart of Racing SPS car, they had to take a bolt out. It was a split pin on the other AMG, so slightly different brake caliper on those two, at least keeping the brake pads in.
That's called the bridge at the back of the caliper. In the supercar racing, we have a quick release one. Yeah, you can get out quite quickly, whereas in the GT cars, traditionally they have a bolted bridge, so that's why you saw them with the air rattle gun effectively taking that bolt out. Whereas when you have the bolt in, you have a much better brake quality. The caliper's much stiffer, it's got more structural rigidity. But when you have just the clip like Craft Bamboo, the brake pedal quality is not as good. Doesn't matter how good of the brake pad you have in, the caliper doesn't have that same structural rigidity.
But that's the same make and model of car. That's a team preference.
That's a preference, absolutely. So the drivers will have to put up with a less, well, the brake pedal quality won't be as good for 12 hours, but you'll have better stopping power for the 12 hours because we're going to change the brakes in the middle of the race.
And we've seen it in the past in this race before, that new brakes at the end can make a difference. I revert back to that vision we saw of Craig Lowndes in the Ferrari being chased by the Merc, which had new brakes, and it almost won them the race. We've got some great partners in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour this year, and one of them is BP Pulse. It's a relationship stretching all the way back to 2018. This year they've returned as the consumer fuel partner of the event. The BP Pulse safety car, in fact, is a Porsche, and it can be seen on the Repco Supercars Championship schedule all the way through the year. And this great area has been set up in Harris Park, which is behind the pit straight grandstand, food and beverage and all stuff going on there, lots of entertainment. And we thank BP Pulse for their ongoing support of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. Race Control sending messages that the wave by is in effect, and Guy Valmont Racing continues to be ready in pit lane.
Just a quick note for our international viewers that we will be shifting over to the second part link on the YouTubes at the moment in about a couple of minutes. So you can get on there now. It is actually active, but make sure you head over there fairly shortly as we head into the second part of the race.
All right, had the great idea to show you what the used brake pads look like, but since those are still at about 750 degrees, I'm not going to grab a set of those to show. So I'll just give you an example of what new brake pads look like. And this tool that they use to actually pry the pistons off to try and do that brake change, these are the thickness of the new pads, and the ones that we saw came off were at about there. So it was a significant wear rate. As Garth pointed out, almost 50% probably would not have made it very well at the end of the race. And when do you need new brakes best? That's when you're going for the win of the Bathurst 12 hours. So very good decision. And it looks like all the Mercedes teams will be changing their brake pads at some point. The 75 Express crew, they've got the tools ready to go. And we happen to be in the Group M garage. So you know that the 888 is also going to be getting fresh brakes at some point soon.
Thank you, Shea Adam, for that update. That gives you a really good indicator of how that's working. And this was very tight getting into pit lane, and Ricardo Fella not happy with the way that Marcel Zalua, come on, the guy's been in the fence today, and gobbles him up too around. So past the Audi, the Swiss driver not wasting any time. Bit of friendly Audi fire there between the two of them. But that was a little bit of a hairy moment as they got down into pit lane for that round of pit stops. So we're not far away from a restart in this. The wave-by procedure is in effect, and we'll be back to racing very, very soon.
Into the second half of the race, and everyone in behind the safety car right now, the BMW M. Just a little behind the race lap record, 3:23, and we've just dropped 2 or 3 laps an hour behind that because of this. It will pick up again as we're heading towards the end of the race if we get long green flag runs. We've got some props that have just been brought in here, which I'm highly worried about.
See, the reason Garth hasn't said much in the last hour is because he's been madly diving into Wikipedia and all the various record books and for his nomination for the greatest of all time. If you've just joined our coverage, we're going through to find the greatest of all time, the GOAT of the GT3 era of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. And there's been some passionate nominations made. Right now we've had Maro Engel, nominated by Shea Adam. Craig Lowndes, by John was a very good nomination. And that 2014 one tugged at the heartstrings a little bit there. That was a pretty significant moment for this little car race.
Thank you.
And then I made a very moderate, restrained, I thought, campaign for Matthew Campbell. So there's 2 to come. One of them from C. Neylon in the Pirelli pit bunker. The other from my colleague to my left, G. Tandeld, 5 times going to make a nomination. I'm looking forward to it too, because I think it's a pretty good one.
Do I have to say something here? No, my one doesn't. I actually didn't need to do any research for my one. It speaks all for itself. My nomination. So looking forward to.
You've got your microphone in front of you, about to drop it as well. So
oh no! So tie it down for the number 9 under safety car. Strangely, so it's going to work for them. They'll come to the lane.
There's a time to do it.
And now is it.
Control to safety car, reduce speed to 80 kph when you reach turn 10.
And out the back of the Tigani Autosport team, or Tigani Motorsport, the Superbarn supermarket car. So it's been recovered from the gravel trap at Hell Corner, and it will be pushed into the garage. Gee, these guys have worked today, haven't they? Yeah. So they run the Gaia Valmont Racing Audi, so they put a new rear corner on that car to get it back in the race. And it looks like they're going to have to work pretty hard to get the Superbarn Supermarkets number 47 car in. So they're 3rd in class in silver at the moment. So they're fighting for a trophy.
Team Fiore's only been out for the safety car laps out of the pit lane. So I presume they banged a new set of Pirellis on when he came out. That was 4 laps ago. So something's gone awry there.
Something, I mean, either the tyre hasn't beat it onto the rim properly, and when he's driven around it's popped off, or run over some debris, or maybe even the wheel came off. So we'll send Chad or Shea down to Melbourne Performance Centre garage to understand what randomly happened to the 9 car under safety car.
Yeah, question from Adam Wareham. That overtake we just saw into the pit lane, was that not overtaking under safety car? Was that before the yellows came on? It's part of the racetrack.
Actually, there's
an exception for
where it says if the car is experiencing difficulties or is going abnormally slow.
You could probably apply both in an argument to the 44.
You could, and clearly it's going slower than the usual entry speed into pit lane is the 44. So
it's a good spot though.
Yeah, that's a
well
great
done,
spot.
Adam Wareham.
Really good spot.
So there's the offending tyre and rim going out the back of the Melbourne Performance Centre garage.
And this is not because they never want to see it again, by the way, although they might feel like that at the moment. The Pirelli engineers will want to have a look at that.
Yeah.
To see if there's anything that they can learn, whether it was some kind of foreign object.
Well, the problem is you do so much damage to the tyre getting back to pit lane after the fact that it's very hard to diagnose what caused the effect unless it's something obvious that the driver can report. So, yeah, if you're ever going to have a tyre go down on you, you either want to have it happen at pit entry or under safety car.
On way by to pass by drivers left upon reaching turn 18.
There's James Taylor from Motorsport Australia Race Control, just letting the wave-by cars know that they are able to do that. And here they come as we look out the back of the BP safety car.
So cars we get back on the lead lap, Garth, in this time around will be the 36 Arrives Racing Ferrari. There it goes. Elliot Shute, Young West Aussie behind the wheel. We get Ian James and Heart of Racing back on the lead lap as well. The Wall Racing Lamborghini gets a lap back, but they'll still be one behind the leading lap with Brendan Leach behind the wheel. So they'll go very quickly to try and find the rest of that time. So they get one of their 2 laps down back.
What was actually really good being in the safety car effectively is once the last wave-by car went, the safety car took off, and then the leader of the race assumes control of the field. So that's actually was a really nice shot of how that whole procedure plays out. So once the safety car leaves, Augusto Farfus assumes control, must maintain 80 kilometres an hour until the green flags are waved. He doesn't have to go right then. That just means he is able to go any time once the green flag is waved, and he's gone early, straight out of the chase, and that's exactly what I would do too, and gone up the road as quickly as he can.
And it's almost split the field in half. So almost half the remaining field have been waved by, and then we've got this group of cars all on their own, being released from the safety car. So Brazilian Augusto Farfus leads the way. Valentino Rossi from Italy in 2nd place. Lucas Stoll, the German, in 3rd place for Mercedes-AMG. And the young bloke from Sydney, Jaden Ojeda from Craft Bamboo, is next. Then it's Maro Engel, the German who's so good around here in 5th. Daniel Serra in the first of the Ferraris is in 6th position. Team 19 go to work on the GT4 car. Matt Campbell in the Porsche, just on the back of this queue, 7th outright. Yasser Shakin leads the Pro-Am battle and is fending off the Aston Martin on the run-up to Visit New South Wales corner. Almost changed in on the Aston Martin at Visit New South Wales corner, and has now got an Audi with Ricardo Feller, former teammate, behind the wheel, trying to get past on the run-up to the cutting.
And that's not over yet either, disputing the same piece of tarmac. The Audi goes a little bit wide, cuts to the inside. Not sure they'll get any more traction up the hill than the Porsche, but he's giving it a go, and my goodness, he is up the inside. This is not a normal overtaking spot. Garth Tander looks away and hides his eyes, and Richard Craill was swivelling away on his chair as that got very, very tight indeed. And still, it's been disputed as Ricardo Feller. Well, he doesn't know what he doesn't know here in a GT3 car, does he? He's only driven it in a GT4. But that certainly is not a place to go too wide, guys, up the shelf towards the tree.
Craill and I literally jumped back from the screens there.
The stewards have imposed a drive-through pit lane penalty to car 9 for breach of pit stop procedure.
Yeah, I almost left the commentary box on that one because it's just not an overtaking point, is it, on the run-up into Reid Park? Ricky Fella's good with that GT3 car around this venue, but oh man, that was hairy.
These are the wave-by cars, and they're racing now. So here's Dean Fiore aboard the number 9 Hallmark Audi, who's just received a pit lane penalty for a pit stop procedure. So they actually have to do a drive-by as the 36 Ferrari of Elliot Shute just runs wide with a little bit of marbles on his tyres, wasn't able to get the car to the apex at turn 1. So it feels like a lot of the wave-by cars are falling foul, and I think it's because they're passing on the wave-by lap. Yep. You're actually not allowed to pass then, so you're allowed to get the hammer down, but you can't pass until the green flags wave. So it's a little bit of fine print in that regulation that I think that's where the teams are falling foul.
Here we go. Ricky Feller So remember, came here in 2022 as Yashishin's teammate. Was his first visit in what was then the factory Audi. And that's the pass down into the chase at 280 clicks. And that was for track position 9th and 10th on the road. Yasser racing in the Pro-Am battle. And not far away from ticking off driver time there as well. Now, he needs to do an hour in the car in this second half of the race. So we're on the downhill run now, by the way. We're past the 6-hour mark. It happened while we were behind the safety car trying to unpick everything that was going on. So 5 hours and 49 to go. And Yasser, and what that safety car did as well, Garth, was it brought the Pro-Am Ferrari onto the same lap as the Shea Porsche Pro-Am battle. So that race within a race.
But they are a good half a lap behind because they were one of the wave by cars.
So they're on the lead lap. They just don't have track position. And there goes Farfus working his way past the GT4 car with Tony Levitt. We saw him catching up on some Z's earlier. So he's had a nap and now he's all fired up and ready to go.
So Farfus over Rossi, over Stoltz, over Ojeda, over Engel. So the Mercedes are starting to line up again, 3rd, 4th and 5th behind the two BMWs. There's now Stoltz. You've got to be so careful there when you leave the chase. And there, Ojeda's popped through because the marbles, and here comes Engel as well. So while Stoltz was trying to get around the McLaren, he drifted wide into the marbles, and you could hear he had no grip. He was way out of the throttle. Ojeda and Engel stayed online and popped up the inside. Stoltz from 3rd back to 5th in a heartbeat as they made their way through some of that lap traffic.
Matt Campbell at the back of Daniel Serra for 6th and 7th position. So Porsche versus Ferrari. And Matt's got a very good run out of the corner. The Ferrari's pretty slippery in a straight line. So this is going to be a battle up here.
Stewards have imposed 15-second time penalties to cars 36 and car 9. Breach of the wave-by procedure.
Breach of the wave-by. It's exactly what Garth was just talking about on that restart. So more little 1% of rule breaches that are being applied, and some more penalties will take place the next round of stops.
So this is here. Stoltz behind the McLaren. Anthony Levitt tries to go around the outside, coming out of the chase, and you can see the dust and the marbles and junk. Has to get way out of it. Almost drops 2 wheels in the dirt. And then Ojeda and Engel did not need a second invitation. They were coming through whether Lucas Stoltz liked it or not. And then ultimately Stoltz has to pull in behind Engel.
How quick does the Lumi rank update on the top of the windscreen there? That happened as it was pretty much in real time.
Just watching those 3 Mercedes all lined up behind Ojeda, Engel and Stoltz. What an audition this is now on the global stage for Jayden Ojeda. He's from Penrith on the other side of the Blue Mountains. He's been a bit of a journeyman for Australia's junior ranks here. Never quite landed in the supercars. Now he's got an opportunity to prove to Mercedes why they should be giving him this opportunity to become a Merc driver all around the world. This is a great chance for Jayden Ojeda in front of possibly the best Mercedes-AMG GT3 driver of all time, Murrow Engel, to show what he's made of.
That's a great point, Chad, but our leaders now have caught the back of the wave-by cars, and Elliott Shute in the Ferrari. He's got to come to pit lane for a penalty. They are lined up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are all there. After 6 hours and 15 minutes of racing, they are all in the same shot, and there's still more lap traffic to come. Glenwood in the KTM, and the heart of racing Mercedes of Ian James just up the road, and they will not clear them. The leaders will not clear them before they get to the top of the mountain.
So 2 BMWs, 3 Mercedes-AMGs, a Ferrari and a Porsche, and just behind them an Aston Martin. All on the lead lap, all fighting for the lead. The Audi's still in the mix as well. The KTM is right in the thick of the action. It's Glenwood. He's vastly experienced and very fast, so does the right thing and gets out of the way before the kick up towards the Worth cutting, and that 1 in 6 climb, the gradient up to the top of the hill. And more traffic now.
So Ian James, the heart of racing, AMG Mercedes. This is a tricky part of the racetrack. We've seen dramas with lap traffic already today as they make their way across the top of the mountain. And James is not going to be able to get out of the way before Skyline. They're going to have to queue up all the way down past the dipper. Patience, patience, patience.
Frustration, frustration, frustration. I'm telling you that now. This is what have we got here? How many cars is in that line now?
Oh no!
And now it's a GT4 car as well that's just come out of the pit lane.
They basically stopped at the turning point.
So now it's a drag race. Now it's a drag
to
race.
put the handbrake on to get his thing stopped. They're all so checked up. Poor old Daniel Bielski in the GT4 car, absolutely mud.
It's Ian James in the SPS Harter Racing car. He knows which way is up. He'll try and stay out the way, but at some stage he's got to turn in. Now he'll try and stay out to the right-hand side, which he does. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 gone through. But now he's just got to stay on line. There's nothing that Ian can do right now.
Stoltz got caught behind James. Remember last lap he tried to go around the outside of the cutting. He wasn't doing that twice.
Yeah.
So he pulled in behind. It's left him vulnerable to Daniel Serra in the Ferrari. James is now being cleared by Matt Campbell. We're on board with him. Behind him is Jalen Robotham. Behind him is Ricardo Fella. The top 9 are all in the same shot. They've been condensed immensely.
Super bit of driving by Ian James coming in the final corner. He left a good car and a bit's width for the Porsche of Matt Campbell to go through. He didn't want to be involved in that just as much as the guys who were going through, because you could almost see Ian working out, how can I let these guys through without looking like I'm playing favourites? Did a good job.
That was mega.
I love this car race. It's extraordinary, isn't it? What a group of cars and teams and brands and drivers at the pointy end of this 6 hours and 16 minutes into a race. It's extraordinary. Got to the good bit yet. So now Ricardo Fella, who's been trying to pass people in obscure places today, or being caught in between a couple of Megs. There's no room there, Ricky. Just wait, just breathe. He's got Jay Robotham behind him in the Valente Rosso Aston Martin. Remember, that's not the upgraded car either. It's not the same spec as the car that won the 24 Hours of Spa last year. It's a previous gen spec car. They'll upgrade it as the year goes on. They just wanted to get a 12-hour under their belt with a platform that Valente Rosso team needed and understood, and it's paid off handsomely so far.
Here's Ricky Fella now with the same challenge. Seeing James in the partner racing ahead of him.
Might be in Ian James' best interest to maybe just sidestep this one and maybe let Ricky Fella through, given the trials and tribulations that car's had. I imagine the patience level is quite low in the cockpit of the 183 Audi. So there you go. And then there's one for your trouble. As Fella went by, he gave Ian James absolutely nothing as they turned into the chase. Degree of frustration. That's cost Fella 5 seconds. He was on the rear bumper of Matt Campbell.
Look at the back of this. Glenn Wood's gone, what are you, GT3 boys? My KTM's running, it's running good, I'm fired up. I'm going to have a little play with you guys.
Have you seen how fast it is down the tubes, that KTM? That's pretty quick little car. Pulling, what was it last time around? 278 Ks?
The quickest of all of them down the chute.
There you go.
He's getting a toll of about 10 cars, but it helps. So finally, Ricky Fella's through. He lost 6 seconds in that exchange.
Yeah, so you could just tell from the car movement there was a lot of frustration going on. So here we go. He's going to send it down the inside. Thank you very much. And then just moves the car up. Bang, there you go. Next time I see you, do not hold me up.
It'll be a harder hit. He'll be deposited somewhere. Farfus leads the race. The margin 1.2, 5.6 seconds from the leader to Matt Campbell in 7th. That's how close it is at the top. BMW continue to lead the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour into the second half of an absolutely cracking motor race.
What a month of endurance racing we've had. The last 4 weeks have been incredible. And we're only halfway through, just over halfway through the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour, which is kicking off the Australian motorsport season. Gordon Duguid on the socials, hashtag B12HR. Last weekend's Daytona was great, but this has been incredible. Can't argue with that, Gordon. Still, the European audience are staying up. What's not to like about this? Well, you're not going to doze off in this one, in all honesty. And by the way, I've checked, we do not have a replay of the Comcam when you guys just about left, which is a shame. It's just absolutely a shame, because I wanted to show the world what I could see in my peripheral.
Well, it was the opposite of, you watch the Big Bash and the cricket commentators when Glenn Maxwell does something insane. It was the opposite of that. It was us diving for cover. Oh, what a cool thing.
I think that's not going to be the last time we dive for cover this afternoon.
I think not.
I'd say it'll happen quite a lot in the final hour, the way this race is playing out so far. 153 laps ticked off, 154 underway. The race punctuated by more safety cars already than I think anyone expected would happen today.
Absolutely.
Everyone came into this expecting it to be a fast, clean race, a smaller field than we've seen the last couple of years. On paper, at least, a lower risk of drama, but paper at Bathurst and reality in one thing is two clearly different things, and as a result we've had this show, and now it's Jay Robotham who's got to deal with Ian James in front of him in the heart of racing car, and Glenn Wood still just enjoying his time in the limelight in the Vantage Freight KTM.
I'll tell you what though, the 6 times that we have seen the BMW M safety car, it spiced things up on the restart. And still our little KTM is hanging on to the back of the GT3 cars. Come on! Everybody's favourite here. They have gone through trial, tribulation. It's been a Herculean effort down through the years. And that car running again after a drive belt failure, which should, well, there was a bit of overheating and it should have necessitated an engine out. I suspect they loosened the engine mounts and twisted it a little bit in the midsection of that car. The good news is you can get to the engine relatively easily in that car, being a derivation of the road car, yes, but it is a race car. Now, the chance for the Aston Martin to go past the heart of racing, AMG. Ian James,
here we go.
Inextricably linked. Yeah, he let him go there, didn't he, Goff?
Yeah, well, I sort of had that feeling that I don't think Ian James was going to have a choice. I think Jalen Robotham had used up all the patience he had, and he was coming through, and Robotham a little bit more circumspect than the factory pros, given he's in a very different type of race. They're currently leading silver class, so they do not want to have any dramas making their way through lap traffic. So nice job, Jalen Robotham, and he now finds himself in a nice little bit of clear traffic, a clear track.
BMWs 1 and 2, Mercedes AMGs 3, 4 and 5, Ferrari 6, Porsche 7, Audi 8, Aston Martin 9. So remarkably, all the brands still in the mix in this one, despite some early dramas for some. This is the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour for 2025, the traditional opener for the Aussie motorsport landscape. For some, it's a continuation of an endurance racing odyssey around the world, through the Middle East to the United States. 22 drivers jumped on the plane from Daytona to get here, some earlier than others. I spoke to Mauro Engel earlier in the week, and he took advantage of the fact that the car that he was sharing at the time with Kenny Bull was out of the race quite early, and said, I got myself on an earlier flight, bought myself an extra 24 hours in Australia to move on from and get the jet lag out of the system and get himself into the local time zone and ready to go, and to enjoy Oz, which is the place he adores.
Well, absolutely, 13 of them had a flight leave before they got to it, and therefore were 24 hours later than they expected to be. So it doesn't always work well on the logistics side.
Perfect chance, finally, with this race dying down for a second, to dive into the Pirelli pit bunker and break apart some of the strategies that we've seen on track so far. I can see the field are catching Brad Schumacher's Ferrari, so I'll keep one eye on that, and I'm going to keep one eye on how this race is panning in terms of strategy. And this is one thing we love about this race, is breaking this down for our viewers. And the first car I brought up is the race-leading BMW. I'll work through this one, and I'm going to throw it to the commentary box. You pick the car, I'll show you the strategy. And for these guys, it's been almost identical in terms of the pit stop pattern to their teammate, the 46, so they're following each other strategically through the race. but they've just been a little bit different with it. They've used Valentino Rossi. So Rossi in that second stint, and again now, I think that's the last time we'll see Valley in the car. But when you've got Farfus, Sheldon and Kelvin in this amazing BMW, you're spoilt for choice as to who's going to finish at the moment, but they're just doubling their stints along the way at the moment and evening their driving time out with a heap of flexibility and a lot of speed. So it's working out very nice for the BMWs. We can see that, but you can see my numbers that I've selected along the bottom. So, folks, in the commentary box, who would you like to see?
I'm going to take the number 911, please, Chad, defending race winners, because they had to come from outside the 10, and they've done things a little bit differently in holding one of their drivers back.
And it's not just that they've been holding Matty back, they've been doing less stops, so fewer stops than anyone in the field. Now you compare that to, say, the 888, you can instantly see the difference with how many times they've been in pit lane. So for the Porsche, the race-leading Porsche, they've been very cautious about where they use Matty Campbell. He's in the car right now doing a double. You'd have to say that they might be lining him up to do the double at the end, but again, they've got a pretty good amount of factory experience to draw from where they're going to finish their race later today. Give me another one.
Chad, can you show us car 75, please, Lucas Stoltz? It says on our screen they've done 7 stops. So how come they've done 7 stops and Matt Campbell's done 5 and they're still in front?
One of them was a drive-through. So they did get a drive-through early in the race, which technically counts as a stop, which happened in this period of the race right here. And this is the exciting Kenny period of the race. That was highly entertaining. So we saw Kenny do that part of the race there. He is run and done. They could put him in if they wanted to, but they don't technically have to. And we compare what that car has been doing to the 183, which also has a bronze-ranked driver. They did it slightly differently. Liam Talbot started, did the exact same amount of laps that Kenny did at the beginning, but then he got back in and did that really big stint. So that was a pretty adult drive, that one, from Liam Talbot out there against the pros.
Yeah, Chad, I feel like that drive from Liam was really important in the context of the race for that car, and that's going to pay off for them later with the flexibility they've got.
Yeah, so they've got more flexibility for Fella and Feeney, which is blue and white, compared to what we've seen over from this side here with Stolz and Gounon. So they're going to have to go a little bit further in the race. They've done it before, and they did it, remember, 2 years in a row by giving very strong amounts of driving time to Luca and Jules, and absolutely no driving time to Kenny to get that race win.
Just finally, 77, because I like what Craft Bamboo Racing have done. And remember, this team came from literally the gravel trap. They were backwards and a lap down early on.
Yeah, that was about this part of the race. They started with Maxi Gert, so they went for experience at the beginning, with Lucas having not a lot of experience here at the mountain. Lucas Auer decided to hop in that third stint there for a double, but they're going for very much a double stint. Probably seeing that the speed that he had in qualifying, that they'll choose to finish with Luca in the car, and just casting our mind a little bit forward to when we're going to see these guys get in at the end. If we go to our race rules and we look at under the subject of fatigue, no one's allowed to do more than 150 minutes in the car at any one time. So if you go back, that's 2.5 hours from the end of the race. Somewhere around the 9.5 hour mark, we can expect to see your Campbells, your Gounons, all those guns getting back to finish the race.
Thank you, Chad. Outstanding work in the Pirelli pit bunker, breaking down the strategy for you, the way this race plays out. And right now it's all the few little variations on the theme to get the same result, but that could, as Garth touched on earlier, diverge in different pathways towards the end. And you'll start seeing teams that aren't quite perhaps in the top 5 go, okay, let's do something different. Let's stay out when a safety car comes out and see if we get one later on. Or let's pit all the time as other teams stay out. Start doing something different to those around you, because if you copy the leader and you're 7th, you're going to stay 7th unless you've got a driver who supremely passes his way to the front, which in a race this even is going to be so difficult at the end. So the last couple of hours, you'll start seeing those strategies spin off into different things, and they'll all culminate in the end with, I'm sure, another great finish.
And let's remind everybody joining us in the second half of this race, if you have just come on board, tyres, the Pirelli tyres, are not an indefinite resource. We started at free practice 1 on Friday with 12 sets of brand new Pirellis, and that's it. You got an extra one if you made the Pirelli Pole Shootout. There were extra sets for the bronze only, but they had to be given back. So in terms of the strategy, who's going to have a new set of rubber at the end should they need it? And I think pretty much, everybody's going to want to keep one brand new, possibly even shining set of green tyres, Garth Tander, just in case. It's a bit of a gamble, though, because you don't want to leave performance out there, and if you don't use them, you're going to feel a bit aggrieved, aren't you, at the end?
Yeah, and that's why in the early part of the race, it was more important to double stint there so that you buy more flexibility with your tyre use late in the race. So I think you do. I think if you're coming into the last stint, the last hour and 15, as we come up on the GT4 McLaren, we're on board with Matt Campbell. That's Daniel Serra right in front of us. Get nervous when they go to the inside like that down into Forestell because it forces the leaders to go around the outside on the marbles. Ultimately, we get through. But I think if you're one of the front runners, you want to have a set of tyres available for that quick stop if you feel like you can get them on and not lose any track position with a large safety car. So we've seen that in the past where cars have gone in different directions trying to look for speed to get to the end of the race. Someone went for track position, the others went for speed on a fresh set of tyres. So I think you want to have that flexibility if it comes to you late in the race.
I think the only reason you want to get to that final stop and off the road goes the Craill and Ferrari. So the final stop within, let's say, the final 70 minutes of the race, and that's a fuel load for the race, is 30, 32 laps. So about 60 to 70 minutes. You're putting good tyres on there. What you do after that will be dictated by how the race is at. And if there's a safety car...
Oh, there was contact.
Yeah, with 30 minutes to go, and it was the GT4 car as well. If there's a safety car with 30 minutes to go, that's when you roll the dice and go, right, we'll put our brand new set of tyres on, or a roaded set of tyres for the final stint. Or if you've got older tyres, do you stay out and roll the dice?
Oh, there we're on board with Elliott Shute as he goes around at the chase, and McLaren just finding itself in an awkward part of the racetrack there, and unfortunate contact for the number 36 Arrives Racing Ferrari. That car, it's actually Brad Schumacher aboard at the moment, down in 12th, second in Pro-Am behind Yasser Shaheen, and they are 2 lanes behind Shaheen. So a bit of work to do for that 36 car, and going around at the chase wouldn't have helped.
A strange weekend for that car. I think the second Arrives Ferrari, it's been very difficult to get a read on it.
Well, it's hard
performance
to get performance from that car for, say, like your Jackson Evans or what, because you've got to give driving time to the other drivers, the bronze drivers. So because they got 4 drivers in that car, it's much harder to find the groove and be comfortable. And you've got to have a setup in the car that's comfortable for 4 drivers, not necessarily 3 pros.
Yeah, I agree. But even with Brad Schumacher, who's been hugely experienced and fast here in GT World Challenge and the Bathurst 12-hour in an Audi product, it's
for those again joining us in the second half, maybe, or just wanting a quick update, we have 3 cars who I think you can put the Sharpie of Doom through on your spotter guide. The 222, 222, Scott Taylor Motorsport car, the unusual and uncharacteristic slight error by Craig Lowndes at the top of the mountain, clipped the left rear. Meantime, the battle in the front of the field is hotting up again. And Valentino Rossi having to defend his second place fairly stoutly there as he went into Hell Corner. As Jason Ojeda is right there, Jaden. Just trying to get a little bit of the drag. See that BMW does pull out the slower corners very well, doesn't it?
It's got plenty of straight line handling, does that BMW. So it looks to me, remember when the M4 came to Bathurst for the first time in the heat of the day, it really lost performance. And they were in the game early and then they just disappeared as the day got warmer. BMW have done a great job of rectifying that, because the Ferrari, to me, looks like it has definitely lost performance as the sun's come out and the days got hotter, but the BMW stayed far more consistent than it did in year 1 when they first came with the M4.
Just before this all kicks off again, I'll continue with the retirement. So Craig Lowndes, the 222, with a left rear drive shaft pulled right out of the transmission. Ryan Sorensen in the McLaren Artura put a wheel onto the curb at the top of the mountain, speared across and bounced back into the road, actually. Heavy contact as well with the Valmont Racing Tigani Motorsport machine. That car's back in and running again, and the other car that had the spectacular and big accident at the top, that was Stephen Grove and the Grove Racing AMG. That car airborne for a moment after contact, side-by-side contact with the Express 75 Express car. That was Wills Racing incident, by the way. I do think it's important to say that Race Control took a good look at that. Those are the 3 cars that you can put your Sharpie of doom through on your spotters guide.
I went down and had a look at the Grove Racing car when I had that little break when Tom Randall came up with the box, and you can put the Sharpie of doom through that chassis live.
Oh, really?
That one's done.
That one's done?
Yeah, significant damage to that car.
That's one of the biggest hits from a GT3 car here. Full stop. Here's where the field sits for you. So that's the leading car of Augusto Farfus. And exactly as they cross the line, 4 seconds back, this gaggle, Rossi, Ojeda, Engel, Stolz, how's the names? And then another 5.5 seconds down the road. Here's Daniel Serra and Matt Campbell. Ricardo Fella next in the 183 Audi. And then we'll go past the GT4 car, and then we'll pick up that Aston Martin, which continues to be so strong today with Jay Robotham behind the wheel. So 5 hours and 24 minutes to go in this race. They're all playing their way towards the next round of pit stops. All the brands represented in the top 10 of this race. They're all on the lead lap, fighting their way towards the final phases of the 12-hour.
So, gentlemen, we've had a really solid performance by everybody in the top 10. Not clean for everybody, as we were mentioning earlier on, Garth, but they're all still there. Now what do you do? Just keep on trucking? What are the engineers? What are the strategy saying there as we are heading up to a milestone marker here, Craill?
We both just picked it at exactly the same time.
Wrote notes to each other.
It's like back at high school.
Lap 160, which is a reasonably significant number at this circuit.
Yeah, right at the end of this, there'll be a little milestone of 1,000 Ks ticked over. So one of the more iconic numbers at this place. I always enjoyed the fact that the 500 Ks at Sandown was 161 laps as well.
It worked out equally.
It's exactly half the length of Mount Panorama. So Augusto Farfus ticks over 161 laps. There you go.
In 5 hours, 23 minutes and 9 seconds.
No, 6 hours and 36.
Sorry, 6:36. Yeah, I'm on the wrong side.
They did it in 5 hours 23 to be the fastest 1,000 Ks of all time at this place, which was set last October at 5 hours 50, which trumped the end of the 2023 race, where they ran the back half in a remarkable rate of knots.
The back 1,000, that
the
one.
back 1,000,
the front 1,000.
No, the back 1,000, I think was running about 5.5 hours.
That's crazy fast.
So it is doable.
So, going back to what I was about to say, what are we doing now? Where's the next strategy play, you two guys? You've seen plenty of racing around here. Garth, you've been part of it. We've seen these pockets of real hard racing excitement that then people ease back again to get themselves back into the rhythm and go back to plan. The plan's changed probably about 10 times in the first half of the race.
I was about to make that point. It felt like it was about 2.5 hours ago when we were starting to say, right, now you get into the grunt work of the race and you start the log laps and you start to just put stints together, and then it teed off again and went crazy, as it always does in this race. So I feel like we're there again now as we just ticked over that 1,000 kilometre mark. So Ojeda, though, he's having a good look at the rear bumper of Valentino Rossi, so I feel like there's a bit of track position racing going on here, and Ojeda would like that track position from Valentino Rossi, but the BMW does launch off Forest Elbow onto Conrod Straight very, very well, and it launches off Hell Corner at Turn 1 very well up Mountain Straight, and that's what makes these cars strong. That's what you need at Bathurst. You can't pass across the top of the mountain, so it doesn't matter if you're fast up there. You do all the passing here at the end of Conrod, or you do all the passing at the end of Mountain Straight. That's where these BMWs are strong.
Which is interesting, Craill, because that used to be the strength of the AMG, didn't it?
Yeah, but balance of performance changes over the years, and the way the teams run the cars changes to get the most out of what they're given in terms of ride height, in terms of aero, in terms of engine air restrictors, all the various components that go into it. So yeah, the Merc's not the fastest car in a straight line at the moment. The BMWs are strong, and it's not relevant at all now, but when they're fighting it out for the win at the end, if you're a BMW and you're in front, you're really hard to pass. If you're a BMW and you're behind, you can overtake. You might not be able to do that in a Mercedes-AMG. Well, there it is. The Sydney Opera House sells itself, doesn't it? What a scene it is. and Sydney Harbour just in front. Spent a bit of time in there, Garth, over the years. But I reckon you would have had a couple of PR moments in your journey, professional race car driver. The old cliche PR shot on the bridge.
Yeah, the old go climb the bridge, get the photo from the drone or the helicopter over
one's
the
ever
top.
done that before.
No, I've never seen that before. And then also hanging out around Sydney Harbour. It's a great part of the world down there.
Been a lot of comments about our super slow-mos this year for those watching both here in region and further afield.
They were some of the best shots I think we've ever had as the sun was coming up.
Totally.
And we were able to look deep into the cockpit, effectively into the driver's eyes, and see how the sun was affecting their vision. Thought that was really cool.
What I like seeing as well is you can see how the deflection on the Pirelli tyres and how much of the suspension is actually the sidewall and how they flex and recover. Brilliant stuff.
And topical that you should be talking about suspension, John, because I found something shocking down here at WRT BMW. It is, of course, shock absorbers. We're chatting about the KW V6, and this is the componentry that is currently inside the BMW that is helping power to the race lead. It was also what was in the Porsche last year when it won at Bathurst in the 12-hour. Now, what makes this so cool? If we swing it around, I'll show you all the bump and rebound settings. 18 for both on this car, and also 12 settings for the blow-off on this damper as well. A lot of technology goes into these things. They're highly adjustable, and what that means for the drivers is they're saying there's a lot of damping control, particularly over the bumps here under braking. And not that there's that many curbs here at Bathurst, but when you do need to roll over the curbs, the drivers are reporting excellent damping control with these pieces of suspension. But this is pretty cool. New for this year that I've finally got a chance to show the fans, it's got a little mini-me as well. This is not a model, this is a real damper. It's used in the Formula SAE cars, which is essentially where engineers are learning mechanical engineering at a university or college level, and they compete on the racetrack as well. So a much smaller car requires a much smaller piece of suspension. And with that, the engineers up and down pit lane are learning from almost a teenage level about suspension and damping control, which is really, really cool. Very impressive. These are also used in the World Solar Challenge as well. So the folks at KW are doing an amazing job, and it's certainly helping the BMWs and the Porsches on track right now.
Thanks for springing into action there, Chad. Nicely done. I would like for you, next time you update about damping, just to tell us the valving and how that all works internally. That'll be great.
He will rebound and bring you that later
would be
on.
Good. Yep, he can compress all that into one piece. That'll be nice.
He was strutting his stuff there as well, wasn't he, in that particular feature?
Did a lot of research for that one.
We'll get our coats now. Get it out of the way now, but we might as well. Right, so we are back to this little cameo at the front of the field where Augusto Farfus has pulled away by 3.5 seconds or thereabouts in the black M-coloured BMW. By the way, putting M stripes and that 2 shades of blue, white and red on anything never makes it look worse. And the background colour could be anything. On the pure carbon car, that is explicit, I have to say, as far as I'm concerned. But there's a little cameo battle going on in second place between Valentino Rossi and, not right up his tailpipes, but flashing the headlights, Jaden Ojeda in the AMG. The Hulk Craft Bamboo racing car, and this is as close as he's been coming off the first corner, hell corner. Now he will get a little bit of a draft here. The BMW is fleet of foot and just starts to stretch away. There's traffic though. Will that affect what Jaden can do? He's not close enough. He's flashing his headlights. It's the 44 Porsche that's ahead of him. With the 44 Audi with Sergio Perez behind the wheel that's ahead of this little battle, and now they're all going to compress up behind that 44 Audi.
What's happening there? Down in the WRT bunker, Kelvin or Sheldon van der Linde is just filing that away in the back of their mind for the last hour of the race. They're going, okay, I know where we're strong now.
No, sorry. Kelvin haven't raced against the BMW, and
he's even better prepared.
In the car that has suffered by not having straight line performance, knows exactly what to do and how to use it. So to me, it looks like we took some onboard shots of Valentino a couple of laps ago, and he was fuel saving. So I think he's a bit of a rock in a hard place here. He's trying to save some fuel but keep the track position off Drayton Ojeda. So he's doing a nice job. Absolutely doing a great job.
But he's not losing any time to his teammate. It's 3.8 seconds. It's been 3.8 seconds for the last 5, 6, 7 laps. So he's stabilised that gap. Farfus disappeared for a little while, but he stabilised the gap and he's still saving fuel. He'll lift as he comes into through the kink. He's fine. He's got to go past the nice spot to go past the Audi.
Yep.
Yeah, still lifting and coasting.
We had a little audio cut out there, but that was enough. He's absolutely lifting and coasting. And the reason he did that, you look in the mirror and you go, yep, I'm safe enough. I can do it this lap. So you don't do it every lap when there's someone behind you or every straight. It's even a corner-by-corner proposition when you have someone on the rear bumper like this, when you're saving fuel. If you feel you're safe, you do it. If you don't feel you're safe, you keep it pinned and drive it normal.
So they're 20 laps into this stint, 21 laps now into this stint on a tank of fuel following the last round of pit stops. So what does that mean? Well, it means the next round of stops, we need to look around the 7-hour mark into the race. So 10 laps, 2 and a bit minutes a lap, and the max adds up. So somewhere around the 7-hour mark plus will be a good window for these cars to roll in for their next stop.
No, that's the 103 Audi.
It could be right now.
Kidding me.
There's a car in the trap at the chase, and I think you might see the entire field peel off into pit lane, because that's not driving out. And Ricardo Fella.
Safety car boards and flags.
He hasn't made a mistake and driven it in there. There's clearly something going wrong with that car. Remember, right back to the start, there was contact, and Ricardo Fella reported there was damage to that car. So here he is, coming into the chase, on the brake pedal, and it just, something happens there, and
left front's gone.
It looks like a tyre or something.
Suspension?
So far away to actually diagnose exactly what it was, but clearly a failure, and that car has found itself. If it was a tyre letting go, he'd still be able to turn. So I hope it's not, but I'm wondering whether it's a rotor, a brake rotor.
A long is relative in a GT3 car when you're braking, and you're stopping from 270 k's an hour there, but you're 50 metres into the braking point at the part where it went, where the puff of smoke happened. So a lot of the speed would have been washed off. It was at the point of turning the car in to the left-hander.
Can I get out of the car?
I'd be telling you to stay in the car at this point.
Yeah,
stay in there and get towed out.
Get towed out and drive it back.
Correct.
So he's actually done a nice job. Kept the belts connected, stayed in the car, doing the right thing, asking the crew what to do next.
We've got a snatch tractor close to it.
Brock Feeney, the disappointment. So Richard Craill was tempting. The next round of stops weren't too far away. Brock Feeney was suited and booted and ready to go to climb aboard this car. And unfortunately, that's not going to happen anytime soon. If they are able to get that car out, they are going to be laps down.
Yeah, I mean, they'll definitely drop one, potentially more than that.
But then also, what's the damage? The cause?
Yeah, if it's a tyre, even a rotor, maybe
well,
it'll be a quickish service, but it could be more than that. Chad?
Liam Talbot, a face full of disappointment, and you did such a good job in that stint on used tyres to go back out there and get you guys back in the game. Any word from the team as to what's happened yet?
Yeah, it looks like something's failed, unfortunately. Bathurst is sometimes very cruel, and yeah, just one of those things. Ricardo's okay, that's the main thing in the car. So yeah, not sure what we can do from here, but yeah, really good pace up until now.
On old tyres, you were dealt a pretty hard hand to go out there and do your job against all the guns, and you delivered, man. You pretty proud of yourself today?
Oh, I haven't really been thinking about it. All I was thinking about was how oversteery this car was, and it was quite a handful, but, you know, whatever it takes for the team. And, yeah, they're the cards you dealt, so all good.
Good drive today, mate. I'm going to see if I get a word off Brock while we're down here as well. Brock, man, you and I just have some heart-wrenching chats at this joint, man. Bathurst, it's got to be kind to you one day, mate, but good to see you at least still kind of smiling about it.
Yeah, this place keeps disappointing me, so I hope it's not too far until we have a good one. But, yeah, I'm not really sure what happened yet, so hopefully we can get the car back and have a look. But we were really fast earlier in the day. It was sort of one of the only cars that could actually pass, you know, the Ferraris, the Mercedes and all that. So I thought if we were up there at the end that we could really fight for it today. But as always, Bathurst seems to have something up its sleeve for me.
Unlucky, mate, and hopefully more good luck in October for you.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Lots of pit stops happening during this full course caution section before the safety car actually bunches everybody up. We've got 3 Mercedes into the lane. The 75 Express has done a driver change. Lucas Stoltz out, and it is Jules Gonon who's taken back over. The 888 machine has had Mauro Engel jump out and Maxime Martin climb aboard. The 77, this Mercedes, which came in for Kraft Bamboo the last time, changed the right front brake rotor. They've now done the left as well, and that is Jaden Ojeda staying aboard. Both of the BMWs have come into the pit lane. It is Augusto Farfus, I believe, aboard the black one, that's the 32, and it was Valentino Rossi getting out, and I think it was Lello getting back in. I'm trying to remember the sequence that they were going through. And also of note, at the far end of pit lane, the Porsche came in, the number 911. Matt Campbell got out, and Chan Guven got back aboard. So that means that they have finally completed a full rotation more than halfway through the race. That's impressive.
Thank you, Shea. An update from the lane. Busy times while we're behind the control of the safety car. Well, earlier in the weekend, my mate John Hindhaugh and I had a good time across the road at the National Motor Racing Museum, and here's a little sneaky look at what happened.
When you come to this part of the world, you need to check out some of the great local heritage. And when you come to Mount Panorama, you have to come to the National Motor Racing Museum. So I brought my British mate John Hindhaugh to this part of the world to check out our great motor racing heritage. The only problem is I have absolutely no idea where he's gone. But I think he's found a V8. Mate, what are you doing?
What?
This is one of the most iconic racing cars in Australian history.
Yes. Why do you think I'm sitting in it?
Are you enjoying yourself?
This is where Bathurst started for me. We used to see the highlights of what was then the James Hardy, but we didn't get it till January. And these were the cars that attracted me to this ridiculous circuit.
Peter Brock, Larry Perkins, John Hindhaugh, but you're in a Holden for balance. Come on, we need to see a Ford. Come on, out, please, come on.
This may take some time. The floor is so slippery. Not as bad as I thought it would be.
Well, from one genuine Bathurst winner to another one, and another one part of an amazing 1-2 finish at this place as well.
And this one also has a connection to my motorsport upbringing because Jackie Hicks came, drove and won. Jackie, of course, who when I was listening to Le Mans in the 1960s and 70s, I was hearing about him and Derek Bell. Incredible to think that he came here and drove something so different.
Moffat Ford Dealers Falcon 77, the famous 1-2 result, and how cool he's back this weekend to be reunited with this car. But it's not just Bathurst 1000 history in here, John. There's some 12-hour classics here as well. I think we need to go and see those now.
Let's go, come on.
From the 1000 to the 12-hour, which is now a massive part of Mount Panorama's history. And Hindhaugh found himself the car that chased the Mazdas in '94, the mighty 968.
You know, Craill, this is one of just 4 968 Club Sports that were converted to Turbo RS specification in right-hand drive. The originals were left-hand drive, but this is glorious. I think this is actually better than my 968 that I've got back at home. Do you think I can take this one with me?
I think you'll need to talk to Brad from the museum first, mate, before you do that. Hey, from the 94 car to the 2016 McLaren, this was a famous race, an incredible race, and SVG just doing SVG things.
Qualified with a new qualifying lap record.
It's Van Gisbergen, it does a 201-2.
Chio-san chasing him down in the Nissan and just missed out.
Chio is on an absolute tear. Jane Van Gisbergen, he's going to win it, but just...
Oh, what a race. And, you know, I could stay here all day.
We could stay here all day, but we've got to go somewhere else. We've got to go to Reckless Brewing, around the corner.
Right, so we're not driving, so...
No, we need the taxi.
Did you book the taxi?
Did you book the taxi?
No, did you book the taxi?
I didn't book the taxi.
Let's go
get the taxi.
Champagne television, gents. Champagne television. It's great over there, isn't it, at the Bathurst Motor Museum?
We had a lovely afternoon.
And off the back of that,
we've got something for next year's race, and you two reckon you can do it. So a driver change.
I reckon I can do it.
Well, you both have said that you can do it. A driver change in a GT3 car can be done. Well, we think the sit-still time in these pit stops is 45 seconds, okay? So a driver change has to take place within 45 seconds. You two think you can do it in and out, so a change, not just John getting out of the car like what we saw there.
22.5 seconds.
And we had to speed the vision up on that one. So you two think you can do it in 45 seconds. So next year, for next year's telecast, that's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm committed to this.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Comfortable. My only caveat...
We'll get the hourglass ready.
Can we please do it in 05? Because
no, it's a GT3 car. No. Those Group C cars are like walking in and out of a sofa. It's in a GT3 car.
They're actually not. Shea?
I'd like to even add to this challenge because I think Garth and I should go up against you guys, and we should do
done, Shea, done. We'll go side by side.
You two don't even wear one of us. We're not having that.
Hey, don't change the rules now because the competition's lifted.
Do we get to pick which GT3 car? Because I know which ones are easier to get out of.
There'll be a balance of performance issued here, JH, for you and I against these two.
Don't stress, Shea. We've got them covered easy.
Yeah, well, I was going to say the only problem is if you guys pick like an Acura NSX versus, you two getting in and out of a, say, Mercedes, that would be slightly different, but I still feel good about Garth and my chances.
No, there needs to be a BOP.
No, don't. No.
Is that a balance of pace strips?
Yeah. Mate, I'm happy to give you a 10-second head start.
I think we need a 25 seconds.
No problems.
Oh, okay.
Helmets on, everything.
25-second head start?
No, I said 10-second head start.
No, you just went 25.
No, you said yesterday that you would give us the full 80 seconds and still didn't think you could
I feel like it's going to be more than that anyways.
Okay.
We'll find out next year.
All right.
I've got a GT3 car handy to home. I'm going to go and start practicing.
I just want to say the point of that piece was not getting in and out of a car. It was the fabulous cars that were out of it.
That's all I got out of it, John.
Take something else out of it.
It is
Brad Owen and the rest of the guys doing a great job over there.
It is a great place to visit. If you ever come to Mount Panorama, go to the museum. There's always something different in there. It's not the same cars all the time, so even if you've been there before, go there again and you will see something different.
Yeah.
Well, I think when the KTM gets to the finish today, he should drive it down
and put it in there
at Murray's.
Oh, that's
turn
brilliant.
right, drive it through the doors, and get in there. So that is the National Motor Racing Museum. Red Roof building behind Murray's Corner. So it's a walk across the racetrack. You can get there.
That's what they did with the SR71 Super Blackbird that beat the coast-to-coast record in the States. It landed at Washington at IAD. It taxied off the end of the runway and straight in to the Air and Space Museum. I love that because that's what the KTM reminds me of.
There's two precedents for it here. Nathan Hearn did a massive burnout winning the Trans Am title and drove it straight to the museum, tyre rubber and all flailing off. So it's been done. It can happen again. Pit stops underway while we're behind the control of the safety car for the 7th time today in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. All the leaders have cycled through the lane. Some have changed drivers, some have not, as the strategies continue to unfold. This is Wall Racing. It's the car second in the silver class at this point, with Brendan Leach behind the wheel, the fast young Kiwi. He brought the car into pit lane. We might be about to see Grant Denyer take over the 93 Lamborghini. They're second in class. Leading the silver battle is Jamie Day, the Aston Martin for Valente Rosso. We're not too far away from a resumption of play. The sad news, of course, that the 183 Audi with a left front issue, and this is the current in-car view as it gets recovered to the Team MPC Jamek Racing garage. This was a program put together very late in the piece. They'd worked in late December and early January on a program that fell through, and for a moment it looked like there wouldn't be a pro-class Audi in this race, which is a strange scenario because they've been a constant in the 12-hour and they've always been contenders, and Audi are tied with Mercedes on the most wins in the history of this race. Regardless, they got this together, and man, they've been super competitive. Highlights with 5 hours to go in the 12-hour, and this amazing race start, and I don't care how many times we see this, it doesn't stop being any less exciting or impressive or remarkable that it unfurled.
Thomas Randall hadn't seen that. He was further back in the field and he couldn't take his eyes on it. Unfortunately, his car didn't go the distance today. 2025 McLaren going out for Ryan Sorensen. He was transported to hospital for a check. Also came into contact with the number 44 machine. That car's been rebuilt. Then the big one, Craill.
That's not getting rebuilt. Stephen Grove, unfortunately. Okay, taken to hospital for checks, but okay, climbed out of the vehicle under his own weight, and that was one of the larger crashes we've ever seen in the Bathurst 12-hour. Meanwhile, the fight at the front has been intense. This was another safety car with the Tigani car going off the Superbahn entry, and then the Hallmark car into pit lane with a puncture. Lap traffic has played a role in this remarkably today, and a big hesitation for Lucas Stoles trying to get past the Method Motorsport McLaren, and he was gobbled up by two of his rivals in the AMG brigade as they gobbled him up down into the final corner. And then this, the reason for the current safety car, with Ricardo Feller off at the chase. BMW lead the way. In fact, 32 leads 46, and on that, let's go to Shea.
With Valentino Rossi just having a lap. Now that the stint is over, you can finally relax a little bit. This race, how does it compare to your first two attempts here?
Yeah, I'm happy. It's better because this track, for understand very well the places, you need a little bit of years, a little bit of kilometers, and also need to keep very attention to the fuel consumption. So you cannot push it to 100%, but you have always to do the fuel saving. And the traffic, and also I have always 2 or 3 Mercedes behind that push me, so it was not easy. And I'm very happy that I was able to remain constant without making any mistake.
The BMW is one of those strange GT3 cars. When you go into a fuel save mode, it seems to even go faster. Do you feel like that's a big advantage?
Yeah, this is true. It's because our car is you need to drive smooth, especially in braking. You don't have to overdrive, you don't have to push a lot. So when you do the fuel saving, is more natural because you lift earlier, so the braking is more smooth, and you can turn the car and you can bring speed into the corner.
Do you think you're going to have that speed in the final stint?
I hope we are there, and but you know, and until the last 3 hours, everybody, you push, but you keep always quiet, try to don't do mistake, and after we understand the real level in the last hours.
Good luck.
Thank you. Ciao.
Just brilliant, just brilliant. The man has so much passion, Garth, for everything that he does. Just his 3rd time here at the mountain, 4 years of GT3 driving. He's already tested the BMW LMH car back in the last year. He's thrown himself into this new career.
I think we're incredibly fortunate here in Australia that he's come 3 years back to back.
Yes.
That we've been able to watch his growth as a race car driver.
That's a really good point.
Because his growth over this 3 years has been immense. Like, he does a lot of racing in Europe, yes. So we get to see how he improves year on year. And last year he did some good stints, but not all. And it was interesting to hear him just then say, I'm happy with what I did because I saved the fuel I needed to save. I kept the track position I needed to keep, and I made no mistakes while I was doing it. And as a driver, when you're part of an all-pro team at this stage of the race, that's all you ask of you to be able to do that. So it's been really cool to watch the growth of Valentino Rossi as a 4-wheel motorsport expert.
Changing the regulations this year as the safety car lights go out on the BMW M safety car. You can still weave here. That is a change in the regulations. We're going back to green flag as the BMW M safety car clears off, and Augusto Farfus assumes the lead as the lead car and effectively the safety car. It's up to him when to go. They went early last time. It's the 32 ahead of the 46, the 2 BMWs. They pitted the other way around, and they've gone again, just coming out of the penultimate corner. Still a bit of weaving going on behind. Jade Nojeda trying to keep Charles Verts now honest as they go down. Same car ahead, different challenged as far as the driver is concerned. Under 5 hours to go, we're back racing at the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours. Decent start for everybody. Aston Martin down the inside of the shell. Number 91. And that was, once again, Jamie Day proving his worth. He moves up into 8th position ahead of Sam Shaheen.
We're on board with 75 Shulgunon on Chan Guven. These two cars battled for the lead last year. first and second in the race in 2024. And Gunon trying to get one, an early marker around the outside at Visit New South Wales corner, but there's no move there. Now, the trio of AMGs have been split a little bit by this with the Ferrari, and it was the GMR entry, car number 888, that's dropped a couple of spots in that pit stop shuffle, so they lost a little bit of track position. And Chaz Mostert, who's now behind the wheel of the Ferrari, finds himself up to 4th place, and the Porsche's got some ground as well. So those two cars have jumped the number 75 Express and the 888 GMR entry.
Yep, they've done a nice job there through that safety car pit stop window. Gunon trying to go around the outside of Anchin Guven was never, ever going to happen, and Gunon knew that, so he got back in a line so that Maxime Martin didn't take advantage of that. So heads-up driving by all involved there.
With the race cleaned, Garth, so everyone's now on a full tank of fuel. Everyone's now got drivers in the car that are good to go for this stint, and then they'll worry about what happens later on. In theory, you could potentially do the race on 3 more pit stops. So working on about an hour and 10 minutes for a stint, your stop's going to be with 3 hours 50 to go. You work backwards from the end. Your final stop at the moment is an hour and 20 left in the race, and that is well marginal fuel.
Yeah.
So if you can save some fuel now, save some fuel in your next stint, and push that final pit stop to 70 minutes from the checkered flag, from the 12-hour mark, you're going to be much more comfortable. That doesn't take into account safety cars and opportunistic times to pit, but in theory, if it goes green the whole way, 3 more pit stops will be the goal for these cars.
And that's why when we talk a lot about opening the pit stop window, and now's when you start to be able to really be able to do that. If we do get 3 clean stints to the end of the race, that's what you want to do, because also if you do find you're stopping, say, an hour and 15, you're going to have to save fuel in the last stint. But if you can stop at an hour 10 or an hour and 5 to go, you can go full fuel to the end of the race, and that could be the difference when it comes to strategy. So you have to do that work now to buy those laps later in the race.
And in an ideal selfish world for us, what we want is one of each. We want someone coasting, and we want someone blazing, and we want them to converge on the final lap, ideally.
Stewards have imposed a pit lane penalty over drive-through to car 46 for a safety car breach.
Oh, wow. So that pulls them out of this leading group of cars. So 32-second transit time, plus in, plus out. Going to lose 35 seconds. And with this leading group of cars coming by 10 seconds down to 9th place, Sam Shakin, that's going to drop them right to the back of the queue. So while we're crunching numbers on being green all the way to the end, all of a sudden 46, they want a safety car somewhere, because they're going to lose a lot of track position in a race that's going to be dictated by being up the pointy end.
Something we've been watching all weekend down in the WRT pits. They are chopping and changing which pits the individual cars used.
And whoever's leading, isn't it, basically?
Exactly. They are not driving around each other. They are the 2-car team of 2-car teams. And this has been really clever what they've been doing. And I think that, again, you talk about the 1%ers, they're just giving themselves the best opportunity. Big battle going on behind that 2nd place car. It's 3rd that's under dispute at the moment. Chaz Mostert has lit the afterburners again on the number 26 Ferrari. As
in the background.
And off goes the... Oh, my goodness, I can't believe it. Max Martin goes off. I can't remember seeing that before.
How has he ended up there? When we were focusing on the 46 coming to pit lane, I just saw it in the back of shot.
Well, they're doing their pit stop now under green, so if that car doesn't go...
Absolutely, that's a great point, John. The 46 has done its pit lane penalty. It's in before any yellow comes out.
Correct.
If the 888 can't get moving, and they go safety car comes now, they can catch the back of the field. Yeah, okay, they lost some track position, but not a lot.
Wow.
How did Maxime Martin end up there? There was a bit going on, and I wonder, has he tried to go around the outside? Remember, we saw Lucas Stoltz trying to go around the outside at the sweeper coming out of the chase. Has he fallen foul of that? We'll wait and see.
I don't think we've rolled the old cliche for a little while. Safety cars, what do they breed?
Safety cars.
No.
I know we
used that one
we have used it earlier.
Yeah.
But it's worth reinforcing, because we're going to have another restart in a minute. So tick for these guys.
Right, come on. Here we go. See if we can work it out.
No, he's by himself.
He's gone off.
So it looked to me, we're on board the Aston Martin of Jamie Day, and it looked like Day was having to drive through a heap of gravel coming out of the chase. And I wonder whether he's dropped a wheel actually at the chase itself, and then when he's changed direction, has had a tank slapper. But he wasn't going around traffic. That's what I thought, because how else would someone of Maxime Martin's experience have that happen?
And Mauro Engel watching from the lane. Here it is, top of the screen.
Now.
Yeah.
So he's
Has
out
he got
wide
a left front
early.
puncture?
Oh, man.
Did he have a left front puncture?
That was a huge hit. The shot from side on and above from up in ridges diminished, I think, how serious the impact was. But from that front-on shot, how hard it went in, it launched the car off the ground.
Watch. Oh, I can't see for the mirror.
Oh, so he's turned, he's got that gravel. So that was the dust that we saw the Aston Martin drive through. So he's got the dust, and then when he's appeared in the next shot, he's out wide and you're in the grey. So he's effectively ended up where Lucas Stoltz was earlier, but he did it by himself.
That's rung his bell a little bit for Maxime Martin.
That's don't forget, left-hand drive car. That's his side. So
and it was saying that impact was really hard. And once again, Mauro Engel in a competitive car, in a shot to win the race, is denied at Mount Panorama. He's been coming here pretty much every year since 2014. He's been on pole twice. He's led this race more than any other international driver. And once again, it's ripped from his clutches.
Want to dive in with Mick Grenier and Mauro Engel. Both of you guys, did something break on the car? It's not like Max makes mistakes.
Right now we don't know. I mean, most important is that he's okay, because it seemed like a pretty big impact into the concrete wall, and I'm not sure it looked like he wasn't really feeling great. So hopefully he's okay. That's the main thing, and we'll analyze the rest after.
And Mick, I mean, another trip to the mountain and heartbreak. How do you cope with this?
I mean, it's disappointing. We were back in the top 4 now with Mauro. The stint before, we had a small issue in the pit stop, but so far Maxime was doing a very great job. Looks like he just dropped the wheel in the sand and lost the car, but we will speak with him. These things happen here, but obviously the day is over now.
The medical car is bringing him back, so I'll let you guys run over to the medical center and check on him, but I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so how far back did this start, Garth? Going down through the kink, everything looks okay.
Well, through here is fine. Apex of the chase is fine. It's when he turns in, so you can't see past the mirror now. There, that dust that kicks up.
Yeah.
And now Day has to deal with it. But I think when Martins hit that dust, he's then understeered wide and ended up out in the grey, where we saw Lucas Stoltz get caught earlier. And there's no grip out there, and it's just slid into the wall.
This is the shot that shows the severity of the impact. So
watch how high you see there.
Oh.
Yeah, and bang.
He should be coming out onto the end of the red and white curb, and he's, what, 3-4 cars lengths further up the track as he's come out.
So it's just on the change of direction. The car hasn't gripped up because he's had all that dirt and gravel all over the tyre, and he's into the barrier. Now, Richard Craill, you asked for some teams to start doing some divergent strategy. Your power in this race has no bounds, because the car that's won 2 of the last 3 races must have you on radio, and they are in the lane.
Well, if anyone was going to do it, it would be these guys, wouldn't it? Because they're the kings of inventing ways to win this.
So this is the 46 car. Remember, they got the penalty. Yellow flag is out. And there's the GT4 McLaren. And then the 46 car. And we're being told that it's passing under yellow. We don't have the vision. But the flag, when the flags went out, the 24 car was in front of the 46. Right. And at the next timing loop, it was the opposite way around.
And it doesn't matter if it's a class car or an outright car, you are not allowed to pass under safety car conditions. So that car back in pit lane, they're topping off. It's only been a lap and a bit of green flag, but topping off the 46. So there's another car doing something slightly different.
So that's the penalty that he served just before this safety car. So they've actually fulfilled that penalty.
Yeah, and they've fulfilled the penalty, and they've done a stop now to top off again. And to Richard's point, there was only a couple of laps. And the reason they've done that, they're at the tail end of the lead lap anyway, so open up the fuel window. Even further.
So
yeah.
make it open. You're not going to get any track position. You're not losing track position by pitting. So now open up the fuel window. So now we have 2 cars effectively on an alternate strategy when it comes to fuel than our leaders, and they are Gunon and the 46 car as he leaves pit lane. They are down in 7th and 8th. They're on the tail end of the lead lap, but they have slightly more fuel right now than the others.
I think that's smart. Do something. It's not costing them anything. Nope. It gives them another option. I like it. Hello to everybody on the RWEC Discord group. Thanks for your support and all the kind messages that's coming in via the socials. Hashtag B12HR, B12HR. And there's a very passionate group of people on that RWEC Discord group who've been following the opening stanzas and salvos of the endurance racing season over the last 3 weekends before this one. And we'll be back with them and the FIA WEC in a scant few weeks' time with the prologue in Qatar and then the first round of the FIA WEC, including some of these drivers. The WRT team will be taking their teams out. Yasser Shaheen making his WEC debut for BMW, having done a cracking job in his first run in the race, a race condition. So yellow flag comes out now. There's the McLaren, and right now that's fine.
So now we're further down the road, past that point that we picked up earlier from out of the car.
See the yellow flags.
Fellow flags are already well out, and then now
he's gone by. Valentino.
So Shea caught up with Valentino after that stint. He was happy that he didn't make a mistake, but we caught one.
He'll not be up about that, I tell you. But you know what? It's cost them nothing, really.
Well, luckily, it has cost them a little bit of track position.
Yeah.
But that's it.
You know, in Valentino's defence, they don't have safety bikes in MotoGP.
They do have yellow flags, though.
That's true.
Having also in his defence, he's got a much wider aperture to look through when he's on his motorcycle than he's in with a race car helmet. It's always much smaller on a car helmet than it is on a motorcycle. So in behind the safety car, BMW M safety car, and this will close the field back up again. The recovery continues. Again, our hard-working recovery and medical teams deserve our thanks and appreciation today.
That's the view from the Reckless Brewing rooftop bar. Great partner and a local brewery, 2.5 kilometres from Pitt Straight, Reckless Brewing, and doesn't get much more local a partner than that. And they make a very, very fine drop, JH, as you well know.
Say hello to Jared and the rest of the team.
Absolutely.
Always make us welcome.
Great part of the world, and the recovery continues. Right, let's get back down into the Pirelli pit bunker where all of today's action is playing out.
Yeah, it seems like the perfect opportunity, the perfect place to catch up with Matteo Braga from Pirelli. He gets to do the entire Intercontinental GT Challenge, among some other amazing sports car events. How important is it to Pirelli to be present here at Bathurst and for this entire championship?
We say that Bathurst, first of all, represents for us the opening of our season. Basically, here we start our season in the GT categories, and this year we will supply nearly 70 championships all around the world for a total of 450 races. So Bathurst is a big say, first round. It's a unique place. We enjoy a lot this circuit, and especially the competition that every year is always exciting.
And you bring with you an army of people and a mountain of tyres to tackle the mountain as well. Just next door, there's 4 garage places taken up to fit all these tyres and the tyre fitters in there. Can you give us some of the numbers about how many people and tyres you've brung here to Bathurst?
Yeah, about tyres, we have nearly 2,000 tyres for the 12 hours. This year we have been lucky as well that the support race was the Ferrari Challenge, as well supplied by Pirelli. And people, we have nearly 20 people from the local team fitting tires and supporting the teams, and then we have nearly 10 engineers that are coming from Europe, and we support all the teams, Intercontinental and local, for the entire race in using our product at the best way.
At the end of the race, we're going to be talking about teams rolling the dice, Matteo, and double stinting these Pirelli tyres to get to the checkered flag. How much work goes into the design of these tyres to make sure that they can keep up with the speed when you try and do that?
Let's say that the design is it takes a long time. So usually we keep going in our development of the product every year. And every 2-3 years we introduce a new generation of products. The design obviously take care about all the aspects that we have to cover. Because with the same category, the same platform and the same product, we supply sprint races and endurance races. So the product has to be performance and endurance. And usually we target 12 and 24-hour races.
And in all conditions. So from the cool conditions this morning to the heat of the day here, 31 degrees at Bathurst, these Pirelli tyres have got a lot of work to do. Thanks, Matteo. Always enjoy our annual catch-up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you. Mick Grenier and Maro Engel. What a disappointment for this team. GMR have been incredible supporters of this race, and they've been the nearly team of the Bathurst 12-hour for 6 or 7 years now. They've finished second, they've finished third, they've been leading late in the day. There's been little dramas that have caught them out. There was a piece of technology that failed on the car that required them to pit to be rectified in 2023, and then we had an angry Maro at the end, and it was extraordinary, and he came from 30-odd seconds behind and lost the race by 1.4. An incredible finish in 2023. They've had everything here, and on the podium in 2020, but had a post-race penalty late, which dropped them to 6th, but that could have been another top 3 finish. One day, it'll all click, because they've never had a slow race car at Mount Panorama. And one day, I'm sure, for both them and for Maro Engel, the stars will align and they'll have success at Mount Panorama, but not to be this year.
Yeah, still on the lead lap, now Charles Verts driven BMW number 46 in 8th position.
And Charles just hustling here a little bit because race control's now thinking restart, and they've started to advertise what cars are going to be eligible for that. So the field will need to pack themselves up and close all the margins and get themselves ready for a race restart in a couple of laps. As you can see at the top of the picture under the spares box bridge, the chase has been cleared of the Mercedes-AMG. Still scored in 13th place, remarkably, on account of having completed 170 laps, but they'll tumble down the order and they will be a DNF today.
4 cars out, and that is the 4th car. Craill seat.
Get a wheel, and we'll get a wave by, and it'll pop the Heart of Racing car back again on the lead lap. And they've sort of pogoed up and down, on and off that lead lap of the race a couple of times. But with Ian James behind the wheel, reasonably confident they'll stay there now.
I think they are already on the back end of the lead lap.
Yeah,
actually.
you're right. Yep.
So that'll bring, I think it'll bring Grant Denyer back into the lead lap in 10th position.
Yeah, he's on 172 laps.
I know, he'll only get to 173. He'll be 1 further lap back, you're right. But Ian James is already on 173, and he is about to come round and tick off 174. They'll want to close up the grid.
So where are we from a contender point of view? So 32 BMW, yes, absolutely, leads the race. Augusto Farfus behind the wheel. Craft Bamboo Racing, another nearly team that's been coming here since 2015, when they rolled into town with some Aston Martins and nearly won on debut. And they've tried since then, best finish of 2nd in the 2022 race. And Maro Engel was driving for them, and remarkably, that's Maro's best finish in this race as well. So they're contenders, absolutely. Jaden Ojada's stint has been outstanding in this phase of the race. Arise Racing, Ferrari, they're back up to 3rd with Chaz Mostert behind the wheel. Are they contenders? You bet they are. So Ferrari firmly in the mix, having won last in 2017 and before that 2014. Porsche perennially in the mix here, and Anchang Guven is behind the wheel of car 911. Now in 5th place is a fascinating car, and this Aston Martin has been there or thereabouts all day. And Jamie Day, a young Englishman who is a graduate out of Aston Martin's GT4 program, and he's just been linked up with their now Young Driver Academy, which is a real feather in the cap to get that. The only thing this car's missing this weekend is a 007 on the side of it. They're 5th outright. Now, they're leading their class in the silver class battle. But I think the big question as the race evolves is, are they a contender on raw speed? Not that they need to be, because they're a class car fighting for their own trophies. But could they be a little bit of a surprise for an outright result? And then car 91 in 6th place. For me, this is the biggest wild card of them all. Sam Shaheen behind the wheel now. When he completes this stint, they should have ticked off all of their bronze driver time. And then at the end, they are going to have 2 of the quickest GT Porsche drivers in the world to plug into that car for the run home. So as long as this car remains on the lead lap now until the next pit stop, they are as good a contender as anybody else in this field, and that is hugely exciting. And then Jules Gounon, well, yeah, of course they're contenders. Let's move on. Charles Viets back in 8th place. Yes, they're contenders. They don't have track position anymore, but they have car speed, and they've got straight line speed as well, which means they can overtake.
The 91 Porsche, remember way back when we questioned their first pit stop? We did. Thought, what are they doing?
Yes.
That's got our attention. And then we did put a caveat on and say, well, they did do an alternate strategy last year and it worked for them. It's working for them. Isn't it? Again. So you're right, Rich. They have to tick some boxes operationally for driving time in the back half of this race with their bronze drivers. But if they get that done and they put 2 young Porsche kids in that car and get the track position, they are a contender as well. So we've lost a few cars over the course of the last 7.5 hours, but we've got plenty to tell a story to bring this one home.
Lights are out on the BMW safety car. BMW have been hugely active this week. They launched a brand new car. Now, a fast wagon is a bit of me. And they've launched the M3 CS wagon here, which is a really cool thing. It's a world premiere of a brand new high-performance BMW M car at Mount Panorama. Awesomely cool. They lead the race with the iconic M colours adorning the flanks of car number 32. So BMW, Mercedes-AMG, Ferrari, Porsche, Aston Martin in the top 5. 4.5 hours remain, and it will fly by.
And so that slight mistake by Valentino and Rossi that got the drive-through has cost them 2.7 seconds in real time. And a few cars between themselves and their teammate, albeit, my goodness me, when it's somebody's day, Garth, it can be somebody's day. They've worked hard, but they've had a bit of good fortune.
They have, but the harder you work, the luckier you get. And certainly WRT continue to work hard. And yes, it's only 2.7 seconds, John, but it's more the track positions of those cars. But we now get to find out. We've seen BMW's leading, and they got to the lead through strategy, and it was Fortress BMW for a long time there at the front of the field. But now we get to see if they can pass cars. And we've been saying all day how strong they get off Forest Elbow, how strong they get off Hell Corner. Now as he ranges up to the rear of the Gounon AMG Mercedes, does Charles Wirtz, cannot pass cars in a straight line.
Remember that car splashed after everybody else had been in. They took the pain of the extra 80-second stop because they knew that they were going to end up exactly where they have done, which is in 7th position. We've now got, let me see, 9 cars on the lead lap because Sam Shaheen did come around to get the lap back. Grant Denyer in 10th is 1 lap off the lead, as is Brad Schumacher.
The question for mine around car 46 is I think they'd like a little bit more fuel saving.
Yeah,
so I wonder if this stint from Charles Wirtz is just a little conservative. Just stay in touch with this leading group of cars. They're not going to separate much. They're all pretty closely matched on raw car speed at the moment. So if they drop 10 or 15 seconds back in this current run as they race their way towards the next pit stop, I think they'll be in good shape. The whole target now is to get from here to the checkered flag on 3 more pit stops. But the job is to make that last pit stop as close to the final hour of the race as you can. So as Garth said earlier, you can go full rich and burn to the flag.
A 15-second time penalty to car 93. Failure to comply with the waybind procedure. Over to...
That's Grant Denyer in the Wall Racing Lamborghini Huracan. so 15 seconds. So that will be taken at their next stop.
Currently in 10th is Grand Denia.
That'll be the next car if there is another
This
SC.
is the position, and the Mountain Straight Gunon. He's not saving fuel right now, so he gets around Jamie Day. He's done a mega job this weekend in that Aston Martin by Valente Rosso. First time ever at Mount Panorama, he did a 5-1 in his first session. It's not bad.
Absolutely.
Not bad.
There's an argument here about balancing hopes and dreams for an outright result versus getting to the finish and making sure you win your class for that Aston Martin team.
That's a good point.
I don't think they have quite the outright pace. If you look at their best lap, it's a 2:03.7. The fastest lap of the race is a 2:04. Everyone else pretty much in the 2. So on raw speed, I don't know if they've got enough quite to get into a proper all-out arm wrestle. So there needs to be a little bit of caution, I feel, with that car to make sure they get to the end and maximise this incredible job they've done all day.
I'm going to say exactly the same for the leader of the bronze class in 8th position. Ian James currently behind the wheel of the number 27 Hindhaugh Racing SPS-AMG. I haven't seen Zach Robichon's name next to that car very much. I've seen Ross Gunn in there, and I wonder how much more Ian's got to do to fulfil that driver requirement and then turn that, at that point, that car again, yes, it's leading bronze by a lap at the moment. That can change very quickly, but at that point it becomes a pro car effectively with those two guys to the end. The other thing I was thinking when you were talking about number 46 with Charles Verts in that WRT car, I presume, Garth, that they want this to go green now for the full length of this stint because they'll go a little bit further
Yeah, well,
than everyone else.
That's where we've been talking about. You need those 2 or 3 stints to open the pit windows to get that advantage in the last stint. So that's why they came and splashed at the end of that safety car just to top the tank off. Now, as the 46 BMW Rangers are back up on the rear bar of the Aston Martin of Jamie Day, they make their way up Mountain Straight. Superbarn AMG Mercedes looks like to be back on track. Here comes Fitz up the inside. Jamie Day doesn't fight it. And they've done a really nice job at Valente Rosso of just lurking around behind the leaders, behind the superstars, just hanging around at the back, using the safety cars to close back up onto the tail of them, not going a lap down. Day made that small mistake early in the day where he clipped the wall just up the road from here, leaving going out of here and just clipped the outside barrier at BP Ultimate there. But other than that, they've had a really good day to this point and done a very nice job as a team.
It's just been pointed out to me by our team down in the Pirelli pit bunker, the last pit stop time for this car. So remember, they're aiming at 80 seconds from pit in to pit out. 80.10.
No, too close.
John, you asked about the Heart of Racing Mercedes, the SPS performance car. Zach Robichon, helmeted, sitting in the back of the garage, staring at the screens, waiting to take over. Ian James is effectively done with his driving duties today. He has done a lot, and it will be Zach and Ross Gunn to take this car to the checkered flag. Now, remember last year when they were running in the Pro-Am class with Alex Riberas in place of Zach Robichon, they nearly won the race in their category. They lost it on a technical penalty because Ross was weaving behind the safety car when he shouldn't have been. He owned up to that. He held up his hand straight away, and one of the first things he said this week was they studied the rule book, all the drivers. Let's see if maybe they can put right what went wrong a year ago.
That rule has changed for this year. That wouldn't have been penalised now. I'm sure that's absolutely no consolation to Ross Good and the rest of the team. In second place at the moment, Jaden Ojeda has company, and it's in the shape of Chaz Mostert and Ayachan Gubin and Jill Gounon coming as well. It is all tightening up again at the front of the field. 4.5 hours to go. Do not go anywhere, because this has been a barn burner. Every single lap that we've had of green, there's been something going on the track, and this is, again, for a major position, Garth. This is for second spot, and to try and stop Augusto Farfus easing away at his own pace.
Jaden Ojeda had to really play a bit of chess with Chaz Mostert as they came out of the chase and getting around the 2-lap GT4 cars. Had to position the car really well to not allow Chaz to take that opportunity to get by. He did a really nice job of it too, did Ojeda, but that's allowed Augusta Farfus 2.5 seconds up the road in the BMW, and that car has sort of been the hare a little bit for the majority of the race. They've taken off up the road, whereas everyone else has been fuel saving even its teammate, the 46, when they were line astern, they were saving a lot of fuel. So just curious, Rich, how that'll play out with those, you know, potentially 3 more stops left in this one. Are they trying to open the window, or are they just going to sprint home? So it's the beauty of this race. We don't know, the opposition don't know what each other's up to. You're effectively playing chess at 200 plus kilometres an hour, and you're trying to have a bit of poker about you as well, and not give it away.
Yeah, wearing the dark glasses. That's you're not seeing the fear in the eyes of the other teams and not giving anything away. Shea is very, very good at walking down a pit lane in the closing stages of a race and staring at people until she gets something from their disposition, as it were, about who's close on fuel and who isn't. But the good news is, Garth, that they've had full stint green flag running, so they do have the data to be able to back time it through to where we are right now.
I wondered earlier with the 2 BMWs, with the 32 car, particularly with Sheldon van der Linde at the wheel, when he was hammered down and going, and Rossi was saving fuel, that WRT were trying to do a bit of testing and understanding the difference between full fuel attack and full fuel save, and seeing what the difference was. And I just wonder whether that's a bit of an advantage that WRT had over everyone else, because they had two in the game effectively, and they could run the alternate strategy, or they just get more information to make more informed decisions late in the race. 2 in the game and 2 at roughly the same part of the racing circuit as well, so it was absolutely appropriate data that they were overlaying. Good point. So Farfus continues to push at the front of the field, opening that gap out 2.5 seconds on board here with Chaz Mostert, and Jada's got up the road a little bit here too.
Yeah, he's just eked out a bit of a lead there.
Jada just in the first sector on this lap alone put 3/10 on Chaz. Chaz traditionally incredibly strong across the top of the mountain. Doesn't matter what he drives, he finds the limit of it and then goes just beyond. So Ojeda and Mostert the same across the top of the mountain on that last lap. So certainly has not the same performance from the Ferrari that we saw in the very cool conditions at the start of the day when Chaz just passed everyone and took off up the road. And he did forecast that when we interviewed him on the grid. He said the car's going to be fast early, there's lots of downforce, it's nice and cool for the engine, and it's going to be harder for us when the sun comes out and it gets hotter. And certainly that's what it looks to be for the Ferrari.
Yeah. Well, except when Chaz is behind the wheel. Nobody's told Chaz that, have they? He just keeps wringing the neck of everything that he drives.
And peak ambient temperature today, the top forecast to say 31 degrees.
Yeah.
It's scheduled about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Yeah. So right at the business end of proceedings could be when this car might be hurting the most in terms of raw speed. We've just been crunching some numbers with our team in the Pirelli pit bunker and just working on this strategy, and we've been talking for the last hour about trying to get to the end on 3 stops, and they're in that window now, and they're in it comfortably to get there now with the final stop floating around the 1 hour to go mark. So they're all playing themselves in here, and there are still 10 contenders for this race.
So does that mean you throw fuel saving out of the window? I think not, because you still want to have that fuel advantage. It has worked all day for WRT, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, there will be a point where track position has higher priority than fuel saving.
Yeah.
We're not there yet, but depending on what happens with, if we do get any more future safety car or however it plays out, at some point, the cadence of the race will change. It will change from saving fuel or just being happy where you are to, no, I am not giving up this track position. You're going to have to come and take it from me. So we're not there yet, but that certainly will happen at some point.
So has Chaz Mostert then made a mistake, or is he now trying to extend that fuel window that we've been talking about? Ooh, sideways at the top of the mountain for Augusto Farfus, a man who left his home in South America in his mid-teens and set off on his own to carve himself a motorsport career. Didn't quite go the way he had anticipated it. Had a great karting career. started his single-seaters and then was left with nothing through no fault of his own. And got an opportunity in touring cars, wasn't sure whether to take it, did take it, and under some pressure, and some people saying, what if you take? Talking to me in a long-form interview back in the last year, and he said, I had people said, why are you driving taxis now? When he went to touring cars. And he was firmly of the opinion, Garth, that being in a race car and racing something was better than not, and that is absolutely paid off for him.
Well, at some points in your professional career as a race car driver, you have to figure out where's the next paycheck coming from, and how can I sustain that for as long as possible. And for Augusto Farfus, who was heavily involved with the World Touring Car Championship for BMW, now with their sports car program, has found a home at BMW, and it's very much worked for him now. But when you're a young kid coming up, you might not have been thinking about that.
Yeah, 4 hours and 20 minutes to go, Crillsy. We've got penalties being soaked up for the Superbarn Farmer Market car, and that's now getting some service with brand new Pirellis going on there. Does this fit with your calculations?
Yeah, not so much for hard racing. They're slightly out of sync in their pit stop strategy, so they're probably stopped behind. What it will mean is their final stop will come very late, potentially, in the race. They'll still need 3 stops to get to the finish here on fuel, would be my maths for that car.
And I think harder racing with Ian James, their bronze driver, it's more about the driver time right now than the get to the end of the race type deal. So, lap traffic for our leaders. Augusto Farfus already through the KTM and the Lamborghini. Jayden Ojeda next as he ranges up on the back of the Lamborghini Huracan.
Crunching some driver time numbers as well, and it's going to be even Stevens between Kelvin and Sheldon in the leading car, the Van der Linde Bros, to drive that car to the end. So toss a coin, see which fast South African you're going to plug in to get to the line.
I'm Matt Moran.
And I'm Edwina Bartholomew.
And we're going to show you Bathurst beyond the mountain.
From local beer...
That's bloody good.
...to whiskey distilleries.
Yeah, nice and smooth. Amazing country pubs.
Like the one at Rockley, I heard it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Matt, this pub, the O'Connell, has been here since 1865. I used to come here when I was at uni. And the quaint country towns we call home.
Fine dining in Bathurst.
Boutique shopping, clothes, coffee, flowers. What more do you want?
The best accommodation in town.
Or as far away as you want.
Every turn has a story in Bathurst.
So come take a drive with us.
Four hours and 18 minutes remaining in an utterly compelling Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour, where pretty much every result remains on the table today. There are a host of contenders stacking up on the leaderboard in this race, with BMW, Mercedes-AMG, Ferrari, Porsche, and potentially even an Aston Martin in contention for a very big result in this race. Lap traffic still playing a role. That's the Heart of Racing car that's just come out of pit lane. The leader is Augusto Farfus, who's trying to put it and the Ferrari in front, driven by Brad Schumacher, a lap down. And they're not playing the game that Farfus wants them to play.
Well, the reason they're not playing the game that Farfus wants them to play, because that is for position. So Schumacher getting past the Heart of Racing, AMG Mercedes. Now Farfus says, well, you got that done, now get out of my way. I want to lead the race, because Jayden Ojeda's closing in. So now Ojeda's the next on the Heart of Racing Mercedes. He gets it done. Surprise, a bit easier for him. Same brand of car. Yeah, now he ranges on the back of Farfus because he couldn't get Schumacher into the final corner.
And look who's another 2 cars further back. The other Ferrari, the other half of that prancing horse duo, gets past Zach Robichon and heads up the road. That, by the way, means that... Oh no, they're still leading in bronze. They are still leading in bronze, and they've got a lap on the number 9 Audi.
Yep, the hallmark Audi. Dean Fiore at the wheel of that one. So we have these little flashpoints, haven't we, through the race, where the leaders come up on lap traffic. Now Farfus has cleared the number 36 Arise Racing Ferrari, and it's up to Ojeda to get the job done, and he didn't get it done into the cutting.
Brad's doing a really good solid here for Chaz Mostert.
Certainly is.
A little bit of team play, intentional or otherwise. And buying into this, Schumacher, the turning point, and Ojeda sneaky little look at the metal grade. It's so rare you do that, but he squeezes by, and Schumacher bails and lets his teammate by in the Porsche as well.
Oh, Matty Campbell, or is it Guven?
It's Guven.
He's run wide and nearly done a Jaden Ojeda from what we saw earlier today. Now Schumacher and Rubicon going side by side over the skyline. We saw that earlier today, and that didn't end well. And here comes Guven in the back, who's been very quiet in this stint. I think that car's on max fuel save right at the minute.
Yeah, but the other thing that sort of circles with me around 75 is ominous, because they're just hovering.
Not literally, obviously.
And you can never, ever rule out that car at this place, especially when this guy's driving it. The other one I wanted to talk about, and again, and we've touched on this all weekend long, about how Porsche's attacked by stealth here, and it was just pointed out to be a message by some interested parties that the shape of the 911's race, the Porsche's race, has some flashbacks to the 2019 race, where they didn't have track position for a lot of the day there. They stuck new tyres on it at the final pit stop versus an Aston Martin that was out on its feet, and M. Campbell went forward and won the race. And there's some similarities in the way that the race has played out for Absolute Racing today in that car, with the full intent that Matt will drive that car to the finish. So they're sitting in 4th place. I still have worries that perhaps it's not the fastest car in raw speed from a Porsche point of view, but who knows what could happen, and maybe engineer a tyre advantage towards the end. It's happened before, it can happen again. Into the lane comes Valente Rosso.
That seems early to me for Jamie Day. And he coasts to a halt. Just the other thing about the Porsches, if your prediction of hottest temperatures and hottest track temperatures comes true and it all gets a bit greasy, wouldn't you want Garth to be in a car that's got a lot of weight over the rear wheels? Porsches like slippery conditions generally.
Oh, it depends on on the car balance, or how you've set the car for as the track trends over the day. Generally, the track rubbers in more and more. You pick up more rear grip regardless as the day goes on. So early in the day, we've seen cars that had a lot of turn and they're a little bit nervous in the rear, and they tend to settle down as the track rubbers in. So Valente Rosso have done what they needed to do to service the number 14 Aston Martin. And they will be on their way shortly.
Yeah, this doesn't add up with the numbers that we've got for when they needed to stop, but I wonder if they're working to some driver time requirements, potentially.
Yeah. And they're pretty safe from a silver class position right now. The next car in class is Grant Denyer aboard the number 93 Lamborghini Huracan, and they are a lap and a bit behind this car.
The challenge from here is that they'll need to stop with about 25 minutes to go to put fuel in the car to get to the end without running out of juice, assuming a green flag run.
Some pretty smart heads in that garage though, Valente Rosso. So
Chris Papadopoulos, who's part of the ownership group there with Josh Hunt, was on Kimi Raikkonen's Formula 1 car for a little period and had some success. So knows a thing or two about engineering race cars.
And Romy Mayer engineering in that garage as well, who has seen a lot of success at this racetrack in the past for her previous workplace at Triple Eight Race Engineering. So we've been wrong before. Actually, we're wrong most of the time, really.
Yeah.
So just put an asterisk next to the 14 and they'll pop up somewhere. Absolutely. In the snakes of ladders game that is the Bathurst 12 Hour.
Frankly, I've got an asterisk pretty much against everyone at the moment. The numbers that we're crunching at the moment is that the BMW is very much in the window to do this and get to that final pit stop and then be able to blaze. The other one that's a bit out of sequence, remember, is 75. So they're going to stop later than the other cars around them. So they'll go further into the race, shortens that final stint, means you can nail that 80 seconds final pit stop. You'll have a lighter fuel load potentially at the end as well. And you'll be able to dictate when you take that final stop. And that could also play a role with fresh tyres as well in what's an inevitable shootout at the end. That's what is so entertaining about this race, is all the various permutations with absolutely no idea how it's all going to play out. and you can make all the predictions in the world.
Yeah.
One safety car changes it completely.
Yeah, exactly. And if it comes a lap earlier and a lap later than you like, it disadvantages you and advantages your opposition. So you can have all the strategy in the world. It can go sideways in a heartbeat.
Following up that story about the 6th place Charles Verts-driven BMW for WRT, now that's 12.5 seconds back from its teammate, with obviously 5 cars between it and its teammate. It's been that far behind, nearly. It was, I think, 8 or 10 seconds behind when it was in 2nd place. So again, just going back to that, they've got a little bit of a fuel advantage towards the end of this stint, coming up in a wee while. So they are not out of it just because they're dropped further back down the road. And behind them, the best of the Pro-Am cars, Sam Shaheen in the beautiful Shell livery. As just squint a bit as it comes down through the kink. Yeah, I can see a 962 in that.
All right, Lauren Heinrichs, the last time we talked to you, you had practiced here, you were in love with the track, but now you've been a part of the race. What do you think about the Bathurst 12-hour?
I mean, it's such an iconic race, to be honest. Now I had the chance to do already 2 proper full stints in the race, get the experience, you know, not only 5 laps in pits like in a practice. So that was really cool. It's a different kind of animal when you need to be 1 hour in the car and staying focused, but I really like it. Our car feels amazing, especially over the top of the mountain. I'd be lying if I said everything goes to plan right now, but we're on it. We have a quick car, we have good drivers, and let's see how it plays out at the end.
You're in street clothes right now. They're keeping you fresh for the end of this one, or are you done?
Yeah, my break is a bit longer than expected, but yeah, I took the chance to change and be fresh, as you say, towards the end and for a big last push.
We've seen magic from Porsche drivers in the past. Good luck going and getting a trophy.
Thank you. We'll give our best. Thank you.
They're still in the mix, I think, with the pro drivers they've got with Lauren Heinrich and I can't see them being a factor from a pro outright point of view. And bear in mind, they're a Pro-Am car. So they've got their own race to worry about from a class victory point of view. But I can't see them being an outright contender without a little bit of external assistance there to get them back.
I'm questioning why you're saying that, Rich, because you look at the timing screen and the car that's got the purple lap time next to it.
I agree.
It's the 91 Porsche.
Right next to that purple lap time says 57.5.
Yeah. They need something to go their way.
Track position will be what costs them.
And they've got Sam Shaheen in there at the moment, a picture of concentration in the car. He says this is his big year and a lot of learning for him to do. His brother had a cracking year last year, Yasser, and what he's got to think about now is the gap between himself and Brad Schumacher in the number 36 the number 36 Ferrari. And although Brad Schumacher's not on the lead overall lap, he's still on the same lap as Sam Shaheen. But Sam, I'm just looking at their lap times, they're quite similar. If Sam can keep up his pace, that's the car that he's actually competing against right now. That's his job, to not lose anything on Brad Schumacher.
In the lead of the Pro-Am class. So Shaheen currently leading that one in 7th. Brad Schumacher in the number 36 Arise Racing Ferrari down in 10th. So Fafa still leads from Ojeda. Mostert in the Ferrari 3rd. Guven in the Porsche 4th. And then it's 6 odd seconds back to Gilles Gounon. And I cannot believe that he is roughly half a second to 7/10 of a lap off the pace. They are up to something, without a doubt. And so what that is we don't know just yet. But I wouldn't mind betting it's fuel saving for something. And we need the race to continue to play out to understand what that is.
I always say at times like this, I use an athletics analogy, Garth, which is if you think of the 4x400 metres relay, you run quite a lot of that in your lanes to start with.
And it's quite difficult as a commentator to work out where everyone is because the stagger hasn't unwound. And the stagger hasn't unwound here yet.
No, it hasn't. There's still a lot of that to play out, and we can get a little understanding of that from the Pirelli pit bunker where we find Chad Neylon.
Yeah, I'm not going to go through the field when it comes to strategies on this one. I just want to focus on car 32 and what you've been talking about. So we've been tracking it up to this point and where they were looking, and you were talking about, Rich, about you've got both the Van der Linde brothers to finish it. So just to highlight the point about that fuel economy that they have, do you like my artwork?
Very good.
That's about as good as I'm going to be able to do. No arts major for me. Our extremely experienced graphics team in the corner are just shaking their head like, what do you pay us for? Anyway, this is what it's looking like right now. We believe that the BMWs can do 1 hour and 20 stints. Pretty much the rest of the field's only got 1 hour and 15-minute stints. Is that the difference between 3 stops from here to the checkered flag or 4 stops between here and the checkered flag? For BMW, it looks a little bit like this. At the moment, they're going deep with Farfus. He'll get out of that car. That's stop number 1. Stop number 2, you'll put in one of the Van der Lindes. Again, toss a coin as to which one. They're both pretty good. And that'll take you across to the 12-hour mark. Hour 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That last stop will be about 1 hour and 20 from the finish. So that's about 10 hours 40 into the race, and then the other Van der Linde will get in to do the end of the race. So just picture that. If that's what 3 stops for the BMW looks like under green flag conditions, safety cars will change everything. But at the moment, looking pretty tops for the leading BMW in this race.
I'll tell you another thing that they have in the BMW garage that was working on their strategies, an Australian in Ken Douglas, who works for WRT whenever they come to Australia for the Bathurst 12-hour, and also flies to the other side of the world and does all the big endurance races for them from a strategy point of view. And he's been a long time, very clever engineer in a lot of Australian pit lanes and garages over the years, and worked extensively. Ojeda, we saw that car do that on lap 1 at the start of the race, and it nearly caught Ojeda out as well as he dropped the wheel as he turned in to turn 1. Luckily, he caught that up, and it didn't cost him too much, but it would have got the heart rate up just a little bit. The young lad from Penrith, western suburbs of Sydney. But yes, Ken Douglas, very, very clever operator when it comes to strategy. Here's a replay of Ojeda down into turn 1. You see, as he just drifts out to turn into the first corner, just drifts too far and drops the outside wheels in the grass. And I feel like this weekend, guys, it's the most I've ever seen of all the drivers to do that, particularly at turn 1. It's easy to get caught out every now and then, but I've seen it continually all the way through the weekend. Even, you know, you expect that maybe practice 1, practice 2, but as everyone adjusts, they find where they need to put the car. And here we are halfway through the race, and it's still going on.
Does that speak to just trying to wring every last inch out of it and open that corner up a little bit and save the tyres and all the good stuff we've been talking about?
It's about making sure you maximise the exit of turn 1 for the run up the hill, up Mountain Straight. So Ojeda's spent more than enough time in a left-hand drive AMG Mercedes, so it's not about track position for him. It's just about absolutely maximising the track width.
Coming down to another race hour completed. This is rattling through. Time ticking away. And at the start, when we opened the show, Rich was talking about how many minutes and seconds. And all of a sudden, we're staring 4 hours to go in the race.
Sitting here in a very comfortable position, but Brendan Leach, I'd imagine you'd be a lot more comfortable behind the wheel of the Lamborghini. Are they saving you for the end?
Yeah, I think we're going to have a bit of a go soon. The car's going really well. Grant is driving the best I've ever seen. He's flying, so no need to bring him in at the moment. We just keep him out there and pounding around, and then yeah, sort of see what we've got for the last few hours. I expect a little bit more pace to come, so really looking forward to getting out there. The Wall Racing guys have prepared an amazing car, and just pumped to be here. It's an amazing place, and the whole experience has been incredible.
I know your family's watching at home, so hi to them. This is a cool experience for you as well, getting dumped into a team that won the class last year. Everything else is the same, and they've trusted you with this car. What was it like when you got the call up to come join the Wall Racing Lamborghini?
Yeah, really grateful. I mean, it was something that happened really late in December. I feel like my sprint race here in November last year was, I guess, a bit of an audition for the drive. We had a really great weekend, and yeah, that was what kind of brought it on. And yeah, like I said, Grant's doing amazing. Tony's about to jump in, and I think, yeah, we're in with a shot of having a fight with the big boys, and yeah, the car looks amazing, and it's in one piece, so we'll just keep pressing on.
Now, the crew members just came around with a tube full of dry ice to dump in the car. What difference does that make when you get that fresh injection in the middle of the heat?
Yeah, amazing. Like, it's something also new for me is having a helmet air and also having the cool vest as well, and it makes such a difference. Got out of the car after doing an hour, and then another hour later on, fresh as a daisy. So it's yeah, an amazing feeling, and yeah, really quite cool. I enjoy it.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Do not underestimate what cool air in the racing helmet can do. Keeps the brain cool, you make better decisions, your concentration is better as well. 4 hours to go. Right, gentlemen, we are into the last third of the race, and you kind of feel, well, I feel that it's sort of been building to this. All endurance races have that point where you go, right, this is it, this is all going to kick off, and we're not far away from it now, Garth, because we're coming around again to a crucial situation, particularly for the WRT cars, where we're getting into the anti-penultimate pit stop.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there's a lot of strategy that will still play out, and a mistimed safety car could throw all that out the window. But now you're genuinely, with 4 hours to go, starting to work backwards from the end of the race and making sure you line your strategy up with your driver, time for your drivers, making sure that you've got enough fuel to achieve what you need to achieve to fulfill the driving time without losing any of your track position. And it feels like the 32 car got to the lead at the end of hour one and has not given it up. And I'm pretty sure we'll probably find a stat for that, but they have led a large portion of this one. So they've had track position all day. Everyone else is scheming and dealing behind them to try and find a strategy to get around them when it matters at the end of the race.
Yeah, they lost it, I think, a couple of times on the cycle, but they came back through. And then there was that key point when they did their pit stop, when the safety car came out and stayed at the front. And that, to me, that changed slightly the rhythm of the race. Don't know if that was the turning point, but certainly for me, when you see somebody being able to make a pit stop and not give up the lead, and they've done it a couple of times now, when they're on, I know it was only slightly 3-4 laps, the differential, but when you see them do that, that's when you think, hello, this is starting to look like a bit of a pattern.
That's for sure. So Bathurst now coming up on the number 9 Hallmark Audi. Dean Fiore at the wheel of that one. Fiore down in 12th, currently second in class in the bronze class. So there's your top 4. They're all heading up the mountain line astern. Farfus, Ojeda, Mostert and Guven. Jules Gounon in 5th, the 75 Express team, but he's some 9 odd seconds behind Guven in the 911 Porsche. So I'm fascinated by what they're up to. I can't wait for that to play out. They're definitely not lacking speed. They're up to something.
So with 4 hours to go, top 4 absolutely contenders. I'm not stressed about 75. There's enough time for that to work itself out, and it's the same story with 46. So they're only 16 seconds off the lead. They'll make that up. I'm not concerned about that. 91 Porsche, Sam Shahin still behind the wheel. They're going to need some help to be an outright contender. Now, they're fighting for a class win, and if they win that, they'll still get a first place trophy. They'll stand on the Mount Panorama podium. That's their goal today, but in their back of the minds, they'll know they have the pro drivers that if they get into that final 2 hour battle for the win that we will have today, the way this is playing out, they will be a contender for an outright result as well as a class victory. So they're in the mix, and then the Aston Martin now, the last car on the lead lap of the race with 3 hours and 57 to go.
Paris Park is full of opportunities for the fans to come and get some different experiences. And one of the best ones to enjoy this weekend is with Expel. I'm with Miles, who's going to tell us a little bit about what's here for all the fans. First off, we got a lot of cool cars.
We do have a lot of cool cars here. We're very blessed to work on these really fantastic rides. So starting from the Corvette, C8 Corvette, we've got this gorgeous GT3 RS.
Yeah.
It's absolutely stunning in our stealth satin PPF. The Huracan STO is always a crowd favourite because of the colour scheme. We've got a one of one in Australia, 812 super fast in Largo, and we've also, thanks to Lamborghini Sydney, they lent us a Revolto, $1.35 million.
As an American, I know Expel from IndyCar, and you guys being on Scotty Mac's cars all the time. What exactly is Expel?
Expel is ultimately a protection film company. We specialise in paint protection film, window tint, ceramic coating. We protect anything from cars, boats, aircraft, countertops, anything you can think of.
And I noticed there's a Scotty Mac lid and some protective glass. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, Scotty was kind enough to sign one of his race helmets for us. So this weekend, if people come and scan the QR code, fill in their details, we're going to give that away to one lucky person.
All right, these cars that are sitting here, I know that the Porsche is roped off. We can remove the ropes, right? You got the keys, we can go take it for a hot lap?
We can definitely take it for a hot lap.
Excellent.
She was selling that hard, in fairness. I've only ever bought one brand new car in my life, 3 years ago, and I paid the money to have the Expel Fusion Plus put on it, front to back, nose to tail. You've seen it, and that was the film with the ceramic built on top of it. And living in the UK, every time it rains, it looks like I've been out and washed it. It really is incredible stuff, and big supporters of racing.
Memo on Scotty helmet, that'll look terrific in the office. I don't think I'm eligible, unfortunately, but that's a very cool thing. So this is the Arise Racing GT Ferrari, brand new race team, founded at the start of last year. An offshoot, if you like, of Arise Racing, which has been based at Wanneroo Raceway for a long time over there in Perth, and they set up a GT program, 2 Ferrari 296s. It's the first time in Australia we've seen these cars. This is their Bathurst 12-hour debut. The final round of GT World Challenge Australia, the domestic GT Championship. By the way, first round of that kicking off in April at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Another pretty good GT racetrack. Yeah, debut last year, and the final round was here at Mount Panorama. So they had a really strong weekend, really good information gathering session for this race. They knew they'd be targeting, and there are the 4 leading cars all locked together. And the last couple of laps, so Davis has taken a little bit of time out of Augusto Farfus. So that Mercedes continues to nibble away at the back of the BMW. But right now, last time by, 2:04.4 for the leader, 2:04.4 for Ojeda, 4:1 for Mostert Guven with a 3:9. So the 4th car in the queue of all these leaders, the quickest of them at the moment. But there's still definitely some saving going on. They're trying to push this stint back as long as they possibly can. They want to delay the final pit stop deep into the 8th hour of the race. Probably 8 hours and 20 minutes, 8 hours and 30 if they can, to shorten the amount of time they spend in going through pit lane at the end of the race. So that's what they're doing at the moment. They're just holding their position, circulating around and playing the phony war before all-out battle plays out.
Down through the twisty, tight part of the circuit into the BMW M elbow, and then on to the world-famous Conrad Straight. The leader, Augusto Farfus, continues to hold on to a lead, but it's coming down, and the top 4 are coming back together. 1.6 seconds between the top 4. This is GT3 racing at its absolute zenith. And this is the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours at its absolute top.
How good is this with 3 hours and 50 to go? Today, there has been some really good overtaking as well. And we've got a few nominees for our Elf Oils Slick Pass of the day. And this was one of them. This was Chaz Mostert in the opening stages in the pre-dawn at Mount Panorama, and got in the tow of the Craft Bamboo racing car. These 2 cars still running line of stand, by the way, some 8 hours later, and that was the pass at the chase through the kink at 270 kilometres an hour, and that was the race lead at the time. So we're going to show you a few more of those as we get to the end of the race, and we might have a little discussion down the road about what was the best Elfoil slick pass of the day when we get to the checkered flag. Who knows? The history of this race, the Elfoil slick pass of the day could come on the final lap.
Yeah, that's right. We don't want to do that segment too early. We might have to wait till the end of the race because it could happen on the last lap. So we've seen plenty of excitement in the dying minutes of this race over the journey.
This is incredible.
This has gone like the Gunon-Engel battle from a couple of years ago when they were going lap for lap for lap. It's got that feel about it, but there's 4 of them now. And we've got different manufacturers. Like just that shot when they exited Reed Park and they all danced the car up to the concrete wall, it just looks, they are on it.
Traffic, again, traffic coming now. And it's the Aston Martin that is ahead of them at the moment. The GT3 Aston Martin, albeit, so it's not a slow car, probably doesn't make it any easier for Augusto Farfus. So he's been concentrating, but now he's planning. Now he's looking at the back of that car and thinking, right, where am I going to catch him? Where am I going to be able to go through? Is he going to help me? Is he not? Looks like that car's a bit grip limited on the back of that Gulf Racing Aston there as it came out of the chase. And this is danger time for Augusto Farfus.
It's Matteo Villagomez aboard the number 14 Volante Rosso Aston Martin, and you're right, his sector at times to the end of the second sector was very strong. He was only half a second slower than Farfus, but looking a little bit taily as he came down the hill, and Villagomez potentially is just going to have to roll out of it to let them go. And it looks like he's about to do that as Farfus ranges up on the rear bumper. So that's smart driving by the Aston Martin, because he can obviously... The 4 leaders of the race, line astern. You do not want to get involved in that. We've seen that over the course of the day. Those that got trapped on the top of the mountain, it's just so awkward when you're trying to let cars by out there.
And you want your team to help you with that. And say 4 leaders coming on your back bumper. Brad Schumacher into the pit lane, second in Pro-Am, out of the top 10 positions as we start to cycle through these pit stops again. The thing to watch out for, we're going to trail this ahead, is remember the Charles Verts, who is down in 6th position at the moment in the number 46, the mostly white BMW with the M stripes on. He's got a teensy-weensy little more fuel on board. He will want this to stay green and go long and let everybody else in front of him pit.
So as this car gets in the Elfoil pit lane, they're marginal to go to the end on 3 stops, I would say. So this is the pit entry for Brad Schumacher.
Spoils the small wide as he makes his way through the chicane.
Could have been much worse. Could have been blazing out the outside and blazing back down and having to do...
He was just in the light rough there, not in the heavy rough. So that's okay.
Play out there with an iron, don't even a pitching wedge for that.
So Jackson Evans climbing aboard the number 36 Arise Racing Ferrari.
We haven't seen Jackson much at all today, have we?
Since this morning, I think.
I think he's got some heavy lifting. His shoulders will be sore by the end of this one. Still splitting his time in supercars with GT racing around the world, so picking some of the bigger GT races that he gets to do. Still linked up with the Phantom Global Porsche team that he raced here with 12 months ago. Will be in the SCT Logistics Commodore for Brad Jones Racing in the Repco Supercars Championship, which kicks off in a couple of weeks' time. And having got that learning year out of the way now, I think he'll be much more relaxed and comfortable going into year 2 in the supercar. Jackson, who came out of Porsche Craill Cup Australia and Sprint Challenge Racing. All right, Chad, we've been working our way through some good stuff today in the Pirelli pit bunker. Strategies are playing out. What else is playing out?
Well, it's been too long since we've thrown in a couple of nominations for our greatest GT3 era driver here at the 12 Hour. To take you back to the beginning, it was Shea who got us started with Mauro Engel. Sad that we won't see Mauro get that win today. We threw Craill nomination in. He picked a Porsche driver, standard. And we are ready to continue on with it. We had John go to Lounsey. Unfortunately, it's not been Lounsey's day. Geez, we may be cursing these guys so far. Hopefully, Maddie's going to be all right. Garth, those are the stats. Who's your pick?
Well, Chad, I've got my research here. I just want to put that on the table. And my driver has won the Daytona 24-hour in GT. He's won the Spa 24-hour in GT.
That's not here.
He's won the Bathurst 12-hour 2 of the last 3 times that he's competed. He's won the 12-hour at Bathurst in 2 different manufacturers. His name's Jules Gounon. I'm currently holding a microphone. I'm about to drop it.
Oh, that Bentley was gorgeous, wasn't it? What a win that was. Getting through the puncture, standing on the roof. What did he say? We had to bring the thunder this weekend. That was such a fan-popular car. And it pains me to say it, but this is a pretty good selection from Garth, Craill.
It pains me to agree with you, Chadley, but I do. The thing with Jules Gounon in this race isn't necessarily the fact he's won it 3 times. It's the clutch moments he's survived. It's the tyre blowing on the Bentley as he's going down Conrod Straight. Time to perfection to get into pit lane. He survived it. Could have crashed at 280 k's an hour. It's 2022 fending off Maro Engel at the end of that race. Oh, I feel like I'm arguing for it, but I find myself not to.
I did all the research, it's all here. But thanks for talking up my nomination.
Look,
that's for me, the reason that I chose Jules Gounon, it's not because he's won the race.
It's because I didn't pick it.
It's, excuse me, Richard.
You're being played out now.
Let me play it out.
We're going to
It's how he won it. I'll continue to walk. I've seen the Oscars. You talk through the music. Jules Gounon is the man.
Thank you, man. Trying to talk through the music. I'll keep mine nice and concise because that's what good television presenters do, Gar.
I never said I was a good one, Chad.
Christopher Mees, I want to take you back to the year 2011 and 2012. And he was the original GOAT here. He's really where it all started in the first GT3 era cars. We had him arrive for the Audi. He was the first of the big factory names to come here. And he was up against Lounsey, the modern day king of the mountain. He had to make his mark stick, so he won those first 2 straight away. We never saw him back on the podium. He did go sub 2 minutes in the Bathurst Challenge here in an Audi, which was essentially an unofficial test day for Audi here at Bathurst as well. We don't see him in the Audi Brown anymore because unfortunately...
hang on. Point of order here.
What?
That was not a homologated car.
More to point of order. Do you know who went sub 2 minutes first, Chad Neylon?
It wasn't Mees?
No, it was this guy. He did a 59 first, and then Mees went out afterwards.
Kept that quiet.
Yeah, well, German
very
manufacturer.
unlike Garth.
German manufacturer was more happy with the German driver getting the record.
I get it. It's a good nom, though, Chad, and your point, it helped launch Meesy's career
big time
internationally. It was the big race that he won to kick off his junior career and projected him now where he's a factory Ford driver. Who knows? Maybe we get him back here in a Mustang in the future. Now he's a factory Ford driver.
I mean, I've been teammate with Chris Mees many times for this race. He loves Australia. And as soon as the 888 announcement with Ford would have taken place, I know who would have made the first phone call. Yeah. It would have been Chris Mees ringing Jamie Whincup saying, when you bring a Mustang GT3 to Bathurst, I will drive that car. And that would be a good pick too.
Yeah, Mees and 888, what a combo that would be here at Mount Panorama. I think that's a pretty cool choice to throw in the mix. There's some big names, Van Gisbergen and Mostert, a couple that come to mind to not make it in there. Between the second and last pit stops, it's our job. We're going to get Shea back here in the Craill pit bunker. Somehow, we have to rank these 5 live on air. Probably going to end up in quite the bust-up is my guess.
Yeah. I think you're safer down there, to be honest with you. Because I got a feeling it's going to come down to 2 drivers, and it's going to be me and old Lofty here fighting it out. So
maybe today's race will settle it.
Well, it might.
Maybe that's something else we have to do at the end of the race as well. It might take that long.
Maybe we should let that determine.
Well, and by the way, if Chris does come back, surely that would be a Ford Mustang. I'll get my crew.
You can step out of the commentary box for a while, John, after that one.
He's not getting rid of me that easy. We've got a race on at the front of the field, climbing the mountain again for the 200th time. Another little milestone in terms of what's going on the timing and scoring. Farfus just from Ojeda and Mostert. Chan Guven right in there as well as they go past that number 44 repaired Audi, which has to be spirit of the race. Surely getting that car back in many laps down, but they're going to try and get to the podium in Pro-Am. And this is heating up once again. We've seen these little times. Oh, traffic getting in the way for Chaz Mostert, and he loses touch for a moment as he had to go past the pole.
That wasn't traffic, that was the position. That was Ojeda.
Yes.
So our leaders somehow continue to tighten up. Farfus still leads Ojeda, still from Mostert. Mostert's had a sniff down at Forest Elbow. He's got a good run down Conrod. Ojeda will miss the curb at the kink and defend down into the chase. And that is how you defend in a GT car. You don't need to be on the curb at the kink on Conrod in a GT car. So you signal your intention early. You want to pass me? Pass me on the outside.
These two both hot in GT3 cars, let alone supercars, because Jaden raced all of GT World Challenge Oz last year, as well as key international events as a Mercedes junior, as an AMG junior. So they're both sharp. And Cenk Uvan, who won the race last year, just tacking on and watching the show in front. The way this is playing out, gents, there is every possibility this is the final hour with these 4 cars.
Let's hope so.
Oh, yeah.
So this is back on board, Chaz Mostert, and it's important there. See the run, he got off the dipper, coming down to Forest Elbow. That's why he had the incentive to try and stick it up the inside. Ojeda saw him late and shut the door. You got to get up early in the morning to trick me, Chaz Mostert. And then that run down Conrod and that battle into the chase was epic to watch. Matt Campbell, just a watching brief now. Oh, sorry, and Cenk Uvan, it will be Matt Campbell for the run home. Just a watching brief. Back and forth. It's probably not a bad idea just to give these guys a bit of room right now.
just in case. You might find yourself leading sooner rather than later.
There's quite the Australian term in sport called a Bradbury, and he's just playing that one right now, I think, Cenk Uvan.
The other thing to notice, and we've been following car 75, although it hasn't been in this battle pack, all of a sudden it's less than 10 seconds away from this group. So slowly they're creeping up to it, and Gounon's pace in the last couple of laps has started to build up.
Told you that was something.
Oh, we knew.
Well, end of stint as well. We said that before. The balance of a Porsche changes most significantly of all the GT cars because of where the engine and the fuel tank is. KTM still running. Still running.
Don't say it, John.
No.
Don't say it.
Standing ovation at the end. I'm telling you, I'll be on my feet if when that gets to the checkered flag.
I think we just ignore
Stop talking about it, man.
Okay.
Yeah, pretend it doesn't exist until it gets the flag at the end.
We love
It's
the
stressful.
KTM and we love the guys, but we're not going to talk about you for a while.
Here we go.
Oh, here they come.
Here we go.
All 3.
The BMW stays out, and that could be critical. We've been talking about the fuel economy advantage that Augusto Farfus in the 32 car has. So in the lane they come. Ojeda first, Mostert second, Guven third of them.
And the action switches to the Elfoil pit lane as the crews now have... Look, they're bump drafting in the pit lane on the speed limiter at the school limit of 40 kilometres an hour.
The AMG pit limit is set at 39.8. The Ferrari pit limit is set at 39.9. So now the critical thing is getting back into pit lane and having track position when they leave Elf pit lane. So Will Brown climbing aboard the Arise Racing Mercedes.
Yeah, and this driver change now is about getting yourself sorted for the final stint, which means you put Mostert back in at the end of the race. A little bit of damage to the diffuser and the splitters on the front of that car, all the aero appendages that are about balance and airflow around the front wheels and generate all the front grip and downforce they've got.
So this is all about that 80-second mark. We've seen the teams getting so close, 80.1 seconds in pit lane, but watch for these rejoins as well. This is going to be so close. Oh, stalled it. He's still got time up his sleeve if he gets it going. Watch for the rejoins on pit lane. That might be the difference between the Porsche getting the Ferrari. The Merc gets out in front of the Porsche. You guys can see the numbers on the timing screen. Who got close to 80 seconds?
181.9 for Craft Bamboo, 81.5 for the Porsche, and 85 seconds for Chaz Mostert or for the Arise car. So they lost 4 seconds relative to their rivals. This is how close they came in. Bump drafting at 40 kilometres an hour. They were touching at that point.
That was consistent contact all the way down the pit lane.
And the reason that Chaz Mostert didn't just pull out and try and range up next to him is you're not allowed to pull out and head to your pit boom no more than 2 garages before your pit boom, so you can't just transit the lane too wide. And then this moment, this is the reason why this car was 4 seconds longer in the lane. When Will Brown went to go, he didn't have the launch set properly, and you could see there he was flicking buttons as he went, and then he had to reboot the car and go, and that's cost him some time.
Farfus goes around again, so an extra lap, another lap. This is that 2 or 3 extra laps they've got. And why is that important? Well, it pushes their final stop later into the race. It makes their final stint quicker. They'll be able to push harder on better tyres and on a lighter fuel load at the end of the race. Also going past is Jules Gounon, who's on a similar strategy now. and the 46 BMW, which is only 14 seconds away from the lead with Charles Wirtz behind the wheel.
And he's going to lead the. I think he's going to lead the race because he will go longer than those two cars ahead, so they will get back to the lead before they pit. But a pit stop still coming for the top three.
Yeah, but Gounon and Wirtz stopped on the same lap under that last safety car, which started this stint.
Yep.
So Farfus, we think, will be the next one to the lane, and then Gounon and Wirtz will have probably a lap more fuel, and that's the reason they did that. They wanted to go to the back of the lead lap runners, lose some track position, but gain some pit stop window. And this is where you start to see the benefit of opening up those windows. Yep. If this remains green, the BMW and this AMG Mercedes are in the best spot to give themselves the most flexibility for that last stop with 70-odd minutes to go.
Joey Tayson says, what is it about the BMW that makes it more efficient? Well, it's up to now, it's been the drivers and the strategy, hasn't it, Carl? They've been doing exactly what's been asked of them.
Yeah, it's also part of the balance of performance, the fuel tank size and how they drive the car, the lambda that they run, the boost that they run. That's all part of the equalisation of each of the manufacturers. So ultimately, they do roughly the same lap time. It's how they achieve it in different ways. They have their different strengths and weaknesses. So
here we go. We think the leader is about to hit the lane. So car 32, Augusto Farfus, this will be his final drive in the car. He's done. And the brothers Van der Linde, younger brother Sheldon, older brother Kelvin, back together. I was talking to some of the international journos and they were trying to work out what the last race they did together was. I think it was an ADAC GT Masters race in Germany, racing together in an Audi when Sheldon was still an Audi driver, and they won. Is the theory we came to, that the last race they started together, they won.
So it's a Van der Linde getting in this car, and that's the Kelvin spec one. Yep, that will get aboard now.
Well then, that means Sheldon finishes the race.
The Sheldon spec one finishes. So spoilt for choice, really. That wouldn't really matter either way, which he did it. But given Sheldon Van der Linde has more experience with this car, given he's been a BMW factory driver for longer than his brother, who started his BMW journey this year, that makes sense to me. No doubt they'll argue about it in the future, no doubt, as Kelvin gets more experience with his car. But Kelvin on his way. Now Gounon continued on. He now leads the race in the 75 Express AMG Mercedes from Charles Wirtz in the team WRT BMW.
I'm really interested now to see if Wirtz can go longer than Gounon.
Because they did duel on the same lap. That's a really good point, John. History would suggest that it will. The BMW will do at least another lap.
Let's watch the rejoin. This is important because car 77 has been out for a couple of laps, so it's got hot Pirelli tyres and a hot Maxi Goat fired up, ready to go. But the BMW has slid in comfortably in front. And the reason for that, partly at least, is their pit stop was 80.3 seconds.
Too tight.
So 0.3 of a second, but it's repeatable. They've done it all day, so there's no risk involved there.
It's not tight, John, because of the way that the readout on the dash works.
Right.
You can get it to within 1/10 of a second. So if you're more than a half a second over 80 seconds, you've done a bad job. And that's why in practice, all the teams time this, they calibrate it. The drivers understand how to use the timers in the car to maximise it. And a lot of the time, I talked earlier about the countdown timer when you leave your pit box to get to pit exit. A lot of the time, you'll leave in the red zone, which means you've got to lose some time in the 40Ks. So a lot of the time, you'll just get into the lane, go a little bit slower, get the light green on the dash, then you can turn the pit limiter off, and you're as close as you need to be to 80 seconds.
3 hours 33 and 13 to run. Gilles Gounon leading at the moment by 6.9 seconds, is that? Yes, it is. And he will come to pit lane shortly. And in that L-foil pit lane, his 75 Express team, who are right at pit out, will service the car and send him. The interest here centres on how many more laps Charles Wirtz can do in second place.
he's charging the hybrid on these laps. Like, it's seriously that much fuel saving going on right now.
Very good. Turn the regen up to 11.
It is the regeneration. If this car had regeneration, it'd be at 100%, because he is rolling everywhere at the moment. So we said that he wasn't slow, he hadn't lost pace. He has saved a heap of fuel in this stint.
And it's him and Luca to the end of this race now.
Well, and it will be Gounon at the finish.
Yes.
Yeah. Lucas Stoltz is
double, probably.
suited and booted and ready to go. Well, the beauty of that combo is it doesn't matter.
No.
So Luca could do a double now and plug Jules in for the final hour of the race, and away they go. It's just as good either way. That's what's given them this flexibility.
So the only thing they need to be a little bit careful is the maximum overall driving time.
Yeah.
So they just need to manage that, because when you have that pro bronze in the outright class, you just have to manage your 2 pros to make sure they don't exceed the total driving time for the entirety of the 12 hours.
Meanwhile, in 5th position, the Alessio Picariello and Will Brown battle is rejoined. That's 911 Porsche from 26 Ferrari. Seems like we've seen a bit of this during the day as well. As they charge down towards the BMW M-Power elbow.
Will Brown on a bit of a redemption drive at the moment after stalling it, leaving the pit box, allowing the Porsche of Picariello to get in front. So as a race car driver, that just grinds at you. You know you've made a mistake. You know you've cost the team some track position. So it's important not to try and get that back straight away, but there's an opportunity rising now as Brown ranges up on the rear bumper of the Porsche as they head down into the chase. And Picariello's not going to, he didn't wake up late. He knows what Will Brown was up to. So Brown just needs to keep the pressure on as he does, leaving the chase. Picariello defends. Brown was going to send it. But Picariello ripped the stamp off, said, no, you don't.
That was the Jules Gounon move from earlier on, where he went left, right, left again, but they couldn't get the cutback coming out of Elf Murray's corner to get it up the inside at T1. That's magnificent stuff. There's a lot of trust between those drivers. Brilliant stuff.
Now, not so much in the last hour.
Fair point, yeah. Yeah. 3 hours and 30 minutes on the nosy. 2 more pit stops for some of the field, 3 for the 2 at the very front.
Racing towards the next set of stops. A group of the leaders have pitted. A group are going a little bit longer. So there were 2 strategies unfolding in this race. Jules Gounon leads, needs a pit stop and stops now. Car 75 is in the lane. We're watching a battle between Alessio Picariello in the 911 Porsche versus Will Brown in the Ferrari 296 GT3. They're fighting over 5th and 6th place. It'll be net 2nd and 3rd potentially.
Ooh. So then did the same
lap.
Laps.
That's big for 75.
Yeah, that's huge.
I've just made a note, and I've got a little homework task for Richard Craill, that I would like to know what the next best AMG stint is after what Gounon just did. But I think that's the biggest stint of the race so far for a Mercedes. So that's massive, because we've known all day that the BMWs have had the best fuel economy. But Gounon's just matched them and kept track position over the 46 while he did it. So that was an exceptional stint for Jules Gounon. As they bolt Lucas Stoltz into the car, 4 brand new Pirelli tyres, a tank load of fuel, and they'll send him on his way.
Yeah, that could be among the defining stints of the race in a weird way. We talk about that in Gounon in the past for driving amazingly and so quickly and relentlessly, but that one was going as slowly as you possibly could while still being competitive.
This is important. This is important. So don't forget, he was well behind these 2 cars. It was 9 odd seconds behind those cars halfway through that stint. Yep. That gap's closed. That gap has absolutely closed.
The 46, again, repeatability, 80.2 seconds for pit stop time.
And Valentino Rossi plugged back into that car.
Yep. I don't think it matters whether it's Valentino Rossi, Augusto Farfus, or Charles Vett.
No.
It doesn't matter. Rossi's been more than the match all weekend for any of the BMW drivers. So
I reckon it's for driver time. I reckon you'll double someone to the end, potentially. in car 46. Well,
my point just being that that's a full pro car, and Valentino's been given the opportunity to go back. That's how his journey has progressed in the last 3 times here on the mountain.
So Picarello now coming up on lap traffic as they make their way to McPhillamy, and Picarello sneaks through. Will Brown had to abort. He was thinking about going through as well. And wisely, Will Brown backed out of that one, went back a gear, waited, and then made the move up to the skyline.
Well, now this battle, just a little bit of a sting taken out of the Porsche versus Ferrari battle. We can continue our journey through some of the airfoil slick passes of the day. Remember this, it feels like an age ago how lap traffic was playing a role, and there was a hesitation, a lift from 75, and the Craft Bamboo car threaded the eye of the needle and snuck through, and so too did Maro Engel for GMR. And the Technicolor Dream car worked its way past, and 2 in 1. Lucas Doles dropped 2 spots, and Jaden Ojeda gained a couple. So that was our next edition of the Elf Oils Slick Pass.
And just to answer Garth's question, have we seen any other Mercedes run as long as that 34-lap stint? The answer is yes. Car 77 did it on their 4th stint today. And car 888 laid down a 34-lap stint with Grenier in the car. And that was their 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th stint of the day.
Were they all green?
That was, I think maybe that one was for the 888 car.
Yeah.
I'm unsure about the 77 when they ran that one in their 4th stint.
Thanks, Chad.
Welcome back.
Team's on it.
Oh, I asked Richard to do it, but
no, we
true to form over the course of the weekend, we had to go down to pit lane to get the answer.
This is a team effort.
The old adage, Rich, is it work as a team and do it your way?
Do it my way.
Yeah.
You all do exactly as I say. There's always an Italian job quote for everything. Just remember, this is a team effort, which means you all do exactly as I say. The Elfoil pit lane team as slick as ever with the information.
Oh, you nearly
worked on that
for that one as well, John.
So Maxi Goats behind the wheel started the race in car 77. Vastly experienced German who's on his 7th visit to Mount Panorama and has a trio of podium finishes to his credit here. So a really good strike rate. And this Craft Bamboo racing team, which was an amalgamation of 2 racing teams, incidentally, when they were formed. Craft Racing and Bamboo Racing came together. Daryl O'Young, one of the partners involved in this business, was a racing car driver in his own right. Hong Kong Canadian ancestry.
Tidy little steerer as well.
Very steerer.
Won this race with Chris Mees.
Yeah.
As an Audi driver.
Yeah.
And then
early days of the GT3 era.
Yeah, and then set up the team as Will Brown's got to this battle pack again with the Porsche. What about a pass at the chase? Is there any option there in the Scuderia Auto Art chase? No. And Picarello is making this very, very hard. It's for 3rd and 4th position. There's still 3 hours and 20 minutes to go in this, but it feels like a little bit of an audition for what we're going to have in the closing stages of this race.
In the middle of the corner there. He really stood him up in the middle of the corner.
Well, that lane change was that late for Picarello. He really should have used his indicator. So Will Brown just trying to position Picarello's Porsche to get him out of position at the bottom end of the track here. So the run out of Forest Elbow down into the chase. He's trying to get the Porsche to defend more heavily so then he can create a switch over tight pass coming out of the final corner. And he's too far back to get the job done here. So now it's all about staying as close as he can to the Porsche across the top of the mountain and have another crack when they come down Conrod next time.
All right, Jules Gagnon, we were looking at your stint, and we reckon it's tied with the longest stint that we've seen from a Mercedes so far this race. Fuel save was the goal?
Yeah, luckily I came from Daytona where we fuel save all race long, so it was pretty easy to do, but it's annoying when you're in Bathurst, you want to push, and now we have to fuel save. We are trying to save a stop for the end. I think the 46 is doing the same as us. But it looks like the BMW are able to save much more fuel than us. The 32 is fuel saving 2 laps like us, but they are still in the lead. So we try our best, we gamble, and sometimes the mountain will reward us, so let's see.
Yeah, you've done this long enough. You know how this race works. Just got to stay calm through the first effectively 11 hours. How difficult is it to pace yourself?
Yeah, it is difficult. You need to push. We had a few contacts at the beginning of the race which blocked some air vent in the car, so it's quite hot in the car. It will be difficult at the end of the day.
But when you train at home hard, it's for those moments. It's a privilege to be fighting for a win here. So I hope we will be in that fight, and then we just send it.
If it's hot in the car, then I don't know how you look so cool. Good job out there so far. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Such a lovely bloke out the car, but you don't want them in your rear view mirror. And at the moment, Ricciardo knows that Will Brown's in all of his mirrors. Door mirrors, rear view mirror, other side of the door mirror, back down to the final corner again. Not so much of a defence there by Ricciardo. Gets out the corner a little bit better. This is the battle for third and fourth we're talking about. And we've got traffic again as they come up on the bronze second place car. That's the Audi, number 9, the Hallmark car. Trying to stay out the way. The Porsche wants a little bit of a tow if he can get it, and has got it. Now Mark's experienced enough to try and stay out the way, which he does, and he lifts out. That's smart driving, and that's considerate driving.
Yeah, absolutely, you're 100% right there, John. Marcini doesn't need to get involved in the middle of this battle. And I think Will Brown's best play here is coming out of the chase, not trying to fake to the inside, but actually get to the outside lane and hold Picciarello tight, and then cross him over as they come out of the final corner and try and get the pass done down the front straight into turn 1. So he's had a couple of variations of a go, and I think that's his best play, but he's got to get up side by side so Picciarello can't come across and take the traditional racing line into the final corner.
Adam DeBore down at Arise Racing GT, an engineer that's been intrinsically linked with Chaz Mostert's racing career across a couple of supercars teams, and a lot of his journey stepped back from the supercar side of things. But his Sam Scafaldi, his supercars engineer now, is working on the Method Motorsport cars. So Chaz Scafaldi is here. Contact between the Porsche and the Ferrari.
It's not affected anything. If anything, it's probably cost Will Brown a bit more. I was just about to say, unusually, I think the back end of that Porsche was moving around a little bit, particularly under braking. It was looking a bit lively, but they're on fairly full fuel loads. There's defence again into the chase. Now, this is where Will needs to be cool, calm and collected and try and get the overlap.
Yeah, so he's a bit taily coming off the chase that lap, so he's not close enough to Picciarello to actually hold him tight. So Picciarello didn't really even need to defend that hard into the final corner on this lap. So a scruffy back end of the lap for that one for Will Brown. That contact, a very light contact up at Forest Elbow, just unsettled him more, and then he's lost the rear into turn 1. So Brown having a big push, and Picciarello just absorbing this pressure right now as Brown's starting to make a few mistakes.
It looks intense and full of energy, but the lap times don't reflect that.
That's because they're defending.
Well, yeah, but even Lucas Stoll's behind them. Last time around 6.5, Valentino Rossi 5.0.
I wonder whether Stoltz got that lap traffic with Marcini potentially.
Potentially. Well, let's see what they're like the next time by.
How hard was this hit up at the BMW elbow? Yeah.
Just got him just before the turn in.
Yeah.
Actually helped rotate the Porsche nicely.
Yeah. I still think there's a genuine concern about those cars that we were just talking about on that alternate fuel strategy that are running a little bit longer, that are in a better shape, and that's 46 and 75, in particular 75. Jules didn't sound too confident.
No.
But I think they're in a reasonable position. But like Jules said, track position is going to be king. He said, well, the 32 car can go 2 laps longer like we can, but they're in the lead of the race. They're 20 seconds to the good.
So the lead car, the number 32 for WRT BMW. The cars Crill's talking about, the 75 in 5th position is the 75 Express, the metallic bronze coloured car, with at the moment Lucas Stoltz behind the wheel, and Valentino Rossi plugged back in to the second of the WRT cars in 6th position, and that's the number 46, the white, lighter coloured car of the two from the Belgian team.
Porsche howl through the Pirelli speed cam down there at the chase. The Ferrari's not short on straight line motivation. It's routinely 5 or 6 k's an hour through the speed trap, which is just before the point they move across to the left-hand side and turn the car in for the kink. But there's a little bit of aero assist happening there as well.
Yeah, the BMWs aren't backwards in coming forwards. On his own, Kelvin van der Linde, 273. Valle on his, I think he's on his own. He's not.
No, he is.
Yeah, he's 6 seconds back, so he's not getting a tour from Lucas Stoltz. 2.72, those BMWs. Remember, that's the 2024 car, not the Evo car, which is even a little bit more aerodynamically efficient. They are pretty fleet of foot.
Well, but that's the end of the race. That's if you don't have track position and you can overtake, you have a massive advantage. And if you're in the lead and you've got more straight line speed, copy-paste. So that's where the BMWs have been very, very strong today. Fuel economy and straight line speed will win you a Bathurst endurance race.
Remember back to the GTR days with Theo.
Yep.
That thing in a straight line. When he pointed that, got that thing straight, pointed it up the hill, it boogied up there very nicely. And once they did that, got the track position, they weren't coming back on by. So,
Will Brown, you beauty. Absolutely flinging it across the mountain.
I'm not sure they would have said that in the Arrives Racing Garage, the same as you, John.
Well, it got me leaning forwards, I tell you. I haven't used all of the seat for quite some time here in the Global Broadcast Centre. It's been absolutely riveting on so many levels. When I first started being involved in sports car racing, it was all about the strategy. It was all about who was going to hit the go button when. Pretty much nowadays, we have a race from start to finish. Now, it might be a little bit of fuel save, but there's still racing going on at that point. This one has been... But can't take your eyes off it, Garth.
No, it's been utterly compelling, but what I think this year's had relative to last is the rules have opened up.
Yeah.
And some of the prescriptive stuff 100%. That was in place last year, which no one in pit lane liked particularly much, has disappeared. So while there's a timed pit stop, there's no mandatory number of stops. And more importantly, last year there was a mandated stint length. You could only do 32 laps in a stint. That's gone. And what it's done is opened up this world of alternating fuel strategies where you can go long or you can go short, you can go full rich, you can go full lean. It's opened this race up. And yes, we still get awesome wheel-to-wheel racing.
I think there might be a radio issue for the 36 Arise Racing GT Ferrari because the man with the pit board keeps walking out to the wall, dangling the pit board over, coming back into the garage, changing the numbers slightly, going back out to the wall. And the truck has suggested to me that maybe he's just a mechanic who's slightly bored, but I tend to think it might be a radio issue.
Okay. Yeah, try to sell that one as well. Well done, Shea. See, what did I tell you? She absolutely sees through them all. Will Brown, top of the mountain. There's not an awful lot left in terms of headroom to go any quicker. They're absolutely throwing it. See a buff comment as well for the Aston Martin. That has been spectacular over the top of the mountain. It was Villa Gomez behind the wheel, and Matteo is following in Jamie Day's footsteps of finding the very outside of the performance envelope towards the track.
It was only 100 metres further up the road where Jamie Day tasted a bit of concrete early in the race. Brown's got a nice run here off Forest Elbow, so he's about a car length off the rear bumper of the Porsche as they make their way down Conrod, and that will close. A great shot here. We'll stay here. And you can put the Jaws music on if you like, because he's getting closer and closer and closer. And it actually will time nicely. Will Brown won't have to back out of it. So Picarillo defends. Brown would know that that was going to happen. It's this part here. Brown needs to get out and doesn't do too bad a job. Now he needs to try and pin Picarillo down, get to the outside lane, pin him down. No, he's gone for the fake again. Picarillo saw that coming, and next lap, same as the last, and we try again next time by.
What he's not been able to do that Gounon could do in the AMG was throw the fake, dive back without losing seemingly any momentum, and actually put himself there to be on the crossover with a wider line coming through the final corner. He's just not been able to do that.
Transmos's a unit, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, totally. What I love almost more than anything about this race is that we know Will Brown is an unbelievably good racing car driver. Repco Supercars champion. You have to be a gun to win that championship. You have to be elite to win Supercars. But you don't often get the opportunity to compare them to the world's best that race at Spa and racing GT championships in America and Inter or GT World Challenge. This is the one race in the year where we can do that, and it's happened since the start of this race as a GT Enduro. I love this because it's a source of pride in a way for us to go, look at the talent we've got in this part of the world. How good are they?
And that's part of the attraction of this race, not only to the Aussie drivers, but the international drivers, because they fully respect what goes on down here in the Supercars Championship and the level of the drivers in that championship. So they want to come here and have a crack, not only on the track, but against the Aussie guys.
Yeah.
And then for the Australian drivers, the ability, the opportunity to go head-to-head, to your point, Rich, is mega. And it's such a way to measure where we are at with the Australian drivers. We think we know where we're at, and we get to prove it year on year.
And we've always known that the best in the Supercars Championship down through the years can go door to door with anybody. But has the change in the supercar technical regulations that has brought the cars more towards a GT3 alike type of thing, has that made a difference?
Oh, if anything, the more recent generation of car has probably gone further away from a GT3 car from a downforce perspective.
Right.
Less downforce in the supercar now, but doesn't change the intensity of the race.
No, absolutely.
And I think that's where the supercar drivers get better year on year, is just the intensity of supercars somehow gets more and more intense every year. And then you plug them in a car with grip, with traction control, with ABS, and you can drive it so much harder that the intensity level's great, but you're just going faster while you do it.
And the other
new tactic, by the way, from Will Brown. Started flashing the headlights 2 laps ago.
That'll work. Yeah. The other thing about it is it works the other way, is that we get a chance to see guys like Kevin Estre come and drive for Grove Racing like he did, which is great. I pay all the money in the world to see Jules Gounon in a supercar in October. That would be worth the price of admission alone to the great race. Surely something. He's got a very busy calendar.
He's got a very busy calendar, but it's not through lack of trying, I can tell you.
Yeah, is he not busy at Petit Le Mans?
And WEC.
And everything else.
Pro races.
Yeah, the Alpine driver announcement comes on Wednesday, actually. Now, a moment or two ago, Vale Rossi. Well, this time the 24 car does get out the way. Tony Levitt. Actually, Tony's done a really good job, Anthony Levitt, in that car, of making sure he hasn't been in the way. There was almost enough room for GT's dossier on his GOAT nomination there between that car and the wall.
Heaps of room there. We priced a mirror for a Ferrari earlier in the weekend after Chaz Mostert scraped one down the concrete. Just a lazy €1,700.
Battle for third position as we move towards just 3 hours to go in the last quarter of the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours. The intensity has not dropped 1 inch, millimetre, centimetre, however you want to measure it. We are still turned right up to 11. Alessio Picariello in the black and gold. Number 911 Ben Motorsport machine, heading up the mountain, the Absolute Racing car, excuse me. At the front of the field, Kelvin von der Linde with a relatively comfortable 7-second lead, has been hitting his fuel numbers that have been communicated to him, and that BMW, it's got the holy trinity. It's consistent, it's fast in a straight line, and it's efficient. They have really nailed it for that car. And this, remember, is the pre-Evo car. Maxi Coates chasing in second, then the gap back to the battle for third, Craill, with Will Brown keeping the pressure on Picariello. This has been an incredible couple of stints from these two guys.
All 4 cars remain contenders, but so too Lucas Stoll's 75, who's now only 5 seconds behind this battle pack. So he's catching them up. And remember, he's on a slightly different fuel strategy as well. So he's going to push longer into the race. The prediction from a next pit stop point of view, so they're Van der Linde 13 laps into this stint now. Now he can go another 20 laps based on what they've done in fuel economy with this car. So somewhere around 2 hours and 15 minutes to go in the race. You can see 3 hours and 7 to go at this point in time, that's when we expect the stop from the leader. So that is well within the window from there to get home on one pit stop, which is exactly what they're looking for. The difference between 32 and, say, 75, Sun Energy 1, is that Sun Energy 1 is going to be another 5 or 10 minutes down the road.
Yeah. Right.
So their final stop could be within the final hour of the race. Again, flexibility in that final stint is key.
Don't forget, dear viewer and listener, as soon as you put the fuel hose on, it's an 80-second pit in to pick out stop. So there's no splash and go here. If you need fuel, you might have been saving, thinking, excellent, I only need 3/4 of a tank. I only need half a tank. You're not going to get that advantage.
And yeah, that's the reason they're saving fuel, and because of the 80-second rule, is it's not that your fuel time is going to be less, so you can spend less time standing still in pit lane. It's so you can open that pit window up late at the race. And should one of the cars be forced to come in right at the threshold of a tank capacity and have to save some fuel in the last stint, if you can go deeper into that time period, into the last stint, you go full fuel, maximum attack, and then you start putting pressure on the car that's saving fuel.
Well, and while putting less fuel in won't save you time because it's 80 seconds, will affect the performance of the car.
Makes the car lighter.
Fuel in, so your car might be a bit lighter in that final stint. So you go lighter race car against someone who's on a full tank, and you put new tyres on, you're going to be in a better position than those around you. So they're all the variables. And Will is about to have a big launch here, but traffic's playing a role.
Nicely done.
That held Picarello up there, but it's also brought Will Brown onto the rear wing of the Porsche for the rundown Conrod. And we've seen that the Ferrari's very, very strong in the toe of the Porsche. I thought that Picarello was off the gas early when they came down the Forest Elbow, and it was traffic. Here comes Brown. Will he get there? Wow. Can he get there to the kink? Yes, he can. Does Picarello let him have it? No, he doesn't. Oh, man, he comes right up to the width of the side of the Ferrari. Gives him exactly one Ferrari width on the outside, and they battle on to the final corner.
Great call, Garth. Well done. That was awesome racing and really good awareness between the two of them, and racing respect between two great racing drivers through the fastest corner in Aussie motorsport. And now we go again. Where's the send? Does it come here at turn one? No, Picarello blocks, but that's going to open Will Brown's exit for the run-up Mountain Straight.
That was nice driving by Picarello going through turn one. Just stood him up in the middle. You could hear clearly that he didn't pick the throttle up straight away.
Really nice driving all the way around from the chase. And now they go side by side again.
This is going to get tasty.
Little bit of side arrow effect for Brown. Can he go all the way around? No. The Porsche continues to grimly hang on, but right now they are at the point they're burning lap time.
Correct.
They're not saving fuel particularly, but they're giving track position away to the two cars in front, the 32 BMW and the 77 car. And while that was going on, I was looking at the timing monitor because I don't want to see overtakes of the cutting. It's terrifying.
Better send that memo to Will Brown.
Yeah, well, I don't think he cares. Arise Racing might, though.
I think, you know, suboptimal in terms of the lines of these cars, which is costing them lap time. Brilliant respect here. This is what we want to see. This is side-by-side racing at the fastest corner in Australian motorsport, and I have to get it in as well. It's in my contract. And then again, going up to visit New South Wales Griffiths. Possibly the slightest of touch there, but that's not deliberate. That's the cars being pulled together aerodynamically.
That's gamesmanship, John. Absolutely gamesmanship. They might have touched, but they literally rubbed a bit of vinyl wrap, and that was all. So great exchange between Picarello and Brown.
I would have liked to have nominated all that for a Elf Oil slick pass, but there was no pass involved, so we can't. That was...
Is there an Elf Oils attempted
pass?
Or an Elf Oils exchange, maybe?
I like that.
That's
nothing like
on the flash again.
Great exchange.
Here comes Will. That Ferrari is pretty good on the brakes, but Picarello is picking his lines very carefully. He's I think, and I'll defer to a racing driver here, I think he's right on the edge of moving around in the braking zone. He tends to pick them, but there's just that little bit of wander there that I think he's got to be careful.
I think, and I agree, John, I think he's right on the limit and maybe stepped over it a couple of times, and Will Brown's been very kind to Picarello. And if this was for the lead within the last half an hour of the race, I don't think Will Brown would be as kind as he has been right now.
He's not been warned, though, for
No, he hasn't, but he'd be right on the limit. And Brown's been quite patient and waited, and he was waiting for his moment. And he's trying to create a moment. That's the name of the game right now for Will Brown.
Kelvin Fontelinde still leads by just under 4 seconds. There's 11.5 seconds back to Maxi Goat in the number 77 Craft Bamboo, and then this battle, and that's another 15 seconds further back.
Matty Campbell, which is harder, Alessio defending from the Ferrari or sitting here watching your car?
A bit of both, to be fair. I mean, obviously he's working pretty hard in the car. It's nice and hot out there. So, yeah, for sure he's got his work cut out with him. The Ferrari's pretty quick at the moment, just behind. So, yeah, for sure it's not easy.
Do you think you have a car that can win?
Hard to say. I mean, for sure the BMW has been pretty quick all day. You know, we're just trying to get through the next couple of stints, and then, you know, hopefully we're there somewhere. But on strategy, for sure, a couple of other cars are in a better position. So yeah, for sure, hoping for another yellow or something at some point to be able to bring us all back together with the field. But yeah, we're trying our best.
Good luck.
Thank you.
They've been working since that car rolled onto the track, and there was a lot of head scratching early on. If you just joined us for Sunday race day at the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours, that absolute squad and its 3 drivers, Garth, have been up against it. Might be slightly too strong a phraseology, but they have not had a car that they were delighted with at all this weekend.
Yeah, it's been a lot of furrowed brow in that garage at the conclusion of practice sessions and qualified session. A lot of scratching their head going, we're not where we need to be. But as they always do in Porsche, they find a way on race day to get themselves in the game. Are they going to be one of the serious contenders if it comes down to it? We don't know. You strap Matt Campbell into a Porsche on a brand new set of tyres and say, go get the race lead. It's a pretty compelling argument to say that they will be in the game come towards the end of this one.
Porsche teams across the sport, generally when things are good, will be effusive about their praise, but when things are bad, they'll say nothing at all. They'll be very buttoned down, and they'll go about their business quietly, trying to work it out. But the phrase bad was thrown around about that car early in the weekend, but more to the point that it was really difficult to drive across the top of the mountain. The car started the weekend really taily. The rear end was trying to overtake the front, so lots of oversteer, and they've been working hard on that all weekend long. And it's clearly a much, much better thing now over a race distance as opposed to one-lap pace, which ultimately what this weekend is all about. And qualifying is incredible here, and we love it to bits, but it's now that's the money for today. So it's better. We're not going to know if it's a good thing in an arm wrestle for the lead of the race, but what we have learned in the last half an hour or so is that it's going to be very, very, very difficult to pass one way or another with this 31-year-old from Belgium who has put on a great show, defending off from the great young star from Toowoomba, who is a superstar of our sport in this part of the world.
Whatever results these 2 cars get, these are the defining stints, aren't they, right now, in terms of how high up the field that they can get. We love to see this. There's just been no let-off at all here.
Yeah, right, I agree completely. Right up to the point when someone does something magical in the final hour, which we've seen before.
Don't forget Will Brown having to work pretty hard right here because he stalled the car and lost that track position from Picciarello at the start of this stint. So Brown trying to find a bit of redemption for his team also.
Just thinking about strategy, guys, and how this is all tracking towards the end of the race, and also keeping one eye on Will Brown down at turn 2. Now, Craill, have you been given a number or starting to think about a number as to where you think this race is going to finish? I don't mean 5:45 plus a lap. I'm talking about how many laps we're going to get in here today.
That was going to be my obvious answer for you, Jack. Yes. Well, they're going at, it's somewhere around 290 based on the current race pace and a long green flag run at this point.
Because the number I'm hearing up and down pit lane is 308 laps.
Yeah,
Okay, so what's happened here is the pace has gone so dramatically up, and we haven't had a safety car for a while, but if we stay green, we're going to expect to see anywhere between 306 and 308 laps. Now, there could be a few teams hoping that I've just cursed it, because I don't think there's a few teams here that will get close enough to getting 308 laps. Now, let's assume for a second here that the BMWs, okay, what, you reckon they can get 35 laps? Maybe?
Yes. Yeah, they can. Yeah, with some big, not flat out, no, with some big fuel saving. I think, though, it's time. It's that hour and 20 that's key.
Absolutely. But that hour and 20,
point of view.
if you work backwards to a lap, that's lap 272. So just think for a second, as we just watch these guys going down the straight line. One Porsche going to be good to the other one, or Will Brown's going to be very close in this fight now. Does this give him the chance he needs at the chase? He really wants to make sure he gets clear of the other Porsche in this fight as well, and he doesn't. So it throws a slight curveball in the way of Will Brown. And now he should get down the inside and just clear the second of the Porsches, or does he? Yes, and not making it any easier. I'll continue with my point for a second here, guys. At 35 lap stints, car 32, the race-leading car, gets to lap 307. So if we go to 308, they could be a lap short. Their teammate is 3 laps to the good because of their later pit stop. Remember that last time that they came in after the penalty and just decided to fill up? That's been the game changer for them at the moment. Car 75 on fuel at 34 lap stints, because we haven't seen them get more than 34 today, gets them exactly to lap 308.
Race control team, car 9-1, you are receiving blue flags. Car 9-1, you're being receiving blue flags.
Yeah, Chad, that was race control just talking to Yasushi behind the wheel of the 91.
Good officiating, that's really good.
I get your point, Chad. They're pushing as far as they can into the race, but I still think the time is as critical as the laps. But what it does is the pace builds is your length of your stint shortens. So it's now making sure your final pit stop is maybe 70 minutes out from 5:45 p.m. local time rather than 75 or 80 minutes that the BMW's been doing.
Yeah, and so cars 26, that's the Ferrari, 911, the Porsche, and 77, the Mercedes, they've all pitted together, didn't they, on lap 201. If you give these guys 34 lap stints to the checkered flag, they are 5 laps short. On 308 laps. I'm going laps, you're going time. I get the feeling there might be a reckless BX lager
Just enough room.
Oh, here's Will Brown.
Bigarella. The McLaren changed lanes on him.
Let me throw another variable into that, and that's temperature. It's continuing to rise, and you said the hottest time would be in about an hour's time. That has an effect as well, Garth, in terms of your fuel burn.
Yeah, absolutely it does. Actually, you burn, strangely, the hotter it gets, the less fuel you use. So here we go, Bigarella gets around the outside, then the McLaren changes lanes on Will Brown. And Will Brown's had a bit of that going on for him. Bigarella himself's been changing lanes on him, and now the lapped car.
So this battle eternal continues with 2 hours and 54 to go, and at some point it might generate one of these, an Elf Oil slick pass. So this a little bit further back was car 75 putting the move on the heart of racing. Mercedes-AMG GT3 had a little bit of a looky look at the kink, went one way, went the other, braking duel, braking beyond the 100-metre marker down there at the chase. Big stop, and that definitely classifies as an Elf Oils slick pass. Good stuff on the run into the chase.
Climbing up the mountain again. I remember Mika Salo always saying the Nürburgring's scary, but you only get the scary bits once every 8 minutes. Here, it's every 2 minutes.
Will Brown, he's like a dog with a bone on this battle. He's just taken 2 tenths out of Bigarella again as he tries to close to the rear bumper of the Porsche after being held up from the previous lap with some lap traffic.
It's not being able to close at will, Garth, but that Ferrari right now is clearly a very, very good platform, and he can get to the back, but he hasn't got the performance advantage to actually, we've seen maybe half an opportunity for him to get through.
Yeah, it's only down the bottom of the track that he can create that opportunity. So I think the Ferrari's quicker than the Porsche at the moment. Will just can't find a way through, and Bigarella is doing a nice job of holding Brown behind him for track position.
Valentino Rossi now coming up on Yasser Shaheen to put him a lap down.
And he's already been warned about the blue flag, so hopefully the team, and it is part of the team's responsibility as well, Garth, isn't it, to say, come on, you've had your blue flags, we've been warned about it in the past.
Yeah, and I've been a teammate with Yasser, and he will brake as late as anyone, so it makes it harder for the outright cars to be able to lap him, because that's how he makes his lap speed, by braking nice and late. So I dare say that same call may come out from James Taylor at Motorsport Australia Race Control. Just reminding the 91, you are about to go a lap down. And the team really need to get on the front foot here so that Race Control doesn't have to do that. So you're just not in the bad boy books with Race Control in case you need something later in the race.
By the way, if you notice the Lumirank system on the top right of the windscreen, Yasser's car showing his position as 011 in green, that tells you that here is in the Pro-Am class. The white numbers are for the pros. You'll see the orange numbers for the bronze class, blue numbers for the silver. So just another way to help multi-class racing be a little clearer if you're trackside or watching and around the world.
Talk about watching around the world. Just got a text message from Shane Van Gisbergen, who's tuning in. He's just finished third in his heat race at Bowman Gray Stadium in the opening round of NASCAR. So should be actually paying attention to his day job rather than watching this race. As I speak, he's texting me now. So go to bed, Shane.
Why do I feel like a short track is right up his alley?
Sort of up his alley.
Yeah.
A lot of money spent on that facility over the last few years to get it back up to quality, and being repaid by the NASCAR organisation by putting the Clash there.
It was very cool to see he and Scotty Mack share a race car at the Daytona 24-hour last week. It's something that I think a lot of people have been looking forward to a long time, and a fair amount of culture clash permitted that from happening in this part of the world.
Yeah, and the young teammate, Connor Zilic, who's alongside him, he is a superstar in the making, I'll tell you that now. Came up from some of the IMSA series, including the Mazda MX-5, and he held his own mightily in that Trackhouse Corvette.
These are the back roads of Bathurst and the central west of New South Wales, and it really is a beautiful part of the world. Lots to see and do, and some lovely country towns with great pubs and great places to go and hang out. Food and drink always good. There's some good wineries not too far from this part of the world. In fact, there's a winery on Mountain Straight. Unfortunately, there's always car racing when we're here, so we don't get to go and sample it, but one day I vow and declare to stop by the Mount Panorama Vineyard. Welcome back, Mount Panorama Bathurst, Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. And we've got 2 hours and 50 minutes just under to go. And the contenders are all racked and stacked and ready to battle out at the end, with the top 6 cars covered by just 25 seconds.
It's been a great stint from Kelvin von der Linde in the lead car. And you might say, well, it's been easy because he hasn't had anybody right up his tailpipes since he last came out of the pits, but he has held, give or take, 2.5 to 3 seconds over Maxi Goetz in the number 77. That's the Kraft Bamboo Racing AMG. We've got another stop here with 2 hours 49 to go for the number 14 Valente Rosso Motorsport car.
They've got the Gojeks out. That car's going in the garage.
Yeah, I thought that was slightly early for that car, so Jay Robotham showing at the wheel. They've got their roller skates out so they can easily manoeuvre that car into the garage.
This is big GT because it's a class on the line in the silver class. And in fact, the lead has just changed. So Tony D'Alberto has just gone through. So the War Racing Lambos got themselves back on the same lap as the Aston Martin in this last stint and a half. And D'Alberto has just passed Jay Robotham.
Don't like to see this.
Well, I just hope they can get the car back out. And they push the car into the garage because you can throw everybody at it. You can do the full service on the car rather than the prescribed service when it's out over that red line that splits the garage and the working lane. I just hope that that's a problem that can be resolved in the final 2 hours. Gee, that was a big slide from Maxi Goats, getting that car into the cutting.
We often talk about tyre shutter. That was a pretty good example of tyre shutter for Maxi Goats.
Great colour scheme. Number of people saying it just looks fab in that Etruscan orange and sky blue. And Cat on the socials, hashtag B12HR, B12HR. Gulf colours are the little black dress of liveries.
Look good on everything.
That is absolutely superb, and I'm stealing that, Cat.
A clutch issue for the Aston Martin, unfortunately. The driver out of the car, that's Jalen Robotham, doesn't sound like it's going to be a quick fix, but the team will continue to thrash at it. And of course, this elevates the Wall Racing Lamborghini to the lead of the silver class. But this car has been massively in contention all day, and it's really heartbreaking for the second youngest team to ever run a GT3 car at the Mount.
Story, and they really just crept up on it all weekend long and really workmanlike performance throughout it. I spoke to Josh Hunt, he's one of the co-owners down there, former racer, and they were really proud of the team they've pulled together, and sent a message earlier in the day saying it was Mateo Villagomez's first race in a GT3 car, the young man from Ecuador, and he's been really good. And I think it's fair to say, and Aston Martin signed him as part of their academy for a reason, clearly, but Jamie Day, he is the GT star of the future.
Oh, Picarello!
He's off!
He's finally blinked, and it was without pressure from Will Brown. We heard the tyre shutter in the background, so it's the track temperature coming up now to the point where it's starting to affect car balance. We heard of Mercedes of Maxi Goats up at the cutting on the previous lap have a big tyre shutter, and I just heard in the effect mics Picarello, as he went through the final corner, have a tyre shutter himself. Boulder wide. Will Brown, thank you very much. He'd been working his backside off of what feels like hours, and ultimately it was given to him by a mistake by the Porsche.
Got to get his head back in the game here, Picarello. Don't try and get it all back in the next couple of corners. Now he's also got to think about what's going on behind him, coming down to Elfoy Murray's here.
Yeah. So just tried to carry the apex speed. Got what we call over-rotation, where the front stuck, but the rear couldn't go with it. That was the tyre shutter that we heard in the effects mics. So watch him as he turns in. That's all okay. Just tries to carry too much apex speed. The rear gets away from him, and that carries him out wide. Will Brown, thank you very much. This is on board the number 26 Arise Ferrari, and you can just see losing the rear in the mid-corner. That was the tyre shuttering, where it's gripping and releasing, and it just sends him out into the gravel.
Oil slick pass as it happened, as the Pro-Am Arise car is in pit lane.
That door is closed.
I'm pretty sure Jackson got that one closed.
Yeah.
So.
Third. No soft close option on the Ferrari team.
That's right. Find a joinery company and get those soft closed doors on that thing.
Kelvin von der Linde just being closed down on by Maxi Goats in the last couple of laps. It was 3.5. I said he'd been holding it out there in the black number 32. Behind the hallmark Audi going up Mountain Straight. He'll deal with that fairly easily. That's Marcini behind the wheel of that car.
So van der Linde and Gott's almost identical lap times, 2 100s in it between the two of them. So I think what the important thing is there, John, is that gap is not growing anymore.
Correct.
Nice job by Marcini. Gets out of the way of Gott's in second. Well played. Vastly experienced is Marcini in the Audi here at the 12-hour.
And the other thing I'm noticing now is just how much the line is rubbering up in the places where you are looking for traction. So through the apex out, through the centre of the corner out, and also on the turn-in, you can see where the Pirelli rubber is being laid down. It's actually quite noticeable in some of those areas.
Yeah, and what happens is as the sun is up now and the track gets hotter, you know when you make a cheese toasty and you just toast it too long and the cheese goes too gooey?
I hate that.
That's what's happening on the track. That's the tyre shutter. That's when the grip goes away, when you're trying to carry the speed and the rubber on the track is too hot. and the car slides, and then the weight creates shudder. We heard it from Meguiar a couple of laps ago at the cutting, and that's what caught Picarello out at the final corner too.
So effectively at that point, you've got as much Pirelli rubber underneath your Pirelli rubber as you probably have the tarmac surface.
Yeah, absolutely. And what happens is traditionally, in the longer races, when the track now then starts to cool down again and that rubber on the track cools down, the grip really comes up because you haven't got that gooey, greasy feel. And that's what, as a race car driver, you love it when it's like that.
Well, that little mistake by Alessio Picarello has turned into a 3.5-second deficit now as he's dropped down.
Actually, what I think would be good to watch now is the lap speed between Brown and Picarello now that they've swapped. Because I thought that Brown had more speed than the Porsche when he was stuck behind it.
Straight down to the 204s for Will Brown, 204.4 now. Last lap was the mistake lap, 206.9 for Alessio. He comes down to a 204.3. So 204.1 to 204.3 last time around on lap 228 for Will Brown and Alessio Picarello. Pit stop time for the Hallmark Audi number 9.
That'll be Mark Sini out, Dean Fiore in.
Oh, and he's going to get a set of brand new green, unscrubbed, unroaded tyres.
Fastest car on track in the top 6 on that last lap was Will Brown. So that reinforces the point that now that he's got that clear air, he does have a fast car under him, but he's lost a lot of track position to Max Gotts. The gap from Gotts in second back to Brown in third is 14.5 seconds.
Yeah.
So whilst we enjoyed that battle and that exchange between the Porsche and the Ferrari, it's cost Will Brown a lot of time and a lot of track position relative to the top 2.
If this carries on the way it is right now, the guys in the number 32 BMW might be wanting to buy Alessio Picarello a BX Lager from our local brewers by the end of the race, because he has certainly put a little dent in the Ferrari 296 and Will Brown, the rest of the 2016 hopes to get towards the front. Maxi Coates is still there, and that gap still just trickling down. He's not knocking big lumps out of it, but he's planing, shaving little bits off now, down to 1.7. It was as high as 3.8, I think, at one time. Now this could be Kelvin van der Linde just pacing himself towards the last few laps of his stint.
Yeah, but the car that we're aboard now with Will Brown was half a second faster than the leaders to the end of the second sector. So as Will comes to complete this lap, we'll keep a track of the lap time that he completes. On this lap now, van der Linde a 4.8, Gotts a 4.5. Brown will come to the line right now, 4.0.
Yeah.
So he's taken 8/10 off the leader, 5/10 off second place, and put nearly on 5/10 on Picarello behind him. Fastest car on track clearly right now is the car we're aboard, Will Brown.
That tells me two things, and it should be noted that he's still got plenty of performance in the car and the Pirelli tyres, and he's all right on fuel. He's been told to go.
That's the caveat. We don't know what van der Linde is doing with fuel saving. We don't know what Gotts is doing with fuel saving. We've done near a lap on board with Will Brown, and I've been listening. There's no fuel saving going on in that Ferrari right now. So
I'm not as good at spotting that as you, but I think Ivan had worked that out.
You can hear it, absolutely hear it. And you can see the energy in the race car.
Yes.
When a driver's saving fuel, it looks like the car's in slow motion, but making lap time. When the driver's pushing on like Will Brown is right now, it's got energy in the car. You can see it moving around. You can see his hands. He is having a hustle right now.
Just on 2 hours and 40 minutes still to go. Where do they need to get to, Craill, to make this work on your timing? Never mind the laps at the moment, so we can ask Chad about that later.
We need to know when the 32 car pits next. That will dictate how this plays out.
That's the leading BMW, yeah.
Shall I ring him up and ask him?
Yeah,
I'm sure they'll tell us.
Yeah, that would be great.
I'll get Vincent Voss on the phone. I'm sure he'll
that would
know
make
exactly
my
their
job
strategy.
a whole lot easier. I appreciate that, car.
Okay, I'll get on that bridge.
So with 2 hours and 38 minutes to go, we're approaching the 10-hour mark of this race.
Where's it gone?
It's incredible, isn't it? We say that every year, but we're continually surprised. I don't know why. As we take a look back at how this has played out in the early dawn of Mount Panorama, and it was Le Mans legend Jackie Ickx who waved the field away this morning at 5:45 a.m. We still take a step back from the monitor with what occurred on the run-up to turn 1 and turn 2 at the start of the race. Craig Lowndes, an early non-finisher. So too, this massive incident for Ryan Sorensen in the McLaren Artura GT4. Huge impact, and it impacted the day for Gaia Valmont Racing as well in the 44 car. They were managed to resume though, and this was just enormous. Stephen Grove, so has been taken to hospital in Orange for precautionary checks to make sure he is okay after one of the largest impacts we've seen in this race over the journey of GT3 cars at Mount Panorama, and there have been a few. The pit stop strategies have been fascinating. This was a key contender on the exit of the chase. Big contact with the unforgiving Elf concrete wall under the spares box bridge, and that was the GMR Mercedes-AMG out of the race, and once again Maro Engel has to wait. And then this Fab 4 at the end, and basically since half race distance have been locked together. One each from BMW, Mercedes-AMG, Ferrari and Porsche. They're fighting this one out right to the very end of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour.
Still leading, Kelvin von der Linde, and he's just been able to ease away again from Maxi Goat. Got the hurry up maybe from the WRT team. 2.2 seconds the gap now.
Old school Bathurst shot from the very top of the mountain, looking down Conrod. Grew up watching shots like that back in the day.
There's a very famous tracking shot from a couple of cars that you guys actually checked out in the museum from 1997, from up right at the top of the mountain, tracking them on their last lap. 1997 Ford 1-2.
77.
77.
Yeah. And 84. The 1-2 for Holden that extinguished the memories for GM fans of that 77 1-2.
Yeah, that was real payoff, wasn't it? Because that was the last year of those Group 2 touring car regulations, and Holden invested in a brand new car that they knew would be obsolete at the end of that season.
Racing cars. It was very cool earlier in the week that Jackie X, the more legend, who's here this weekend, reunited with the 77 car, but also the trophy that he had not seen since they were delivered it that day.
Oh, wow.
On the podium.
Last time he saw it would have been on the podium.
In October 1977. Correct.
That's awesome.
That is good.
Traffic for the leader, van der Linde, as he makes his way up across the top of the mountain, coming up on the back of the KTM. So he's got around that car. David Crantham at the wheel of the KTM. I know we said we wouldn't talk about it, but it's in the race. So we'll leave it alone now. Wishing that car on. The reason we're not talking about it, if you think we're ignoring it, no, we're not. We just don't want to give it the commentator's curse.
Just picked up his pace a little bit over the last few laps, Kelvin van der Linde. He's doing high 204s now, doing low 204s, even when there's traffic involved in a lap around here. He's kind of had to do that as Maxi Goat has been closing in. It's just over 10 minutes, Craill, to the next pit stops, I reckon, for Kelvin van der Linde at the front of the field.
Some of the lap predictors that have been thrown around by some people, some of them are ambitious, some of them are too low, so I'm trying to find the happy medium in the middle of it. Somewhere around the 300 lap mark, but I still think time is the critical factor. And if you can make that final pit stop within 70 minutes of the checkered flag, you're probably, and there's an asterisk on that, probably going to be okay. The longer you can go, the better. The longer you can go, the better you will be.
I'd be, if I was a crew chief, I'd be happy if it was closer to 65 or 60 rather than
all day. We've seen the BMWs doing stints of an hour and 15, possibly as long as an hour and 20 on a tank of fuel. And at the moment, the race isn't getting quicker. Track conditions, even if they are pressing on, they'd be in the 4s, yep. Would they be in the 3s? Probably. They're not going to be bashing out 2s in these hot track conditions and the track temperature, the hottest part it's been all weekend. So there's still so many variables, which is what makes this race so cool. And the fact that there's all top 6 contenders covered by 26 seconds. The longest green flag run of the race as well. So they're still all tightly bunched and jumbled up. there's more to the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour than just a long-distance car race. There's a car show as well. Chemical Guides, Rides and Coffee was back this year, and there were some really cool cars. Almost 100 gathered on Mount Panorama, and for the first time, some of them rocked up on Friday just because they wanted to be here earlier and enjoy it. And as part of the display, they got to get a sneaky little lap behind the pace car of Mount Panorama too, in front of the crowds and all of the GT teams here on the mountain. Chemical Guides, Rides and Coffee, such a cool part. Cars and coffee shows are great, so why not mix one in with Australia's international endurance races. Some cool rigs down in Harris Park earlier in the weekend. 2 hours and 30 odd minutes to go in this one. 26 seconds covering the top 6 cars. Kelvin van der Linde in the BMW leads. Maxi Goats in the Mercedes-AMG by just 1.7 seconds. And we're all just in a little holding pattern at the moment, pushing as long and as deep as we can into the final stanza of this race.
Now, a little bit of a problem for Valentino Rossi. Coming through Skyline and dropping down. Has to be careful there. Gets offline, and there's that slide offline again, Garth Tander. As soon as you're out of the accepted racing line, you're struggling for grip both ends.
You can't pass there. We saw that Kelvin van der Linde one year tried to do that. So
stops.
Leaders in. Brown and Picciarello, same lap. They pitted on the same lap last time. Here they are this time.
4th and 5th coming in then. Picciarello had closed up a little bit there, coming into the pit lane. I think he must have had a really good pit entry.
Don't forget, these two were battling and battling hard for the entirety of this stint. They did not save any fuel at any stage. So be curious to see what that's cost them, the penalty of racing hard.
They need 2 stops to get home from here. I don't think you do it on one from this point of the race.
Damage on the right front of the Ferrari on the dive planes as well. It looks like a little shark's had a bite out of one of those.
1 hour, 7 minutes this car has been on track for this stint.
I think that's like a Porsche-sized exhaust.
Do you think?
Will Brown got into the back of Alessio Picciarello.
Oh, that was at the shark. Head power elbow, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Daniel Serra, he goes.
That's fine.
So Will Brown emerges in front as predicted. Tell you the times. Remember, 80 seconds, pit in to pit out. There's pit out. And 81 exactly for the Ferrari and 80.7 seconds for Absolute Racing. So pretty close to maximising their pit stop time there. So 2 hours and 30 minutes to go. 1 hour and 5 on a tank of fuel. That means they're going to pit with 1 hour and 25 minutes to go. You are not making it to the end of the race on that without any help.
Totally. So now look further up the field. Rossi's gone through, of course, because he's not stopped.
So don't forget, Rossi and Stoltz, a stop ago, or 2 stops ago, were 2 laps off sequence.
Correct.
So that's where you get the cumulative effect of opening up the pit window more and more and more.
Gotts in from second.
So +1 lap for Gotts over the Ferrari and the Porsche. We knew that the BMWs were going to go longer because they have all day. So van der Linde continues on.
But let's just remind ourselves that those 2 WRT M4s did not stop on the same lap. It will be the leader that comes in first. The question will be, has Valle managed to stay close enough to go up into the lead, and how many more laps can he, and possibly Lucas Stoltz ahead of him, how many more can they do?
Yeah, well, don't forget, Stoltz and Rossi, the 75 car and the 46 car, 2 stops ago stopped on the same lap.
Correct.
The last stop, they stopped on the same lap because Gounon saved a heap of fuel.
Correct.
And I've been listening to Stoltz just in the background in the audio mics, and he's been saving fuel too. You almost hear the Mercedes almost whistle when they're off throttle. You can hear them whistling in the background. So I'd be curious to see what Stoltz has been managed to do in this stint.
As far as the 2 BMWs are concerned, the 32 will be coming in soon, and it looks like they are potentially going to do a driver change over to Sheldon van der Linde, who will be taking it to the checkered flag. They have sticker Pirelli tires out on the lane, ready for that car. This is lap 31 of Kelvin's stint, so it would make sense if he comes in the next time. They got 32 laps out of the stint. Meanwhile, Rossi on track is on lap 28, so he should be able to go a minimum of 3 laps further than when we see the sister car come into the lane.
Right, 3 laps further. Okay.
Great info, Shea. Thank you.
I told you she was good at staring at people. So this could yet be won down on the Alfoil pit lane.
This is what they've been trying to do all day, is
Correct.
get 2, 3, 4 stints in a row where you can open up the pit windows, and now we're finally starting to see the different fuel-saving strategies play out, and that's why you need these longer stints for that to work. Stoltz goes by again. We'd expect he will go by a couple more times yet. It's the Van der Linde car that leads, that we expect to come to the lane next.
I reckon right now it's between BMW and this car. Based on the way this is all playing out, the fact that they extracted those extra couple of laps out of car 75 has just given them a little bit more leeway. But they are going to be right on the edge of everybody running out of juice at the end if they try and get it home on one.
So on that lap, at the end of Mountain Straight, Lucas Stoltz lifted at the 200-metre board, and traditionally you do not brake until the 70-metre board. So he's in full fuel save mode right now. The 44 Belmont Audi back on track with Sergio Perez aboard. Just having Lucas Auer come around here. On board here, Van Guven, making his way down Conrod, 911 Porsche, currently in 6th.
He's on it still. Now lifts. He's got a bit deeper, but not as far as he could.
Don't forget this car is stopped, so it's full of fuel.
Good point.
So Perez gets out of the way because they're many laps down after that unfortunate contact with the McLaren.
But it's run faultlessly since it's come out, and they've rebuilt that car. Kudos to the whole of the 44 team, Craill.
The way I see it, these two cars especially, so those were two of the first to pit. They've got 2 options. Uber fuel save.
Is that an app now? Uber fuel save?
You can dial that up on your phone, which is really hard, or accept the fact you're going to have to do this in 2 stops.
No, I think what you need to do is you need to keep saving fuel because if you get a safety car, you need to be on the track for as many laps as you can to try and catch that safety car. So there's no point blazing yet. No, you've got to save. You've got to keep saving.
Too early to commit to going flat out to the finish right now.
Yeah. Next up, see where you are, see what's happened between now and an hour or so's time.
So Van der Linde's gone around again. 2:04.9 for Van der Linde. 2:04.9 for Stoltz, and we know he is fuel saving because we went on board to hear it. Here's Rossi, he's in 3rd, getting around the
Valentino
GT4 AMG with Daniel Bilski at the wheel, and very slight contact.
This is the 33rd lap for Kelvin van der Linde.
There's an Elvis festival not far from here in Parks every year, and I feel like Mark Griffith could take that Mercedes-AMG there because it's had more hits than...
that was crowbarred in, Craill.
Workshop that in my brain for a few laps.
Yeah, well, clearly, because I wondered where you were going with that one.
Yeah, so did I.
It took a while to unfold.
I committed to it early. Don't know if I stuck the landing.
Yeah, well, it worked.
Thank you. Bronze class leader remains heart of racing.
Exactly, Robichon doing good stuff.
Yeah. So they're 7th outright. Pro-Am leader after a really topsy-turvy day, in fact, between the Ferrari and the Porsche. So Alessio Rivera behind the wheel now, and it should be he and Jackson Evans to bring that car home. So they've got some guns to bring 36 home. They're in 8th outright and leading Pro-Am. They've got a lap in front of the Chevy Porsche. And then the silver class leader, they're all aligned astern, actually, the class leader, Brendan Leach aboard the Lamborghini. And that team going for back-to-back wins in class at Mount Panorama. They're in really good shape. Brendan in the car now, and they're on 234 laps, looking to chase down Rivera in the Ferrari for track position, but also to win their class.
Exactly, Robichon was the fastest car on the track last time around. Oh, no, not quite, because Alessio Ferrara has just gone through and did a 2:04.3, no, 2:04.2 for Zach. So, yeah, that car has still got pace in it. It's just dropped a little too far away, I think, to be a part of the discussion for the overall, but
they're well off sequence with the leaders. Don't forget they stopped with Ian James jumping out of that car, and that was a driver time stop rather than a strategy stop with fuel. So Robichon probably light on fuel, so he's able to press on. Lucas Auer aboard the 77 Craft Bamboo AMG Mercedes, making his way through Forest Elbow. And every time I see this guy on track, I just am amazed at what he did yesterday in qualifying. We watched his lap in Q2, and it was a little bit untidy, a little bit scrappy, but it was good enough to get the job done and get himself into the pole battle. But then he went to work, looked at his vision, looked at his data, and produced a really nice, tidy lap that was super fast. And that's real tradesman race car driver stuff, when you just go and tidy up the rough edges and deliver a really strong lap.
And I love the revival, Rich, of the Hulk livery on this car, the green and the black that we've seen on other manufacturers as well, but it works on the AMG too.
Well, when Craft Bamboo came here for the first time with a pair of Aston Martins, they were Hulks in every sense of the word, because they were involved in one of the great finishes in that race. Stefan Mucker was involved in 2015, close to the end. He had a little run-in with David Bradley here this weekend, by the way. It was good to bump into Brad in the paddock. Sam Brabham here as well, incidentally, doing some coaching in Ferrari Challenge Australasia. And then in that last corner dash that has only ever been captured on fan film from the hill on the outside of Murray's Corner, with right at the very end as the leader comes into pit lane now. Right. So with 2 hours and 21 minutes to go, based on an hour and 10 stint perhaps with a BMW to the line, they're going to be right on marginal to do this race on one more stop, Chad.
Bingo, Rich, and that is exactly what they're working towards right now. They've got some fresh Pirellis laid out, and they're going to get one of the Van der Lindes out. Out comes Kelvin, in gets Sheldon, and these boys, the brothers, working in unison. Fuel going in, tyres getting done. No rush with the 80 seconds, so they've got to get it done. But the impressive thing here is that is 35 laps, showing off their advantage that they've got over everyone. Doesn't matter if you're working to laps or time right now. I think they're good to get to the finish on this one last stop, but that is absolutely beautifully executed from BMW to get them just to that window.
Yeah, it's a great point, Chad. Well surmised, and they're in such a good position now from a strategy point of view. And those extra 4 or 5 laps over the Ferrari and the Porsche that we've just seen are all the difference in getting to the line. And I emphasise this without any help from the race being slowed down. If there is a caution at some point, it changes the game completely.
Yeah, but less so for this car, because it doesn't really matter what happens.
They've got flexibility.
So this car, the 75 and the 46 have got the most flexibility.
Exactly.
Should a safety car fall or should it not fall and we remain green for the remaining 2 hours and 20 minutes? They're the three that can do it. If there's a safety car, it might bring more cars into the game, but ultimately they've ticked a box now, getting to this point here.
Sheldon van der Linde rejoins in 3rd position. The 2 cars ahead have yet to make their stop, but he's well ahead of Lucas Auer, who's heading up Mountain Straight now. So he's at least held on to the gap that he had before pitting.
Difference is he's a bunch of laps to the good on fuel, so certainly not going to be a cruise. Well, it will be a cruise at this point. It's not going to be. Let's have a listen.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he lifted it massive.
That's supercar spec fuel saving when you lift at the king. And you don't do that in a GT car unless you're on max fuel save. So
pit stop time for Sheldon van der Linde.
What was it gone?
Has it come up yet?
He's gone through the first second.
Been and gone, so it's gone through the first sector. So, no, it was 80 seconds. They nailed it again.
Yeah.
It is
nailing it all day. So.
It's copy and paste for WRT all day.
So Stoltz went through, and we heard the fuel saving on that lap. He did a 2:03.89. So that is as fast as we've seen in any of the fuel saving mode of the race. So Rossi goes through at a 2:05.1. So don't forget those 2 cars 2 stops ago stopped under safety car, topped off the fuel, bought an extra couple of laps, and they continue to buy laps every stint, and they've gone deeper and deeper and deeper into the race.
Rossi's pulled back Lucas Stoltz a little bit as well. It's 12 seconds now between those two. It was up as high as 15.
There's lots of ebbing and flowing with traffic, but certainly on that last lap, Stoltz laid in a good one while still saving a whole heap of fuel.
Another fabulous run by Valentino Rossi. Race car driver. Whatever else he's done in the past, he's a race car driver now.
I don't think you have to put a job description under Valentino Rossi. He can just get around as Valentino Rossi.
Valentino Rossi, awesome.
Yeah, legend.
Ledge.
Yes.
Ledge. Total ledge.
It's like how you've got 5-time written on yours.
No, I do not, Richard. That's a production of your effort. Just want to listen. Maybe if we can stay aboard Rossi here as he heads down Conrod. Oh, a little bit of wheel spin as he got off Forest Elbow.
He's been struggling with that all week,
well,
hasn't
he said that in practice, didn't he? He said it that they needed to work on the drive traction, leaving the slow speed corners. And that looks to continue to be a small Achilles heel. Now, let's have a listen to this one. Oh, very much the same as Lucas Stoltz. So the doctor has been a student and he's been learning, and he's learned what he needed to learn. So he too saving a heap of fuel. He's come to the lane. Stoltz did not come to the lane. So Stoltz has bought an extra lap. That could be critical.
That is. Oh, and he's.
Oh no, he got the wall.
Yeah, I thought he'd gone a little bit too deep, and he's clipped the outside of the car on the right-hand side, on the inside of the pit wall. Now, has he done any damage? I don't think so.
It's pretty small, but did he go too fast over the pit line on entry?
That's the question.
He was busy saving the car. They look at that, how good WRT. They just had a quick look at the front of the car there.
Lots to do in the Bathurst town with great galleries and museums as well. The Bathurst Regional Art Gallery is terrific. I'd love to have that still at home. I don't know what I'd do with it, but it'd look impressive, wouldn't it? Some great pubs as well in this part of the world. Terrific place to come and visit. Lots of natural wildlife. And of course, the greatest racetrack going around. And it is turning out an absolute perler today. In pit lane, stopping car number 46, Valentino Rossi, and he came into pit lane hot, really hot. Watch this. Bump onto the little lip. It's basically a gutter. Here it is. Just a little nudge as he got the car, tried to stop and turn. The couple of question marks over that. Did he have it down to 40 kilometres an hour at the time? And is there any lingering damage as a result?
Sounded like he was on the pit lane speed limiter, but he has cracked the lip of the splitter on the right-hand front. They didn't feel the need to do anything with it, and they've sent the car, which has now been taken over by Raffaele Marciello. He's the leader in the pit lane.
And speaking of the Elf pit lane, in comes the 75 and just gets that car stopped in time. They got that extra lap in. Beautiful driving from Lucas Stoltz. We'll get this back to Jules Gounon to finish off the race. You guys posed the question, what was the pit stop time for car 32, yes?
Yes.
Yep. 79.7. Now, there's a kicker. It does say in the rule book that there is give or take 1 second, and you're allowed to potentially go inside that 1 second bracket 3 times during the race.
So that's a joker stop then. That is it's a knockout. Wow.
I just read the reg myself.
Yeah, I remember reading that in the regs myself. Go on, Rich, you've got it there.
4.25.2.1.4. The motor racing regulations pretty dry worded. There will be a non-cumulative 1 second tolerance to the minimum pit stop time, which may be used 3 times during the race, which is actually quite a lot. Save you 3 seconds potentially, but so they'll take that, they'll wipe their brow, and they'll walk away.
Wow, that's reading the rule book. That is, they have been metronomically brilliant at 80.1, 80.2, 80.3. That's wow. I'm just going to say wow.
Now, by our numbers, the 32 car is inside the window to get home on 1 stop by about 2 minutes. It's that close. They're the margins we're talking about right now to get to the end of the race.
The 75 Express Mercedes just came in and made its penultimate pit stop. They did not do a driver change. Lucas Stoltz stayed aboard. They offered him a very fresh water bottle. It's still glistening with condensation. And Lucas said, no, I'm all right. I'm ready to do this. So there will be one more stop from this team. And when they make that final stop, we would expect to see Jules Gounon put back behind the wheel.
Thank you, Shea. It was the same tactic in Porsche land because they've kept Chad Guban. This is for position side by side. running up the hill. Pro Ferrari versus 75. Sun Energy one entry. Lucas Stoles and Daniel Serra. Serra fired up and on warm tyres for third and fourth position. Lucas Stoles hanging on, and it's going to take him the lap to get this car back up to speed.
He did a really good job going up the hill there just to make sure that that 75 Express was very, very wide.
Just to add to your point, Craill, about car 32, the Van der Linde BMW being good to the tune of 2 minutes. That is 1 lap around Mount Panorama, and they'd want to make sure that that 2 minutes falls on the right side of the control line. So I just wonder if they have enough of a buffer to make sure that they don't cross the control line a second before 5:43 p.m.
Yep. Oh, it won't be comfortable, will it?
No. It's 1.9 seconds between Sheldon van der Linde and Lucas Aert and Lucas Stoltz.
So the 75 car in this little sequence has done a nice job, because don't forget, they were behind the Ferrari and the Porsche in this sequence. So they've overcut these two cars. So now Stoltz, so there you go. There's a weight difference there. Yeah. That's the weight difference, because Stoltz is chock full of fuel and the Ferrari's already burnt 4 or 5 laps of fuel off.
Here's Chan Guven coming through as well in the number 91 Porsche, the gold and black machine.
I saw the Ferrari being chased by the Porsche coming out of the elbow and thought, I've seen this story before, just a couple of hours ago, just different players in the game now. Yeah, you're right, that's a good pickup, because not only do they have a fuel economy advantage or a fuel fill advantage, they've now got track position back on their side slightly.
Well, they had 2, they've lost 1.
Yeah.
So you can see Serra not that close as they came off the elbow, but using the toe, and the Mercedes being full of fuel, it's going to be lazy for the next 4 or 5 laps as it starts to lighten up. So just uses the toe nicely. Stoltz tried to move the car to the middle of the racetrack, but Serra got there first. Nice job. A great exchange between those two.
And that was indeed an Elf Oils slick pass. Made that look pretty easy, actually, but that's 9 laps difference in fuel. Yeah, that's 9 laps difference.
That's a chunk. And Rich Craill brought up the point earlier that potentially if you have to stop later, you have to put less fuel in the car, therefore the car's lighter. There's an example of why you want a light race car at the end of the race.
Yeah, weight is lap time. There's no way around that.
And particularly here at Mount Panorama, and even
more
so in a GT3 car.
Yeah.
You've got no idea how different the car is from light fuel to heavy fuel. It's a massive difference.
So imagine you're on your last stint, if you are a little bit out of the sequence, and you've got brand new Pirellis and maybe half a tank.
It'll be 2/3. 2/3 of the tank.
Okay.
That you're not going to save half a tank over the rest, but that will be a difference. I mean, you just said it was 9 laps.
That was only 9 laps. Yeah.
So that's effectively what the difference will be the other way if it works to the 75 car later in the day.
And we still don't know, Rich. We still don't know.
We don't know for 6 cars.
Correct.
There are still 6 genuine contenders to win this race with just over 2 hours to go. I like this game. It's fun. Still plenty to play out. Getting ready round the board to Mayfair and Park Lane now. This is the big money stuff.
Yeah, who's got the hotels? That's the question. In fairness, Lucas Stoltz has done a pretty good job coming out on cold Pirellis to hold on to what he did. Had to give up 1 position.
Another interesting thing as well is while it's not a massive jump, the pace has just increased a little bit.
Yeah.
And all 3 leaders last time round, now in the 3s. And they were sort of low to mid 4s for a long time in that previous stint. So it just started to up the game slightly.
Well, the point is, because they've got to that effectively reverse window for the last stop. They know where that is. They can start the forecast. So then you can start, well, if I use X amount of fuel, that'll get me to this point for the last pit stop. So that's all they were doing for the last 2 or 3 stints, is just positioning themselves from fuel burn versus track position. And now they've got a much clearer understanding, if this remains green, where they all land for the last pit stop and how much fuel they need to get to that stop and from that stop to home.
It's fascinating.
It's chess. It is 12 hours of chess.
3D chess. Yeah, absolutely.
Much better for some open rules that allow the teams to do this and engage their creativity and use these.
BMW, particularly in terms of how long can you go on a tank of fuel, that's made their race.
Yeah, totally. And use the geniuses that all these race teams employ down in the garages to their advantage.
First and second on the same piece of tarmac, both on the front straight. They rumble past us in the Global Broadcast Centre just over to our left. And Lucas is looking at the back now as he turns up Mountain Straight of the leader, who's going through traffic. Sheldon von der Linde ahead by 2.2 seconds at the Let's Split.
Richard Craill made a very good point about the pace starting to increase. The peak speed for the number 32 BMW in this race was on lap 20 at 2:03.30. Sheldon van der Linde on the last lap, lap 244 at 2:03.59.
Grant Denyer, this race has thrown everything at the Wall Racing Lamborghini. It looked really good, it looked really bad. Now it's looking like it may be okay going. I'm not going to jinx anything, but how you feeling after that terrific drive?
Hey, it was really cool. To still be punching out PBs at this stage of my life and career is a good feeling. It's been wild out there. There's been some big tear-ups. So, look, through attrition, we're sort of moving forward. We lost a little bit since qualifying. We're, for whatever reason, about 6 kilometres down in a straight line on last year. So we're sort of scratching our heads as to why. So that's making it a bit harder for everyone. But I love this place, man. I love these cars. I love you. I love Craill. I love John. I even love Garth Tander, and he's normally sort of too tall for my type. But I love everything about this. It's good.
What is it about driving a race car around here that just brings you so much happiness?
I don't know. It's the happiest you'll ever feel. Don't tell my wife or my children, but I don't know. It's just, there's something about being on that ragged edge, you know, walking a toe up to the line, and you just feel so alive when you drive around this mountain in such exotic machinery with such high commitment. And there's no greater joy in life, to be honest. I don't know how long I'll be doing this for, but I cherish every lap like it's the last, because it makes me feel so good inside it. It really fills my cup up. It's pretty cool to be doing this.
Well, nothing better to fill your cup than maybe a little bit of champagne to add to that as well. Standing on the top step of the podium, you've done it before. What is that love of wanting to get back there?
Well, there's that satisfaction of having a job and done a job and not stuffed it up, right? You know, look at some of the great names that have had accidents today. You know, Craig Lowndes, you know, threw it into the wall, and to be still charging around, you know, that's a bit of an honour. There's pride in that, and it's great reward for, you know, all these boys and girls who work in this garage tirelessly since 4 a.m. this morning, and, you know, and the weeks leading up to this. So to sort of share that moment with them is a pretty special feeling, you know. So we as drivers get that sensation behind the wheel, but we all kind of share in the joy afterwards with a job well done. You know, it's a remarkable, rare, and wonderful feeling when it does happen. So you got to cherish those moments. As I get older, you know, I kind of like to, you know, enjoy the spoils when it does work out.
Well, on behalf of everyone in the truck and in the booth and in the pit lane, we love you too, Grant.
You guys are doing a mega job. I could listen to your voices all day, every day. You love this race as much as I do, and that's obvious. So on behalf of Australia, thank you.
And hi to Grant's wife and kids back at home.
Nice work, Shea. Yeah, you got to love Grant. Just a quick update on a couple of cars that pitted a little bit earlier. The 911 Porsche, which has Matt Campbell ready to get back in it, and Chaz Mostert ready to get back in car 26. Those two cars were inside 1 minute away from being able to double stint Chaz and Matt Campbell to the end of the race. They just had one fewer laps of fuel in the tank to be able to get those guys a double home, but thankfully they had pretty good guys in the shed ready to fill that last single stint.
That's a really good point Chad makes, that you have to line so many things up when it comes to strategy. We've been talking so much about fuel burn and fuel use and where does that land you for how many pit stops you have left. You also have to line up your minimum and maximum driving time. Remember, it was no more than 2.5 hours continual driving time for any one driver. So to come up 1 minute short on those 2.5 hours to allow Matt Campbell and Chaz Mostert to double would really, really burn. Because you just, that last stop, you don't know if there's going to be a mistake with the driver change that might hold you up. You don't want that deep in the race.
Yes,
You could hear the cogs.
I can hear the asterisks in your...
Yes. But as you said, you're not giving it everything until the last stop. You could fumble a seatbelt, you could sit on your belt or whatever. And in fairness, the guys that are in there now are not rabbits, are they? It's not like they were sticking me in.
It's not about the lap time that the driver in the car is going to do right now. It's about the potential for an error in the last pit stop. Yeah. You can recover from an error in the pit stop in the first hour. It's a whole lot harder to recover from a mistake in the pit stop in the last hour.
I get that.
Here's our leader, Sheldon van der Linde, coming up on the 91 Porsche of Yasser Shaheen. He tries to go up the inside at McPhillamy, and it's hard to do it there. Now Shaheen holds the inside line and allows van der Linde around the outside. So good patience from van der Linde, and well done from Shaheen.
Yasser was on a bit of a yellow card, don't forget. He'd had the radio call, or at least the team had, from James Taylor earlier in the race. Van der Linde pulled out to nearly 4 seconds. It was 1.8 when he came out of the pits between himself and Lucas Hart. BMW, Mercedes, Ferrari, Mercedes, Porsche, BMW and Ferrari in the top 7. And the top 6, by the way, still only separated with some differences in the fuel run strategies. 33 seconds between those top 6 and into the pit lane for Yasser. That'll be his day done.
Thought so. It'd be one of the... Just get through the chicane, does Yasser, but one of the Porsche pros that'll climb aboard that one. Oh, Shearing. There he goes, just on the helmet.
Well, yeah, driver number 4. Coming, driver number 4. Driver number 4. That must feel like it's a million miles at 40 kilometres an hour, Grant.
Even as you're the driver waiting for your car to get there, it's like, come on, man, hurry up. So Yasser overshot, but because the Porsche has the refueler in the front, it doesn't matter. You can still get the refueling rig on. So we're about 300 to 400 mil over his marks.
Scrubbed set of tyres, broadened set of tyres. Pirelli's going on to that Porsche.
Daniel Serra in the number 26 Arise Racing Ferrari coming up on Brendan Leach, who currently leads silver class in the Wall Racing Lamborghini, and that's allowing Lucas Stoltz to range back up to the rear of the Ferrari. Now that Stoltz has had the opportunity to burn a little bit of fuel out of that Mercedes, that car's coming to life again, and if a little bit of traffic's going to hold up Serra's progress, then Stoltz will like that.
He's going to get a second, maybe more, back from this car, Tanda, to go across Skyline. Daniel Serra not doing anything too dangerous here. Battle for 3rd position. The Ferrari, number 26 of Daniel Serra, just coming out the BMW M elbow and heading down Conrod Straight, and he is being closed in on by Lucas Stoltz.
Over to car 93, you're being given blue flags.
And there again, race control, just reminding the drivers at this stage with just under 2 hours to go of their responsibilities to their fellow competitors.
An example of what Grant Denyer was saying about the Lambo being down on straight line speed. That was way too easy for the Ferrari to blow past, even though they were getting blue flags. Just drove past in a straight line. Grant Denyer in love with everybody and the world at the moment at Mount Panorama, as you would be.
Inside the last 2 hours, so something has just changed, and that is if we do get a BMW M safety car, no more wave bikes. So what you've got in laps now is what you're going to do. If you're going to get one back, you've got to race it back, and that's going to be really tough.
The good news about that is that any car that was going to win the race is on the lead lap anyway. So we don't need to worry about that anymore.
Absolutely good point. There's some inter-class battles that have made any difference to? No, just this lap between them.
The wave by only applies to the cars on the lead lap, as in you don't get a lap back on your class.
Yeah.
Less than 2 hours remain. We're in sprint racing territory now.
Yep.
And this hugely successful young South African driver, Sheldon van der Linde, he's 25 years of age. Pole position here last year. Hugely successful career for BMW as a factory-backed driver. So burst out of the shadow, really, of his teammate Kelvin van der Linde, who, especially in this part of the world, created all the headlines.
Yeah.
But both boys have been a product of the South African motorsport system through the VW Polo Cup over there and South African domestic racing, and then moving up to Germany to take on the big boys. And they have both been spectacular at it as well.
2 hours to go. 1 and a bit pit stops for some, and I say that, 1 for others. This is not the time, Richard Craill, to lose concentration. Anything now, any seconds now are going to be hard to get back. So, I know it sounds daft, but it's almost like we've had a 10-hour race to set us up for a 2-hour race, because that's kind of how it's worked out.
And there's similarities, John, as well, as to this race playing out the way the 2023 race did are quite remarkable in that we had quite a truncated start to that race with lots of interruptions, lots of safety car.
Don't say what you're going to say.
No, I got to say it, because we had this long green flag run at the end of that race. The history records it.
Which
made
the race.
4 hours and 50 minutes of green flag running. We ended up with the top 3 cars covered by 1.4 seconds at the end. So this has a lot of similarities about the way that's playing out, with the added bonus of this fuel economy question mark, in that we don't know if any of these top 6 can make it home on 1 more fuel stop.
Some are closer than others, a lot closer.
Some are a lot closer. Some,
including the leader,
could be marginally in the window to do it without running out of fuel. Some of them right now can't do it.
Yeah.
And that's what is so enjoyable about this race and the way it's playing out. And at some point, they're going to have to push the go button too, and
pull the pin.
hard button.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to pull the pin.
Correct. And he who pulls the pin first could be the one that wins it, or they could run out of fuel on Conrad on the final lap.
So, yes, and it is uphill. It's not if you can get to the spares box, walk over bridge, you can probably coast in from there, but not much before it. I just want to throw something in here. WRT have got 2 cars in this. So do you split and give one of the drivers, either Sheldon van der Linde or Raffaele Marcello, do you give them the go command? They're both in the 3s at the moment as the hallmark car comes back out from its box after remedial work.
Risky. Right now, both of them
going
in the garage. It's been a really tough day for Melbourne Performance Centre and their pair of Audis. Car 183, which was the Ricardo Feller, Liam Talbot, Brock Feeney car, were really spectacular all the way throughout the weekend and fast early in the race, and some really wild moves from Ricky Feller early in the game. Unfortunately, they were out with a failure in the left front that saw them buried in the chase and well out of the race after 164 laps. 17 cars still circulating out of the 22 that started. So despite the dramas, attrition rate so far has been very mild indeed.
Right, we've been selling it all day, fellas in the commentary box. I've got Shea back here in the Craill pit bunker. It is time. Boxing gloves on. We need to settle this, Shea. We've picked our 5. First, let's refresh the viewers at home who may be just flicking in the race on the last couple hours, who we've picked.
As for the greatest of all time in the GT3 era in the Bathurst 12-hour, my nomination was Mauro Angel, a 2-time pole winner, fastest lap ever set of the mountain.
Yep, Craill went with Matt Campbell. Not a bad bet on any given day. Nope. John's nomination, he went for a local guy.
Yeah, Craig Lowndes, a guy who's a hero to many, myself included.
You got to interview him today.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good shout from Garth Tander. Jules Gounon, he's won a bunch.
Yeah.
That's fair. I got the last nomination, and so I went Christopher Mies. So, gentlemen in the commentary box, are you ready to settle this?
Oh, we don't need to, Mike. Jules Gounon's the man.
Well, it's clearly Matt Campbell.
It's Craig Lowndes, obviously.
All
Who
right,
else could it be?
Unfortunately, I think Lowndesy blotted the copybook this morning, so that's making it harder for you today, John.
Well,
Just makes him human, that's all.
I would like to put forth that because of Garth Tander's diligent homework, the amount of research that he did to prepare for it, I would like to back his nomination to go further up this chart.
I've got one.
Because
Thank
I
you,
believe
Shea.
that Jules Gounon is further up the chart with 3 wins, 4 podiums, than, say, my nomination,
All right.
Mauro, with still 0, unfortunately. Mauro will get a win eventually.
All right, 5-1. Let's get this done with. Mees or Lowndes? What do you reckon, guys?
I think the impact Chris Mees had on the race in the early stages, this Gun Young International coming to Australia. With all the love in the world for Lounsey, I reckon Meesy goes in front.
You grab Lounsey, I'll grab Mees. There we go. We're happy with that.
He's just thrown his mate under the bus. Lounsey works with us in broadcast for the rest of the year, and most directly with one R. Craill, and he's just relocated him to P5.
I'm sad about today. I had high hopes on them getting a result.
So did I, yeah.
All right, P3, who's the last step on the podium?
Mauro Engel.
Are we happy with that?
Yeah.
That was your pick?
I think we found our list.
Well, I don't know, because this is where I think we get complicated, everybody. Shea, how does that look to you?
Who's won more races out of those 2?
Well,
if we include classes, it's Maddie. If we include overall, it's Jules.
It's a fair argument.
Impact on career.
Hang on, but we don't include classes. This is greatest of GT3 era.
He won his class in a GT3 race, Matt Campbell as well.
He won it in Pro-Am driving with 1P long, and that kind of vaulted him onto Porsche's map.
You make a very good point, Shea. Thank you for agreeing with that, having ditched me just earlier.
I'm backing both of you at this point.
You're on the fence.
Shea's on the fence here heavily.
Each way bet.
Heavily.
I would say impact on career. Matt's 2019 win here elevated him to the stratosphere of professional sports car drivers.
No, his win at Le Mans in 2018 elevated him.
Which side of the fence are you on, Shea?
we need to settle this.
Gounon, it's the way he goes about it, the way he executes the race. He's done it again today. He's played them into the game from a strategy point of view.
I come from the land of diplomacy, right? Can we call it a tie?
No.
You can share the gold medal. It's been done in the high jump.
Like that?
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
Well, that's a very nice blending in their fire suits.
Yeah.
Very good.
It's a tie, but put Gounon to the left-hand side of it. I've decided, though...
Like that?
I've decided...
So that we can see more of Gounon than Maddie.
I feel bad about chucking...
Oh, boy.
I feel bad about chucking my mate under the bridge.
Oh, that's very good.
But there's no surprise that Craill's pushing a Porsche.
I want to bump Lounsey up, please.
Now his phone's going hot. That's why his phone's lit up.
It's going to cost me a donation to the Prostate Cancer Foundation.
Fair. It certainly is.
Fair.
Just remember, Mr. Lowndes, just remember who nominated you, hey?
Please move Lowndes up one, Shea, at your end, please, and then I'll be happy.
I think the only fair way to settle this is by seeing which of these 2 guys finishes higher today in this race. That's going to settle it.
Do you agree with that,
I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I'll shake your hand
Should
because
we go tell them
the
that?
75's in front of the 911 at the moment, and they're better on fuel. What it does show, though, is we have got elite drivers that come and do this race.
And there's 3 or 4 other drivers that we could have put into that top 5. You know, the fans like Chio, we've got SVG who's looking in. Chaz Mostert didn't make that. I mean, that's how good this form of racing has been over the last few years. That is the quality.
I've just been delivered the dissertation that Garth has put on, and I'm just off for a little second to go and make a donation to the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia for my mate Lowndes.
If you see Lowndes out there, you better run, mate. Seriously.
Unbelievable. We're tracking one of the stories of the race is the car that is in 17th position at the moment, and that is the Pro-Am number 44 Audi that was unfortunately caught up in somebody else's accident this morning, the Valmont Racing machine. That car still running. It's many laps down, but I love their devotion to endurance racing. The pop art colour on that car. And you know what? Since they put that new corner on that car, that right corner, yeah, all right, the bodywork looks a bit scabby at the moment, but that car has run and run and run.
fair play to that team.
A lot of endurance events have like a spirit of type award. And that car today, they were taken out of the race effectively through no fault of their own, minding their own business, getting involved in someone else's accident. The team went to work, rebuilt the car. If that's not the Spirit of Bathurst award for the day, I don't know what is.
I don't want to have another argument with you, Gar, but if that KTM makes it to finish, having watched they've been through the last 3 or 4 years.
That's a lifetime achievement award for the KTM.
That goes into cult status type thing. You know what we were talking about with Shea and all the rest of it.
Now, Adam Christodoulou going back into the box in the battle between themselves and the remaining McLaren. 3 laps to the good, the number 24 car, with, at the moment, behind the wheel, that's Jake Santolucia behind the wheel of the McLaren, and Adam Christodoulou. It has not been an easy run for the defending champion team in GT4.
I agree with you on the Velmont car. Like they are so fiercely passionate, those two blokes. They're long-term mates. They've raced each other, and they decided they didn't like racing each other wheel to wheel, and like having 2 cars.
Really?
So they wanted to go, well, I'd much rather than one win and one doesn't, link up and join forces and race together.
That's very cool,
isn't it?
That's a warm, fuzzy story as well. I like. Then I like that even better. Leading the Invitational class at the moment, Glenwood in the GT2 Crosssport. This is the 5-cylinder version. It's an Audi straight 5. So you're thinking Audi Quattro, old style offbeat grumble of that car. Built for the SRO GT2 regulations, and has turned into a very decent racing car. Had no look here down through the years. We've turned that one around as well. Changed the belts, the drive belt on that, without having to take the engine out. And I want you all on your feet when that car gets to the end of the race. Tracking some of the cars that have had problems, the Volante Rossa Aston Martin is back out on the track. Number 14 car had problems early on, and Jamie Day is back behind the wheel of that car. Dropped some laps in the silver class, but running in 15th in the overall. Meantime, at the front of the field, Sheldon von der Linde down at the BMW M elbow. Heading down Conrod Straight in the car that perfectly matches the livery on the wall at that spot on the track. And he has stretched to 7.3 seconds over Lucas Hart and the number 77. That's the team Craft Bamboo Racing. Do we glean anything from that, Garth Tander, that he's been able to put that time in and start running faster times? He was running high 3s for quite a while and put that gap into Lucas. And now he's holding on to it and slightly extending it.
Like I said earlier, now that they can project forward and know where their last stop is going to land, they can now figure out how much fuel they need to burn to get to that last stop. So, no, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, Sheldon van der Linde has been the fastest of the 3 drivers all day in the 32 BMW. And even when they were fuel saving early in the day with Augusto Farfus driving the car, as soon as Sheldon got in the car, it was hammered down and away he went. So I think he's got lap speed anyway, regardless of whether they're saving fuel or not. Really, you'd just be managing the numbers right now, still with an hour and 44 to go. They're in the box seat because they've got more fuel flexibility than the 77 Craft Bamboo car anyway.
Daniel Serra dropped into the 3s last time around in 3rd. Lucas Stoltz in 4th. And Chan Guvin also dropping into the 3s, just barely, but that tells you that we're starting to just pick it up again here as we get inside the last hour and 3/4 of what has been a captivating 2025. Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours. Craill, you're looking perturbed.
No, not at all.
You sure?
Not at all. No, you're right. This has been incredibly captivating. And I don't know, there's another twist in this to play out that hasn't been thrown at us yet.
Absolutely a sting in the tail somewhere. we've all been coming to Bathurst long enough to know that something, somewhere, somehow will go down.
Well, it's not going to be weather, is it? It's clear blue skies all day today. Track temperature still ramping up. Should be about the hottest that we get it now. It's forecast at 31 Celsius. And we're at 4 o'clock, which is where the Meteor said it would be the hottest of the day.
Just tipped over 30 degrees C locally, so bang on. And stepped outside momentarily, and it is quite warm, and the breeze is quite warm as well. Coming across from the east, so it's blowing up pit straight. It's a tailwind up pit straight, headwind across the top.
Yeah, that has picked up, you're right.
That's sort of been the trend over the last couple of days, hasn't it? That
you call that
the wind comes up, and it is the fast direction. when you're sitting in the garage with your helmet on, you look out and go, if the wind's going that way, that means the track's fast, and you've got more downforce across the top of the mountain.
How sensible, we hear that in Formula One all the time. Oh, there's been a change of direction and somebody slides off wind direction. It's like, how sensitive is a GT3 car?
Yeah, considerably, and more so down Conrod Straight, you've got to be careful of where the wind is and for gusts.
Very pleased to say an event attendance of 51,372 across the 3 days. Record number of campgrounds. It's the second largest attendance in event history for the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour. So well done to everyone for turning out. Record number of campsites sold, over 2,800 sites filled for the weekend. And if you've been in the city of Bathurst any night of the race week, it has been jam-packed, and well done, ladies and gentlemen. Outstanding effort. So that's a fantastic result. 51,372 people attending the 3 days of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour, and 51,372 people sitting on the edge of the seats to see which way it's going to play out.
It's not just that number, Craill, it's the pure atmosphere. You talked about it downtown Friday. There was almost like a festival atmosphere around the many restaurants, bars, etc. We sampled a little bit with the shakedown guys and had a really great time. Getting back home in plenty of time to get to good shut-eye, of course. But it's been the same walking around the grounds, whether I was over in Harris Park earlier on in the week or walking through the paddock. And it's an extremely knowledgeable audience that we have here on the grounds, and from the socials as well at #B12HR, also tuned in around the world.
So, I'd like to put a full stop on a couple of things if we can. Earlier today, we saw a fairly substantial incident at the top of Mount Panorama for Stephen Grove. So the number 4 Grove hire car, and there was contact with the Kenny Habul 75 entry. It was a racing incident, so no penalties were applied. But it was a scary impact. So Grove Racing has released a statement on Stephen. So he was taken to Orange Hospital for further scans. Initial tests have revealed some damage to his back. However, until subsequent tests and after consultation with the Westmead Hospital in Sydney have taken place, they're not sure of the full extent of the injuries. However, Stephen is in very good spirits and looks forward to getting to the track again soon. And the team wanted to thank all the fans and all the supporters for their outpouring of support since that accident this morning. So just good to hear that Stephen's in good spirits, and he will go to Westmead in Sydney for some further scans on his back moving forward. That's good to know. He's in good hands and will be looked after.
Send all of our best wishes and thoughts as well, along with, I'm sure, everybody watching and listening.
Yeah, absolutely, John. It's good to hear. So following and just tracking Daniel Serra and Lucas Stoltz across the top of the mountain, and you can hear Anton Guven in the Porsche not far behind. Very distinctive sound of that flat 6 Porsche. Currently B3, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Stoltz certainly in the best position when it comes to fuel availability to get to the last stop. But Serra with track position. But this trio some 18 seconds behind the leader. So they'll need something. They will need that sting in the tail to get them in the game with an hour and 40 minutes left in this one.
We are so far through this race, and I am looking at lap times, lap after lap after lap. I don't think anybody's
in cruise mode, but I don't think anybody's really pulled the pin yet and let the horses run.
I think it's finer than lap by lap. It's almost got to the point where it's sector
by sector. Yeah.
And certainly, as there is less traffic or less lap traffic to pollute the lap time as the race goes on, that is something that I have noticed that more and more of the cars, with the wind that we just spoke about, a lot more debris in the front grille of a lot of the race cars. So you can see all the leaves and rubbish in the front of the Absolute Racing Porsche as it makes its way up Mountain Straight.
We've been talking about one pit stop as opposed to 1.5 pit stops, but it has to be 2 pit stops. As soon as you put the fuel probe on, it's an 80-second mandatory stop. Stephen Walton saying, what does that cost you? Well, it's 80 seconds from pit in to pit out, but there's a bit of slowing down and speeding up as well. So what do we reckon that is? What would you need to have to get to either hold on, or how much time are you going to have to pull back with a lighter car, perhaps? It's an unknown. It's a piece of string, isn't it?
It is. But
sorry, Stephen, can't give you an answer.
You don't do it. I don't think you do it. You can't make up another fuel stop to get to the end at an 80 seconds.
Not 80 seconds.
But,
brakes. Sorry, you're right, John. So they're changing rotor, caliper, and pads all at once. We've got Shea with more from Elf Pit Lane.
One of the coolest things that I've actually seen in preparation for this brake change is that the Ferrari team has ovens in the garage for these brake rotors. They turn them up to 100 degrees C before pulling them out to do this brake change. So not only are the pads and rotors extra hot, the crews are going to be careful with the ones coming off, but the ones going on. This is a different strategy for the Ferrari team, and it should help Rivera get back out on track with his brakes up to temperature even faster, because the brakes are already at an extremely elevated temperature.
And that is the Pro-Am leader, gentlemen and ladies, with Rivera coming in from well inside the top 10, and Maurice Schuring is only a couple of laps behind here and is now eating into the lead of the number 36 Ferrari 296 on pit lane.
I don't feel like this brake change, and there's the Arise Racing Garage where you can see you actually have to preheat all the brakes before they go on the car, because the rotor hats you can see in the middle of the brake rotor that locates on the drive pegs, that's all interference fit. So if you have a cold brake hat and a hot hub, the brake hat won't go on. So you actually have to heat it up before you put it on the car. But this deep into the race, I don't think that's absolutely not a planned brake change.
And they haven't got the wheel located properly either. So is there something wrong behind that? That's the worry.
Absolutely.
Oh, well done. No panic. Wait for everybody to get back across the line. Fire up the V6. Put a bit of heat into the Pirellis. Thank you, guys. Your service has been completed with pride and safety by your Ferrari team.
So it's going to be 2.5 minutes lost. So they'll lose one of the laps they had over the bend Porsche with Marcus Schuring behind the wheel.
Have a good look at those discs that have come off.
Looking at wear, because this is more so about the 26 car. What does the wear look like on there? So it's not the pads. The pads are okay. They would have done another hour and a half. So we need to have a good look at the rotor, and you can see those grooves in the rotor. That's what cleans the pad material off and gives it bite. And
it's a bit of pinning on that.
Yeah, well, that's standard. Don't forget 800-900 degrees, so there is that. They actually look like they're not too bad. There's certainly no significant. You can usually tell those grooves become quite shallow the more that you wear the brake rotor. So that's not too bad. So that either is a precautionary tale to have a look to understand their brake wear for the 26 car.
Correct.
Because they had those 2 laps over their following Pro-Am car with the 36.
You can't get really weird things happening, like a stone getting caught in there or something like that, but that one that we saw there, that wasn't a problem.
That looked fine to me. So I think that's precautionary and getting an understanding of the brake wear. Don't forget, Ferrari haven't been here for a long time.
And not with this car.
That's Arise Racing's first Bathurst 12-hour. So it's actually a pretty smart play when you think about it. It's a free brake change, and you get to understand the data to help your lead car.
Yeah, nice to have a reference point, isn't it? So our team down in the Pirelli pit bunker have been crunching numbers and there's smoke pouring off the abacus, and it's all pretty busy. But the way it's looking at the moment, the 2 BMWs are in good shape, and so too is car 75 to do this on one more stop. Everyone else right now does not have enough to get to the end on one more pit stop. They're going to be about 15 minutes short.
Including Kraft Bamboo in second.
Correct, 77, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're 1 or 2 laps to the good compared to the Ferrari, for example, and the Porsche, but they're not in the BMW realm at the moment.
Okay. So you're calling it now for the top 3?
Oh, no.
Oh, that's way brave,
wow.
calling it.
90 minutes from the finish, are you kidding?
Oh, I tried.
You're hoping to catch me off guard there, or...?
Just throwing the little top spinner up there, see if you went after
it. No chance. No chance, because you just don't know at this place. There are so many variables.
Hello to Chris Suku as the UK starts coming back from possibly a couple of snoozes in the overnight, an hour and a half still to run. 11 minutes past 5 in the morning in the UK, an hour later than that in Central Europe. And if you are just rejoining us, my goodness me, what a story this race is panning out. Top 6 cars on the lead lap, different strategies, all still to play for. Shelton van der Linde now nearly, well, actually, let's call it 10 seconds up the road.
But the top 6 still covered by less than 30 seconds, John.
Yeah.
That's the more impressive number for mine.
And that's actually come down because Rafa Marciello was 35 seconds away, not so very long ago.
And they've been green since 1:10 p.m. We went back to green, and it's, what, 12 past 4 now. So 3 hours and 2 minutes of green flag running, and to have those cars still covered by less than 30 seconds.
Without the intervention of the BMW safety
Exactly
car.
right.
Yeah,
so that is hugely impressive. And it's been a cliche again, race of 2 halves. It was brutal for a period there. We went safety car after safety car and some big leaks and some big moments, and then it's in the second half, it's settled into this groove with everyone just playing themselves towards that final pit stop. And that generally means that there's going to be a heap of energy in that final 60 minutes as things ramp themselves up in the race to the finish.
I'm very impressed with Shelton van der Linde since he came out of the pits. You have to be. But all of the drivers have done their bit in all of the cars.
We talk about strengths and weaknesses in GT cars as well. And it's interesting to look at when people have produced some lap speed in the race as well, Garth. So Daniel Serra, the quickest lap of that car was 9 laps into the race. The sun wasn't even up over the Blue Mountains yet with a 2:02.6. Lucas Stoles did a 2:02.5 on lap 133. So 123 or 124 laps later, set the quickest lap time. So just producing speed at different points of the weekend, and that 75 Express team had a really pacey little stanza there halfway through the race.
And we certainly haven't seen any peak lap time for a while because we've been in this fuel conservation mode. And the Daniel Serra car was when Chaz Mostert was on aboard and went on that tear at the start of the race and disappeared up the road.
Just keep an eye on the battle for Pro-Am. Alessio Rivera leads it at the moment by pretty much a full lap and a bit, because Maurice Shearing is closing down on him just a little bit. It was half a second here, another couple of tenths there to get back on the lead lap in class. And they're at various times, they're in the same part of the circuit. So that's the number 36 in terms of the Ferrari and the number 91 Porsche as Wall Racing comes in for what will be their penultimate stop.
Well, it will have to be, because at 90 minutes, you're not getting to the end without putting more fuel in your car. So Brendan Leach will stop. This has been another great story. Sergio Perez behind the wheel. And jumping out of...
Well, they got the skates out from that car, so I hope that's... they're looking at that repaired corner, just having a tug on the rear suspension to see if there's any movement there. So certainly hope that that's only precautionary in the garage. Quick check. The Lambo team from Wall Racing going to work.
Sydney Harbour and the city of Sydney, about 3 hours from here. Just a couple of hours inland to Mount Panorama. The Sydney Harbour Bridge looking resplendent as we take a look at where the class leaders stand in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour with 90 minutes to go in this one. So Sheldon van der Linde still leads. There's some pit stops to happen here. Brendan Leach is just in pit lane in the Wall Racing Lambo. They're the silver class leader and has just had brand new tyres thrown at that car for the final stint to the end. Jake Santalucia, the young man who's been racing in Porsche Sprint Challenge for Sonic Motor Racing, making his Bathurst Endurance Racing debut this weekend. He's doing a great job and leading the way in GT4. They're 13th outright, the leading and only remaining Method Motorsport McLaren. And this car has just been pushed back into the Tagani Motorsport garage to get some love. And this could be as simple a factor of take your time and make sure the thing's out there in the final half an hour and get to the line. Chad.
All right, so this top six as it sits at the moment, that was almost a deep breath before that one, like, okay, here we go. So we're working now on lap number, as I check on the timing screen. We're on 263 completed. There's your race leader. I figured I'd give you guys some data on where I think they're coming into pit for the next time. Now, obviously, we're working to your next timing on the timing marker, Craill, which will be about, what, 17 minutes away, we think? But I'm going to give you a lap number as well when we expect to see these cars in, so we can know, watching on at home as well, when we next expect to see them in. So car 32 is next expected on their 35-lap stint in green flag conditions in at lap 272. Behind them, car 77 is expected on 269, so 3-lap difference there. Car 26, that's the Ferrari, expected on 267. The 75 is expected also on that same lap as well. So that's 276 for the 75. So that's a huge difference, isn't it, compared to those cars that they're chasing. The 911 on 267 and car 46 on 275. Did you get those numbers?
Yeah.
All right, so...
What are these supplementary?
35 and 86. So those numbers are based on their last stint time, which was in green flag condition. If you just bang that same number in, that's what you get. Long story short, exactly what you said, Craill. 3 guys that we can see in this field at the moment that are good on fuel. The 32, just. The 75, better. The 46, the best.
Yeah. And the 46, with potentially the best run home on fuel, is the 6th of the cars in contention for the race.
Yeah, 28 seconds behind at the moment. But Garth, if you have to go max fuel save here, that, I mean, seconds can be disappearing very quickly.
Yeah, and that's the trade-off you have to make. And because of the 80-second minimum pit stop time, you can go into max fuel save before it's actually, you have to commit to another lap. You can go a long way into max fuel save. One car that is not doing max fuel save is the 26 Horizon Racing Ferrari, as they gear up, awaiting the arrival of Daniel Serra out of 3rd spot. He's making his way up Mountain Straight, so the team will be waiting for a while. He's got to get his way all the way across the top of the mountain.
This strikes me as being perhaps a lap or 2 early from where I would have expected them in. So I wonder if they've made a call about, we've got to get the thing in, we've got to fill it up, and then we're going flat out.
Yeah, potentially.
32 laps it will be next time around for that Ferrari.
That's actually close enough on a 32-lap stint.
Yeah. They've not done any. They did a 34-lap stint, but that was aided by the BMW safety car. So that's bang on for them in a green flag stint.
I could see the fuel ready, and I could see brand new Pirellis ready, but I couldn't see a Chaz Mostert ready at that time. He might be just lurking at the back of the garage. You don't tend to come forward until you know the car is basically leaving the chase. On board here with Daniel Serra as he makes his way out of Forest Elbow for his run down Conrod Straight. Let's hear from Chad in Elf Pit Lane.
They'll have to do a driver change on this car, Garth, because if Serra was to stay in it, he would just go over his maximum continuous driving time by a minute.
So, mate,
moving pieces.
It is a game of seconds, this race, and it is every year. And you have to be a rocket scientist to try and work out how all the moving pieces, fuel and tyre and driver time, fits in. The Lamborghini trying to warm its tyres. They were brand new Pirellis that went on that Lamborghini. So Brendan Leach is about to go really fast. And into the lane comes the first of our contenders, and the Porsche follows. So this is on brand for the race from what we've seen, in that these two cars have been inseparable. But with an hour and 20 minutes to go, they're going to need serious fuel saving, serious help, or another pit stop to get to the checkered flag from here. And that's a good story. Yeah. That puts a smile on everyone's face, the guy of Valmont Racing Audi back on the racetrack.
If it's green from here to the end with an hour and 24 to go, they're not making it. No. You can't save that much fuel.
So you get Chaz in now, for example, and Matt Campbell in the Porsche, and you blaze, you go as hard as you possibly can, you hang on for as long as you possibly can, awaiting the potential of a safety car, when everyone's going to pit anyway, you're back on even kill, or you just roll the dice.
Yep. And you run it till it goes dry.
Yep.
Yes, basically. Normally you would say you want to make your last pit stop first, just in case you get the wrong side of a safety car, but this is too far out for that. So these guys, these guys are basically, they've got no choice at this point. This is a 32-lap stint for both of them. That's what they've been doing in between their visits to the Alfoil pit lane, all through the, 10.5 hours so far.
The irony of this is that if any one of the safety car periods we've had in the race was a lap longer here, a lap longer there, that could have been the difference between them pitting with an hour and 20 to go or coming in with an hour and 5 to go when you could make it to the end. So it is a game of inches, and they are so close to being in the window, but frustratingly right now, they're not in it.
And compounding the pain for the 911 Absolute Racing Porsche, their pit stop then, remember it's a minimum of 80 seconds stop time, 84 seconds versus 81 for Chaz Mostert and Arise Racing. So not only are they stopping earlier than they like, they stop for longer than they would have liked. And you say it's only 3 seconds, we can't see Chaz Mostert up the road. He's gone because it extrapolates so much more when the cars are only doing 40k an hour in pit lane.
So what have you said to those two drivers that have gone in? Let's have a think about that. Let's head back down to the Alfoil pit lane. Shea, Adam, who have you been staring at, Shea? What information have you scared out of people?
Well, I was staring at that pit stop for the Absolute Racing Porsche, the number 911, and Matt Campbell actually revved the car, tried to get it to go, and it didn't, and then took a second, breathed, as it turned out, took 3 seconds, breathed, and then finally got the car engaged in gear, left in a very smoky, beautiful burnout. But that was the difference in that pit time. It was Matt trying to ask the Porsche to go, and the Porsche saying,
Interesting. Yeah. That car has had a new gearbox this week.
Yeah, I think it's just sometimes with these gearboxes, potentially with the paddle shift, because it's an electronic signal that then goes to generally an air actuated gear selector that gets lost in translation sometimes, or it goes dog on dog inside mechanically in the gearbox and it won't select, and that's what Shea made the point where Matty Campbell just let the car breathe, let the revs come right back down again, then try again, grab a gear, but all that takes time. And as it turns out, it's north of 3 seconds to get all that done.
Yeah, let everything spin back down again.
Yep. So we're now waiting for car 77. The car that sits in second place for Craft Bamboo Racing. And Lucas Auer, who so superbly yesterday scored the Alan Simonson Pole Award with some hustle going on from the race leader as well, by the way. Yeah. Smacked the curb on the left-hander at the top of the hill at the chase.
He did that yesterday in qualifying, and I thought, yeah, that's a quali thing. Yeah, you do that in quali because it doesn't matter, it's not 12 hours. But
Rafa Marciello last time around, a 2:03.7, 2:04.5, 2:04.5, 2:05.2 for the cars in front of him. Lelo's got the hurry up.
Yeah, well, he's got a lot of fuel. Correct. Compared to the 32, he's got much more fuel, so probably deciding I can burn a bit now and find myself a bit of track position ahead of this final stop.
Maybe just close that gap that was number 30, just over 30 seconds between him and the leader. It's down to 26 now. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that could make a big difference in an hour and 20 minutes. So bring it back.
The Craft Bamboo car is the next one due in on the numbers we've been working to, and 11 seconds around, and they are in a conservation mode at the moment. The 2:05.0 last time round, unaffected by traffic in clean air. They're getting to the back of the Aston Martin now.
Next lap.
That car back out there.
Next lap, I reckon, for the back seat.
You talk about staring at people. Well, I'm staring at cars, and I'm listening to cars, because going into turn 1, Sheldon van der Linde is lifting fairly early, going in, coasting, making it through. But here's the interesting thing. Raffaele Marciello is lifting at the exact same point, and he's finding more lap time. So maybe Lello just has the ability to save fuel and go a little bit faster, which is a weird thing about this GT3 BMW M4.
Yeah.
They do tend to go better the easier you drive them. But as far as staring at people, well, Jules Gounon is finally starting to get ready for his final stint in the 75 Express Mercedes and the 77 Mercedes, the Craft Bamboo car that you guys were talking about. That will be Lukey taking it to the end. Lucas Auer, they have new tires ready, and they're ready for him on the pit lane.
And for the Arise Racing Ferrari number 26, if ever there was a sign that they don't think they're going to get their own fuel, it's that they're putting more ELF fuel back into the fuel rig. So that's a dead set sign. They're pretty confident that they're not going to make it. The exact words from the crew was they only think one car can make it in the entire race so far. So maybe some different numbers that they're seeing.
Did they say which car they thought?
I couldn't quite get that information out of Adam.
Don't bury the lead, Shea.
Don't want to give away the game here.
Here comes the Lucas Auer car. Remember Valentino Rossi telling Shea earlier on in the L4 pit lane that they were getting better lap time, the smoother and the more relaxed they were driving that car. That is an exceptional piece of engineering, that BMW. Right, gents. An hour and 18 as he came in. It's going to be about an hour and 17 when he comes out. Lucas Auer, oh man, that's tight, Chris.
It's not enough. No, not enough if it stays green.
It's too tight to the wrong side, John.
They're in better shape than the Porsche and the Ferrari we've just seen, but they're not as in good shape as the BMWs or Car 75.
So what do you do here, Garth? Then you're better off than the two that's just off. You're not as good as the two BMWs. It's max save for this car. It's got to be, hasn't it? You've got a podium finish, or do you go all out and say to Whatnot with it, we want to win this race?
Well, you need to maintain your track position, but then you probably need to go max save, because if you get a safety car in this last stint, you don't want to burn all your fuel, get a safety car, and still not have enough fuel to get to the end of the race. So they're in a really tough position, the Craft Bamboo team.
I think it's hardest for somebody like that who's right on the bubble.
You're in the middle. They're in the middle. They're in the middle of the Porsche and the Ferrari. They're not as bad as those guys, so those guys are almost got to commit to go max attack. The 77 is stuck because the cars that have got the fuel to get the job done, you can't do what they're going to do either. So they're in a bit of limbo at the moment right now. I think you have to save and hope for a safety car, and then at some point in this stint, probably in the next 10 laps, decide whether what you can do, whether you need to push to maintain that track position over the Ferrari and Porsche.
Yeah, in the knowledge that a lot of your rivals are probably in exactly the same boat as you. And that's the good thing about it, is that everyone is playing a similar game. An hour and 16 to go, and this one is still very, very wide open.
I am absolutely loving this. This is 21st century old school endurance racing, because what we've had here is everything. We've had pace, we've had side-by-side racing, we've had strategy, we've had people working the tyres. Remember, only 12 sets of Pirelli tyres from free practice one on Friday, and we've still got cars in it without having to artificially... Sorry, that sounds wrong, but without having to close the field up by a neutralisation. We never bring the safety car out when it isn't required. That is for safety reasons. But you know what I mean, Craill? This is genuine performance. And by the way, anybody who thinks that BOP doesn't work, look at this and look at the difference of the cars. BMW, front engine V8. Mercedes, front engine V8. Ferrari, mid-engine V6. Porsche, rear engine, flat six, and they look distinctively different. They've got different aero qualities, and they're still all in the fight.
Yeah, and a combination of normally aspirated and turbocharged as well.
Yeah.
This is a turbocharged car. The Porsche very much still normally aspirated. No forced induction on the Porsche flat six. Thank you very much. Even if you can't buy a non-turbo one in the road cars these days.
No, you can still get the GT3.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, good point.
GT3 touring, obviously, but don't need the rear wing. I'll create my own downforce when I get into it. Before you said anything, Thunder, I could see it going through your mind.
Wouldn't dream of it, John. Wouldn't dream of it.
this fuel economy advantage that the BMWs have got, those extra couple of laps is working because they've been able to push harder. And remember, we've been talking about track position today as well. And relative to those around you, right now, Sheldon van der Linde's pulled 18 seconds on Lucas Stoll, so it's extended quite significantly. And again, if you need to save in the final stanza, the more time you've got up your sleeve, the better it is for you.
But this only happens because we took away the 32-lap stint rule.
Yeah.
For them, this only happens because of that.
It didn't, I mean, we've got a BMW, a Mercedes-AMG, a Ferrari and a Porsche in the top 6, and any one of them could win the race.
Yeah, no, that's certainly been a much better change to the regs, getting rid of that 32 maximum stint length rule we had last year. We've got all sorts of variability, the ability for the drivers to save fuel as we watch the field make their way up Mountain Straight. There goes Lucas Stoltz in the 75 Express AMG Mercedes. Here comes Raffaele Macchiello making his way up Mountain Straight, and the Hallmark Audi that currently has Lee Holdsworth aboard, second in the bronze class.
Chaz Mostard's just put in a 202 in the 5th place car.
Yeah.
That's not fuel saving.
And
he's on it.
They've sent it, and he's now up the rear wing of Lucas Auer. So they're about to come into shot. Actually, I think they're still coming down Conrad Straight.
That'll tell us whether the 77's saving fuel, whether he wants to maintain the track position or not. We know Chaz is going to send it. We know Campbell is going to send it.
So I think Chaz is about to pass him. So that's the sister Ferrari coming through. This is a battle for position. It's for 4th and 5th, and between the cars that have completed what they hope is going to be their final stop in the race, but we're not convinced it is. They're running out of time. So Chaz Mostert has pushed the go button, and he is flying in the Arise Racing GT Ferrari. The poleman Lucas Auer in front. Mostert looking to go around the outside at turn 2. He's going to have to bide his time. So they've clearly decided at Arise Racing they are going to press on, go as fast as you can, in the knowledge that we're going to have to stop and put fuel in.
Yeah, Lucas Auer lost nearly 3 seconds. Not on the end of that lap, but the previous one. Chaz Mostert doing a 202 against a 205 for the AMG ahead of him. He's in full attack mode.
Don't forget, Auer is heavier at the moment because he stopped later than the Ferraris that filled the tank to give them as much flexibility as they can manage for this last stint. Mostert's car was one of the first cars in to take the last stop, so his car's a little bit lighter. They've clearly decided they're going to try and get up the road. And we saw earlier with Lucas Stoltz, the AMGs are a little bit lazy for the first 3 or 4 laps while they're full of fuel, and then they start to come to life.
And for cars 32, 75 and 46, so the 2 BMWs split in the middle by the car that's finished first twice and was runner-up last year. The window is now open for them to get home on one more pit stop. So that's the race. There's 3 cars that can and 3 cars that might. And here's Chaz in the tow, looks down the inside at the kink, and will take that position away. The Ferrari will move to 4th.
Yeah, he's 5 laps worse off on fuel than the car that he's just passed. That's the calculation there. All right, if you reckon you're in there, 70 minutes to go, and that, as we've seen throughout the day, that has been achievable. Do you make your pit stop straight away? Do you make your last pit stop straight away?
No, you go as long as you possibly can, because you may still get that free safety car as well.
That, or the further you go into the race, as Chaz Mostert completes his Elf Oil slick pass down at the trace, uses the toe nicely, and then side drafts his way past Lucas Auer as they make their way down to the kink. Just there, stays nice and close to the rear quarter panel of the Mercedes, gets track position at the kink, and there's nothing Lucas Auer's able to do about it as Chaz closes it down.
He was 8 k's an hour quicker at the speed trap down there, so the toe, massive influence in helping that pass. So these cars are in the window. No, push on as long as you can, and it means it's less fuel you can put in at the end. But more importantly in this race, it's less fuel saving. Basically means you can push on harder. So right now, car 32 hasn't stopped. Chaz Mostert has, and they're 1 minute and 32 apart. So it's 1 minute and 20 to do a pit stop. So there's 12 seconds in there. what it means is that Mostert's going to be on the road second.
And closer to Van der Linde,
and flying, but he's going to have to stop.
But has to stop, yeah. So, and they'll be weighing track position and all that up in the garage at WRC now. So that'll all come into their calculations about when they take that stop.
69 minutes to go, gentlemen. Bathurst bending time again. Where has the last 11 hours disappeared to? I literally have not moved because I didn't dare, because I didn't want to miss anything.
I think Arise Racing are taking this stop soon.
Yeah.
The crew were just starting to glove up, do their helmets up.
Well, I get that.
Unless that's for the 36 car.
Could be. Let me have a look. Shall I check, sir?
There's the pro car, it goes through.
Standby corner.
It may be for the 36.
Alessio Rivera behind the wheel of that car. They're in 8th outright, the sister car, leading the Pro-Am class by 1 lap.
They've only been out about 13 laps in the 36, the second car. So here we go.
Limbering up, doing a stretch. Kelvin van der Linde, who for many a year has been one of the fastest and most electrifying internationals to drive a GT3 car. Here we go. This is the clutch moment. Right on the edge of their pit window to get to the checkered flag without stopping again. Sheldon van der Linde attacks the pit lane. He's going to hand the race-leading BMW over to his teammate for what could be their final pit stop.
And how excited were we in the booth here? Well, Meguiar came together there as we pointed at the screen at the same time. They've been side by side as we were pointing at the screen. Brand new green stickers. Look, they're just going to be fast. And it's brother for brother as Kelvin van der Linde will get into that car and be told, you've got about 67 minutes, 66 and a half minutes. And that's what separates you from the top step of the podium. Now, banging on the front, started up.
Trying to shake all the leaf debris out of the front grille and out of the air intake. So you can see they've blown it out as much as they can.
Pretty fat with fuel now.
But I don't think it'll be completely full. They would have only had the fuel rig connected enough to get to the end under full push, like full green, full push.
Yeah. Their window was 1 hour and 12, we thought, so they've come in at 1 hour and 6 to go. So there's
3 laps.
Yeah.
3 laps of fuel they won't have put in the car.
It's enough of a safety margin. Crosses the line. What's the pit stop time?
80.7.
80.7, again, like clockwork. And out he goes. And there is Chaz Mostert. So this is what we were talking about with the Ferrari that's going to have some overlap here and be up to speed. But Kelvin will make this quite difficult for Chaz Mostert, who now finds himself in 4th place. So Lucas Stolz has gone through. 75 assumes the lead. Pit stop still to come. It's looking even better for the Mercedes-AMG at the moment. If they can go a little bit further, their economy isn't as good as the BMW, but they're in a really good place. And then we think the last car to stop will be car 46, which is Raffaele Marciello behind the wheel of Valentino Rossi's BMW Team WRT entry.
When we were talking about the variety, I actually gave the BMW 2 extra cylinders and put it in a V. It's a straight 6, of course it is, in the M3, not a V8. Thank you, Punishlessness, for reminding me of that. But it actually adds to the variety because it's another configuration of engine. Inline 6-cylinder engine. 8 is great, but...
My bad, it was the team car, John. Sorry, I got that wrong. It was the sister Arise Racing car, so the Pro-Am entry with Alessio Rivera, so not in the same race. And Van der Linde's gone through on that, which is pretty sensible on all accounts.
So it's about 11 seconds back to Chaz Mostert from Van der Linde, who's on his outlap. So we think it'll be another 3 or 4 laps for the 75 AMG Mercedes. So
if they do that, they're within an hour to go. Yes. And they're in really good shape.
Oh, yes.
This is fascinating stuff. 4.9 seconds between Stolz and Marciello. And then what can Kelvin van der Linde do? So it's got 1 minute and 2 seconds behind the 2 leading cars right now.
And every lap that goes by between this BMW on screen pitting and its sister BMW plus the 75 Sun Energy Mercedes is a critical part of the race. If any BMW safety car was to come out right now, it would essentially give them a free pit stop while they're up the road. So it's a hugely important couple of laps here before they pit.
Yeah, really good point that Chad makes, and that's why we always say the wider your pit stop window at the end of the race, the more flexibility that you have. And you might say, gee, God, the 75 and the 46 were lucky to get that late race safety car. No, they weren't. They've been working for 4 hours to get themselves into position to take advantage of that late race safety car, should it come at the right time for them.
Can't win the lottery without buying a ticket. And that's what they've effectively done. They've put themselves at the front of the queue when it matters.
And look, it might not happen, and they might not get that ultimate safety car right at the right time. But if you don't put yourself in the position, you can't take advantage of it.
Into the pit lane for what is the leading car. The BMW will follow it in. So Stoltz and Marciello come in for what will be their final stop at 63 minutes, grazing the edge of the grass as they come in. Drivers standing ready. It will surprise no one at all here or anywhere else in the world to know that the ultimate plug-and-play performance accessory around this place is about to be installed on the number 75 Express AMG. Jules Gounon gets ready to take the last stint here at the mountain.
Oh, I love this for us. This is great, isn't it? The final stops to decide this race. On his marks, Lucas Stoles, again, another massively workmanlike performance throughout the race, and old Jules gets the hero stint at the end again. He'll get 60 minutes behind the wheel of car 75 to see what they can do. We're waiting for Van der Linde too. So Kelvin should go through and grab the lead. He was a minute behind the 75 car, and it's going to take a minute 20 minimum for this pit stop to be completed. So there's going to be some margin, and there goes the 32 car. BMW's been dropped, but they're a long way further down the pit lane. Kenny's got the box seat right at the end. Helps being an ambassador for the Bathurst Regional Council, I suppose, but also probably winning this race a bunch of times. So Mostert through as well, as predicted, gets himself to second, but almost certainly can't make it to the end on fuel.
I don't think... yeah, it was. Wow.
Have a look at the pit time for the 75 car. 80.07 seconds. Nailed it. I mean, the WRT 46 stop wasn't bad. It was 80.1. But the closest to 82nd was 75 Express on the last stop of the day. Talk about clutch pit stop moments. There's one for you right there.
There is 3 jokers to go underneath that, and we've only seen WRT use it once.
Yeah, but sport like getting as close as 80 without going under.
Yeah,
and
that's a good sport.
Find me someone that's going to go get in that little gap that 75 Express have loopholed. That's a nice job.
The last hour of the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours comes up next. You ready?
I'm ready.
You ready?
I was born ready.
11 hours leads to this. And it's not been a boring 11 hours. We've had plenty to talk about. We've had incident, accident. We've had a bit of controversy. We've had things to talk about all the way through. And now we've got a sprint to the line.
Compelling from lap 1 when they were 3 wide heading up Mountain Straight, remember?
That's still going to get played over and over and over again, isn't it?
So 6.4 seconds, Van der Linde to Mostert. I mean, if you were, we've ranked our GOATs greatest of all time in the GT3 era. What we should have done is most exciting of all time, potentially in the GT3 era, and these two would be an absolute shoe-in for 1 and 2.
Box office.
Yeah, and I don't think there'd be a huge amount of argument about it either. So there's Chazzy. So Van der Linde across the line, 204.31 for the race leader. They still need to be slightly cautious on fuel. They're good to go, but can't burn it all. 203.13 for Mostert, so he pulled 1.2 seconds out of the leader last time round. Van der Linde is still fresh out of pit lane though, so there's still a bit of normalisation to happen there. 26 seconds covering the top 6 cars. Yeah. 26 seconds.
Yeah.
Another little curveball for Gounon in the 75 car as he gets up to speed and starts to burn a bit of fuel out of his car. His hour is just 4 seconds up the road from him, so he'll want to get that track position off the 77 Craft Bamboo car. He can't afford to just sit there and wait for him to peel back into the pit lane if he needs to take that last stop. So that'll get a bit spicy once Gounon gets up to speed, if he's able to get to the rear bumper of the Craft Bamboo 77 AMG Mercedes.
David Russell is shown behind the wheel of the silver class P2 car. Superbarn Supermarkets, Tigani Motorsport entry. They've been in the wars. They've spent quite a bit of time in the lane. 257 laps for them compared to 276 for the race leader. Predictor at the moment pointing towards 298, maybe 300 laps, depending on how this final stint plays out.
Yeah, I'm looking at 300. But that all very much depends where the leader is at the time certain start of the last lap. This is just incredible. The unbeaten in 2025 WRT BMW team. Every endurance race they've entered, they've won overall at least. And do by 24 hours, they won a class as well with the GT3. So this so far, Vincent Voss will tell you those early races, just a bit of extra testing for us.
Yeah, and just remember that race checkered flag flies the second time the lead car crosses the finish line after 17:43 hours AEDT. Right, Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Second time. We'll obviously have it confirmed by race control upstairs when that last lap starts. ...277 laps into the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 out. There's 57 minutes to go, and the situation is this. Kelvin van der Linde leads for BMW. They have never won here in the GT era. They won twice in production cars in 2007 and 2010. They've had a couple of pole positions in the GT era. They've never won outright. He leads by 5 seconds, but he leads a car that we don't think can make it to the end on their current tank of fuel. The same situation for the car that currently sits in third in the form of Craft Bamboo Racing and Lucas Auer. But there are 6 cars in real contention to win today's race,
including the car that Lucas Stoltz just vacated a few minutes ago. Luca, you got out of the 75 Mercedes. The crew, the entire garage gave you a huge round of applause. Once again, you've gotten a Mercedes into contention at the end of this race. Do you think Joel has the car to do another win?
I was going to say, it's always good when you visit us in the last garage, because it usually means we are at the front. No, we didn't have a really smooth start. But yeah, we fight it back, and I think now we are in contention. It all comes down to if there's a yellow or not. So I cross fingers that there's no yellow. And as usual, Jules is in for the last stint, and yeah, cross fingers that we are finishing on the podium.
What is it that's so magic about this trio of you, Joel, and Kenny?
It's always magic, because the whole week is magic. We stay in Kenny's house. He takes care of us. We always have a good time here, and for sure that the track is really special. Jules and me, we always kiss the wall up there and hope for a good race. And usually the mountain is good to us, so I hope this time as well.
Yeah, me too. Good luck.
Thank you.
And just watching this race scream towards the finish at this rapid pace. The last time that the safety car went back into pit lane was 1:10 p.m, which means we've been running under green flag conditions now for 3 hours and 40 minutes. We're still an hour away from the finish. So this stint of green flag running already is the 4th longest in 12-hour history. Should we get to the finish, it will take us to the 2nd longest green flag run in history. The 2023 race also finished in very similar circumstances.
In the Alfoil pit lane, the leader in bronze. Let's not forget the classes here. Ross Gunn brings the partner racing by SPS-AMG in a very creditable 7th place overall. They're a lap off the lead, and I think they'll actually stay just 1 lap off the overall lead. But they were looking for a good finish and a top step of the podium. Looks like they're going to get that. Pro-Am is the 2nd of the Ferraris, the number 36 car, Alessio Rivera in that machine for Arrive Racing GT, and sits in
8th position. The silver leader is the Wall Racing Lamborghini. Brendan Leach, who was drafted into that team, they're in the top 10 as well. And I think they'll be delighted with a top 10 finish in that car, Craill.
Leading the way in GT4 for Method Motorsport, Josh Buchan, who was a last-minute call-up to that squad. Cameron Campbell was originally due to drive that. He elected to focus on his Ferrari Challenge Australasia commitment. So fortunately, his driver coach and double TCR Australia champion and reigning champ Josh Buchan was on hand, and like every good racing car driver had his helmet with him, so he took over that seat, and they're leading GT4. It's been quite a good battle between them and the Griffo Mercedes, which is down with Adam Christodoulou in 16th position at the moment. And the KTM, it still runs. 15th position, Glenn Wood continues to circulate, looking for the first time to get that car to the finish. It's never been beyond the 4th hour of the race, so they just want to get that thing home. Here's the Ben Porsche, second in the Pro-Am class. At 1 point, well up in the 6 and 7. So strategy-wise, they're in great shape. They'll get to the end here and can go as quickly as they like.
And they're plugging in a new driver. Shea coming out. The choreographed, perfectly choreographed pit stop. Those wheel and tyre combinations, the way these guys throw them around, they're actually the weight of the heaviest carry-on, heaviest checked baggage that you can have. They're about 23, 24 kilos. Yeah. And that is not an easy thing to do, carrying them with one hand.
Yeah, well, usually they've got a wheel in one hand and a gun in the other.
Exactly.
So they're lugging around some heavy equipment there, and the way that they do it and the choreographed nature of GT pit stops is seriously impressive to watch. How they manage the various chores and regulations that they have to meet each time the cars come to pit lane.
Because there's not 23 people around the car as there would be in, let's say, Formula 1.
So, race leader Kelvin van der Linde can make it to the end of the race. They are good to go to the end. There's Chaz Mostert in the Ferrari for Arise Racing GT. He cannot make it to the end unless that car has some form of magical reserve tank that they've neglected to tell anyone about, and therefore breaching all of the VOP rules. It might lead for a moment, because Chaz is hauling in van der Linde at the moment, but it will be the work of a moment. They're going to have to stop again. Next in the queue, Lucas Auer, 77, Craft Bamboo Racing. There it is. They've been so strong today. They're going to have to make another pit stop again, or they're going to run out of fuel towards the end. Jules Gounon, good to go to the end, flat out with one of the best ever here to press on. And then Raffaele Marciello, also good to go to the end in car 46. And the 6th and final contender is the Porsche, running in 6th place. Yellow and black with Skippy up the side, with Matt Campbell behind the wheel. And despite the fact that he is one of the greatest of all time at this venue, I don't think there's going to be any last-minute surge from them unless something miraculous happens, because they are going to have to make another pit stop as well, and Matt is on a very similar strategy to Chaz Mostert. So that's where the top 6 cars, who I'll remind you, after nearly 4 hours of green flag running, are split by just 24 seconds. That's where they stand going into the final 51 minutes of this race.
So if you're saying Mostert has to pit again, that takes him out of second. If Auer has to pit again, that takes him out of third. That elevates Gounon and Marciello to second and third.
Correct.
Of the top 6, those are the 2 cars that are the closest on track. And Marciello is now starting to look threatening.
That's the battle.
To Gounon. Could it possibly be a BMW 1-2 for
That's
W1?
what they'll be aiming for. Absolutely what they'll be aiming for. You absolutely took the words out of my mouth there, because Marciello is pushing.
The game for this one is Gounon v Marciello in the dying moments of the race.
Look, I'll take that.
Okay.
For position.
I think that'll be worth watching.
Yeah. For a position, possibly not the position that Gounon or Marciello would want, but it's another position. It's something to race for. It's something to aim for. And also, you'll take that as a race car driver, won't you? End of the race.
Yeah, and race car drivers are spiteful creatures, and you'll do whatever you can to stop another team having a moment. And a moment would be a 1-2 for a manufacturer and a race team. So you'll do anything you can to make that happen or to stop it happening. So if you're Marciello, it's maximum attack. If you're Gounon, you're doing everything you can to spoil the party.
There's a slight fly in the ointment is that they are catching Lucas R, who is on max fuel save at the moment. And so the 4th and 5th cars are absolutely reeling him in. And we are, for a moment or two at least, going to have a 3-car battle pack, Richard Craill, for the 3rd step on the box.
And Van der Linde's responded to Mostert coming at him as well. So it's exactly 2 seconds, but Kelvin, the leader, 2:03.7 last time by to Mostert 3:5. So they're only a couple of tenths apart, and the Ferrari's rapid rate of climb towards the race lead has been halted.
It was a 3.8 for Gounon and a 3.5 for Marciello. Yeah. So they're now starting to turn the wick up. It was Auer who was the slowest of the top 5 with a 5.0 on that lap. So Gounon and Marciello closing in on the back of the 77 Craft Bamboo AMG Mercedes as they make their way past the tree, onto the top of the shelf and across the top of the mountain.
I don't know why I breathe in there. I'm not making any of those cars any narrower, but I do every time. Jules Gounon's drinks tube has come disconnected, and I thought I saw a moment or two ago he was pressing the button and spraying the steering wheel.
No, what happens there? So Jules has decided he doesn't like straw in his helmet, so he's got it velcroed to the bottom of his helmet. So that's why it sits there, and he just grabs it, sticks it underneath the chin of his helmet. But what I saw the water coming out of it too. What happens is they have a one-way valve in the drink straw to stop it vacuum emptying itself every time you jump on the brake pedal. The one-way valves never work. So he'll be getting soaked at the moment, but he'll have no idea what's going on because his focus at the moment is out the front window looking at the 77 and in the rear vision mirror keeping an eye on the 46.
48 minutes to go. And here is the battle for the moment for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Coming down to Elfoyle Murray's. They'll click off another lap and complete lap 282.
Raffaele Marciello, Swiss driver, 6th visit to the mountain. His track record here is very, very good. 2nd in 2018, he was 3rd in 19 and 2023, 5th last year in the BMW, in this BMW with Valentino Rossi. Crossed the line 3rd in 2020, but they had a post-race penalty and were relegated back to 6th. So he's filled every spot in the top 6 of this race, except the first one.
He might be disappointed there again today. It's been a super race for so many of the manufacturers. BMW at the moment, from Ferrari, from Mercedes, from BMW, from Porsche. We've got the spread of the major manufacturers here, with due respect to Lamborghini and to Aston Martin. That is impressive, all within that 25-second spread that Richard was talking about early on. Now this is really interesting to me, Garth, because they've caught Lucas out, but they haven't been able to put a move on him.
Yeah, because they've got to the dirty air. So Jules Gounon's got to within 6/10 of the rear bumper of Lucas Auer and then can't get any closer because of the dirty air and the loss of front downforce in particular across the top of the mountain. I actually was going to make the point that I thought Raffaele Marciello did a very nice job of being much closer to the rear of Jules Gounon. The Gounon was able to be close to Lucas Auer on that previous lap across the top of the mountain.
They'll know as we do, surely. Sorry, Gounon and Marciello will know as we do that Auer and Mostert probably have to stop. So they realise, surely now, they'll have been told by the team that they are racing each other for second.
Yeah, but they want to get through on Auer as quickly as they can so that they can resume. What Gounon's wish list in the next 5 minutes is to get by Auer and then Auer make it really hard for Raffaele Marciello for another 10 minutes or so. But whether that happens or not, like Lucas Auer, he doesn't care. He's got his own race to play. they were all doing low 4s on the last lap, so they've all locked in on the same lap time. Unfortunately for our Gunon and Marciello, the 2 leaders did very low 3s, so they continue to extend at the front of the field.
Yeah, and the gap at the front is down to 1.5 seconds again, as Chaz Mostert took half a second out of Kelvin van der Linde. I suspect van der Linde is just pacing himself. I don't think he wants to give up track position, though, despite the fact that he knows that Mostert has to pit again.
Yeah, it's a bit of risk versus reward as well. I mean, if Chaz gets to the rear of the Ferrari and really hustles, then, hey, mate, off you go, no drama, don't stress. But you don't, if you can keep clear air and stay in front, absolutely do that. So a bit of risk versus reward. If Kelvin's feeling comfortable pushing on to maintain that pace and that gap over Chaz, push on.
Under 45 minutes to go. The gap at the front, 1.2 seconds.
Sydney, get ready for an unforgettable start to the 2025 Repco Supercars Championship. A new season of Supercars begins with 3 big days of racing action, plus a huge pit party on the main straight Saturday night featuring one of the world's best DJs, Timmy Trumpet, and special guest, the Sunset Brothers. Sydney Motorsport Park, Feb 21 to 23. Race by day, party by night. Book now at Ticketek.
It's a massive start to the Repco Supercars Championship. It's a massive finish to the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. 43 minutes remain in this edition of Australia's International Endurance Race. It's 0.9 of a second for the lead, with Mostert, who we believe cannot make it to the end on the fuel they have, against Kelvin van der Linde, who certainly can for BMW. And then 20 seconds down the road, you've got this fight among some cans and maybes, with Lucas Auer in the 77 car in 3rd place, feeling the pressure from Jules Gounon in 4th, and Raffaele Marciello in the other BMW in 5th place. And then just clinging on, just grabbling at the back of the pack is the Porsche, with Matt Campbell behind, trying to find a way to deliver some of their magic that they've had in the past. There are 6 cars that can still win this race. Sure, some are more likely than the others, but it's also Mount Panorama, and crazy stuff happens here.
Heads up driving by Josh Buchan, leading in GT4. He just needed to give that away, and he had this little trio of battling GT3s coming up as he was heading up into the cutting. He just gave them a little flash to let them know which side to go by, and lifted out that McLaren ease off as he was climbing the hill.
Again, this time across the top of the mountain, Gounon was not able to stay close to Auer, whereas Raffaele Marciello was able to stay close to Gounon. John Hindhaugh takes a very deep breath as they leave Forest Elbow.
Still pretty pointy, that being.
Run it up against the concrete wall on exit. So whether Gounon's doing that on purpose to manage front tyre temps, or he just can't get close enough because of the loss of front downforce.
Yeah, because he's got damage there, and that's been there for a very long time. And maybe in clear air it doesn't worry him so much, but you know, you don't have sticky tape on there without it being damaged, and actually that's getting worse. And it's starting to just fold in on itself on the right front there.
Yeah, I don't think he has the front grip or the rotation that he needs from that car, so I think he is suffering front across the top of the mountain.
And the end game of that battle is, we think that's a battle for 3rd position, but it's between Marciello and Gounon for 2nd and 3rd in this race overall. So we don't think Mostert's got a chance. We don't think Lucas Auer's got a chance, as it stands, pending any other interruptions. Here are the leaders. 0.4 now between it. And they had some traffic last time around. They were only in the 204, as I say, only. A couple of years ago, that would have been the stuff of legend, but they had some traffic clearly, so the margin closed down, and the Ferrari trying to find a way past. That's Adam Devore left the screen, watching his long-time charge, trying to do the things that Chaz always seems to be able to do at this place.
This is a tough one. How hard do you fight if you're van der Linde? Yes, you know that car behind has to make another pit stop, but we have seen in the past this race.
Find out soon.
You're going to find out either now or he's going to defend.
Defending.
So there you go.
You've seen this race end prematurely in the past, and you know, how do you weigh all that up, Goff?
I don't think Kelvin needs to do this. The team need to get on the radio and say, He's not in the game. We don't think he's got the fuel to get the job done. Let him go, because the risk versus reward is going to get higher and higher and higher the more that he tries to keep Chaz behind.
I just actually heard them cue up the radio and say, Kelvin, let him by. And that was before Kelvin defended going into the elbow.
Yeah.
Okay, so side by side. Oh, sorry, nose to tail coming out of the chase. Yeah. Let's see what they're like into the final corner and how that happens. And
he's defended again.
Defended again.
Do you remember 12 months ago when these two were in Audis and they really weren't listening to the teams about what instructions they needed to do?
It was convenient the radio had just become unplugged at that point.
I've had that happen at times.
Yeah, so Kelvin van der Linde at the moment is saying,
here we go. So exit of the elbow on the run down into Elf Meguiar's corner. Aussie right on the outside on the white line. Well, there was a Ferrari width there, to be fair. Just.
You don't want to get on the wrong side of race control here either. That's the other thing.
Well, the worst thing for both of them would be end up parked in that gravel trap down there and out of the race.
Risk versus reward.
Because then Gilles Gounon becomes very hard to pass for the sister car.
There's 17.5 seconds between these two and Lucas Art, who we know can't get to the end either. And then there's another 3/4 of a second back to Gilles Gounon and Raffaele Marciello. The gap between the top 5 now under 20 seconds. The top 6, 22 seconds as Matt Campbell is closing in as well.
So since we're expecting those three, as Mostert drops a couple in the dirt, to still need to come and make that pit stop for fuel, that means they're going to have to take a minimum of 80 seconds in pit lane, right? So for the two cars that are chasing car 32 on screen right now, does that mean that if there was a clear safety car, they could potentially have a free tyre stop? Because they're not racing those other cars. So who's got tyres? Well, up the road at car 46, they've got some. And check it out, sitting in the sunshine. Car 75's got some fresh Pirellis to go, just in case. They might get a late race safety car. Then it'll be up to the 32 to make the decision. Stay out or give up track position.
And the key point about that is there's no 80-second minimum. It's as fast as you can change those 4 Pirelli tyres. Here we go again for the lead. And this time, van der Linde backs out of it, but he's not making it easy for Chaz Mostert. He goes wide. He's on the dirt there for a moment, and that's what Garth Tander was saying. Do you risk what you have when you really don't need to? The team will have been going bonkers there as he was kicking up dirt coming out the chase, Garth.
I've been Kelvin van der Linde's teammate many, many times, and I've watched him drive race cars, and I've sat there with the radio on, listening to him, disregarding radio calls, and he did not need to do any of that. Just open up the steering, let Chaz go. You don't need to fight back here. We saw a car crash there today on the outside of exiting the chase. So on board here with Chaz. Chaz, he's got less to lose, so send it. See what you can do. He sent it all right, but he got it stopped nicely. It was a really good job. But Kelvin didn't need to do the crossover and try and come back around the outside. So I think Chaz was saying...
Martin who went off there doing exactly... We're not talking about a rabbit driver, by the way. Maxime Martin went off on pretty much exactly that line coming out of the chase.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Ended the race of the number 888 Mercedes.
Chaz
he's going
Chaz
now.
has gone full Chaz.
Bye-bye.
What's the fastest lap at the moment? 2:02.4, set way back on lap number 78. That's going to be under threat here. I'll tell you that right now.
This car set its fastest lap on lap 9.
Yeah.
Some isn't that point of the day. The energy just ramps up. So Ferrari leads the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour with 36 minutes to go. But as far as we can tell, they can't make it to the end. They're going to stop again. The question is when. How late do they leave it?
Oh, you've got to go.
Yeah.
You've got to go till the fuel alarm comes on, because if you do get the intervention of the BMW safety car, the M safety car, then, all right, he's going to need quite a lot of it. Maybe 3 or 4 laps, 4 or 5 laps. But my goodness me, that could still work in their favour.
What year was it? 2019 that the race stopped short due to a red flag? 18. And it was the WRC Audi at the time that ended up winning the race?
Correct. Yep.
So Arise putting all their eggs in that basket. I mean,
live by the red flag.
You don't wish a red flag to end the race or anything, but it has happened in the past. There is a precedent.
There was no doubt that the WRT Audi was going to run out of fuel, or they were going to stop again. And the car that was in second that year, which if memory recalls may well have been Luke Stolz, they were going to run out of fuel and had to stop again. And the Porsche that ultimately finished third that year were probably going to run out of juice. And the way that race played out, it looked like the car that was running fourth, the Porsche, was probably going to win it. So the example has been set in the past of rolling the dice and just seeing what happens. And I don't pay the bills, so far be it for me to say, why not just try and run the thing out and see what happens? But, gee, sometimes rolling the dice might work here, and it worked for WRT that year.
Yeah.
They got lucky.
So, Chaz Mostert lining up the pass on Kelvin van der Linde. We've seen that done nicely. Gets the job done up the inside. Makes the apex nicely. Just a little bit of over-rotation as he turns in off the dirty part of the track. And this caught my eyes just when we watched it, and that's just Chaz saying to Kelvin, I am now position 1, thank you very much. You are position 2.
He's Tommy Milden him. That's another Tommy Milner. Is that 3 we've had in this race so far? 0-0-1 on the Lumi rank on the top right-hand side of the screen in the white numbers. That means the pro leader, the overall leader, C. Mostert for Ferrari.
And he will be for the next 6 or 7 laps.
Yeah.
That's all the fuel that he's got.
Yeah. Good point, Shea. But strange things can happen. It's 12 minutes.
Yeah, 6 or 7 laps. I was just doing this. 12 to 14 minutes. And unfortunately, time remaining 33.5. So those numbers do not add up. Another shot of Chaz exploring the limits at the exit of Reed Park.
So Mostert, 3.4 seconds, has to pit again. Just over 30 minutes remain in the 12-hour. .21 seconds first to 6th position. It's got closer. When we sat down and looked at this entry list, and there was some conversation around entry list, we talked about it, probably wanted more cars, sure, but we knew that this would be a super competitive GT3 race. I don't think even I expected it to be this competitive and this wide open. This has been elite level motorsport today by a very, very good field of teams and drivers who have put on a great show, and real old school traditional endurance racing, flat out, fuel economy, saving, drama, feistiness, it's had it all.
It has had it all, to the point, track position versus fuel economy versus driver time, you know, some of these teams couldn't double stint their drivers to the end of the race because they were short a minute on driver time. That's how fine the margins are for strategy to get yourself in the game with half an hour to go.
Hello to Jerry Z, says, I'm not sure where my Saturday has gone. We aren't sure where our Sunday's gone, Jerry Z. Somehow, I'm not sure the script writers are done with us yet. Possibly, maybe another couple of curveballs waiting for us. He's calling in from Florida, or watching on from Florida, coming down to the last half an hour, Garth. And it's, I mean, I think maybe 8 laps. When Shea said 6, I was looking at that. I think they can do 32. It was on 24. But it's still too short for Chazzy. He's pulled out 4 seconds.
It's going to have to be the safety car of all safety cars for Chaz to save enough fuel to get to the end.
Van der Linde is being caught by Lucas Gilles Gounon and Rafa Marciello. They've taken about 5 seconds out of him in the last few laps.
Well, Chaz and Kelvin burnt a heap of time when they were battling for those couple of laps, so Chaz has scurried up the road a little bit on Van der Linde, but you'd have to say that the metronomic pace of the 32, and it's just been at the front of the field, it feels like since the first hour, that they have everything under control, but Bathurst is Bathurst. Things are never are certain until you cross the line at the end of 12 hours.
The mountain decides. Is it your day? Is it not your day? You can plan, you can scheme, you can even execute, and then something totally bizarre could happen. good news stories still carry on, by the way, down through the field. The number 44 Audi that was caught up in somebody else's accident, for example. That's the sort of thing that can happen. Spent a lot of time in the pits, but that car's still running. And just by my very quick arithmetic, will have completed enough of its class leaders to be classified and therefore get itself on the Pro-Am podium. And in the classes, the bronze class in 7th position, Heart of Racing. Silver, the Wall Lamborghini in 8th. Pretty decent that they are both in the top 10 overall in the last few minutes.
Sydney Harbour, about the only thing that'd make it better is if it was plonked right next to Mount Panorama, Bathurst. What a part of the world. We're about 2 hours and 45 minutes inland from the capital of New South Wales in Bathurst town, and we're seeing a thrilling conclusion to the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour for this year. The maths are simple. Chaz Mostert's thing is going to run out of fuel. He's going to have to pit again. He leads by 4.8 seconds, and he is pressing on as hard as he can to try and find something, anything, that might be able to save them at the end of this race. Kelvin van der Linde sits in 2nd position. As
in the left.
Sister, no,
that's the sister car.
Pro-Am leader.
Yeah, excuse me.
That'll be their final pit stop. Kelvin van der Linde sits in 2nd place, good to go to the end. The South African who has shared today with his brother Sheldon. There's a point I want to make about that in just a second as well, because there's genuine history there. And Augusto Farfus, who did all the heavy lifting stuff in the middle of the race. They have been very, very good. They can go all the way to the end. Big question mark over Lucas Auer in 3rd place in Craft Bamboo Racing. We're pretty certain they have to stop again, and they're involved in a huge arm wrestle with Jules on behind and Rafa Marciello in 4th and 5th on the road. We think that could be the battle for 2nd and 3rd by the time the checkered flag dropped. Alessio Rivera will jump out of the Pro-Am leading Ferrari and will be replaced by Jackson Evans, a young star who's in supercars, who's come out of Carrera Cup, and will bring that car to the line.
Slight misstep on the right rear of that Pro-Am leader. There was a bit of confusion about who was bringing the tyre, who was getting the tyre. Lauren Heinrich is fueled to the end of the race in 10th position and has just gone through effectively onto the back of the lead lap in Pro-Am in the number 91 Porsche. So that's another little battle we're just going to have to keep our eye on now. The Ben Motorsport Park number 91 car back on the lead lap as Jackson Evans gets going and rolls back out onto the track.
Before we get into too much of the intensity of it around how this final half hour plays out, I'll talk about a bit of history at Mount Panorama, and we've touched on the fact that the brothers van der Linde are sharing that BMW, and there's genuine BMW and family history at this place, dating back to the Super Touring Bathurst 1000 in 1997. And that race was won by a BMW Super Tourer driven by Jeff and David Brabham. So that was BMW's last win in the Bathurst 1000. They won the 12-hour twice with Gary Holt's team in the production car era, yet to win in the GT3 era of this race, despite a couple of very strong campaigns. So there's genuine heritage dating back several decades at this place for BMW.
And although BMW is leading the way, we are not 100% on that BMW making it to the checkered flag. The team just reminding Kelvin that he has a fuel number that he needs to hit, and they need to be cognizant of when the end of the race happens, plus 1 lap, to make sure that they actually have enough. So remember, they did a shorter stop with the fuel rig attached. Maybe they're regretting that a little bit right now.
And also remember, the team were telling Kelvin, let Chaz Mostert go, let Chaz Mostert go, and he spent 3 laps not letting Chaz Mostert go. And I can guarantee you, he would not have been hitting his fuel numbers for those 3 laps. So maybe we talked about, just even though they had a big fuel window, only putting enough fuel in to get to the end of the race so the car was lighter. And the team would have done that based on the numbers that they knew they needed to hit for every single lap. So maybe that's why van der Linde has just rolled back a little bit, and it felt like Auer, Gounon and Marciello were closing up because he had to save more fuel than normal to buy himself that fuel number for later in the race.
It's gone from 18 seconds to 11 seconds.
the stopwatch doesn't lie, Craill.
The similarities between this race and 2023, we've said it before, incredible. Almost record green flag run towards the end of the race, and the top three just condensed and condensed and condensed as they got to the end. It's spooky how this has been a carbon copy in a way of that race. Mostert trying everything he can. 2:06.3 last time around. They had that traffic.
A lot of traffic in that one.
So we heard 6 or 7 laps, so that was 3 or 4 laps ago, so they're not far away, are they?
We saw a shot of the Arise Racing Ferrari team out in pit lane waiting with new tyres, waiting for Chaz Mostert to arrive. There they are. So it's imminent that Chaz Mostert will be back in the lane. They're going to give him another set of tyres.
Yeah.
They were not going to they'll have to sit still for 80 seconds, but they're not going to have to put a whole heap of fuel back in it. And I wouldn't mind betting that Chaz Mostert might give fastest lap of the race a little nudge.
Yeah.
Just as a bit of consolation prize that they haven't quite got the fuel numbers that they needed to get to the end of this one.
He's on 29 flat out there. They did 32 in the previous stint, but perhaps not going at this speed.
This is quali lap after quali lap, and we've seen that from Chaz from the moment he jumped aboard that number 26 Ferrari. Here's Kelvin van der Linde, the 32 BMW from WRT.
Picking up a little bit of understeer there across the top. Just looked like he was just pushing out a little bit. Don't normally see as much steering lock in there. Could have just burned his front tyres before when he was fighting away. He was offline a lot, certainly.
Yeah, well, traditionally, as the track rubbers here at Bathurst, that you do get more and more rear grip, and now as the shade starts to come over the racetrack, the track temperature starts to come down, so the grip level comes up. So as that grip level's coming up, you're getting more rear grip than front, and then that allows, you know, more rear grip, therefore the front doesn't respond as you would have liked. Here comes Mostert to the lane.
Yeah. Get down to the speed limit. That is much tighter than it looks. I ran through there on Thursday in a Mark 1 Cortina GT 500, which is about 3/4 of the width of one of these GT3 cars, and it looked really tight in that car. That is not an easy thing to do at speed, Garth.
Not quite the downforce levels either, by the
No,
way.
well, it had me and Brad Owens in it, so it was all right. It was sticking to the ground.
So Mostert on his mark, connect the fuel rig. It's going to be an 80-second. He wants a tear off. Give me a tear off, please. I'm not sure if they'll be able to get that done. Depends on how this sequence goes. The car controller can't lean over and do it. There's only certain prescribed tasks that each of these crew are able to do.
Matt Campbell rises to 5th position. Now just 17 seconds off the lead, with Mostert peeling into the lane. And a 5-1 last time around for Campbell. So they're on the same number as the Ferrari. So they pitted at the same time, those two cars. So you would expect the Porsche to be in the lane within a lap or two with 22 minutes to go of the race. Unless they're going to roll the dice and just see what happens.
A lap or two is a long way short with 22 minutes left in this one. So, normal service has resumed. The 32 WRT BMW returns to the top step.
2 more laps potentially for the Porsche. Watch it pit this lap now. We've just said that, but...
I mean, if you know you're coming, you don't have to stretch it.
Yeah. So Kelvin van der Linde's gap now under 12 seconds. 11.8 seconds, and he's...
Marciello.
This is a spicy rundown, Conrad.
Marciello getting into the back of the Sun Energy 1 car. Remember, this could be for 2nd and 3rd in the race. This is important. He goes to the outside of the kink. This is enormous. Can he get it done? And he gets it. The BMW moves forward. Spicy, spicy stuff in the closing stages of this one. And Lello has driven 46 up to what we think could be P2 in the race.
It wasn't quite the pass on the grass, but it was the push in the dust, wasn't it, as he was going through the kink. That was extraordinary. Elfoyle's slick move for sure there, and that might be the second step on the box. And a 1-2 for BMW and for WRT, but
one thing we know, gentlemen, is that Jules Gounon, he's not going to let that lie.
And he's got a good run out of turn 1 as well. So the Mercedes with its bottom end grunt and torque drags it up the hill. A little bit of aero assist on the run up to turn 2, but I think from that point, Raffaele has the position locked away, and he'll go after Lucas Auer now. And the BMW does have a straight line speed advantage, so see what he can do. We think Craft Bamboo are limping this car home. They're going to run out of fuel.
So it was the lap traffic actually